For centuries, Portugal was at the forefront of discovery. Explorers navigated the 7 seas in search of new territories, trade routes, and riches around the globe. Today, surfers descend on Portugal's coast to find some of the best waves in Europe.
Esta terra vai viver.
Here, underwater canyons funnel Atlantic energy into windswept dunes and rugged cliffs to form heaving barrels and high-performance ramps. The world's elite return to the old continent, the third in as many months on the 2025 campaign. Italo Ferreira and Caitlyn Simmers are back in the familiar yellow jersey at Super Tubos, where each has won before.
I'm really hungry to win again.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I want to win a world title.
I've given it my all, and I am coming out of it with no regrets.
Won this before. Can you win this again? Yes.
The search for the final 5 continues at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Cero.
An active Atlantic Ocean has treated the finest surfers from across the world to some serious tubes over the last few days. And tube faces turned to game faces on opening day of our waiting period here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Cero. Early morning arrivals, vibes are good, always a little bit of tension in the air. There's a wintry feel to things as well. Jackets on, surfers rugged up, trying to get warm and loose and ready to perform. And that's how you manage that energy. If your name's Rio Wider, who's going really well this year, looking forward to seeing surfers like Fred Moraes carrying the hopes and dreams of a proud surfing nation of Portugal. It's Peniche. It's the iconic venue of Super Tubos, and it's been absolutely pumping over the last couple of days. It's nice and clean this morning. Here to talk you through things, joining myself, Paul Evans, Jesse Mendes, Mitchell Salazar. How are we feeling, chaps?
Feeling great. Actually woke up this morning thinking the waves are going to be shoulder high, and it's clean, almost double overhead in some of the sets, so I'm excited.
Yeah, it's pretty large out there. I mean, considering how good it's been the last few days, too, just waking up this morning and seeing this, we're stoked, and we're really ready for not only a good day, but a good start to the event, too, Paul. It seems like waiting period, the forecast looks a little difficult, so today might be a key day.
Ready for a good day, but also a little bit ready for anything, right? And we're always going to get that here. We know about the tidal swing, quite close to some of these storms as well, with fronts coming through, so it's basically a case of stay on your toes, and that's what being a surfer is all about, right?
And that's what I think is the most exciting about this place. Like, you really have to be an all-around surfer in order to take the win here, so I'm excited to see how it's going to unfold this week.
Still pretty fresh as well. We've got jackets on. I think spring starts on Sunday, right? The clocks change here, but it still feels kind of wintry, Mitch.
Yeah, and since we've been here this morning, it's probably rained 3 or 4 times already. But just talking about the location that we're at, guys, Portugal, Peniche, really different kind of break, as you mentioned, Jesse. At a beach break right here, Paul, Super Tools, but we have multiple different spots that we can choose from as backup venues in case of, too. But this place changes day in and day out, and massive tide shifts later on this week, too. I think the low tide around 1.9, and then around a 10-foot high tide later on this afternoon. But this place gets different kind of swell directions, too, which is really great.
Yeah, we're in a peninsula right here, so the cool thing about it, no matter how the winds are, it's going to be offshore somewhere. So that's the exciting part about us. We have the Nazareth Canyon that kind of pushes all the energy towards here, and obviously Nazareth as well. So a lot of swell, never lack of swell here, and offshore winds every day.
Yeah, tagline for this part of the world, basically somewhere to surf every day of the year, 365 days, always somewhere offshore. Plenty of swell pulled into that north side of the town of Peniche, where most of the swell comes. So on a smaller day, loads of options up there for free surfing, for surfers, for practice days. But the real star of the show, of course, and something of a freak really in terms of Europe, One of those heavy, powerful beach breaks, super tubos. And we get that wedge effect when swells wrap in around the former island of Peniche and deliver right in front of our contest set up here. Let's go and say hi, good morning to AJ McCord, who's standing by for the call.
Good morning and bom dia, Paul. We have Renato down here. Surfers have been in and out of the water so far this morning here at Super Tubos. Renato, what's the call for day one?
We're so on this morning, AJ. Very excited. Everybody's beaming around the site. We've been watching incredible surf for the last 2 days, especially yesterday. Sun is out offshore, and we're really happy to see the conditions this morning. Offshore still blowing, a little bit smaller than yesterday, but it's still some incredible surf barrels. So we plan to run men's opening round, women's opening round, and if we can, men's elimination round. Big schedule. We got to first go through the low tide around 10:30 this morning. There is still some corners out there, so we hopefully we can do it, and hopefully this full schedule. And then tomorrow, Sunday, it's potentially another good day for surfing. It's smaller, but it's still manageable to do some more hits, and maybe a little window Monday morning before the storm hits. And that's the next hurdle we have in this forecast, as usually happens this time of day in Portugal. Massive storm coming to the coast of Portugal, so we're going to have to deal with huge surf and bad weather and onshore winds, and we address that with our friends from Surfline. Fans keep posted. Check always on worldsurfleague.com. And talking about worldsurfleague.com, I'm going to give another message. That is a really nice piece of the judging criteria on the website and on the media channels of WSL, so go check it.
Awesome, thank you so much, Renato. So a big day, you guys, here today at Super Tubos. Paul, we'll send it back to you to get us set for it.
Fantastic, thanks AJ. Look, talking points there from Renato. Main one, of course, headline, we're on skis. How good is it to get going on the first day of the waiting period, Jess?
I mean, that's what everyone expects. There's so much hype and so much going on, you know, like, so to wake up the first day and already get it going, get the nerves out of the way, it's pretty fun. And you can talk a little bit about what's ahead of us.
Yeah, well, as we've said before, we've had 2 incredible days the last few, and this surf still building throughout Monday, but the next week, as Renato said, big storm coming, and he wasn't really afraid to mention how gnarly it's actually going to be. The winds seem like they're going to be terrible. Today, though, guys, 5 to 7 in the morning, we're seeing maybe some potentially bigger sets out there right now. Going to drop a little bit in the afternoon. Onshore wind coming up, but it's going to be rippable with that higher tide. Next few days going to be tricky, though, Jess.
Yeah, as we come into the week, just the wind starts to clock into the west today, and then it goes into the south, which it makes it a little bit tricky for this strat of the beach here in Super Tubos. It opens up a few options on the other side, as we've seen it on the screen before, but yeah, just very big surf as well for the other side, so it's going to be most likely a field of slow days for everyone. Try to get warm with all that storm coming, and maybe towards the end of the period, looks like it's starting to stretch up to be decent again.
Yeah.
So that's how we're looking here in terms of our forecast. Plenty happening out there. I like that word, unruly, as well. So we're getting a lot of energy from a storm coming through right now. Real clean out there, looking delightful. We're on this morning for the men. That'll be coming up in a couple of minutes' time real soon, actually, to get things started. So far this year, someone we haven't seen, Crosby colapinto, injured the elbow on the North Shore. Great news, Crosby's back here in Portugal. And what a place to kick off his 2025 campaign. Went all the way to semis last year, surfed real well for a great performance for the then rookie. And you think about a surfer like him and his particular skill set, really well matched for this wave. Who's in, who's out? Fred Moraes getting the wild card here alongside Gassian Delay, Yolanda Hopkins. So Europe with plenty of entries in terms of the wild cards. Medina, Callanan, they're still out. Ian Gentile is also going to be a replacement for Medina. And great news for Jorgan Cousinet of Reunion 9, who's been ripping on the QS. We had an amazing event in Morocco. Absolutely pumping surf. He beat Ramsey in the final there, and he's got a wild card. What an opportunity. He got a bomb in the free surf as well. So Jorgan will be absolutely delighted with that. We're going to get a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking Katie Simmers. She got her first historic win on tour right here. We'll be right back.
Seventeen-year-old Katie Simmers
3, 2, and 1.
wins the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Exciting rookie on tour. She's already won an event.
How's this gem for Caitlyn Simmers as she goes off the lip? How about Caitlyn Simmers, Vivo Rio Pro champion?
Goes Katie Simmers pulling in. Huge backdoor section.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro. Katie Simmers has a section to work with, hits it off the top and rides away. She turns the final.
Smashes that lip. Katie Simmers is your champ. Back-to-back here in Saquarema.
Kate Simmers, world champ. Transition, that was a hammer. Scores in for Kate Simmers. She's queen of the desert here at Surf Abu Dhabi. From a maiden event win as a rookie to the reigning world champ, Kate Simmers, a generational talent. And it's been incredible to watch that story unfold. We're looking and hoping to see more of it from her. She's so good at this venue. Getting that first memorable win. There's been 5 more, 6 in total for her. How incredible is Katie Simmers, and what more has she got for us? Because she just looks like she's getting better and better every time we see her compete.
Yeah, and I think you still need to go back to her development as an amateur, too, coming throughout the United States. Who she competed against, Alyssa Spencer, Sawyer Lindblad, Luana Silva, Sakura, all these people that are on tour right now, and look at the dominance that she's had since day one. As you said, beat Courtney Conlog at that final here in 2023. I still go back to Pipe, though. Winning that event, especially with all the hype around it, to me, Paul, she's the most important surfer on the planet right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of women on tour, and we're thinking about who's going to be able to try and challenge her, it's a tough ask at the moment. She's definitely the surfer with the target on her back, got the yellow jersey as well. But who are you liking in terms of surfers that are going to have a go at Katie, wrest some of that dominance from her?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, obviously, especially at a venue like this. But I'm going with another Californian, Lakey Peterson. She's made 2 finals out here before, made the semis last year before she got off tour. But I think most importantly, she has the experience and she has the motivation to be able to want to go out there and perform well. Working with Yago Dora now, which I think is an excellent pairing for them. But, you know, the crew at Channel Islands have done some amazing work with Lakey throughout her tenure on the championship tour. I feel like not only is this a good spot on the forehand, but she's actually done very well on the backhand here, Jess. And to me, she's going to be really difficult to defeat.
I mean, I have no doubt on that. And if I have to pick someone, I'm going to pick Molly. Like, we're obviously talking about super tubes, massive tides, so conditions are constantly changing. And I think she's an all-around surfer that can swing both ways, backside and front side, good tube rider. And also, she went through like a tough moment throughout last year that she kind of went to like a bad rhythm. And she came out of that. So when you go to that deep end and you come out of it, it seems like everything starts to flow your way, and even mistakes kind of turn up to be good to you in the heat. So I think she's in that moment, and she can capitalize on that here.
Yeah, she's looking really relaxed at the moment as well, Molly, isn't she? She's got that kind of almost like that naughty look about her as well, where that confidence, you just feel like that's back. It's going to be really interesting to see how she can compete. Meanwhile, elsewhere, great news from our defending event champ here, Joanne Defay, announcing on social media that she's pregnant. So congratulations to her and her partner, Simon. Let's go down and hear from AJ with some more insights about Joanne.
Thanks, Paul. What a difference a year can make. This time last year, Joanne Defay getting chaired up the beach here at Super Tubos for a win that she called so incredibly special. And now this year, coming in with another very special time in her life as she and her partner get ready to welcome their new child into the world. She's competing now in her second trimester here at Super Tubos. I caught up with her yesterday, and she said, of course, coming in this year, her mindset is a little bit different because being in her second trimester, her body is starting to change, and so her paddling's a little different, the way she moves in the water is a little different, but it was really important for her to come here to Europe and make sure that she gets a chance to compete in front of this massive crowd that is essentially a home crowd for her here in Super Tubos. And so she said coming back here, she really wants to make sure that she approaches that mindset just a little bit differently, but it is no different for her in terms of how she wants to compete in the water, because she really wants to put on a show here in Europe. And she said that while it's the last event for her here of 2024, she has every intention of coming back once she and her partner welcome in their new child, because she wants to come back and compete for a world title to prove that you can do both. She can have her career and become a mom.
Incredible down the years, a happy hunting ground for the Brazilians, the likes of this guy. Italo is in absolutely deadly form at the moment. When we come back, we'll be talking Brazilians. Stay tuned. Looking back at Surf Abu Dhabi, and different surfers reacted in different ways to that pressure cooker environment. Italo Ferreira absolutely thrived there. He looked incredible throughout, all energy, all action. Massive maneuvers on demand from him, and back in the yellow jersey. It's been a little while for Italo, and he looks ominous. His form coming into this one, he's so good in Portugal, a former winner here. And the energy from him, you know he's gonna bring that. An absolute fan favorite here too. Having a look at some of the numbers for him in yellow, and he's back in it. It's been a little while, over nearly 4 years. Bit of a surprise, Jesse.
I mean, sometimes that happens. You go through moments of your career. As much as he's killing it, like for his standards, you know, you go up and down. It's a roller coaster type of career, and that happens to the best of them. We've seen it before. I'm just back on track now, and he's looking good.
What I will say, though, it is surprising that there's only been 6 events where he's been wearing the yellow jersey. You know, that is kind of a surprising statistics, but getting to the point about how good all the season's been and how good the challengers have been, I mean, dude, there's been a lot of guys that have done well out here in the past.
Yeah, interesting. You know, we talk about different surfers wearing the yellow. Some feel the pressure. How do you respond to it? I feel like Italo Ferreira is someone who definitely kind of relish the idea of being the person to beat out here and having that yellow jersey on. Can't wait to see how he'll compete. Reminder, of course, we are on this morning. We're getting ready to start for the opening round for the men. That's coming up real soon. In terms of what we've seen so far this year in competition and surfers that we're looking at, maybe favorites for that final 5, big names, what about people that we maybe haven't seen a lot of them that we're expecting? They're going to try and use this venue as a platform to really kickstart their 2025 campaign. Who do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, well, for me, it's the great hope of the United States. It's Griffin colapinto, our defending event champion. He's won here twice in the past, and I think the most important part about Griffin is how complete of a surfer he is. He can do it going right, he can do it going left. Excellent in the air, and of course he can barrel ride with the best of anybody too, but just his victories so far have mostly been on the lefts actually, and you just look at his evolution overall in the past 3 or 4 years. The guy to me is a world championship contender, and especially winning over in Fiji, Jess, I feel like this could
He usually starts a bit slow. Like we've seen it last year, he almost didn't make the cut, but this year he's already better. He already started at Abu Dhabi with the 5th place, and you know, once he gets to that 3rd gear, he's very hard to beat. He's so consistent. He's probably the best guy in the air on tour right now as far as consistency and variety. Obviously, we have guys like Italo, Filipe that are amazing, but if you talk about consistency and variety in the air and different grabs,
he's the guy.
He's second to none. Like both frontside and backhand, and this wave suits him so well. We've seen it like this is way overhead waves. Tube riding is amazing. Style is on point, and he's growing. Like he's getting more mature, and I think he's gonna kill it.
And he can compete, which is a lot of people still tend to see him as the free surfer. He's just as good as a competitor as anybody else on tour, and I think that's why most goofies pick him as a future world champ.
No doubt, and that's all because of his style and how relaxed he looked. Like people tend to get tense on a jersey, and he just looks so relaxed. Like beautiful style, clean, you know, kind of like that Rob Machado type of vibe that you get. Hard to do that on a jersey.
Great point.
Past winners here since 2015. A lot of Brazilian flags flying there. They've been absolutely dominant, as we've been talking about. But of course, Griffin, who we just chatted about, couple of wins here for him, and he's going to want to try and rekindle that winning feeling. Let's see how he goes about doing that. Opening round is coming up real soon. Join us for more live from Portugal right after this.
Guys, I can tell you there's a couple of ways that will go in. Make sure those are your last ones. It's time for 5 to win.
Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge, a great event for the Euros, back here in Portugal for Championship Tour competition, which also means a chance to get involved for the fans in the form of Fantasy Surfer. And as luck would have it, we got a couple of Fantasy Surfer savants standing by to chat all things teams. Kaipo, Strider, do you copy?
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, salt and pepper here. Ready to put some seasoning on WSL Fantasy. With that being said, Strider, okay, men's power surfer, who do you got?
Kind of the obvious, Italo Ferreira. The guy's on fire. He's in shape. He's got great equipment. He's got a great coach with Reynos Hayes. He's got that, like, the turtle they call Reynos, and then you've got the Energizer Bunny on the other side. They meet up perfectly in the middle for a great combination for a world title.
Well, there you go. That's your power surfer pick. My power surfer pick for the women, Strider, call me Captain Obvious.
Well, yeah, Katie.
Katie Simmers. Yeah, she's just a whole nother level right now is what I'm seeing from Simmers in the yellow jersey. She's going to be the one, if she's your power surfer, giving you double points. Let's go to sleepers. Who do you see as a men's sleeper, a sneaky pick?
I'm going to go with the beach break master, big waves, at Allen Cleveland Jr. That guy is an animal in beach breaks, so we're going to give him a nod out here at Super Tubos.
There you go. And I'm going to go for my sleeper. Not a sleeper, she's a live wire, Erin Brooks. So remember, women's, you lock in at your team in at the round of 16. Men's, you lock your team in at the round of 32. I heard the horn, Paul. Let's get it going.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. You don't need to lock your teams in yet, but probably a good idea to get your placeholder team there. And then just in case you're away from the internet for a while, you got your team locked in. Meanwhile, let's set the heat for opening round. Having a look at the champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro, Barron Mamiya. Unbelievable performance from him at home on the North Shore to kick off the season. Also, the big, powerful, goofy Cole Auschman out of California. And the rookie, Edgard Grogia. Those three out in the water to kick things off this morning. Half an hour for them. find a couple of waves. And the name of the game, Jesse, as ever, it's basically avoiding that elimination round. That's what you don't want to do, is end up in third place here.
I know, mostly with the forecast for later on, we're going to have a little bit of an onshore. Obviously, the tide's going to be on our side because it's going to be a little bit higher. So with the onshore, it helps, gets a little bit more rippable. But you want to avoid that for sure, Paul. Like, you don't want to be sitting in that spot with the decreasing swell, you know, that we're probably going to have later on as we see up and right in Edgeguard.
Grajia into it, backside, traveling behind the curtain. That one will just run away from him a touch. And he won't be able to find an exit there. And the rookie rolling up the sleeves already this year and getting involved is a bit unlucky, really, over at Surf Abu Dhabi. I thought in the warm-ups he looked really good and just brought something a little bit different in terms of his line. An early loss for him there, and he's up against it in terms of trying to get some points behind his season. And it's pretty hollow out there, but you can just see on that replay as well, there's some sections that really will just drain and run pretty quick.
Yeah, mostly with, he just hit that whitewash part. So it gets pretty crumbly, it gets hard to navigate, and gets tight. So that's what happened on that wave for Edgeguard, but had a good setup in the beginning. It's just maybe a little bit of a too much of a bigger wave before the previous to that one, and made things a little not smooth sailing for him.
Barron Mamiya with the priority out there in red at the moment, a little adjust as he just keeps an eye on things. And really, I mean, let's just reflect on what he was able to do at the start of the year as well. In terms of finding tubes out here, obviously it's a really hollow wave, that's going to be important. But it's not just about that as well. Let's see how he goes about putting a campaign together here. But what a performance for him over on the North Shore as well. In terms of that confidence, how do you carry that over to the other side of the world? A new venue, you're in a wet, it's completely different, but how do you get that winning feeling going again?
I mean, he has to, because we expect him to do so well in those type of conditions, mostly at home. He obviously won there twice already, so he's proven to everyone that he's capable of. But the challenge for him, it's actually on the other waves, like the more rippable, smaller side, less powerful waves. So he needs to carry that momentum in order to be in the top 5, because that's where he starts to lack a little bit of maybe confidence, because the level is there. It's just maybe finding a rhythm and getting used to these conditions.
There goes Cole up on a smaller wave with a wall in front with some speed. He's having a look at going on the attack. Didn't quite find the section he was looking for there.
I'm actually excited to watch Cole, mostly in this heat right now, to adapt to the situation, because obviously the last 2 days the waves have been firing, and I was surfing a lot with him. He probably got the best wave that we've seen it throughout this last 2 days. Most of you probably seen it on the internet, on social media. But he was actually, as soon as the tide started to get a little bit higher, there's still plenty of barrels out there, but he was looking for turns waves. Like, he would come up to me, he was like, oh, I just want to find like a rippable wave like this. I want to get my foot in the wax and feel the board how it is actually to do turns. So I think that was a smart idea for him, probably looking forward in the forecast, knowing that the waves are going to decrease and there's probably going to be more on the rippable side. So hopefully he warmed up and he's going to show it to us this morning.
We'll look to go again here. Hausman, who basically won the warm-ups out here with an unbelievable tube, gets a quick crack there, just connecting with some energy. It's just a short one-turn wave, but significantly different in terms of conditions, what we've had the last couple, in terms of just a little bit of loss in the height of the swell, but still the shape really good. Again, the maneuvers, as you mentioned, that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's smart for him. You can't really relay on barrels right there, right now. If it comes towards you, you're gonna be able to manufacture, but there are not many out there. Like, there's a lot of turn waves, so they really got to keep an eye in order not to just have the tube helmet and sit in for 20 minutes just trying to find that perfect wave, because it might not come to you.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen surfers in practice as well be dominant, really good, and then trying to find that in your heat, all of a sudden totally different. You can sit out there all day for a warm-up wave, you only need one, and you watch a clip at the end of the day, but that might have been a couple of hours wait for that thing to come through. You just got half an hour. Hey, you do need to find 2 scores.
Yeah, and that's the difference of those guys that are able to adapt to the situations, right? Like, the best in the world are very good at that, and he identified that probably talking to Louis, very experienced surfer, Luke Egan, which is his coach, and it's in his corner the last few years, and he knows well. But look at the sets approaching right now in the lineup. There's still lots of size out there, and fortunately for us, because I thought it was going to be much smaller today.
Still some solid ones coming through. Just in terms of that practice, actually, I guess this has been the first venue this year where surfers really have had a chance to do a lot of reps. Pipe notoriously pretty hard to get warm-up waves. Surf Abu Dhabi, they get allocated a certain amount of waves. It's not like you can just go and keep doing reps. So something different here, and that'll probably be a theme even throughout the heats as well. It does seem like that venue where you do get the opportunity. Maybe if you need a score, you can come inside a little bit. So something unique in terms of maybe just leveling that playing field a touch for our surfers from deep. Here goes Hausman. What's he got here? He's got a section, multiple bottom turn wiggles for him, and that one never really lined up for him. It just ran away and got tight and closed out. Here goes Mamiya, backside, trying to put it inside the tube. He'll get cover, he'll get tunneled, he'll travel, and he'll come out. Nicely done. Down onto a small inside section, but lengthy, prolonged time behind the curtain there for Barron Mamiya, champion once again at the Lexus Pipe Pro to kick off the season. And think about seasons in the past where he's got that momentum early on and maybe hasn't really carried it through, looking to do that first heat of the morning here.
I mean, what a special way to start the event off, right? Like, that's a beautiful way from him. Very clean face, as you can see it right there. Starts to get hollow, and he eyes it down the section in front. Almost felt like I thought he was not slowing himself down enough, but hey, just don't talk about it. He's probably the best tube rider in the world right now, and he just identified the section right in front of that. As you see, he slows down himself, but not so much, but that's because he saw that section right in front, and he starts to pump down the line, goes through that deeply, completely disappears, comes out clean, and that's the special wave that I was talking about. There's not going to be many of those today. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I expect to not see that many clean barrels today, mostly with the decreasing swell and onshore winds coming later on. So special way to start and good rhythm for Barron.
Yeah, you feel like that's going to be our first proper score of this heat and the events coming for Barron Mamiya as he gets some serious tube time. And now the involvement of Hausman and Grajia will be significant. Still plenty of time, 22 minutes. But how many times have we seen throughout the years here with the swirl, with the tide moving? A lot of clock time can be eaten away really with repositioning here. Trying to be in the right position and figure all of that out. It is one of those playing fields, really dynamic, everything in play at all times. But great to see that clean water opening up for Barron Mamiya, who always looks pretty cash as well. He doesn't see a lot of emotion necessarily from him throughout his heats. Just seems to dial that energy back, and it's the formula that's worked for him down the years.
No doubt about it. He's in a good rhythm, and he's proven to everyone how good he's in heavy conditions and tube riding. And starting off with a banger for conditions that we have on offer right now, that's a great way to start.
In a moment for Barron to just exhale and think, all of that prep that I did, all of the warm-up that I got done, it's paying off already. A 7-point ride for him, a really significant score. And that will just allow him just to relax those shoulders a bit as well and really breathe his way into this heats. Stack lines coming through here at Super Tubos. Priorities with the rookie, Grajia. He's been unbelievable on the Challenger Series in this part of the world in Portugal, now on the Championship Tour with a big crack. Gave it loads, I think identifying it would be a one-turn section. Got the release of the tail, but in terms of where the judging is and the scoring, turns like that, I mean, it's going to help him, but not exactly the wave he's after.
Yeah, I don't think it was the smart way to pull the trigger. As you could see on that wave, was kind of moving inside. He had to scratch it a lot to get in. And as you see it, he almost didn't catch that wave, and he was battling for probably about 5 feet before that. And just loses a little bit of energy, comes in too much and gets very stretched out on the bank, but beautiful turn, nice bottom turn. He pushes that back foot, gets a good release. Probably the best turn we've seen it so far in this heat, but I don't think, I mean, you never know how it's going to turn out the heat, but I don't think that's going to be enough. You need a combination of maneuvers on a day like today, or a big air or a nice barrel. So this is what he's going to be looking at. Just that one nice critical turn, I don't think it's going to come into a big score.
Mamiya dropping that 7. There's our scale, so coming in the very good range. Jesse, we like to talk a lot about setting the scale first heat of the day. What exactly does that mean? What's that about?
I mean, that means that those guys are the guinea pigs. Everyone's looking at them and expecting what they're going to get, but as soon as the judges put the score on, they have an idea of what's happening and what the judges are looking for. So right now we have a scale set for tube riding, right? Like, they already know how that looks like, and that's what they're going to look for out there. And also, as soon as I feel like we have a combination of maneuvers, a combo for any of the surfers, and then the surfers that are watching for the next few heats are going to have an idea of what they're looking for in terms of maneuvers. So this is what kind of it means to look at your scale, go out there and perform.
The name of the venue, Super Tubos. If you go out, you get behind the curtain and completely disappear. You will get rewarded this morning. The 7-in for Barron Mamiya. Certainly the best of the opening hostilities here. Day one of the waiting period, straight into it. Enjoying the remnants of a pretty solid spot. It's been more or less non-stop the last few weeks. And there's going to be no shortage of energy from the Atlantic in the coming days. Perhaps maybe a little too much as a storm will get close to us a couple of days' time. But before that happens, it looks really clean out there at the moment on the surface of the water. Light offshores currently. Monitor that wind throughout the day, but surfers really looking at opportunities. And as we mentioned in Dawn Patrol, former semi-finalist last year, it'll be his first entry to CT for Crosby. Meanwhile, Mamiya on the forehand, carving an error, just losing the fins and going down.
Yeah, that was interesting. It's not the typical situation where you're going to see someone lose the fin. He's actually checking the fin right now because it wasn't like there was so much pressure, he had so much speed that sometimes makes you disengage the fins and the rail, but right there, starts off nicely, but just maybe hit a bump that we couldn't see sometimes, you know, on the screen. It's very easy to just judge, but once you're actually in the water, there's so much more happening under your board that the surfers feel, but we cannot identify. So just an interesting one right there. I didn't expect that to happen. He didn't as well. That's why he checked his board to see if the fins were still in place under the board.
Something of an unforced error there for Barron Mamiya as he looks to get a back up on the board and really put himself in a pretty comfortable position. In terms of two surfers making it through, you've already got a 7 locked in, get something mid-range and see where you go. Live action, Hauschman, here he is, bangs off the top. Just sinks that board, bogs the rail. We are seeing surfers right now just struggling a little bit to really connect out here. A little bit in between, there are some tubes out there, but when they're not there, in terms of finding the maneuvers, the way's a little bit stretched out, and it's challenging our competitors at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not your typical beach break that it's soft and nice, you know, like it's very unforgiving. There's a lot of water moving. It's very close to shore, so you can see that a lot of the times the surfers are take off on a clean face wave, and then they hit the whitewash. You're gonna see Barron up and riding.
Mamiya again here, driving, being patient, adjust the feet, and then cleans things up with a wrap high in the pocket. He'll tag it again, and that was exactly what he was trying to do really on that last wave. Get a backup score on, and he gets it done there with a combo of turns. Again, just checking the fins, but nice flow here from Barron.
Yeah, beautiful flow, but as I mentioned, as you see it, it looks like he takes off on a very clean wave, but all of a sudden, just as soon as the wave slows itself down, already has some texture to it, so that doesn't help the surfers to engage the rail. It makes it a little bit more tricky, a little bit more noisy under the foot. They have a lot of sensibility throughout the board and what the water is giving them. So, but nice way to back himself up. Like, I think he needs to put some pressure into the opponents, mostly because he had such a big score for a day like today. So smart move there for him with the second priority, just getting a backup, and now he can have something to build on.
Yeah, not a massive number in for him, a 2.9, but certainly will add to his total. He's in the lead at the moment. Barron Mamiya with a decent tube to kick things off here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Portugal. Stay tuned.
So you heard it straight from the Buchanan, one of our priority judges. It's priority blue, second priority red, priority blue, second priority red, not waiting for the LEDs at the stage. Dr. Blue ready to use that. So priority blue, second priority red, and here we go, red is up. What is the provide Barron Mamiya? Let's take a look at gold. Here's the provider. Top count there. Going into another snap. Almost was the original bounce there, but stayed with it. One more. Count. So 4 units remain. One close. And the back of course. Second close. For one.
Absolute perfection at the pipeline for Mamiya. Unbelievable. And he is so comfortable. This is ridiculous. The skills that he's able to show, and that's what you get from growing up at that wave and really putting himself in very rare company. Jesse, we've been talking, obviously, John for a long time has been really the surfer out of the pipeline. But Barron Mamiya, a couple of wins there on the championship tour, but particularly a wave like that, and we can get carried away a bit, hype things up, but that really was something unique in terms of the way he entered into that wave.
And man, it's actually scary to watch that wave, just the way he paddled and how underneath he was, how much that wave doubled up. Like a surfer that has surfed that wave in that type of conditions know how sketchy that is. And looks like Edgy was up and riding during the break. Nice cover up there. Gets deep in that second session, hits that end bit very hard, but gets unglued. And here, that deep bar left, stretching down the line. Nice first. Good timing from him on the second one. Gets a little sticky on that third one. Went for that bottom turn and just a little bit too lateral. Getting stuck, unfortunate for him, because that was looking good. Gets the nose a little bit there. The wave is a bit wobbly. A lot of whitewash on the face, but managed to work it out something decent. I think obviously Edgy was looking good if he would have finished that last crack and combo it up with that barrel. Probably looking for a mid-range score, you know, with just that barrel. Didn't get too deep. The wave wasn't so clean, but something to build on.
Yeah, inside 12 minutes remaining here. A little scrappy between Hausman and Grajia at the moment. And they need to fight really to avoid elimination around those two. Neither of them have real significant points on the board, so everything available, and it's about catching waves and putting up numbers and trying to attack. Maybe that first place position will stretch away with the number coming in of 5 for Barron, so he's in a really good place. But just look at second and third. There's almost nothing between them, Jesse. And we talk about at Super Tubes, you can really just kind of scrap and try and find stuff. That's what they're going to need to do here.
Yeah, they have to. And just Barron being very selective. Like, he hasn't caught that many waves for a place like here, but the waves he put himself in, they had quality. Clean walls, and looks like Edgy up and riding.
Grajia cracks one, backhand, first turn, and again pushing and drifting, and unable to get that done. And he'll just continue. It'll be a quick paddle out for him. He's still got plenty of time. No need to panic at the moment, but he'll be already feeling a little bit up against it in terms of the way he's connected with waves this morning.
Yeah, that wave kind of running a little bit away for him, like angling a little bit towards the ocean. So he gets the face of the wave nice and smooth, but not steep, as the judges like to see it for you to get critical. So he managed to like do that first nice turn, but the second one already a bit sticky with a little bit of whitewash in it, and just not great wave selection so far from him. Besides that 3.67, if you would have finished that turn, could have been very nice.
Plenty of swell, still in the water. A few rays of sunshine starting to poke through. Feels like the right time to go and say hi to the Watts Strider.
Good morning, thanks. Yeah, down here on the beach, it's just a little conditions update, what we got coming. About 10 minutes off the low tide down here. Tides are massive here in Europe. This thing's gonna swing about 10 feet all the way to the high tide. So right now it's about 1.4, it goes up to about 10.1 feet. That's a lot of tide swing. So on the low tide, it condenses these conditions. You get kind of faster, crunchier waves with less open face. Right now we got a nice little offshore breeze on it, but as the day goes on, we're gonna come with a little onshore, but that's good air wind. And as that tide comes in, it's gonna open up the faces, and we're gonna have a lot more high performance surfing happening. So we're gonna go from kind of like barrels to heavy sections to more opened up, bigger faces and easier to ride. So we'll get some really fun waves this afternoon as well.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Strider, with at the moment, we're looking at surfers like Cole and Edward really trying to connect with this out there, but struggling a little bit to find the sections. Has that surprised you a little bit?
Not really. I mean, you know, with the conditions and the tide getting lower, it's harder to find the waves. You know, there's less and less opportunity, and as the tide pushes back in, you have more and more opportunity. It's kind of like the ocean takes a little breather as the tide gets to the bottom and then slows way down, and, you know, it's just crunchy and fast. But, I mean, I have seen some great waves down the beach at that far bar left. Of course, I've got leftitis, and I'm always watching it. But, you know, there's in the competition area where the guys are sitting, they don't want to give each other opportunity, so they're really kind of all over each other, trying to make sure that they're, you know, capitalizing on whatever comes in.
Looking really good, thanks, mate. Live action, Grajia getting involved. Nice right hand, a good crack as well. Really nice as he pushes hard, too hard again, just overcooking it a touch. And maybe that pressure just starting to show on his surfing as he tries really to force the issue a little bit. And this wave at Super Tubos, a dynamic wave, as you go down the line, ever changing throughout the ride and not quite getting the adjustment there. And the rookie still up against it here, Jesse.
Yeah, he was looking for that barrel in the beginning right there, but kind of got pushed a little bit too much to the bottom of that wave. Had to go around. The first turn was great. Second one, like you mentioned, overcooking a little bit too much. And here's Cole a little bit closer to the far bar left, to the south of us, which I'm actually surprised he didn't sit there for longer, because there has been very good waves, and that wave tends to hold a little bit longer and give you more opportunity.
Barron giving one a belt out the back as it was running away. I think he identified, basically going to close out. A quick wiggle for him. But at the moment, real clear water in terms of that scoreboard from him. He got the 7 in for the tube, which has actually been kind of rare so far this morning. Getting yourself in position. And for a wave, there's a lot of waves that are barreling, but be able to make it out and get deep. He did that, and that 7-point ride really worth its weight in gold at the moment for Mamiya. And a bit of quality from him has really separated himself. Those numbers still really close between Cole and Edgard. Not a lot to split those two. And it's about avoiding that third place position with 7 on the clock. What are you thinking if you're a surfer like Grajia at the moment in third?
I mean, try to get some room, obviously, from Cole. Most likely, he's going to try to keep an eye on you as well. So this is not easy, but there's plenty of opportunities. There's waves coming all the time, so you can kind of maybe push him to committing a mistake, which both of these surfers, right? It's a game of mistakes. Like, really, if you look back, Grajia had 2 opportunities and felt on both of the closeout turns. If you would have landed any of those, you would have been in second position right now, no doubt about it. If you would have finished both of those, you would have been applying some good pressure on Cole. So right now, just letting those opportunity goes, it's costing him a lot, but it's still plenty of time. He only needs a 3.31, and Cole Hausman up and riding.
Here goes Cole on a left, opens up, and he's got so much power, doesn't need to do a lot with the body in order to crack it hard, and a combo for him which will just feel a little nicer to get those connections as well. But we still haven't really seen him completely unleashed so far this morning, but nice energy to this, plenty of speed as well.
Yeah, beautiful second turn right here for him to finish. Applying a little bit more pressure, getting that release. As you see, a nice bottom turn to set up that down the line snap. Gets frothy here, but he manages to get up and clean. Nothing crazy, but just smart surfing for him for the situation of the heat. Most likely will better the score, not by much though.
Heat leader Mamiya again in action. Nice drift on the backhand as he releases those fins, and again, just probing, nice and vert. Won't get the finishing turn. And you can see on the low tide, that last section really just kind of gargling, going dry. The wave gets small real quick and just kind of disappears. But he got work done out the back. Couple of hits from him. And he's been active out here when he needs to be. Meanwhile, an important wave for Grajia. Again, going for that similar turn. And once again, Jesse going incomplete.
Yeah, I don't like what I see from Edgar and from Cole as well. Both of them kind of putting themselves in bad waves, just wave selection. It's not being on point, and you can see the difference on Barron. How that strong start led him to be more free and make smarter decisions. This wave already closing out. He gets a little bit too tight, doesn't open up so much on that lip. As much as that wave didn't have too much opportunity for him, he could have went a little bit bigger. But look at the difference of intensity on the turns. Look how much more dynamic, getting that fin disengaged, probably like 1/4 of that board was outside of the water, so that just showed how critical he was. Overcooking a little bit too much on that last section. The wave loss power already was much smaller. He tried to keep that same energy as the beginning and just went a little bit over that he needed, but beautiful surfing from Barron, and just shows how that quick and solid start frees you up on your head.
It's amazing to see what confidence does as well. You know, you got the points on the board already, that's locked in, and all of a sudden you start seeing opportunities. You don't need to rush things, you can express yourself, and on the other side of that, when you're up against it a bit, maybe snatching a little bit of opportunities, forcing the issue a bit. Certainly what we feel like we've seen from Grajia, even a little bit of that from Hausman as well. Those two still really tight, but Cole pulling away a little bit, the 377 for that left with a couple of turns for him. And just squeezing it a bit right now. 3.9 is that requirement for edgy guard. He's got just over 3.5 minutes to go about doing that. We haven't seen the best of him so far on tour. Obviously, it's pretty unique. The venues we've been over at Pipeline, then in Abu Dhabi, right here in Portugal. These are his kind of conditions, and he will need to try and shine. Here's Cole Hausman, not getting crazy deep, but there's a bit of grunt from him as he'll open up on a smaller wave, and he's looking for a section on the inside. There's not loads for a finish here. Most of his work is done out the back. We'll just tag this to clean things up and really just trying to ram that advantage and put Grajia in a bit of a situation the final few minutes. Meanwhile, trying to get Shub. Here goes edgy guard, getting covered. He's traveling, and he will get clipped by that lip. That wave got pretty tight, and small is always going to be tough to squeeze out from there. It's been a little bit frantic the last few minutes. Loads happening.
Yeah, a lot of, and that's the beauty of this conditions here. Like, we usually don't have the longest period waves here, so, and we have a very stretched out piece of beach here, so it gives the surfers a lot of opportunity, a lot of peaks to kind of identify their own strain and find their own rhythm throughout the heat. So for us, it just gives a lot of waves to watch. And second turn right there kind of lost the rhythm, and then as you see it, he went to that third bottom turn and just got stuck on that last wave. Just very smart surfing here for Cole Hausman. This is a massive turn, a lot of water display, and then the wave gets a little smaller and trickier, but he knows he just needs to better at 3.77 and just milking it all the way through to try and better his situation. Smart surfing for him and smart competing.
Yeah, interesting to see these numbers for Barron. He's throwing away waves that the likes of Cole and edgy guard would love to try and get their hands on. He's thrown away his 5. He got an improvement with the 5.33. Even the 4.13 that he just threw away for what we just watched as well. Those would be vital numbers for surfers like edgy guard. That's exactly what he's looking for. 3.9 is the requirement for him at the moment. I have got a number to come in for Cole though, but final 90 seconds here, really nervy moments these. The surfers look to try and avoid elimination. At the moment, it's the rookie out of Brazil. Gragia's heading to the elimination round unless he can get himself a number. That requirement may nudge up a bit. We get the last score to come in for Cole Hausman, but all sorts going on out in the lineup at the moment. Here's Grajia getting some cover, and that way just not cooperating for him at all, and it's almost summed up his heat really. He's just looked a little bit out of touch with conditions.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And those 2 closeout turns that he had, he would have been looking probably into the 5-point range in both of those waves, and it would have been enough for him to get that second spot as we speak. Barron up and riding.
Mamiya with a pump, it's clean, and he emerges. He'll adjust the feet here, and he'll jam one off the lip as well. And again, really, just to sort of sum up the way the energy's gone and the heat for him, he's been in the right place. He's found waves that have stayed open. He's looked comfortable and controlled. He's shown us very good surfing to the tune of a 7-point ride. And he is in fine fettle here this morning. This will feel good.
Another beautiful barrel, and just the difference of rhythm, how that start paid off so much for him. Edgeguard had the first priority, went on this first wave, was nice and clean, but just a small and very quick barrel with the closeout, and then on the wave behind, you could see Barron on the screen right there. About 20 seconds after, he was on a beautiful wave. Cole Hausman doing some damage right there. Look, did you see the difference of surfing on that last wave, how he was more freed up? Like, you can see that he's more sure-footed, know exactly what he's doing, redirecting that board a bit more and pushing harder. So that's what he needed to do from the start, but just sometimes it's just very hard to do it. Look how much more freedom he has on that wave. See that body extension right there on that second turn. Even that head right there, he whipped it around and finished it off with just a little turn, but beautiful surfing for him to finish it off, and that's going to build his confidence into the next round. As you're going to see it right here, look how much he's going to redirect that board, and once again, and that's probably, that might be the worst wave, one of the worst waves he got on the heat, but he just had the freedom of free surfing. And that's what Barron had since the start, and that's the difference it gets. It reflects on your scores because the judges are paying attention if you're looking stiff, if you're looking a sense of urgency and you're not confident.
Cole letting the surfing breathe there. The number for his last wave, but inconsequential really. He was already in second, and it's all wrapped up in terms of Grajia. But what about this guy, Mamiya, who dropped a 7.5 for that right-hander at the end? So bookending his heat with amazing scores, 14.5 are great returns for the conditions on offer, and his confidence absolutely rekindled. He went perfect at the Lexus Pipe Pro. He's looking pretty good here at Super 2 Bus. We'll keep it going. We'll see Rio Wider, Crosby Colapinto, Marco Migno live right after the break.
Thank you.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Saturday morning in Peniche, Portugal. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. And sunny skies and some crisp lines heading out the Atlantic to greet surfers like Rio Wider out of Indonesia. He's looked great so far this year. Crosby Colapinto, haven't seen him in a jersey. Did himself a mischief at the pipe, hurt the elbow. He's back at it here in a place where he was able to get semi-finish last time out. Marco Migno, a rookie on tour, representing France. Grew up in Mexico, an electric surfer with a big air game. Rio Wider, someone else who is always able to adjust his surfing to conditions and be super relevant. And he'll be relishing a chance to go at it here, getting involved with a big hit to open things off. Jesse.
This is the second wave from him, as we can have a look here. Nice first crack. Second turn just overcooking, getting a little bit too high. Disengaging that fin too much and lost control. But third wave already for him in and out. Like, it feels like he is trying to get busy, and I think it's a smart decision on a beach break with so much opportunity.
In terms of trying to establish yourself on this tour, it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, come in. It's so hard to really try and get results against this field. Have you been surprised to see how well he's competed, how versatile he's been around the world? He's got such a professional act. Everything about him seems so dialed in for success as well.
No, I actually don't feel surprised at all. You know why? Because this is the most hard-working surfer we have on tour right now. I have been seeing him in every spot. We usually come pretty early, right, Paul? Like, we're the first ones to get here pretty much. And every day, he's just down here at dawn. Not just here, but in pipe as well. Obviously, Abu Dhabi, you don't need to do that because your waves are allocated. But every spot he's been putting on the work, he's putting on the work outside of the water, and it's paying off. As you see it right there, he's confident. And that's all just because of all the work, and he knows he's previously prepared for what's ahead of him right now.
Got his qualification done down the coast to Cero a couple of years ago. Early in the event that happened, and he was basically hitching rides up here to practice at Super 2 Boss for the CT. That's how much he likes to practice and warm up. Meanwhile, Crosby colapinto, his first wave of the 2025 season, some backhand whips from him. Marco Migno, here he goes, getting involved himself, trying to create a little bit of space for him. And in terms of beach breaks, he'll be also very well versed in those. His qualification, got a lot of it done here on the coast of Portugal. And then the Challenger Series campaign for him really clicked together. He is a confidence performer as well. Once it all starts to line up for Marco, he really can be absolutely lethal. His air game's pretty wicked as well. Great in the tube. He's appeared here before as a wild card. But he's also someone that's not here to make up the numbers. He's got that determination, a bit of aggression about him. He's going to need to find that. What did he get done on this left?
I just love that first bottom turn, how he delayed himself, went very deep, and was able to get a little bit of that critical part of the wave. And here it seems like this guy didn't miss the last two events. Look how solid he looks, just very sure-footed, no wobbles throughout the turns. Finish it off with a nice floater. Didn't have much opportunity in that last section, so he had to kind of get up there and put it down the line and came out pretty clean. So you can see, you can notice the difference on the surfers, like how much it counts for them to know the scale previously to paddling out. Like you can see that they know exactly what they need to do, and they're more confident because there's so much questions asked when you're the guinea pig heat, like when you're the first heat of the event. No one knows what the scales looks like, and now they have an idea already of what a 7 looks like from what Barron has previously done on both left and right, and they can kind of perform on top of that.
Yeah, also thinking about just trying to avoid third as well and get yourself in first or second, being pragmatic in terms of the numbers you might need. Meanwhile, trying to go right up the scale with some tube time. Rio wider, he's good enough to come out and go up and click one for a hit on the end as well. So wasting no time at all. Trying to identify hollow sections here at Super 2 Boss. The 4 for his opening ride. He'll get another number as well that he'll keep. Rear wider looking to continue what's been a great campaign in 2025. This one stretched away, but he was good enough to line this up. Got a hit to finish too.
And that's the difference from Edgar Gragia. Like obviously Edgar's barrel was a little bit cleaner, but this was nice and deep, got a bit crunchy on the end, but he finished it off, and that's very important because when you have an amazing barrel, you're gonna get the scores out of it, no problem. But when you have an average to a below average barrel, you need to combo it up with something, and that was a critical section. Finish it off. Reynolds Hayes stoked. He looks solid on his foot, making smart decisions. Dreamy wave here for Crosby. Once again, finding that nice open up left, and we do have kind of a steep, very steep west swell. So what that does, it comes kind of from an angle and runs those lefts down the line. This is nice and wide open. Beautiful technique, putting that front knee to slow himself down. Gets a bit crunchy on the end, which it happens a lot here at Super Tubos, but comes out and combos it up, finish it off strong. Just a dreamy way to start a heat as well. A 5-point right to start. This is probably looking decent as well for him and applying pressure on the opponents.
A great start to competition for the likes of Barron Mamiya in the opening heat. Let's go and have a chat with him. He's with AJ.
Thanks, Paul. Barron, we always talk about being the first heat and the pressure that comes with it of figuring out the ocean this morning. You did it quickly. How?
Yeah, I surfed early, caught a couple waves. Yeah, I just wanted to, get a good start and get in a rhythm. I honestly wasn't even trying to get barreled. I was like, hey, I want to do some turns. Like, I haven't done a turn in a heat in a while. I mean, since the pool, I guess, doesn't really count because it wasn't like the ocean, but I was trying to get turns out there, and then I just was getting barreled the whole time. So I was like, all right, whatever, this is all good. Like I was getting scores and stuff. It was really cold this morning. My wax was like almost like slippery or something, or my feet were frozen, and I kept falling on my last turns on my waves. But yeah, like all in all, I was stoked. The waves are super fun. Like the tide's draining out, so the waves are bottoming out, and there's fun little barrels. So it was sick. It feels like a day at home at like the sandbar or something.
I was going to say looking for turns, but the barrels just seem to follow you from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Walk me through how this board in particular is a little bit of a magic stick for you finding barrels.
Yeah, so this is a 6-1 CI Pro. This is the board I rode on the finals day at Pipe. I won on it. I haven't rode it since. I rode it only early in the morning. Oh, wow. I rode it early this morning just to, you know, feel it out again. But yeah, it still works magic, and I'm super stoked.
As you should be. Congratulations, Barron.
Thank you so much.
Paul, also catching you up on Crosby colapinto, of course, he's making his 2025 CT debut after having to miss the first 2 events. I caught up with his coach, Tommy Witz, and he told me that he's wearing a compression sleeve on that elbow that he injured earlier this year, just as a precautionary measure, try and keep the swelling down, keep him comfortable out here in the water here in Portugal. I talked with Crosby yesterday, and he is so excited to be back here for the 3rd event of the CT. So Tommy said before Crosby hit the water this morning, his biggest reminder to him was to just stay calm, to make sure that he doesn't feel the pressure of having to go out and chase every single wave and really catch up right away. Instead, it's all about letting the wave come to him, and that he hasn't missed a beat in terms of his surfing, and instead he said to just let things happen out there in the water here to start his 2025 campaign.
Yeah, great insights. Thanks, AJ. Crosby colapinto looking really good. It's working for him this morning. The technique that we saw on that slow-mo replay, pulling that rail of the board up. You see how precise he is inside these tubes. And any kind of, you think about the mental stuff as well. You got the physical discomfort, but sometimes coming back from an injury might just play on your mind. Doesn't look like it so far this morning for Crosby.
Yeah, sometimes also the same way you can apply pressure, sometimes it elects, gives you a little bit of freedom, because you know you're just coming back. You can't really ask so much of yourself. Obviously, there's the pressure of trying to requalify for the Tour, which he missed 2 events already, which is a big test, but yeah, just good to see him back, and good to see him like solid and in a good rhythm with the ocean. Massive air here for Mark, and that's what I really want to see from a guy like him. Like, he can take advantage of how consistent he is. We've seen it on the Challenger Series before, how good he is in the air. Oh, looks like a little bit of a paddle motion right there. 2nd priority with Crosby and 3rd priority with Marco. A lot of commitment there, in my opinion, from Crosby, so I wouldn't be surprised if he loses priority over that paddle.
Let's see how that goes down here. Marco just asking the question. He'll be competitive throughout any way that he can. Any slight advantage that he'll try and can get for himself in terms of that priority. Just having a little look to see how that plays out. We saw him in the air. Didn't go complete there, but he's got a crazy make rate as well. It'll also be someone, if we get the opportunity in the section to do multiple airs on the same wave, go alley-oop, go air reverse rotation. He can mix things up with the very best. He's an electrifying young surfer, but he's got his work cut out here. Meanwhile, this is the other side of the game. So having a look at how committed was Crosby.
I think he was committed, in my opinion. Obviously, that wave was running way below those guys. Most likely, both of them weren't be able to catch that wave, but I felt like he had a commitment to that paddle right there. The judges didn't think so, but that's okay. It's interpretation of the situation, and Crosby up and riding.
Using priority here, he's got a ramp, he's got speed, and got most of that rotation done. The landing just sort of disappeared underneath him, and he will throw that one away. Checking the equipment down on the inside. It is a heavy section on the low tide. There's not a lot of water there at all. That big sandbar pretty much going dry. You can walk most of the way out of the lineup and then a quick jump through, punch through a couple of lines of white water. You're out on the lineup. So in terms of doing multiple reps, it is a quick paddle back, but what you're really trying to do is find yourself clean water like this wave here from Rio, which will stretch out, and we'll see a bit of that on the low as the waves just hit the sandbar on the inside and run real quick. And it looks like a board change here for Crosby colapinto.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there for him. Most likely a board buckle or something, because his board looked very good on that first wave for turns and in the barrel. So probably getting a little switch there. If we get some insight on that.
Tommy Witz with the backup boards. So this was the air.
Yeah, just eyeing it down that section down the line, knowing that that wave didn't have too much to offer for him in the beginning, but as he landed, you can see how crunchy he got there. Like, he put a lot of pressure on that front foot, extended the leg right there, almost towards the nose, and as he landed with the water coming up, there's just a lot of weight. That guy probably weighs, how much, 80 kilos plus? So the board didn't handle that amount of pressure, and you can see it, it's right under the front foot. When he slides that front foot forward to make that board more stable for the landing, he lands up and cracks the board in half right there.
Live action here. Here goes Rio. Incisive backhand work from him, just whippy to get the turns done. Make sure he avoids Crosby, who's trying to paddle out and get back into the lineup. So Rio with a couple of fours in. It's actually quite close between those two. Let's go down and get insights from Strider.
Yeah, down here with the broken board, we got a little buckle here in the front there. Looks like when he came out of that big air, like you were saying, he's pressing on the front. But, you know, we get in with Tommy Whitaker here. He gave him a couple words before he paddled back out.
Yeah, just giving him confidence on those decisions. He's had a really clean start to the heat, and it's his first heat of the year. So, you know, that first event's always a little like questionable, like a little nervous, a little excited. So, really clean decisions for him.
Well, there you go. He's making the right choices. Looks like the equipment failed under his feet, but he's on a new board out there right now.
Thanks, Strider. Crosby colapinto is in the lead in this one at the moment. A 5.43 and a 5, good enough for a lead. About halfway point in the heat. More live action from Portugal right after this. Line up here this morning, a little flyover, checking out the town of Peniche. It's a nice looking Saturday morning. Action good already out in the water. Getting caught up on the Vissla CT Shaper ranking. Sharp Eye at the moment in front, not a lot in it, just 2 events locked in. Of course, Rio Wider out there at the moment on the Sharp Eye equipment. He's going all right, sitting in second place in this heat at the moment. And let's see how that equipment translates to performance throughout competition here. Backup boards, they'll probably be pretty similar in terms of just replicating exactly the feel of what surfers got on their favorite board. This will be a venue which will test equipment. Already seen the buckle for Crosby colapinto, and then straight back out all of the work with the boards. That'll be done in preparation. I guess when you're tube riding though, not thinking about the board, it's not doing so much as kind of turns wave where we're looking at those sensitivities. The last few days it's basically been about making the takeoff, right? And then the rest of the work from there is just about enjoying the view.
If it's just a very intense paddle and takeoff. After that, you usually kind of tread into an auto pretty well. Sometimes you have those doggy door situations here that it happens, mostly with the lower tide, you know, gets a little bit more straight. But yeah, different scenario today for sure. All of those surfers are changing equipment from what they rode yesterday.
Marco needs to get involved here. He's not had a great heat so far in these kind of conditions, really. This is his bread and butter, tidal beach breaks, as he'll load up here and go for an alley-oop. Not quite getting the velocity it looked like. A little bit of a slow one, and this is uncharacteristic. Jason Aparicio is not enjoying what he's seen so far. Still 11 minutes to go. Tube time for Crosby, the heat leader. Can he emerge? Doesn't look like he will. And those rights will run real fast, particularly on this low tide at the moment, and just stretch away. But Marco, multiple opportunities. That was wave number 6 for him. He hasn't connected so far. He needs to keep it going here.
Yeah, he needs to start to build up on the scores that he have right now pretty soon, because with 10 minutes left, it's not much time to give you opportunities out there, mostly with 2 surfers on top of you and guys like Crosby and Rio. But
yeah, solid wave for him as he just made the adjustment, didn't he? Mid-face, looked like he was trying to pull in, then he just straightened down the wave, avoided the impact of the lip, but it will just be a quick throwaway. Rio, a couple of 4s for him. He'll want a lot more. Interesting to see him ditch the board there. So not a crazy big day, but testament to the power here. Decided not to try and duck dive.
And that's also sometimes, like, because the tide's so low, it gets very shallow there, so it doesn't give you too much room as well to actually get a good deep duck dive. Like, those guys can duck dive probably about 3 foot under the water, you know, like, obviously not with the face of the wave covering them, but flat. Like, they could get pretty deep, but with the waters being that shallow right there, it doesn't give you room. So sometimes it's just better to bail and save the energy as well. Maybe saving a poke of the nose on the sand, you know, maybe breaking the nose or something. So sometimes surfers decide to do that. Most surfers, I feel like today, they would probably manage to just duck dive itself out of it, but some situations you would do it.
9.5 on the clock for Marco Mignot to get his skates on here, really. Not had a great heat. Doesn't mind a bit of pressure. Can respond really well when he's asked the question. He's going to need to try and do that. The rookie on tour, 24 years old, representing the tricolor of France. Grew up in Mexico. Spent a lot of time surfing over there, but all of his qualification was done in Europe, out on the QS here for a number of years. Got great results up and down the coast here, down at Caparica, the other side of Lisbon. Was a happy hunting ground for him. And he's going to really need to try and find that, because in terms of venues on tour, this is really the sort of stuff that he's very well versed in. He's been coming and competing on these shores for a long time. And after being unable to really go huge in terms of results the first couple of events of the season, this will be really significant for him here. He looked pretty uncomfortable, particularly warming up in Abu Dhabi. As one of those surfers that struggled a bit. Improved a lot, actually, towards, you know, the end of his practice waves, but didn't get a great result there, and Portugal will be significant for him. Here's a bomb of a wave, a late drop for Rio wide up, and that one will shut down for him. And he'll get a little ragdolled there as well. So this low tide hitting hard. The impact, you can see the whitewater exploding really, and there's nowhere for the water to go other than upwards. And that will change as the tide will swing and fill back in. And mid-tide is generally what we want, best conditions here. But you see the elevated drop, how late that was for Rio.
Yeah, just unfortunate for him. Missed opportunity. You can see the surfers right there. Like I watched that wave. Looking back here, as soon as he took off, and that wave was actually opened up pretty nicely. There was a bit of a crumble sections right there, but he was able to get some room against the opponents. He was a little bit to the right of the screen right there, as you can see him moving back left to the main peak, and found that gem of a wave, had a good barrel section, but he took a little bit too long to start paddling for, thinking that wave was probably going to be a little bit slower, but with the tide bottoming out, just the bottom of the wave just disappears under you, and he airdropped it into that wave and wasn't able to engage again, unfortunately, because that was a missed opportunity for Rio to get probably a pretty decent score and apply more pressure into Marco, or maybe even going into first place, because he only needs a 5.83.
Yeah, pretty tight one this, isn't it? Crosby, his work done early on with a pair of 5s. Since then, he's had a buckled board. He's been back on the beach, and he's out there, but he's been unable to add to his scores since then. And right now, as you mentioned, those requirements, it's 5s really to go to first for Rio, and also for Marco Mignot to threaten that second position. So really all up for grabs here, 6.5.
one thing that surprises me in this lineup right now, like Marco Mignon had priority for a portion of the heat, and he was actually sitting right in front of us to the right of your screen, probably about 30 yards or so, like maybe even 50 yards. But as soon as he lost priority, he kind of got close to the opponents, and he sits in 3rd place right now. Crosby has priority over him, and he sits right by him, which I don't think is the smartest idea. Like, there's not many opportunities of good quality waves. And if you have someone like Crosby on you, if the wave comes to him, he's gonna swing and go and block you from getting that wave. So I'd like to see him, Marco, just kind of maybe getting a little gap, a little bit of distance from Crosby like Rio is doing right now. Like, he's way far on the left side of the bank. And if a wave comes to him, he's gonna be by himself and able to actually have an opportunity to get a score. So I think there's a little bit of lack of heat IQ right there for Marco in this specific moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. It's not like we've seen 3, 4, 5 wave sets come through and offer sort of multiple opportunities with real quality then. Real close together, those two. Marco having a look and maybe just trying to force something. It's an interesting tactic. We'll see how it plays out. Just over 5 on the clock. He's got not a lot going at all. The 3-4-3 he got early on. Since then, bit of a shocker from him. Hasn't been able to go over a 1 with half a dozen waves or so. But the good news from his point of view, 517, I mean, that is not a big number at all. He's very capable of that. But that mental game that we talk about from, well, particularly the rookies, but from everyone as well, but having to try and really keep that cool, calm headspace. Meanwhile, clean water for Crosby Colapinto, the heat leader, a vigorous carving, slashing turn in the pocket. He'll combo it with a little drift out of the lip. The 3rd turn is complete as well. And that is exactly the wave he's been waiting for patiently. This big bro goes through the motions. Multiple winner here in the pass. So good. So far, so good for the Colapintos. Must be going all right. I
mean, he's doing very, like his Tommy Whitaker said, his coach, like he's been doing smart decisions. And once again, you can see it right there. That was a beautiful wave. Had priority, he took over Marco Mignon, which is his opponent, and could potentially turn the heat to 1st place. Beautiful 2nd turn, finish it off strong. Not a massive score, but just solid, clean rails, and got the job done.
Marco here with a bit of a bomb. He's loading up. He'll look to try and get cover. He'll find that here. This one will run away. He was going fast, but not quite quick enough. And he'll have to try and get back here, punch through and get back in the lineup. And also, crucially, try and get a bit of room as well. Let's see the position that you mentioned earlier. Let's see where he goes here. If he can try and get away. Crosby, we're waiting for his last number to come in. But Marco will be unable to add with that last effort from him. He's not found the right ways at all so far in 26.5 minutes of surfing.
But the problem is he can try and find room right now, but the difference of this situation of the heat before, it was he had priority over Rio Waida, which was the 2nd place surfer in this heat at the moment. So Rio now it's just going to paddle towards him and block him from the next good wave that comes. Before he had 2nd priority, and surfer in 1st place had 1st priority. So he had a little bit more freedom of actually being peaky and putting himself in the right place off the bank, or actually the place that has been more consistent. But as we speak, there's waves breaking everywhere toward this stretch. So I think the opportunity of getting a gap from the opponents was a little bit before, because now Rio Waida is going to be right on top of him. As we see it, he already is. And Crosby and looking like another bomb.
Yeah, good looking wave. He just slows down that paddle to make sure he doesn't get out in front, get some cover, real steep section. He'll put it up and he will be incomplete on the inside. Did get that marginal improvement on his previous wave, a 5-1, so just adding a little more in terms of points for that connection on the right-hander. Still some beautiful shape waves out here.
Yeah, it's still some nice waves, and that's the beauty of having a beach break. You see the guy in 3rd priority just finding probably the best wave of the heat. That's in my opinion, the first mistake he had on the heat so far. Like, gets nice and deep right there. Could have been a little bit deeper, slowed himself down a little bit more in the beginning, but right here, didn't get up there quick enough. It wasn't easy. It was very hard. The wave was tight. The bottom of the wave is getting pretty flat, so it's hard to transition. But
Marco here trying to rally inside. A couple of minutes to go. Opens up with the 1st turn on the backhand. Just having to force things a little on the face. He'll try and get a finish with a little click to redirect as well, and he'll hang on to that. 90 on the clock. A reminder, 517 is that requirement. So think about what we've seen from Crosby, those 3 turns on the right. Something of that order is what Marco Mamiya's looking for at the moment. Well, crucially, found himself a wave that didn't close out, which was basically the first order of business, because he's really struggled. Where's this one going to go, do you think, Jess?
Down the line, nice first crack, but the wave gets pretty small here and already gets very foamy, which is not pleasing to the eyes for the judges. Did as much as he could on that wave, besides maybe trying to go for a Hail Mary air, but that first turn was the most critical part of the wave, but he had to go a little bit lateral because the wave was running down the line. And then here, where he can redirect a bit more, the wave gets pretty small and whitewashy. I mean, he might better. It's going to be close to his 3.43, but I don't see that coming into a 5.17 that he needs.
Yeah, he's going to need a little more. That's the requirement for him. You're quite right. It comes in 3.27, so still looking for that 5.17. Got about 30 seconds. Has he got a bit of elbow room? He's got third priority. He's going to have to go something. Looking at basically a closeout, maybe a wave behind. Desperation stations really for Marco Mamiya at the moment. Crosby colapinto will get another 5. That's a throwaway for him, so he's been really consistent with those numbers. I love that backhand tube technique from him. Seen it a couple of times, and that'll serve him well throughout the event here. Marco, last roll of the dice for him as we'll count down. What's he got for us here? And again, these are the kind of maneuvers that we're used to seeing him doing with relative ease, but having to force it a bit, not quite connecting with the speed on the section. And it looks like Marco will be heading to elimination round, but great to see Crosby colapinto back in health and back in good form, and really looking like he hasn't missed any events at all. Very much looking like he's comfortable here at this venue. Semi-finalist last time out, and sometimes it's not necessarily about going into huge numbers, but really putting a performance together, and relief on the face there. Rio wider as well. It will be Crosby and Rio that advance. Marco will head to elimination. We'll go to break. When we come back, we'll bring in Kaipo and Mitchell for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona Cero. This is the opening day, first day of the waiting period, and we are going to be battling through this low tide, but the waves have been great, the warm-ups have been great, vibe's been high, and we are thoroughly enjoying our stint here in the Atlantic Kaipo Grill, along with Mitchell Salazar, Sawyer Lindblad, and these guys out on the water. Griffin colapinto, 2-time winner out here. George Patar, the exciting rookie on tour from Manly Beach, and then Maui's Ian Gentile getting the call up because of an injured Gabriel Medina. There we are, Kaipo Guerrero. Mitchell Salazar, my nephew. And the salt to my pepper.
Wow.
Strano Wazalewski. We're having a good time, man. Hey, by the way, Strider, we didn't get a chance to congratulate. We did the fantasy thing. That's right. So we want to shout out Old Dirty Doug for winning fantasy at stop number 2 in Abu Dhabi. Congratulations, Doug. Take a look here, Mitchell. A couple of replays starting with Griffin colapinto.
Yeah, this one coming in as the best of the heat so far, 4.33, and you know, surprising ranking so far throughout the first 2 events. Really nice combination of turns right there on the back end, and this could easily be his backup wave at the end of this heat. Solid stuff, and then started seemed like Gentile right here with a decent one too.
Trying to get barreled, trying to find some open face. Pitar off the bottom, schwack, right up into the corner right there. That's what we like to see, that little sharp transition turn. This is, I think, Ian's best score, though, right here. Big turn right there, falling out of the sky. Some solid surfing. Comes unstuck at the end there. Wow, a lot of waves went down. Look at this. Boom! Big tail waft right there, Salazar.
So I think we're still waiting on that score, Kaipo, but off to a decent start is Gentile right now. And as you said, replacing Gabe, that's a big event for him if he can make it into the quarters or better.
Yeah, so start off, he was a replacement for Gabe over at Pipeline. And I got 17th there. Did not get the call up for Abu Dhabi. He's back on the stop number 3, third stop here. Ian Gentile, 28 years old, out of Paia Maui. And his 3rd season actually on the championship tour. You can see the ranking, a little deceiving because he did not get a second go at it. You mentioned it also before, Mitchell, you alluded to it. Griffin colapinto having an unusually slow start this year on the championship tour. 17th at Pipe, 9th in Abu Dhabi for Griffin colapinto. We expect a lot more from the San Clemente surfer.
100%, and as Strider and I have talked about during our dinner conversations, I think for the United States, Griffin's kind of the big white hope out there, and you know, having more than 30+ years of a non-Californian world champion, like that's pretty difficult to really comprehend and wrap your head around, considering that Tom Curran was the last one to do a Kaipo. I feel like Griffin has a major chance this year, especially considering he already won at Fiji where the finals are this year.
Yeah. I think he's just made those mental errors, you know, like even in the finals, you know, he came up short, just not really putting it all out there on the line, and I think that's what he needs to do if he makes the Final 5 again this year.
Yeah, quick shot of Griffin's younger brother Crosby, who just returned to competition this year after having to sit out the first 2 events. Winning his opening round heat, we'll see Crosby in the round of 32. Remember, back in 2022, when we saw both Griffin and Crosby, when we saw both Griffin and Crosby make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, last year.
That was 2024.
Yeah. Griffin eventually winning his second one here. Kaipo, and as you mentioned, best result for Crosby so far.
This one's going to run away on Ian Gentile at the start. The Maui boy swings the Mayhem a couple of times into the lip, opened with a 4.33, and we'll see where that goes. Griffin colapinto pulls in, traveling through this barrel, and does a burp and catches his rails, unable to complete that. So
the tube monster has been his demise this year. He's at Pipeline, just pulling into massive barrels, trying to come out right at the end. Kapow! Taken down at Abu Dhabi, you know, getting barreled and getting taken out by the weird foam ball thing at the end. Then here, you know, on that little wave, you know, not really having much to show.
I like the patience on this one personally, though, from Gentile. Not rushing anything, Kaipo, and just making sure to be in the right spot at the significant time of this wave. Shouldn't be a major score, but as of right now, it's going to extend his lead. And as you said, been a long-time Mayhem rider, and he's really been one of their key developments when it comes to the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings, too. They're way behind right now, by the way, when it comes to those rankings, and I feel like this could be a major event for them to get that momentum back.
Strider, what's going on with Loss?
You know, the boards are on point. We saw how well everybody's surfing, but those little errors, you know, it happens. And you go down, you lose a heat by, you know, the margin, and it's unfortunate for those guys. But I do feel like at the end of the year, Loss will be right back up on top and win the Vizsla Shaping rankings.
They're back-to-back champs. So when we look at those Vizsla Shaper rankings, Kikas coming up, Frederico Moraes, the pride of Cascais.
The ankle, look at him, he's moving the ankle. You saw him twisting it around right there. He had a really bad injury.
Yeah, I think it's a tibia and fibula fracture. I had to get some hardware in there. I know about that. I've gone through a similar experience, and because they have to bolt your
basically your foot back onto your ankle when you go down like that.
That sounds so gnarly.
And his, you know, the challenge coming from an injury like that is really getting that stability and mobility back in your ankle. Yeah, but the good news is for Kikas, he's going to be coming back stronger than ever once you get some hardware in there. Patar. You talked about the sharp turns, Strider, and that's some sharp turns from the Manly surfer. Really acute angles in his attack.
Well, not just that. I feel like, you know, just considering the judging criteria, you have the 3 major element strides: speed, power, flow. I feel like style is always integrated into the flow aspect of it, and so far, within 2 events, he's done very well. Actually has a couple of keeper results so far for young GP.
A little short on the first turn, opens up, tries to crank it in there. It looks like he's trying to get as much into, you know, this wave as possible. I feel like he could have went less is more on that and maybe done 2 big turns. And this is the split peak right here. So this was Griffin that went left on the same wave, pushing through the tube right there. Success, big backside waft. Looks like the Mayhem looking on point and Griffin looking comfortable. Look at Gentile right here, Salazar.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a great heat already. Plenty of opportunities and a good amount of waves so far for these gentlemen. And just considering how many of these waves have gone unridden in the previous heats, I feel like these 3 gentlemen have really caught on Kaipo so far and just being on waves at any given moment. Especially the paddle back out isn't that far, considering how low the tide is right now. So good strategy.
Well, welcome back, Crosby Colapinto, to the championship tour. Let's hear from Crosby. He's just won his first heat.
What a welcome back indeed, Cros. Welcome back to the 2025 CT. I know yesterday when we talked, you were so psyched to get a chance to get back in the water. How did you channel that energy into this opening round heat win?
I think just hitting the grateful button and just being really happy to be back here and have to miss the first 2 events and watch on the couch. So that was kind of hard. And just feeling good just to be back and be hanging with everyone, and especially be back with Griffin and Tommy and the whole crew. So just, yeah, just grateful button.
And looking ahead to the rest of this event before this event and then the calendar before the cut, just what's your mindset coming into this event in particular, knowing you had to miss the first 2?
Yeah, I think just coming from behind kind of, and, you know, having the cut as like a thought, but not really like a feeling. And just knowing that I got to come to these events and just start ripping, and that's what I want to do, and learn how to surf with my back against the wall like all the top dogs. So I think it's a good opportunity for myself to rip and have that pressure and just do my best surfing.
Pressure met this morning. Congratulations, Cross.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's time to exercise some gratitude, and he's right back in there. It will be a challenge. It's an uphill battle for someone like Crosby Colapinto. Missed 2 events. Remember, you get 1 throwaway in the first 7 events. Your other 6 finishes count towards your ranking. We're going to take those 22 men at the end of Margaret River. It's going to make that much harder on Crosby Colapinto. Griffin just scored an 8-point ride on the backhand. And so Griffin with a strong lead right now, Mitchell.
Yeah, that's the first excellent score we've seen all morning long. And ooh, Gentile really deep on that one. Don't think he's going to make it out. But just going back to Crosby, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, Kaipo. And as you know, you don't want to be on the back foot knowing that even though the strength of schedule for him is really good, did very well in El Salvador. You have Snapper Rocks being an addition to the Championship Tour again this year. Margs, Bells, 2 good events for him, Strider, but it starts right here. You get a quarterfinal or better, you're in a real good spot in terms of the rankings.
It's a thought, not a feeling. That's what he said, you know, about the cut line. And that right there just shows me that he's got emotions and his like vibe in check. I love that answer right there. That was so solid.
Yeah.
Can't be overlooked. And let's get back to that 8-point ride. What? Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, he looks good.
Coming out firing at a place that he's very comfortable at. It's been very good to Griffin Colapinto. 2 wins here at Super Tubos, and looks like he has continued with that momentum. 8-point ride, like you said, Mitchell, our first excellent ride of the day. Expecting more from Griffin Colapinto. And I also want to point out, did that in some challenging, I mean, the tide's bottoming out right now. This is not the optimum time of the day right now for Super Tubos.
No, and just looking at the split peak, it was GP on the right and then Griffin going left. The barrel was sick. don't get me wrong, that wind's starting to crumble a little bit, and in terms of just making that out of that was difficult already. But to me, really, the majority of the score came off of this one turn. Look at how deep he gets on the bottom turn right here. And as we've seen in his 2 victories, majority of his best wave strider have been actually going on the backhand.
Man, that was just precision. I love it when the fins get free out there and you're kind of 50-50, just board sliding across the lip and just comes back in clean.
Yeah, thanks to IC for the replay. 8-point ride, unanimous amongst the judges, straight 8s all the way across from Judges Tower. Up, and a nice floater finish for Ian Gentile, currently in 2nd place in this heat. George Pitar, however, not far behind Ian Gentile. Again, top 2 move on into the round of 32. 3rd place in this opening round goes into the dreaded.
Yeah.
The dreaded elimination round.
You guys.
Oh,
you guys are funny.
Come on, man. Look at it. This is good. I like it.
That's a strong combo, too. Just considering how dumpy it is, as you mentioned right now, the tide at one of the lowest points we're going to see all day long. Just to be able to get the board in the right position for that 2nd turn, real tough stuff. And seems like the score, he impressed the judges on the previous one, too, Kaipo.
Yeah, 6-point ride for the previous, and just backs that 6-point ride up with 3.67. Just came in through our tabulations. Strong 2nd place. Up the ante just a little bit for George Pitar, sitting in the blue jersey with priority. Pitar needs a 5-point ride. Yeah, anyone's game.
He's looked good so far. I mean, had a real close heat with Kanoa over there at Pipe. I mean, it really literally came down to the very last wave. Got the news on the beach when he was
wild.
Just waiting for the score, and it was a reaction really that probably was in the making for a couple of years now, and off to a good start here.
You're a rookie and you get a quarterfinal at Pipe. That's a confidence
Yes,
booster when you get on tour, and that's exactly what George Pitar was able to accomplish. We're gonna take a Bonzoy brew break right now. We're foaming up some lattes. We'll be back fired up as ever for more from the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Priority, 2nd priority with red, 3rd priority with white.
Let's take a look at Griffin Colapinto at Super Tubos 2022. Griff looking sharp in some smallish conditions here. Take a win over Filipe Toledo. Another look at Griffin Colapinto here, 2024, where Griff was once again a winner here at Super Tubos.
The excellent score we've seen all day long. Really important stuff considering that he has 2 pretty poor results given how good he is and how well he's done in the finals the last 2 years. Kaipo, he's been the #2 seeds in 2022 2023 and 2024, and knowing that we're going to Fiji for the finals this year where he won last year, I feel like he's a major contender. It seems like he took to the sky, guys. How about that from young Griff?
He looks so comfortable, and everything about the way that he's surfing right now is just in the danger zone for everybody else. This is the Griff we've been waiting for. This is the Griff we wanted to see. And maybe it's just a nice comfort and a beach break that he's used to show his skills.
Looks like George Patar got one as well in the replay, Mitch.
Yeah, waiting for this score right here, as he said. Looking for another right-hander, and top 2 move through into the round of 32. So it doesn't matter if you win the heat. All you need to do is get into first and second, and it's a strong wave right here. Strider didn't push too hard on the first turn, knowing that he had 2 sections after that, and I really like the combination right here, competing very well in the first 20 minutes of this one.
I feel like George needs a wave that can open up for him. You know what I mean? Like a big open face and just a big, like, you know, so he can really use his power, the length of his body into the turns. Right now I'm kind of seeing him. He looks a little short and kind of quick, but not really powerful in his turns. And I feel like he needs to open up a little bit.
Well, we did see that last year with George Patar as a wild card over at Margaret River on those large faces over there at main break. He was able to make it happen. And on his way over to that semifinal finish, I think he did take out Griffin Colapinto.
He did, and it seems like we have a couple. Ooh,
wait a minute. Okay, so Griff right now is
he's on
3rd or 4th gear.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he's in overdrive yet because he's such a talented surfer.
But he's in cruise control.
He's running away with running away with this heat.
Yeah.
It's a battle for second place at this point.
And with still 10 minutes to go, Kaipo, it's like, as you guys said, he almost feels like a need to have to perform this way to remind people, hey, in 3 years I've won twice. Like, this is my spot right now, guys.
It's kind of cold outside to throw it in the fridge, but we might want to do that, you know?
You're starting already?
That was the opening of the soda right there to finish off on the couch. Here we go.
One more time. Lofty.
Yeah, and especially with the deep bottom turn right there, too. That's a really difficult there. But, you know, I think some people might just be like, you're crazy, but there's a lot of resemblances to T Street on certain days with how dumpy you can get, and Rivi's too in San Clemente.
On the backhand, though, Ian's not going to lay it down. I mean, he's feeling it. He looks really good. He looks really quick in transition, and really the equipment, everything looks great. I will say, though, I know this doesn't matter, but the red deck takes away.
It looks sick.
It does. No. It takes away.
I know where Strider's going with this.
You do.
Strider does not like red decks because it makes the boards look heavy and slower. And it's an aesthetic thing, and I sometimes agree with Strider. Red especially, and Strider and I have discussed this going back to John. When John was on the red boards, this goes faster on white ones. Here's Griff.
Yeah, Griff.
Oh, see, white boards.
No, but John, this last year won on
white boards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got to make these points sometimes. It's just the key.
It's a visual thing.
Yeah, it is a visual thing. I agree.
Does that happen in skating too, then?
It shouldn't matter. Shouldn't count.
Like with the bottom part of the deck, or no? Or is it only top of the deck?
Just the top.
Every skateboard's black on top.
Well,
replay right here at Griff, just banging away at it. Comes around for the second turn. It's just vicious. Oh. I mean, come on. Somebody's feeling themselves. I like it.
Combination of major maneuvers, Kaipo, right there. And considering the judging criteria where they're considering barrels and maneuvers today, that's got to be another great score for him.
Patar searching for an opening.
Ooh.
Gets up there for a quick one.
Jorge into the lip.
Ooh. And you said it before, Mitch, this looks like a dumpy San Clemente beach break. Yeah. Right on shore.
Oh.
And that's what happens when you run out of water.
Yeah.
And it's so clampy. Mm-hmm. And that's why Strider, I think, is so amazing on Griffin's performance, because it seems like this is a place that he knows how to perform in these kind of conditions, you know, dumpy beach breaks.
There's George. This is a really rad turn in a really heavy section. If you would have stuck this, but I mean, all that water on your shoulders trying to come through that was almost impossible.
Yeah, and then Gentile right behind him too on the bottom turn. It seemed like he was going to have one big section right here, and then unfortunately just loses the edge with the fins right there. So at the moment, still in second though, Kaipo, but it's a close battle between blue and white here.
Quick back out for Gentile, threads to the tube, no problem for the Maui boy, comes in, nice gaff there to add some points. And the wave's going to give him a little more opportunity, but catches a rail, unfortunately, at the end. Looking to improve Ian Gentile on 4.13.
Potentially. I mean, it's right around there. Good call to go on that wave, though, knowing that the two other guys were still on the inside and you had a chance to capitalize on another opportunity. So just under 7 minutes, you're hitting the double-digit mark right now. He's done well in the first 25 minutes of this one. I don't know. I feel like the red deck, to me, it doesn't look that bad, personally.
No. It doesn't look bad.
Yeah, but even when he's surfing, like, I don't necessarily think that it looks slower.
And in still images, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
But there is something about it that draws me away from it.
Patar winds up off the bottom, hooks it off the top there, goes successful. Surfer from North Stain gets the second turn in, and a warble catches his rail, and he goes incomplete. So waiting for scores for Ian Gentile and George Patar. Again, it's going to be a battle for second and advancing position and the avoidance of the elimination round. One more time with George. Mitchell.
Yeah, this wasn't a bad wave at the start. Little late to the party on the first one. A lot of white water right there. Did very well for the second turn, but just not enough water on the face right there. Kaipo was just draining out, and as you said, literally on a bank of sand that's, what, just a few meters away from the actual shoreline. It's tough right now out there.
It is.
But the results are kind of showing you the flow of each surfer.
Yeah.
You can see who's in the rhythm, who's a little bit out, and you can see George is just a tiny bit out of rhythm.
Dumpy T Street. This is a very similar day. Rivies can be very much like this too.
It's 9:26 local time here in Peniche, and it's the low tide. We've just bottomed out. Now we're going to gain about 9 feet of tide through the rest of the day.
Just under a foot an hour.
Yeah.
The tide
so
rises.
things are going to be turning around, and things the complexity and the look right here of this wave is going to change a ton as we just hit the low tide mark. And
jump on the escalator right there. You can go right out through that little channel right there. It'll take you right out.
I'm too heavy. My fins would already be hitting right there, even though it's a little bit deeper.
Oh, you should have more foam in your board. You should be on top.
What are you talking about?
5.4 for Ian Gentile. Extends his lead over George Patar. Patar looking for a 6.7 to steal that second and advancing position from Ian Gentile. Patar in an unfortunate situation, though. He's in third priority, and it's been all Griffin Colapinto, an 8 and a 6 for the older of the Cola Bros.
Yeah, and not only do I really like the way he started off this heat, had the 4 at the beginning, then went excellent, but look at how many waves he's throwing away that would still be putting him in first place. Has a couple of 5s, Kaipo, even the 4.33 paired up with the 8, he'd still be leading at the moment. So just a very smart and strategic heat so far by Griff.
Let's take a look at our heat recap, and Griffin Colapinto has been a standout in this heat 3 of the opening round. Strider belting the lip on the backhand.
Bango. I mean, a lot of power, a lot of water flying, just sharp rails, everything looking like it's supposed to as he started this heat. And that was just the warm-up. And then Ian Gentile pulls up nice and tight. Look at that, Salazar.
Yeah, this was the 6-point ride from him, a larger wave. Really nice drain right there from the kid from Paia Maui, and really making his opportunity useful right here in Peniche, Kaipo. But so far, still looking to improve on the backup, which is the 5.4. He surfed very well in this heat and a smart one, but as we've talked about, Griff just been on a roll so far in this, and not only in the barrels with the turns, also with a couple of freakish airs on the forehand too, Kipes.
Goes full row there for number 99, but this was the 8-point ride. This was the big one. First excellent score of the day, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Push through that little bit of a chandelier, comes out, and then this was, like you said, Salazar, the money right there. Just, I mean, I can't say it enough. The precision and the slice through the butter with the hot knife. Board looking on point. Mayhem coming through with the rails.
What do you think those are? That's a sub-driver 3.0? What's he usually riding, Strider?
No, driver. That's got to be a driver.
Oh, yeah, driver, sorry.
Yeah. Or driver 3.0.
Yeah.
Mitchell, I'm asking lost number one team rider right here.
I am. I've been there, you know. I think I was the first team
I just got a big rig, though. And
I got one, too.
Yeah, you rode it yesterday.
Yeah.
That thing's sick.
It's a Cole Hauschman's model. The big rig.
The big rig.
George looking for some scores.
Yeah, 6.7 is what the Australian needs right now.
Actually, you know that Strider actually is on the team rider page, but he's all the way at the bottom, though. I think he's the very last
Mitchell.
one.
It's because my last name starts with a W.
It doesn't go alphabetical.
Yes, it does.
I've literally heard from Mike Riola as well as Matt Biola saying that Strider's their #1 team rider.
And you know why?
That's from ownership.
Why?
Because I make the final at every event.
Probably going to make it again, yeah.
Oh, my God. Can't believe I put up with you guys that much.
Oh, you love it.
I do.
You're lucky to be here.
1 minute, 35 seconds here on the clock. Colapinto with just a great start to the competition here. Ian Gentile hanging on. George Pratar is going to have to do some fishing. Gentile finds it right. Bangs it off the top there. A little bit of release for the Maui boy. One more time up there. Spicy second turn for Ian Gentile. Hip hops through that one, and that's all he's going to get. Griffin Colapinto, our heat leader. Different bank, different look. And
smart.
Just gonna
I'd be
take
coming
right
in. Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to
take care of the board.
You don't need to. Yeah.
And yourself,
you don't
too.
really need to risk anything on a low tide out here. Those sections will take you out for the whole event.
It's true.
you know, just one wrong landing coming down out of that. Woof,
knee, ankle, hip,
board.
Especially
yeah.
opening
Board.
round. Opening
Toes.
round. If round of 32 forward, when you actually need to be winning every single heat, I get it.
I really do, though, enjoy the fact that Griffin and Crosby are back. You can see the vibes alive. Griffin or Crosby in that first heat, and then Griffin now. On
I like
fire.
this wave.
Yeah, that was beautiful turn.
And even the second one, I know the wave's shouldering off a little bit right there. Kaipo, he converted well, though, and especially under pressure, knowing that he had a priority, he had to keep GP off of that one. That was real tough to do by Gentile.
And we will be waiting for the score for Ian Gentile. Does not improve, however, on his scoreline, just a 4-point ride, but he remains in second place.
Yeah, good, though. I mean, he did his job right there in GP, unfortunately still needing the high 6. He's going to be in the ER, Kaipo, and it's going to be the two Mayhem team riders, Colapinto and Gentile, moving through.
Well, 2 for 2 in the last 2 heats for the Cola Bros. There's the other half of the dynamic brotherly duo.
Still in his jersey.
Checking out Big Bro. Big Bro did exact same thing. Take a win. We'll hear from Griffin Colapinto when he gets ready for his interview. Ian Gentile also into the round of 32. We'll see George Pratar this afternoon in the elimination round. And we will see you right after this short break. More action from Peniche Super Tubos. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro.
Shall we?
Yeah. Don't waste your time with weird medieval dice games. Play WSL Fantasy. Go to worldsurfleague.com or get on your mobile app. Remember, you can switch things around here through this opening round, through the elimination round. Things lock once we get through the elimination round for the men and the women. I think Jack Robinson could be a good pick on your fantasy. He's in this heat along with Liam O'Brien and the wild card, Gatien Delahaye, Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar, and the Waz, Strider Wazalewski, talking you through all of the action here.
Morning, guys, and yeah, Jack Robinson, former finalist out here. He's obviously one of the guys to watch. He's been one of the standouts during the free surfs. It seems like Gatien Delahaye right there on the back, and then Lobby right here. Kaipo had his opening ride working with Jay Bottle Thompson from Surfing Oz. One of the best styles on tour, I'd have to say. Just the one turn right there going left. Should be a small opener for him.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien just put on a nice edit.
Yeah, he did.
Charging.
Big fan of his.
Big fan of his surfing. Smooth style. Coming
Really
from
good barrel
Burley
rider.
Heads, Australia.
Yeah.
Great barrel rider. He's on those DHD blades.
Modern day MR.
I like it.
Same personality, too.
Yeah, Mark Richards, just like hair, the flow, the arms are out, and he's just going ham, just charging. I love it.
Well, and really good everywhere, too. Finalist at the US Open Kaipo. He's done very well over there in West Oz at Rottnest Island. But, you know, beach breaks are still something that he needs to figure out better.
Smart bloke as well.
Yeah.
He got a degree in chemical engineering.
Are we going Breaking Bad with that? Heisenberg.
You can see the low tide conditions right now as we fly by, and how close the surfers are to the beach. What that tells me, Strider, is we're going to see a lot of waves ridden. So the judges are going to be really, really busy.
I hope so. That's what we want. You know, we do have a little bit of that cheese breeze, a little bit of
Cheese, yeah.
It's kind of coming over the backs of the waves, so that's why you saw the surfers not coming out of the barrel like Gaten. That first wave he had a nice wave with a nice little barrel section, but just couldn't push through it.
Yeah.
But that was just because of the, you know, that little bit of wind coming and pushing the lip over.
Gatien Delahaye representing France by way of the Guadeloupe Island. He's 27 years old, found this wild card, this event wild card, in his first CT. So this is going to be a taste of the big stage right now, Mitchell, for Gatien.
Yeah, he's won a QS before over there in Anglais, made a final over at the Challenger Series level in Bolito. Real good kid, very talented, real nice guy too, but when it comes to the Challenger Series, 25 in terms of the rankings in 2024, so still outside of the top 20, which 11 all the way through 20, Kaipo automatically requalifies you for the Challenger, but this kid, very tall, which I personally like for this kind of break right here. I feel like it suits his style well.
Let's talk about Jack Robinson, Strider. A couple of days ago, if you haven't caught it, you can see it on the WSL Instagram as well as Red Bull Surfing. Had a kind of a second reef roll-in over here at Super Tubos to an incredible barrel.
Yeah, you know what? I had a daydream of doing that myself. But Jack did it. It was sick. It was a beautiful wave. Rolled in, got a whitewater takeoff, and then just bounced. Huntington hopped into a big barrel. It was just, you know, well executed.
You just dropped the Huntington hop in Super Duels.
That's what he did.
Here we go. Opener for Robo. Quick slicing turn there on the sharp eye. Looking good. Nice start for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and former finalist out here in 2023. And just knowing how good he is in the bigger days, Kaipo, once we get into those later rounds and we have more time to potentially pick some better days, I feel like he's going to be a major threat.
Major threat for a world title. I'm going to go on the record there. Jack Robinson, just 5 years on the championship tour, 7 CT wins. Unfortunate start for him at Pipeline. Lost with a 10.
Yeah, and I mean, just didn't have a backup in this heat, in that heat. Nice combo here, Strider, especially the second one. Nice blow of the tail right there, slides the fins a little bit more, just adds a little bit more expression to it.
Kind of a setup snap, but then, yeah, this turn, he pushes really hard. There's not a lot of lip there, but you know what? He's doing everything he can to make that wave look good.
Made something out of nothing, and in those close heats, Kaipo, that's really what matters the most.
Yeah, I'm just a big fan of his service. So 17th, he started off this year. It was unfortunate for him, but coming off a semifinal finish over there in the basin at Surf Abu Dhabi. So on his way, Jack Robinson. Here comes Lobby, Liam O'Brien. Good looking left here. Nice pace to this wave, and a big slashing finish for the Aussie.
Let's go. Great timing right there. As we mentioned, the style is something that really stands out, but how about the timing on that one? too, guys. I feel especially the second turn should score well, considering how large that wave was, Strides.
Yeah, I'd love to see can't wait to see the IC replay, because that's where we're going to really see where he puts the board, where it enters the lip, how fast and how, you know, technical he gets.
Just a quick up and out from Jack Robinson, repositioning himself. So all the attention is really going to be for the number that will be assigned to Liam O'Brien's second wave. There was just a nice pace to that wave, and we'll take another look at it here, Strider.
Yeah, it comes off the bottom super clean. That whitewater cleaned up the face. You can see this nice little setup turn. And this one, this is where it all gets real, you know, really quick, slips the fins out, slides the board on the lip, and then re-enters nice and quick. I'd give that a waka-ka-ka.
And he's back up, riding, this time on a right. Liam O'Brien finding a nice rhythm here at Super Tubos. Difficult water there to bank off the top, but is able to squeeze 2 turns in. Previous wave for O'Brien was a 4.33. We'll see if he betters his score line. Anything better than a 2.5 for Liam O'Brien will do just that.
That wind's shifting real quick, too. I mean, it's turning from the south, it seems, which is typically the worst kind of wind we could get here at Super Tubos right now. And, yeah.
But I will say, as that tide comes in,
airwind,
that little bit of wind, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some above the lip action coming down later in this round.
Should be a decent backup, this one, Kaipo. Doesn't necessarily get to the lip the way he wanted to on the first one, but little decent backup right there. So Lobby going to extend his lead by a smaller margin. Just once again, the deep bottom turn, working with Darren Hanley for so long, he's got his board styled, and knowing that it was coming to such a difficult place that changes quite a bit, seems like his boards are working great out there.
I think he just rode the biggest wave ever ridden at Burley Heads.
Wow.
2 toe-ins and step-offs.
Love it. Hey, you guys, let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. He's on to the round, the 32, with a solid performance in his heat number 3 of the opening round.
Solid performance indeed, Griffin. So fun to see you back here at Super Tubos. It's a place you've had so much success, and starting the day off the same way. How'd you get that excellent score?
Well, I went on a pretty bad wave before that, and then I lost priority, and I just kind of like moved away from George because he had first priority, and then like a perfect peak came in, and he was just too deep to go left, and then so we split that one, and then the left ended up being better. So
worked out for you. We were talking earlier about having your brother back on tour with you. This place holds a lot of special memories for both of you from last year. How does having him back and that camaraderie affect your performance?
Oh yeah, it feels insane. He's just like my best friend, so we're just laughing every day, all morning, and yeah, it's amazing to be back in Portugal. This place has fond memories, and you know, just before my heat started off with my meditation back there, connected with the dunes and the daffodils. So yeah, it's feeling good.
As you should. Congratulations on your first heat win here.
All right, thanks, AJ.
Hey, back-to-back great quotes from both of the Cola bros, okay? We had some wisdom getting dropped by Crosby, and then we had some just shaman stuff right there from Griffin Colapinto as we watch this replay of Lobby punching the lip a couple times.
Dude, Lobster's on one right now, guys. I mean, I know these waves are small and they shouldn't be major scores, but when it just comes to him being in the right place at the right time, there's been a couple of turns in this heat that are just world-class, and there's a reason why he's a member of the Championship Tour.
Jack Robinson wants to get his momentum in this heat, looking for a ramp, pops it up. Nice alley-oop all the way around. Lands and is going to struggle to get this one out in front of the whitewater for a completion, and he does that.
Good call, Strider. I mean, as soon as I saw that pick up, I knew alley-oops were probably going to be an option. But after seeing the 2 air reverses from Griffin, I was thinking, okay, most people are going to go air revo. Nice selection right there from Robbo.
That was solid, really solid. And like we were talking about, I think that above the lip game is going to come in strong throughout the rest of this round, which is going to be exciting. Yeah. I mean, that's what we come for. And with the sections out here, there's a lot of power in the water out here. A lot, you know, we have big canyons out there. We got a lot of push with this water coming in. And with that, you'll see stuff like this going down because it doesn't take a lot of time to get a lot of speed, and then you can just lift off. The core strength to get back up out of that right there, though, that was some strong work right there by Jack. That was hard to do. Pets the kitty, get out in front of it.
Yeah.
Covered a lot of distance on that one, too, Kaipo.
Yeah, a lot of pop there. Just Jack Robinson, I feel like, you know, call him the shaman sometimes because he's able to kind of connect spiritually with things. He's so calm, he's so together, but at the same time so athletic.
You think he'll come in and talk about the dunes and the daffodils?
Potentially.
Potentially.
I think what happens with Jack is that he doesn't really give up much throughout the event. He stays kind of in his shaman bubble until he makes it to the final, and then he'll open up. But he's always very kind of protective, all in one. Having a little bit more of a fun time, though. Been traveling the world with his wife, Julia, and his young son, Zen, who's an absolute pleasure to be around. Great addition to the tour, Zen. Everyone loves him. Here we go. Delahaye. And that was a little forced on the backhand right there, so he's going to have to make up for it then. Vert, second one for the surfer representing France. Ooh. Whoa. Coming to the finish there for Liam O'Brien.
Looks like he was going for a cannonball
sketchy.
right there.
It's sketchy. I mean, the angle that he landed at, I was like, oh my. Better straighten out a little bit.
And there you can see the crunch when, you know, surfer decides to, hey, no use trying to break a fin on the bottom, poke my nose in the sand, bail the board, keep it alive. Here's the replay, Strider.
Yeah, really quick floater right there, but kind of awkwardly coming down, but that was because he wanted to get on that rail to transition out for another turn, but there was nothing left. This one was a little sticky, and then he's like, all right, I'm going to clean this up. Bang! So, you know, I think he's just finding his feet. First WCT heat of his life.
Yeah.
Timing's off, that's for sure, but I also think, too, that this is really the first wave where he's actually committed to maneuvers, Kaipo. The first two were really barrel rides, and as of right now, I just think he realizes that most waves are probably too crumbly right now.
Jack Robinson, pretty good at finding a barrel, finds a little cover up there, and wants a little more extra. Throws the nice little nose pick reverse on the backhand, comboed it up. His coach, Leandro Dora, says, this is very good, muito bom.
That was nasty, bro. Low tail reverse.
Is that airbrush an old Toledo airbrush?
It's
different color?
It's like the X. It's kind of Parco had similar ones, I feel.
Yeah, so here's another look at Jack Robinson.
Still a couple little barrels out there, finds a little cover.
Not major cover up,
Get
though.
some shade, won't be a lot of points in it, but that was a kind of freakish reverse right there, the way he pushed out of that. That was impressive, the way that he actually, you know, puts his body on the wall here, Salazar. You know, slows himself down. Won't get a lot of points for the tube, but this last turn, what do you think?
Well, and it's so difficult, guys, because you have to readjust your feet coming out of the barrel, too. The first part of the barrel, his back knee was basically on the board, and his feet have to go all the way back now just to be able to throw the tail like that. Sweet. It was impressive, too.
That's a model that Jack has developed with Sharp Eye surfboards called the Synergy. We're expecting Marcio Zuvi to be here as well to back up his team riders, but also Marcio's prodigy who's coming up right now. Great surfer, but also a great shaper. Taylor Clark's here.
Yeah, no, a great dude. One of the biggest surfers out of the U.S. in his day, and nice to see him give back to the community. Encinitas local, so surf Seaside quite a bit with a lot of those Sharp Eye guys.
Yeah, so through Sharp Eye, Taylor's building boards for Jake Marshall, as well as Seth Moniz.
Yeah. And
nice when your friend's making your board for you.
Especially a friend that rips like he does.
I think the cool... Here's some live action.
Ooh. 12 o'clock, not quite lunch yet, but wanted to go straight up.
Late lunch.
I like it.
Yeah, I like the swing right there. A little smaller wave. We'll see what that's going to do for Gatien. He needs about a little over 4.5 to take second place off of Liam O'Brien. And Jack Robinson, with that barrel and that nose pick reverse on the backhand, did a lot of work there, but the judges say,
But it wasn't
3.73.
We talked about it. It wasn't a deep barrel. It was a small kind of freakish push of the, you know, for the backside. But I mean, technically, it was really hard to do what he did.
In the context of the heat, though, he's doing great. Jack Robinson's out of the lead. Liam O'Brien in second. Gatien Delahaye needs a 4.56. Will be with more action here from Super Tubos. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro.
how do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it.
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mom, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Yeah, back. Check out season 3 with Yeti and WCL. Jack Robinson, Katie Simmers, John Florence get the inside scoops there. Kuiper Girl along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski. Jack Robinson out of the water in the lead over Liam O'Brien and the wild card Gatien Delahaye with 10 minutes on the clock here at Super Tubos. First day of the window, first day of competition. And let's get caught up with some rides, starting with Gatien.
Yeah, that was a gnarly section right there, just the one, but his best score so far, 3.47, still in third. This was during the break strides, and it seemed like Robinson getting his best of 5.83 with the rotor once again taken to the air on the right-hander into the wind.
Solid work right there. I mean,
no grab too.
I just love the rotation. It was insane to really come down with that. I mean, that's technically super hard to do without grabbing.
Mm-hmm. And the fans on the beach appreciate it as well. Live action here, Delahaye, and sees no opportunity there, just kicks out of that wave. Remains in third, needs a 3.7 to get into second place in advancing position. That position being held by Liam O'Brien, who's on the priority watch right now. Lobby out there holding on to priority. Liam O'Brien, 4th year on the championship tour, pretty wise competitor just to sit out there and hold on to that valuable priority.
Well, and knowing that his backup score isn't very high either, and you know, we've seen him do very well at certain events at Salvador. He beat Ethan Ewing a few years ago, made it all the way into the semis. As we look at Seth Moniz right there, hugging his coach Doug Silva right before he paddles out. Going to be a great heat.
Yeah.
Jorgen Kuzene coming off of the victory in Morocco at the QS level.
And Double E, Ethan Ewing in that heat number 5. Seth Moniz, we talked about those sharp eyes, shape.
Well, looks good.
Yeah, by Taylor Clark. Looking good. I think we're going to go to the Red Bull Athlete Zone right now and see what kind of insight we have from Jesse Mendez. Jesse.
What's up, crew? I just want to give a little update of what's going on here. We obviously forecasted to have some north winds early this morning, which we saw at beautiful, clean offshore conditions, and it was supposed to clock into the west, which is straight on shore for us. But right now, we kind of have some glimpse of south winds that blows into the right, which for our luck and the surfers that are thinking about going into the air, going right-hander, it's going to just stick their foot into the board, and we're going to have some action, as we saw it already with Griffin on the previous heat, going into the air. Jack Robinson taking advantage of that, and the surfers that can identify that switch in the wind and are actually capable of doing those big airs can take a huge difference. And to my right here, I don't know if you guys can see it on the screen or not, Italo is getting ready, and he's familiar to doing that, and he looks fired up.
Yeah, he looks fired. You look fired up, Jesse.
I know, warming up. I want to be on the bike.
Pick up the pace a little bit for us.
I know. Let me get it on here.
Let's go.
Hey,
there you go.
Hey, in Abu Dhabi, this was very busy. You'd see every surfer on top of them, and here it's a little bit mellower so far, so I'm taking advantage of that.
Great reporting, Jesse Mendez. Always good to check in. Absolute ripper. And then you see Italo on the warm-up. He's going to be out there in the yellow leaders jersey. Italo Ferreira. Can this year be a second world title for Ferreira? I pose that question to you, Mitchell Salazar.
It seems that way. Everybody's talking about the way he's surfing. To me, it's the way he's competing. You know, there were a couple heats of pipe that he competed so well at, and of course, the W at Abu Dhabi, Kipes.
Oh. That's Gatien trying to get back into this heat, right? And he knew he needed to do that. But he needs a 3.7. right now in the conditions, we've seen a 5-point air and a 5.83 air for Jack Robinson. So I think the memo's been served in which you're going to get greater numbers
on the
with
right
airs
waves,
rather than turns.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the scale's still set pretty low, considering how good a lot of these waves have been. But we've already seen an excellent score with Griffin's 8-point ride, and of course Barron Mamiya with the 7 at the beginning of the day too, with a really nice barrel. Conditions change though, and with that the scale tends to change too, but I still think that there's some valuable and quality waves out there right now, Kaib, so they're keeping it relatively low at the moment.
I feel like, you know, just got to go out there and great surfing is going to score, no matter whether you're in the barrel or you're in the lip line. You know, it's pretty easy to score good surfing and great surfing. So you got to go out there and just bang away at it, whether you're in the barrel or you're above the lip or in the lip. Make it great.
Yeah. Well, we've seen airs, and we've been talking about the conditions changing. Airs come into the factor, and at the beginning of the day, our head judge sends out all of our judging criteria. And when we're talking about airs, the key factors in that judging criteria has been explained to all of the surfers, and here they are: the critical nature, the height to projection and amplitude, technicality, speed, flow, and precision, and difficulty and control. Control being a key factor there in you know, making the difference between, say, a 7-point air and a 5-point air, how you ride out of those airs. As we go take a look here, and we can see a couple examples. A 6 on the left for Griffin Colapinto, and a 5.83 for Jack Robo. Pretty close, but it was the control and the finish there that gave the nod to Griffin when we go side by side.
Cleaner landing too, relatively the same score though, 6 to a 5.83. There's not much of a difference right there.
Now the difference would be that giant alley-oop that Jack did had all the amplitude, had all the speed, had the pop, had the rotation, but he had to kind of fight in the whitewater to get complete as we look at live action here. Gatien Delahaye getting spicy on the backhand. Delahaye gets 3 in there, just needs a 3.7. I think he just turned the heat.
He turned the heat, and he has just keep going left because his backhand.
That's a strength.
Looks tight. Yeah. I mean, really clean, really fast, really like solid in transition, and finally didn't look sticky. You know what I mean? That's where you got to come away with that nice, clean surfing. Make it great again, and he did it.
Yeah, well, especially quick in transition too. Mention how tall he is. To be able to do that and be so springy off of the bottom turn, Kaipa, with all that size on you, it's very difficult. Off of the bottom right there, that beautiful second turn in the pocket as always. And that's what the judges want to see in terms of the critical sections. They want you to be in the most critical part every single time on this wave.
Hold your horses though, because it was a split peak, and Lobby got a couple slices of his own strider.
Yeah, I think a little short though in comparison to the left in my book. I just really like the way that, you know, that left gave him vertical sections with power.
Steeper.
We just watched and went over the criteria. So you know, when we break it down, what we just saw from the criteria and what we saw from the surfing, the surfer on the left looked like he had steeper, heavier sections to hit, and that was what I call a triple bango, because he went straight up into the corner 3 times.
Yeah, so he needs a 3.77. You can see in the needs column for Gatien Delahaye. Still on the gas here is Liam O'Brien. He finds the left himself. A couple of nice gaffes from the surfer from Burley Heads and make it 3. So there's another triple bango for you, Strider Wazalewski. And why not a quadruple?
I don't know, that last turn wasn't quite the bango level, so we're going to leave it out. But those first couple of turns were really fun to watch. Look at how quick he is right here. Wham! Just blows that section to pieces. And then nice and clean off the top right there. Kind of a setup. So this one didn't offer him up, you know, every turn that you'd want, but definitely looking strong, looking like he's in the fight back, and we'll see what happens.
And realistically, given the time that we have left in this heat, Kaipo, that might have been his last chance to stay in the top 2 right here, because we're still waiting on Delahaye's score.
So the story is Liam O'Brien needs to improve upon a 2.9 to lengthen the requirement for Gatien Delahaye, who now needs a 3.77. We're still waiting for both of those scores under the 2-minute mark. Jack Robinson with heat control. He's in first. He has first priority. Robo just needs to stay out of trouble, sit this one out. He's on to the round of 32. The question mark is going to be, who's it going to be, Liam O'Brien or Gatien Delahaye?
Well, still waiting on the score for Delahaye. They're having a big think about it because they're going to decide who makes it out of this heat right here. And knowing that it was the 3 in a row, as Strider was mentioning, really the quality of the first 2 turns alone,
That's
I think,
why
get him the
thinking
score.
about it so long. It was a 3.77 that he needs. He's got at least a 5 on that wave, I thought.
But Liam O'Brien, they still need owe us a score for Liam O'Brien. So if he betters on that 2.9, he will change the requirement for Gatien Delahaye. So, ton of math going on over here. We're just waiting for the numbers, and as soon as the numbers are presented, we can tell you exactly what happened, but we're still waiting for those important numbers from the judges.
And just over a minute to go.
and some big buckets out. Ethan Ewing, I had a surf with him about 3 or 4 days ago, right before he got very good. And the waves were completely hard to surf, like very windy, challenging conditions. And he was putting on a performance. Like everyone was struggling and felt like he was in a very good rhythm. Haven't seen so much of Seth the last few days. We just have been in different time zones, I guess. He's been coming to surf when I'm leaving. So, but the other two surfers are definitely on point, and let's see how it's going to plan out.
Kuzine got an absolute smoker of a wave in the water. Action in the jersey, focusing in on Seth Meniz, so a 22nd in the moment, way too early really to start looking at cut things like that, just third event of the season, but a place where you will get an opportunity, certainly more than what we saw in Abu Dhabi, with everything very much controlled in terms of your allocation of waves and what you're able to do out here. More chance to sort of rekindle that natural feeling with the ocean. We talk about that. It's been one of the themes throughout. You can't find yourself a score out here, but rhythm with this place, and we've seen it this morning. It has been a situation where surfer in the lead generally has looked pretty comfortable, and the other two surfers quite often kind of struggled really to find that rhythm. Let's see how Kuzine can go here, as he'll just lay down surf out of Reunion Island. Moved over to Southwest France several years ago. He's come really close to qualifying a couple of times. He's just about missed out. A couple of appearances as a wild card for Jorgan, and over here in Portugal as a result of his position on the challenges and an amazing performance in qualifying. And he looks like he might be in a bit discomfort here. This is not good news. So Jorgan at the moment.
Does his leash come off? Like, he took off the leash. I wonder if it feels like just, like, you know, kind of coming undone. You can kind of feel it when it's, like, kind of in the corner. Yeah, I think he's all right. I don't think he got hurt. But that looked kind of sketchy. It felt like he was, like, holding his ankle or something. And we've seen that happen before, like, plenty of surfers. Actually, Kika just had that happen a few months ago with him.
Been a bit unlucky with injuries, Jorgan. He's made a comeback from a back injury. Looks like he's in real good physical form. Meanwhile, speaking of which, Ewing blistering off the top with the speed, but the second turn, even for a surfer of his incisiveness, not really there for him. Got a touch late. But you see already the drive that he's able to get straight to his feet, streaking down the line. Ethan on the backhand. One nice crack to open up, looking for the second turn, wasn't really on. There's all sorts going on down there at the moment, Jesse.
I like how you mentioned about the drive, and that's all related to the rail. Like, that, there's only way you can drive through a wave perfectly, and Ethan does that so well because he relays on his inside and outside rail so well. You're gonna see it right here. He's gonna apply pressure on those heels, get that nice and tight bottom turn, but also projecting down the line, gets up vertical. Beautiful turn, as you see it. Wiggles the board a little bit there and then gets tight up vertical. Good release. Very technical maneuver right there for him. Hard to do it. It wasn't an impressive, massive maneuver, but with a lot of degree of difficulty because there's a lot of wobble on the lip. You have to aim it perfectly, have to time it perfectly, and he did it well. Not a massive score, but you can see that he's in a good rhythm throughout just the free surfs and everything that I've seen it so far from him. But we haven't spoke so much about Seth, and one thing that I want to mention that could be a point of difference if you could take advantage of it today on a heat mostly against Jorgan and Ethan Ewing is this air wind that we have blowing into the right, and he's a specialist. He can go for Hail Marys. If he can take advantage of that, apply that into big sections, he would have a point of difference on top of the opponents that I think they're going to be more into the rail power surfing.
Let's see how all this plays out as we'll focus in on Jorgan Kuzine. Here's a replacement, a great opportunity for him. It has been a place in the past where surfers out of France in particular have had some solid results out here. Very familiar with this part of the world in terms of competing. A lot of experience racked up in Portuguese water. How's that going to go against the very best in the world? That's where he'll feel his surfing merits and where he's been striving to get. He's been doing a lot of work on that comeback trail from some injuries. And right now he's in action. And that is the X factor from him. We talked about the power that he's got, but he's got loads of spark as well.
Yeah, and mostly with this specific maneuver, the rodeo clown, which is not really seen on events because it's a very very technical maneuver. And he kind of has that one dial, like not many surfers have. If it comes to mind, Pat Gudauskas is one of them. Obviously, Kelly Slater has tried a few in heats and have landed a few outside of the jersey. We've seen maybe Julian Wilson, Jordy Smith is very good as well. But, you know, like when you talk about an air reverse, 100 people come to mind, but like this specific rodeo clown, it's something that not many surfers have, and he was that close from landing it and probably getting a massive score.
So right now, our 5th heat of the opening round out in the water. Just apologies for a couple of technical hitches that we're ironing out right now here this morning. And we'll just remind you on exactly what happened last heat. Official results in Jack Robinson. Pretty good for him. Kind of par for the course, really. Couple of fives, it's decent. Plenty more in the tank. Well done to Gassian Delay, surfer out of Guadeloupe. Avoiding elimination round, which is where Liam O'Brien will be headed. And that tussle between those two that played out the back end of that heat. You see how close those scores are. It was the Frenchman getting the better of it. He'll be full of confidence. And he'll be delighted to be here among the elite. Let's go and have a chat with Jack Robinson. He's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Paul. Jack getting out of the water here, getting feet in the wax in Portugal. Just what did you want to approach this heat with?
I just tried to hunt waves. I think it's one of those places you just need to always be like looking out and yeah, try and find what you can. So yeah, it's good to get out there, beat the jet lag, get my head in the sun. Let's try to get back on the time zone. So yeah, it's good.
Speaking of jet lag, part of the reason you came in here hot to Portugal, we saw you catching some pretty epic waves back at home. Talk to us about how that prepared you for the event.
Yeah, it's non-stop. I surfed so much, like yeah, and then yesterday it was more barrels again. I was like, oh, more barrels. So yeah, it was pretty good. Good to be back for a little bit and yeah, just reset. So it's gonna be a long leg.
Well, congratulations on the strong start here in Portugal, Jack.
Thanks. All right.
Thanks, AJ. Robbo loves a tube. He's found some in the warm-up here. Just thinking about that big swell event we just had. The cyclone swell back on the Gold Coast. Obviously, Robbo living over there now, originally from West Oz, but you get an amazing and historic swell. It's not exactly what you want in terms of warming up necessarily for this venue. Very different sort of waves, but nevertheless, of course, you're going to take that and just surf what you can out there because it was absolutely historic, amazing conditions over there.
No doubt about it. And just time spent on top of the board. Like there's this thing called like when you're in a good rhythm, and it's just time spent on top of the board. Like if you see from surfers that have been injured, you can see the difference on them, how confident they look on top of the board, and that's just because you're out of the water. So it doesn't matter. Obviously, if you can get similar conditions to what you're gonna have in front of you, it's gonna help you even more. But if you're surfing, man, you're going to be in rhythm with the ocean, and that's all that matters in the end because those guys are so good at adapting.
One of our talking points from Dawn Patrol, we were talking about Yago and particularly looking at finals being over in Fiji as well. Think about Jack Robinson as well and what he's able to do in hollow lefts as well. And in an event like that, to be crowned a world champ, names like his, I mean, he'd be a pretty good pick as well. Obviously, he's got to get in that final five first.
I mean, if I have to pick a guy, one of the names of those top 5 to be out there, that's Jack as well. Like the consistency and his level of confidence and calmness throughout the heats and how he can manage heats and energy to come his way and waves to come his way. It's really the best in the business right now, in my opinion. He's the best competitor we have on tour. So I really expect him to do very well and be there for the finals, and Fiji could be amazing for him.
Yeah, it's definitely been a story last couple of years. People get on tour, we kind of expect them to come not fully formed, but their surfing is established and we know what it is, and maybe we're expecting them as they get a little older and maybe change physically, but I feel like there's a lot of changes going with Jack Robinson. The way he competes, his sort of heat IQ we talk about a lot, but out of the water as well, there's just, I feel like there's something he's learning. Every event that you see him get better and better. And in terms of weaknesses, it doesn't really seem like he's got any these days.
Yeah, he doesn't have much weaknesses. Like, and it's if you look at those top 5 surfers, usually that's their strength. You know, like you can't really, they're flawless. We'll get back to that after Seth's wave.
Loading up here, Maniz. What's he got for us? He'll float over a section. It'll be a float to kick out for Seth. Just really looking to get involved as clock ticking away. 10 gone. Kuzine speculating again. Gives it a pump and then on the roof and out the back. So in terms of scores, nothing particularly significant other than 367 from Ethan already. They're getting the tube really deep. Nicely done. And the way he's able to find that exit so seamlessly. One of those surfers who can get a pretty vigorous pump, but without looking anything jerky or forced, just that innate sense that he's got inside the tube. Very impressive indeed, and a quick opportunity was good enough to take it there. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise for him.
That's a very nice corner that he was able to find right there for Ethan. Beautiful wave. Bigger in size, and he got back with priority, which is even more impressive. Like, what a win-win for him. Like, was able to squeeze through that beautiful right-hander just as deep as you could be, but still in a very confident part of the wave. You know, he didn't put himself in that situation where, like, he maybe could have got buckled off. He just got the most out of the opportunity he had in front of him, came out clean, and somehow got that rip that put him right back in the lineup with priority. So definitely a big advantage for him right now.
Yeah, really significant numbers going to drop for that. He was so deep and committed behind the section, wasn't he? Absolutely disappeared. Ethan Ewing, his quality shining through in the opening third of this heat. He's got a good total on the board now. 7.83 for Ethan for that wave. Snake not giving too much away as he just looks on. I think he'd be pretty happy, particularly with that last number that came through for Ethan. And opportunities, I mean, think about more or less any surfer on tour, if they're in position for that wave, they would have done well with it. But being in the right place at the right time, crucially getting the exits on, because you want to get deep, but, you know, you try and get deep, chance of the wave closing out, able to come through with loads of speed and panache.
Yeah, and that's the point of difference that you mentioned. Like, obviously, all of those surfers, mostly on the men's side, would have probably made that wave if they're sitting in that spot that Ethan was. But the problem is the connection with the ocean and reading the ocean. That's half of the job done, or even more on a day like today. That might be 80%. If we've seen it from the previous heats that we were like commentating, all the surfers that were in good rhythm were actually able to maximize the potential of the heat.
Time for a bonsai brute break here. Can't wait to see Italo go at it. He's bang up for it, so's Kick-Ass. We'll be right back. With the pulse from the action already this morning, Barron Mamiya looking great. We know all about his tube work on the backhand. Wasn't just the backhand for him, got a great right as well. Couple of sevens, really good. And he gets the advance in this, and looking to bring some of that form that took him to the top of the podium again at the Lexus Pipe Pro. Meanwhile, Crosby colapinto, we missed him. He got injured and he's back here in Portugal, and he's back looking great. And in a heat which was really about not scrapping it out, but being pragmatic in terms of finding sections and banging them hard. He was good enough to do that. And any injury worries, look behind him in terms of the surfing that he was able to do, because he expressed himself, good flow and rhythm. And Crosby, he's a powerful man. Big brother, meanwhile, couple of wins here for him. The winning feeling continued. Griff. Colapinto looking really sharp. He likes getting barreled. Got some amazing turns as well. Incredible in the air. Number the 10. A couple of years back from him as well, out here. And that feeling, that rhythm, that relationship he's got with the wave. Plenty more of that on show already here this morning from Griffin. Colapinto, that's the pulse. Meanwhile, back to the present moment. And back to the Frenchman, Jorgen Cuisinet, trying to get around a section. Doesn't want him. Won't really let him in. He's not got a lot going in this midway point in the heat. Your leader by a country mile at the moment is the Aussie Ethan Ewing. 7.83 for a committed late take under the lip for a deep tube on a right for him as the real mark of quality yellow jersey. There'll be a lot of excitement up and down the beach here. A massive favorite, Italo, and he's one of those surfers that just vibes on all that energy, Jesse.
No doubt about it, and he's been on fire also on the free surfs. You've probably seen it a lot on social media, and what I like the most about this situation for him is this wind blowing into the right. Like, he's probably going to be one of the guys that's going to be paying close attention to that situation and try to make the most of which for most of the people would be kind of like a bad factor, but for guys that can take advantage of that and go into the air, could be very interesting and very fun for us to watch as well, Paul.
Jorgen attempting the rotation there, not quite able to pull that landing down. Ewing live action off the top, compresses and unleashes and just tagging it, really thinking about the backup number that he wants to work on. 3.67 going at that here, and again looking like he's able to find opportunities and open water. Nothing overly forced or hurried from him. He's enjoying himself out there. Cannot wait to see what Italo can do out here, though, in that yellow jersey, somewhere where obviously he's had victory in the past. And he's been great out here. In terms of the differences we've seen from Italo, for a while he was like he's maybe banging on a little bit of a closed door. I'm not sure if he's changed much himself, but it's all just clicking, and when he's like that, he is lethal. But how's his technique from Ethan?
I mean, just the extension that he got on that first turn, you could see his body was a little bit away from the board, and that just shows how much he's pushing and how much he's relaying on the speed and momentum. It's much easier when you do one of those snaps and you have your board right under you. There's less degree of difficulty, and on that wave itself, that first turn, he was able to extend, and beautifully done from him, and gonna get rewarded for that, no doubt about it.
Seth Manier's out in the water right now. Doesn't have really anything significant on the board. He's going to have to try and find something. 12 minutes and change on the clock. Let's go down for some insights from his camp with Doug Silva with AJ McCord.
Paul, Doug is just all eyes on the water right now. Seth Moniz in a spot where he has to get some work done here in the final 10 minutes if he wants to win this heat. What was the strategy for you two before he paddled out?
I really wanted to control the inside. Inside positioning was essential and critical. He gave up the inside positioning kind of the first 3-4 minutes, gave it to Ethan. Ethan got a quick start and really helped his rhythm, for that next 10 minutes. He got that really beautiful right. So just kind of giving up that inside left position. This is kind of like Newport Beach, 54th Street, River Jetties sort of technology out there. And I know Rob Machado was so good in Huntington at the U.S. Open, controlling that inside at the beginning of, his heats. There goes Seth now. And, But anyways, the inside position, I think, was really important to control in the beginning of the heat.
And so obviously this heat is not going exactly the way you guys had to plan, but we were talking about just the overall strategy the last few seasons of you guys working together. What's the big message for Seth this year?
For this year is to get to Fiji. We want to go to Fiji and catch some of those beautiful little lefts. So that's the focus, is to start booking our accommodations for Fiji tomorrow.
One heat at a time. Thanks so much, Doug.
Right, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Back to you, Paul.
Love that. Thanks, AJ. Doug Silva always got interesting takes. Love his insights. Yeah, I mean, a focus the last couple of years, certainly the cut has been something that's been a word that we've been throwing out a lot. Obviously, things have changed a little bit this year, but why think about that? Big picture it, all the way for finals. Why not? Aim high.
I totally agree with you, and I totally agree with with Doug. Obviously, Steph has been on tour for quite a few years, and he has proven to us in every aspect that he's capable of being up there. Lacking consistency, that might be the issue that he had the previous years, but if you don't have a goal, you're not going to achieve anything. So they have to aim high. Like, what else is going to ask for? You know, maybe you have the first event win, and looks like he's pulling in right now into a closeout. But yeah, you got to aim high. You got to have a goal in order to achieve something.
Seth getting covered there, unable to find an exit though. Time will continue to tick away inside that 10-minute mark right now. Someone's got to get through in second. Kuzine and Meniz struggling to really get anything on the board at the moment. They're stuck with really low numbers. And the story from Ethan Ewing's point of view, consolidation for him, the 6 in for the turns that he threw down on the right.
Yeah.
Decent reward for that wave, really. Is a bit of froth on the face. Didn't look like a great wave. Turn it into a 6.
No problem. And that's all because of the commitment on that first turn he had. And the judges probably identified it's quite a slow heat. We have some texture in the water. The tide just bottomed out, so there's a lot of water moving, water exiting out of the lineup right here, so making things a little bit noisy for the surfers. But if you think about it, like if those surfers like Seth Muniz and Jorgen would look back into the beginning of their heat and knew the situation with 10 minutes left or 9 minutes left was going to be like that, they would probably try to build on something a little bit smaller and not be so optimistic on wave qualities. And let's see if he's going to actually do what I just said right now and get a smaller wave and build up.
Kuzine in live action here, looking to try and rekindle the winning formula he found in qualifying in Morocco, in Taghazout. It's been absolutely relentless in the Atlantic last couple of months, really, and historic conditions down there for that event. It's as good as waves really get for an event. It was absolutely incredible. Got the win over Ramzi Boukiem right now. Very different order of business here on the CT, and a rare bogged rail on a carving turn for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, and the bog was just because of the timing. It wasn't really because he didn't have clean rails, but he got up on that wave a little bit too tight for that open carve. And as he was getting around that lip to start carving, there's a little bit of whitewash that hit his outside rail and kind of threw him off balance. Not off balance, but just threw the rhythm away. It kind of gets sketchy. Like he moves your board under your feet, and that's just what happens a lot of times.
Talk about opportunities in heats as well. I mean, we'll have another look at the technique here from Ethan.
See it right there? As he was going up, if we go back just a touch, you're going to see that he catches that inside rail. But here, Jorgen, what I love a lot about this wave, it's finish it off this turn. Didn't think about forward. And then he looked, oh, maybe there's another opportunity going forward. But you know that 2-to-1 turn that we see people do it a lot because they have too much excitement inside of them. But then they get 2 average turns right there. That was completely the opposite. Jorgen was able to identify that was the best part of the wave, going vertical, very explosive, and finishing off the turn, making the most of it. And then he saw that might be another opportunity. He went and tried to go forward, but he was a little bit too late. But I love the way he approached that.
A really significant number for him, just trying to wring that opportunity out of that left-hander, 4.67. And that puts him in second place at the moment with the pressure on Seth Muniz. He's got priority. He's got a little work to do. You can see his numbers, they're meager, they're modest right now. Those are not good returns for 20-odd minutes of surfing on the championship tour. Just thinking about Ethan Ewing's numbers. That's a big total, 13.83, and there's not been loads that's come through, and he's absolutely maximized. Obviously that tube, a bit of luck being there and being in the right place, right time with priority, but also been able to get that 6, and it's not luck when you're able to do that. When you're able to do it consistently, when you're able to win events, there's a lot more to it than that, and that relationship with the ocean, doesn't really matter where he is around the world, there's something there.
There's something about those top 5 surfers that they have, and this is a part of them. They have connection with every spot on tour, and even the ones that they don't love it so much, they make it happen. They understand, they learn how to understand the spot and how it works and put it to their advantage. And we've been seeing it so far in this event, the first 5 heats that we had, that one guy has been kind of running away in first place, and the other 2 kind of struggling for backup scores throughout the whole heat. So yeah, making the most of it right now, Ethan Ewing.
Looking really good so far in this one is Ethan, as some ominous skies above make things a little gloomy for the likes of surfers, particularly chasing down positions from third. Jorgen trying to consolidate a bit. He's got a 1, which he doesn't want. He's just trying to rid of it really at the moment, trying to do that and add a little pressure On to Seth Moniz, who has got nothing going. He would have had some nice vision on that last right where he had some speed and he travelled in a roomy tube, but it did shut down. Jorgen really just trying to scrap something up here.
And that's what he needs to do. It's not always sunshines and rainbows. Like, you have to deal with what's ahead of you. Obviously, Ethan and Ewing is almost a dream for them to catch up to him. Like a 7.83 and a 6 looks almost impossible with 5 minutes left on the conditions we have in front of us. Not because of the capability of the surfers, but just the lack of wave qualities coming towards the surfers right now. So, as I mentioned, I was like, hey, if they look back on the heat, they probably would have started a little bit more scrappy and build on that small score. But the guy that was the quickest to identify that was Jorgen Kuznet, and starting with the 4.67 and backing it up with that last wave. So smart of him now. He doesn't sit on a massive total, but a 5.4, it's not that easy to find out there today.
Recapping here, Ethan Ewing getting deeply barreled, Jesse.
Beautiful wave for Ethan right there. Beautiful read, and the timing has been impeccable for him. And this is the turn that I mentioned, why the 6-point right came out. Like a lot of extension, a lot of power on that back foot, and came out clean and finished it off strong. Obviously, the judges, I feel like they identified that the conditions decreased a bit, so they put that score into the 6-point range to give a little gap in between the surfers. And right here, that finishing turn, smart from Jorgen. Finish it off the wave, making sure he had the exclamation point, and then maybe looking forward to see if there's something extra. But yeah, just laser sharp right there, backhand surfing for Jorgen in a very mediocre wave, getting a 4.67 and making a difference for the heat so far for the second spot.
Yeah, those last two waves for him is where his scores have come through, and he has been able, even with pretty modest numbers really, 7.7 out of 20, nothing to get too excited about, but crucially, it's holding down second place position. Our surfer based in Southwest France, originally from Reunion Island. And he's gone so well down the years in qualifying, coming really agonizingly close, looking to try and kick this season off with that win, and in great form here on the championship tour. A couple of appearances already previously. Let's see how he can go in this one right now. He's not got a massive platform, but he's got himself in the right place, and he's able to apply position. Jan Martin, who's coaching him with some signals from the beach as well in terms of positioning and where Seth is exactly, who has priority. He's going to have to use it here. He needs to ride a wave. Here goes Seth, backhand from the Hawaiian. He'll pump from mid-face and then committing to the bottom turn, and it goes wrong for him again. And Doug Silva, we heard from with AJ watching on, won't be enjoying this too much.
Definitely not. That was a good opportunity of a wave, kind of a big section right there for him. Maybe he was going to be able to combo it up and get back right in the heat, or even getting a 5.4, because that was a solid wave. You're going to see him bottom turn. He takes his time, but then he tries to speed it up a little bit too much and get too tight. And what that does, applies too much pressure and sinks that inside rail just a touch. And with all this noise that we've been talking about that is in the water, that sometimes we don't see it, but the surfers feel it, he gets sketchy. And that's what happened right there for him, just getting glued with that inside rail and coming undone.
Speaking of glue, being adhesive, what's Jorgen going to do right now? He's going to head over, got that second place priority, just over, what, a minute 40 remaining. He's going to get real close.
I mean, how could you not, right? Like, you have someone like Seth that could get a right hand with this wind blowing into the right and get a massive punt, and doesn't even need that much of time on top of the board to do that. Just any closeout could do it for him. I'm actually surprised he didn't try to do more of those on a day like today.
The requirement isn't huge in the context of his surfing, just how good he is, 5.41, very gettable. But the way this heat's gone for him, he's been a long way away from that so far numerically. Also, pressure coming from third priority. That's not great news. Final minute, he's inside that here and he's up against it at the moment. He's heading to elimination rounds. And right now, we're watching a real contrast of fortunes in terms of Ethan Ewing, who's been really surfing a different ocean. We've seen that in the past here. I remember last year he sat on his own. He was a little bit north up the beach, so after running right hand and just wasn't fazed about anything else really that was going on around him throughout the early rounds. And he's almost looked like he's been in a different lineup here with the sort of quality of waves he's been able to find. The final 30 seconds now, it will be a case really in eyes on Moniz. Can he get away? Can he try and sell something to Jorgen, who will look to just try and block this opportunity here. He's identified live action. Jorgen Cousinet, vertical crack, and then he compresses into a bottom turn. You see how tight that wave will run away. It was just a block. It looks like that'll be the last of it. So a frustrating heat for Seth Meniz with a couple of mistakes, and they proved quite costly, Jesse.
No doubt about it. And once again, we see that one surfer just getting away with a lot of freedom and letting the surf do the talking, and that's all because of the rhythm they got on selecting the right waves early in the heat.
Ethan Ewing with a big total, with more beautiful polished surfing. He's got plenty more where that came from as well. So not having to particularly overly exert himself out there in the water. And he'll be a spectator for elimination round once again. Coming up next, the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira taken to the water. Jackson Bunch, Kick-Ass Moraes 2. We'll be right back.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surfing destination. By EDP, official energy company of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. By IC Polarized, anchored in style, under $50. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to Portugal. Opening round for the men. Ethan Ewing taking it all very much in his stride. And a vintage performance in terms of just how smooth he looked on some bumpy waves out there. A bit of noise, as Jesse mentioned, in terms of what's going on out in the water, but very clean. And very much in rhythm once again. Just stoking out the fans as he makes his way back up the beach. Speaking of fans, they got a major favorite in this part of the world right now. He's back in the yellow jersey. It's been a little while since we saw Italo Ferreira in that #1 position, nearly 4 years. Can't wait to see how he goes out here. A great looking heat because fans will be massively behind Fred Moraes as well. Also, Jackson Bunch. This is him in live action right now. Surfer out of Maui. And he's so light on his feet and sprightly. His air game is crazy. And I think he's one of those surfers that also keeps a cool head. He surfs really smart, Jesse. He's going to need to out here.
Definitely is mostly going against Italo, which is the type of guy that's going to get any scrap in front of him and probably turn into an 8-point ride if he has a chance with the big airs he's capable of doing. And then Kikash, so much experience, very common selected surfer, mostly coming off an injury. I'll tell you, I'm sure he's not 100% right now. He just got back off a massive injury. So he's going to have to be very smart and make the most of the opportunities he has and be selective. Like those little waves, probably not going to make too much of a difference. He's going to need to look bigger going to the air. And Italo, that's what he's going to do. Run down the line and go into a massive punt. Just to start off. Like that's just, first wave. Eyeing it down. Identifying that section. The section not very hollow and steep, so he wasn't able to actually get too critical. As you see right there, no lip, but he somehow always manages to get that pop in the rotation no matter what. lends it backwards a little bit. Didn't get the rotation as much as he was hoping for because that wave didn't have the energy. But hey, making the most of a wave that was a 2-point ride probably turned into something decent. And that's how you want to start your heat.
One of those surfers that really looks at the lineup and just sees things differently from everybody else. He'll see all sorts of opportunities out here, and he'll be relishing chance to be back here competing in Portugal in that yellow jersey. Meanwhile, Bunch throw up the layback hack, and again, nice and smooth on a really cupped out steep section. He's so light on his feet, nimble surfing there for the rookie Jackson Bunch, and looking to stay involved in this, be busy early on. Couple of waves ridden for him, wants to stay in tune with Ferreira, not let scores run away. We'll wait for Fred Moraes to get involved, but Jackson Bunch, so far, a couple of events in, he's well poised, and he's shown us flashes really of why he's been so highly rated down the years.
I mean, how could you not? Like, nice way to start the wave. I would have liked to see him drawn out that carve a little bit more, maybe push a little less, but drawn out, make that turn look bigger. But that second turn was beautiful. Nice and critical, getting that slide on and finish it off strong with a nice reverse. That was sketchy from Italo.
Italo Ferreira, big drawn out float maneuver down to big hole. Meanwhile, kick cast, here's Fred into it on the backhand. And he's got so much power late in his maneuvers, a slight redirect, pushes with those long levers, displaces all sorts of water. And again, really just getting involved. A couple of numbers coming down, waves ridden by his adversaries. Doesn't want to sit out there for too long, getting involved. It's great to see him back in a jersey.
It's great to see Kickers back. What a great surfer, and just very smart. And that's what's going to be the point of difference for him, mostly on top of a guy like Jackson Bunch today. He's going to play his game to the best, no matter how his level is right now. He's not 100%. He knows that. Everyone knows he just got back from injury. But he's going to do the most of what he can and what's in front of him and make the smartest decisions on this heat, probably for his type of surfing. So started off nicely, drawn out that snap down the line to get the speed, to get that second beautiful turn. But as you see it right there, a little bit tentative. Like, the reflexes are still not there, and that's all because of the fear of just being injured for so long, and such a severe injured as well from Kickers. But that second turn was money, big, drawn out a little bit more. Has a lot of power. He's a big guy, so. And here, Italo just going for broke on that section. But as he's landing right here, you're going to see he's going to float it, but the wave's coming up. Right when he was about to touch the bottom, the wave's coming up. And what that does, with all the energy of him coming down, his weight, and the energy of the wave going back, it's just very hard to handle. And even a guy like Italo that does 2,000 squats a day with 100 kilos on top of him is not able to handle it.
Whilst being punched in the stomach and the abs as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Whoa, great backhand rotation. Jackson Bunch, the finger flick to finish as well. Love that. And that is just electrifying surfing, finding a section with speed and getting involved and saying, you know what, Italo, yeah, you got these down. I'm pretty good at these too.
Yeah, that's why he's so sketchy, because there's not one condition that he's not going to be a guy that could come with an 8-point ride. So I just love how he identified the first air from Italo, 4.5, and then he just goes for broke here. Bigger wave, bigger section, more speed, and rotating all the way around, landing on top, and somehow it seems like he's going to get a little bit stuck, but comes out perfectly clean right there. See the rotation, the head, how he's going to whip around halfway through the rotation to get that extra energy and speed. You're going to see it right now. Keeps that head over his shoulder, rotating, and then the board follows up and just makes everything nice and clean for him to land. He can identify exactly where he's going to land by looking at it. And that's the point of difference that not many people have on the tour. That backside full rotation, there's a handful of surfers on tour that has it dialed to throw it whenever they want. And this kid is one of them.
Waiting for that score to drop for Jackson Bunch. It'll be a good one. Highest score of the heat so far, you'd feel, certainly very nice in terms of the speed throughout. And almost looked a little surprised as we just kind of tightened in on his face at the end there. He loved it when he felt that he'd stopped it. Let's see where the panel go with this. It's going to put him in a really good place.
No doubt, that has to be the best wave of the heat so far, because we've seen it a comparison with Italo's first wave, the 4.5, and that was higher, cleaner, bigger wave, more fluid, came out clean, so massive score for him.
Comes in as a 7, so Jackson Bunch very much in the ascendancy here, and he's feeling it. A good start to his rookie season continues in the opening round in Portugal, and a 7 from the panel. And he's got loads more where that came from as well.
And you mentioned about the surprise that he had on his face, and that's not because of the turn, because he's done this about a zillion times in his life, but that's all because it's the first time he's ever done on a jersey on a CT level. So for him, it's also an expectation. He needs to prove it to himself. So when he did it, he was like, whoa, like, take that one out of the box. So that's a big improvement for him and a big booster of confidence for him going into the year. So well done for him to start it off that way.
Different ways of doing it here at Super 2 Bus. You can go to the air or tubes and turns. That's what Ethan Ewing did in the previous heat. Let's go and chat with him. He's with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Paul. Ethan, we were just talking about the tide change and how it affected the conditions during your heat, yet you managed to find a rhythm. What did you tap into?
Yeah, it's definitely, I feel like this beach, any tide, it's pretty difficult to find. It changes so much. But I think the first wave that I got, it wasn't a big score, but it kind of just set me in a good rhythm for the rest of the heat. And yeah, I was in a good spot for that ride and got a decent score. So yeah, set me off pretty well.
Speaking of rhythm, this is a place that you seem to find yours pretty well in, coming off of the runner-up finish here last year. How do you approach this event at Super 2 Bush?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging event, and but I've had really good memories here. Ever since I've first came to Portugal, I've loved this place and the people and everything. So yeah, just trying to enjoy it all, and yeah, I'd love to get that title.
Congratulations, Ethan, off to a great start.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Ethan Ewing, very much taking it all in his stride so far. Getting overly carried away all the way to the final last year. Didn't quite get the win, and really there's only one place to go from runner-up. He'll be having his sights on that. A lot of surfing yet to come before that happens. Enjoying the surfing from this young man a lot. Jackson Bunch, spark with speed and panache and polish off the top. Nice and whippy. Looking to do away with the 383. Very much in command with that 7.
Yeah, that was nice. And what I love about that first section, he was actually able to draw out a little bit more, not trying to get too aggressive and push that back foot and get tight. He let the rail do the talking, and that turn looked much bigger, mostly for a guy that is much smaller in size compared to the opponents because he's so young. Beautiful turn and finish it off strong. Right there, the wave was more critical, a little bit tighter, so he was able to actually do and push more the back foot. But the first turn really set him up for success right there, and it's going to be a great backup score. And he's ahead on this heat, like it's been happening. The guys that start in early tending to get a big advantage on top of the surfers and free up a little bit more and find themselves in a good rhythm. But the problem is, the guy in second place right now is the one that could be a mile ahead behind you. Sorry, a mile far behind you, but come back just very quick with one closeout wave, which that's Italo.
Yeah, and you just expect him as well to just keep catching waves. Not really one to sit in the line up for too long as well. He's ridden 4 waves so far, which is relatively modest for him. Let's see if he ups the ante a bit in terms of the wave count. Fred Moraes has just ridden 1 wave as well. He'll need a little bit more. Interesting to see how Fred goes here, competing as the wild card without the pressure of being actually on tour and just enjoying vibes from the fans. Jackson Bunch, rookie season from him, kind of sneaks in really in terms of Challenger Series. Had to wait to the very last event to get it done, but so far it's been really impressive. Just 21, probably one of the lighter surfers on tour as well, Jesse. And just in that replay that we saw, his equipment thinner, and he looks like he's cutting the water really well. Steep sections here, but there are fat bits in between, and it looks like his board's working really well in those transitions.
No doubt about it, and that's just because he's a very light-footed surfer too. Like, he can apply a lot of pressure, but he knows how to stay light and let the board glide. So it's going to be important on a day like today with those noisy, tough conditions, but he needs to make sure when it's not going into the air that his turns look as big as guys like Frederico Moraes, Italo Ferreira, or Cole Hausman, you know? Obviously, it's not going to look that big, but he needs to make sure he can maximize his potential of that and mix it up with the big airs.
I've seen the different interpretation from different surfers. There is variety in terms of how to get your scores here. Everything really in play in terms of the criteria. Obviously, the waves called Super 2 Bus. It's the main way of getting numbers, but maneuvers, airs, nice carves, all of that good stuff. Towards putting the heat together, Jackson Bunch leading this one at the moment. We're waiting for Italo Ferreira to really fire up. Let's see if he can do that when we come back from break. Back to Super Tubos at the moment. In the lead out here, Jackson Bunch, rookie on tour, going all right. Got the 7 locked in. Big, lofty backhand rotation for him. And controlling this one at the moment. Italo Ferreira got the 4-5. Backhand rotation of his own real early on. Since then, been waiting for him to fire up. Let's see how he goes about doing that back half of the heat here. Fred Moraes just one way ridden. He's been real patient. He's got priority. He'll need to use it during the break. Jesse Italo on a solid left.
Yeah, that looked like one of the biggest waves we've seen it ridden so far. Just pushing a little bit too much on that last section. Kind of had to, because this first turn here, he starts to draw out, but the wave kind of bottoms out and he loses that inside rail, which the judges are not going to love that. And then he had to kind of go big, but just the wave lacking a little bit of intensity, and that's what I feel like it's missing on his wave selection so far. Kika's on the other hand getting up and vertical nicely right there, comboing it up with a nice second turn and finish it off clean. Beautiful, smart surfing for him, doing as much as he could with the circumstances ahead. And here looks like a drainer just into a closeout for Jackson Bunch. Just a lot of noise and a lot of chandelier with the onshore winds right now. And Italo up and right, and once again, a lot of action happening here. Finish it off with a nice floater, critical. But that first turn, once again, not able to find that great angle. Like, there was a little bit more opportunity. That one a little less, but that other one, like a beautiful open wall with the big size in front of him, but just wasn't able to engage that inside rail. Lost it a little bit halfway through, or not even halfway through, like 30% of that turn was done and then lost it, and there's more left on the bone. So Italo kind of seems like the guy that was going to really blow up since the beginning, but just not finding the right rhythm. But he's just one wave away from that.
Yeah, you wouldn't count him out, would you? Still plenty of time left to go in this one. Over 12 on the clock for Italo, and he'll just keep with that rotations, those reps. He'll stay busy, and he'll look to try and go here. Put some pressure back on Jackson Bunch. He'll go again. Ferreira loading up with a ton of speed. He sees a section in front of him. And slightly awkward. I don't know how he even got that almost pulled back. He had no right to, really. Almost kind of lay back landing from him. Somehow was able to almost pull that around. It just goes to show it's just something different about him. Everything he does is pretty unique in terms of his technique, his whole approach to everything, and it means you can't really afford to take your eyes off him.
Yeah, realistically speaking, most surfers would have gave up, because you can see he's going way into the flats, very dangerous, awkward position. The body wasn't really on top of the board, the arms weren't really, but he always tries to muscle through it, and that's how unpredictable and surprising it is, and the judges love that. If he would have landed, it would have been great, but I just loved the tendency of it, like how he always is giving his 120%. Like, surfers would have literally, half of them would have gave up halfway through that air and kicked that board away and just try to keep themselves safe, and he's never a downtime. Like, he always believes he can land.
CT by the numbers already in double digits for excellent waves so far in 2025. Just 2 events, he's already got 10 of those. We were over there in Abu Dhabi watching him go at it, and it really was that pressure cooker environment where some surfers were struggling a bit out of the comfort zone. He absolutely thrived and flourished out there.
No doubt about it. All the spotlight was on top of him, and that's what he lives for. Like, he loves to be the #1 guy, and right now the door's open for him with Gabe and John out. Like, it's his year to shine, and he knows that, and he has the yellow jersey.
Actually, thinking about his world title season, going back a little way now, 2019, what's changed about him as a surfer? Obviously he's got a lot more experience, but what's different about his surfing all the way he competes since then?
I've actually spoke a little bit with his not his manager, but the guy that travels with him, Marquinhos, a few years back, and we'll get back to that after this, because Kika's in a bomb.
Absolute bomb for Moraes. Belts that one. Super committed vertical surfing, and he actually got completely hung up there, and it just goes to show the aggressive approach here. It's amazing to watch, but unable to pull that one down. But that was a bomb of a wave for Kikas.
Yeah, and that was a massive turn for him right there. Air dropping on the takeoff, and then he's going to get up and vertical, stomping on that back foot, but just putting that board a little bit too inverted and under him. So what that does is wipes off your speed and doesn't create the momentum and speed down the line. And with the wave kind of going Mach 10 like it was that one, it just made him get stuck on that lip and had to eject. Mostly with the injury that he has, you don't want to try and push through that. That was very critical. But back to it, what we mentioned about Italo, he was like, hey man, what are points that Italo could get better in his surfing? And we were talking about maybe like his front side carve, you know, like slow himself down a little bit more. And back to what changed from him 2019 and now, he joined with Reynolds, and I think it's a guy that it's known for his rail surfing since the beginning. It's from Hawaii, known from riding a little bit longer boards. So I think it was a perfect match to slow himself down a little bit more, and I've seen glimpses of difference on that. Like he's been a little bit slower on his front hand. He doesn't lose the intensity, but he does draw now his turns a little bit more.
Let's go and hear from AJ McCord with some insights into Fred Moraes.
Thanks so much, Paul. I was just catching up with Kikish's dad, Nuno, who has been in charge of his physical therapy from the moment that he hurt himself back in December. And Nuno told me that the very first day Kikish came in for physical therapy, he asked his dad, can I be ready for the contest in Peniche? And that has been the goal every single day. He did PT 2 to 3 hours a day, sometimes twice a day, every single day to be ready for this moment. I was catching up with his coach, Doug Marsh, before he paddled out, and he said that Kikish just got in the water a few weeks ago, and so for him the priority today is to pick good waves and if possible to go left, although I believe he just got a really great score just happened on the right. But for Kikish, Doug was emphasizing pick good waves, stick to the lefts if you can, because it'll take some of the pressure off of that injury.
Great stuff, thanks AJ. And we weren't surprised at all to see that kind of action from Italo Ferreira. We've been waiting for that, really. We've been saying, you know, it's coming from him. He just needs an opportunity. Finding it there is exactly what we'd expect from him. He did one of those as kind of a rangefinder as his very first wave, got a 4.5 for it. Since then, just hasn't quite connected. This was big, Jesse.
That's the intensity of wave that he was lacking on the previous air attempts that he had. Look how much more critical, how much more pop he was able to generate all the way down into the flats. And not to mention, came out with almost as much as speed as he got into the air and finished it off with a big, nice closeout turn. Look at that rotation, how wide his stance gets in order to absorb all that impact. We can't even see him right there. He comes out of it pretty clean and finish it off with a pretty nice turn. I mean, this has to be close to a 10-point ride compared to what we've seen it from Jackson Bunch 7-point ride. Like, I'm sure we have so much more to see from guys like him, but still, the intensity, the height, the speed, and how he was able to combo it up, it was pretty impressive.
Those 10 excellent scores that he's already garnered from 2 events on the CT this year could well go to 11. It's with the panel right now. To your point, his landing a bit more critical, wasn't he? All the way down to the flats, got a little bit more of that rotation done as well. It did feel overall a similar kind of maneuver, maybe just a little bit more significant in terms of the visual impression that it created. And he's just on the prowl here. He's in 3rd place prior to this score. It's where he is right now prior to this score coming in. It's not a big number that he needs though, and this will be a massive number we feel for Italo. The crowd love that as well, and injecting some serious energy. Numbers just starting to drop for Italo. It will be his 11th excellent score of the season, which he leads in the yellow jersey right now. It's gonna be a solid number for him, something around a high 8. It's an 8.83 for Italo Ferreira, and it was a question of when rather than if. We've been talking about that throughout the heat here. We talk about some people, the pressure on them that goes a couple of ways. They can overthink it. Not Italo Ferreira. He's here to perform. He's done that. Meanwhile, live action, quick in and out for Fred Moraes, trying to get involved. But Italo loving it here in Portugal already.
That was beautiful from Italo, and I personally think there was more gap difference in between those 2 waves. I think there's more than 2 points difference on the 2 waves, and the reasons why is the commitment, the height, the rotation, and where he landed. Like, and not to mention, he was able to combo it up with not a massive turn, but still pretty critical. As you're gonna see it right here, both of them eyeing it down. Look how much more steep the wave on the right is for Italo Ferreira. He gets up and vertical, higher, maybe a little bit flatter, but he lands into the flat where our opponent, his opponent Jackson Bunch, lands on top of the wave and then whips the board around. So he gets the full rotation, comes out clean, and combos it up with a nice maneuver. So, I mean, it's still a massive score, but well done for Italo to come back on this heat.
He's not going to stop there either. Look how clean this one is on the face. This is great surfing from him. Makes it look so easy. Just able to generate speed from nowhere, really. And visiting the lip with incisive vertical backhand surfing. At the same time, looking polished and controlled. He's loving these rights. He's in the lead right now. Ferreira, former champ here. Looking good so far in this bunch. We'll look for a reply from him at some point. He's going to get a small throwaway number drop in. But think about this last wave from Italo. 4-5 was the low score. He's had that since the beginning of the heat. Let's have another look.
Yeah, nice open wall for him right there. Gets in a little bit weird angle on that first turn. Second turn, nicer, a little bit more critical. Comes out clean and just in a good rhythm. You see it, you get a good score out here. It sets yourself up for success, and that's what's happening for Italo. Probably going to better his 4.5.
Yeah, he does just that. Gets about half a point on it. 5-1-3 for him. And again, decent numbers. Really similar total to what we saw Ethan Ewing drop in the previous heat in the high 13s. More great work forthcoming from the yellow jersey. Italo Ferreira loading up here. Throw that one really tail high. And a different sort of maneuver. That one, a closeout, a shorter section, but so much variety and creativity.
Amplitude on that one. Like, it's incredible how in rhythm he is. He just was a little bit late to the party, but now coming with the food, the cake, the drinks, everything. Like, nothing left on the bag right there for him. Beautiful launch, very extended. You're going to see how much amplitude he actually got into that air. Not that speed and quick rotation, but just moving down the line so much. That was beautiful from Italo, and he's going to get another massive score for that. As you see it right here, eyeing it down, knowing this is a one-turn wave. Notice how he was a little bit slower on that air rotation. He knew he needed to get high and get that tail high in order to land at a perfect spot, because the closeout wave was a little bit in front of him, and all that noise on the whitewash had to be cleared for him to land well. So he just does that perfectly and whips his head around right on the end to come out clean. And right there, Griffin and Reynolds frothing.
Yet more electrifying surf from Italo Ferreira going down here in Portugal. And another big number coming his way, the 5-1-3 that he just earned for a couple of turns. Relatively run-of-the-mill for him. That'll be history when this number comes through. Final couple of minutes here, 1:40 remaining. Jackson Bunch holding down second at the moment. Fred Moraes got a little bit to do to try and avoid elimination round. Looking for that 6-1-7. We're waiting for a number come in for Italo Ferreira. He opened up with the backhand rotation, got him the 4-5. A few misfires from him throughout the heat. Dropped a massive 8-8-3 for a huge one. And now another good score up close to that excellent range. Comes in for Italo, the 7-6 drops for him. And his total is huge, another excellent heat. So there we go, there's excellent numbers, 11 and 12 for the season already for him. That's why he's in the yellow jersey. And after seeing him just struggle a bit, you mentioned, just to find the energy from the waves, he just kept busy, stayed in motion. That's what you expect him to do. 10 waves ridden for him. Meanwhile, Bunch with a load of speed. He'll have to be a little patient. Section just not really cooperative. Just drops in front of him when he wanted it to open up. Doesn't do that. At the moment, he is in second, though. He's got a bit of a cushion over Kick-Ass. So we'll have priority now. About 30 seconds to go, Jesse.
Yeah. And just this is the first heat that we kind of see the surfer in third place that was completely out of rhythm, trying to force things through, just muscled through, and no one better than Italo to do that in the conditions that we have in hand. We're expecting him to go into the air on the rights with this wind blowing and favoring those air attempts, and nice way to finish it off. Props for Italo to muscle through that one.
Yeah, it's the performance that we're anticipating and expecting in Italo Ferreira with that main character energy. He loves to deliver for these fans here in Portugal. Absolutely loves it over here competing. And that's why finding rhythm with the waves, finding performances. And he's looked great in this. An excellent heat total for him. And that kind of form from Italo really is why he's back and rejuvenated. Happened for him. Back part of last season, he got that win. It was a while for him to get victory on the championship tour, and as soon as he sort of broke that seal, it's ominous really for everyone else right now, because there's a surfer very much on the up and up. The yellow jersey of Italo Ferreira, victorious in the opening round. More live action from Portugal. Kaipo and Mitchell in for the call. We'll be right back.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Ah, beautiful. I hope you're entertained. We just saw Italo Ferreira take to the sky, not once, but twice for a win. He's on to the round of 32. More battles hitting the water right now. Heat number 7 of the opening round, Yago Dora, Joel Vaughn, and Samuel Pupo. Top 2 move into that round of 32. Third place into the elimination round, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call, and oh my Ferreira.
Gnarly. Has the highest heat total of the round so far, Kaipo, and as you can see right there, it doesn't seem like the yellow jersey really adding any kind of pressure to Italo, and it seems like Yago so far getting things going in the first few minutes of this heat, looking to make up some lost time after that early exit over at Pipe, rebounded with the 5th place finish in Abu Dhabi. Good start right there on the backhand for the surfer out of Floripa. And then Joel Vaughn right here. Best rookie on tour so far, Kaipo, going left, banger right there, 2-turn combo. Gonna be a strong start for Joel Vaughn from North Shelley. And then Samuka right here going right. He's done very well in Portugal in the past. 2-time champion over there in Ediceda. Looking for the cover up on the inside. Nearly had the exit too, but that's just gonna be a throwaway for him. And then Yago once again, his second ride going left. Seems like the backwash with the tide coming up, potentially being a big factor throughout this midday portion, but a banger finish right there, Kaipo, off to a great start with 2 waves already.
Yeah, solid start for Yago Dora in his 7th season on the championship tour, the 28-year-old out of Santa Catarina. Right now, number 15 on the rankings, Mitchell?
Yeah.
Just because of that early loss over at Pipeline. He's already got his throwaway at 33rd at Pipe, but rebounded back. Quarterfinals in Abu Dhabi. For Yago Dora, so he's on the road right now, and the road that he wants to take.
And had a chance to make it into the semis too, but unfortunately just wasn't able to better his right. But overall, multiple finals, has a victory at the CT level already over there in Brazil, but I feel like we still haven't seen the best of him so far in beach break Skypes. Could potentially be the event here.
Yeah, Yago with a new coach, a prodigy of his dad, Leandro da Silva, now taking care of the coaching duties for Yago Dora. Why? I talked to Yago, I talked to Leandro, his father. They said, you know what, we want to keep it as father and son in their relationship, and now Yago has his own coach.
Well, understandable, first of all, but most importantly, you don't want to lose that relationship with one of the people you love the most, and total respect right there, Kaipo.
is, right? Just, you mentioned also Joel Vaughn in this heat, a rookie on the championship tour, just 21 years old out of North Shelley Beach. There's Joel, sitting number 11th on the current ranking. So he's top of the rookie class after 2 events, 2 ninth place finishes for Joel Vaughn.
Incredible.
Nice start to the year.
Oh, you kidding me? 2 9s, I mean, and just overall, he's really improved in the first 2 events he's already had on the championship tour. But last year when we did World Juniors in Oceanside, there were a couple waves that didn't even make the highlight package that were excellent scores out of Joel for just 1 turn. That's what he's capable of. Obviously, we all know what he can do in the air, but underrated barrel rider too, the kid from North Shelley.
Yeah, talented family, Zach, Curtis, Huey, all his brothers also rip.
Yeah, and of course, his father, Vahine, traveling with him so far throughout every single event on tour.
Sammy Pupo, kind of a different story for Samuel Pupo in his 4th season on the championship tour, number 32 on the rankings, holding so far a 33rd and a 17th. So Samuels needs to make some heats. He needs some big results.
Well, he really needs to make the quarters or better at least in the next 2 or 3 events, so that way he's not going into Oz with a lot of weight on his shoulders. And of course, this is really kind of a family heat right here. You see a lot of 2nd generation professionals, and of course you see a lot of people that are being coached by a good amount of their parents too. I mean, Wagner had a very successful career back home in Brazil in the 80s and the 90s, and both of his kids, 2 of the most talented surfers to ever come out of South America, Kipes.
Love that you bring that up. Wagner Pupo, former professional surfer, also the shaper for Ohana Pupo Surf Designs. And since then, he's broadened his range also. He's also the man in charge of JS Industries over in South America.
Yeah, and I think, well, obviously, it took Jason a long while to be able to get that brand over there into a large market, by the way. But you have 2 of the best riders in the world within that region, and both of them are brothers, so a lot of control right there, obviously, with Wagner in really the shaping bay over there where we see Joel right here.
Bonnie. Oh, nice slob air for Joel Vaughn right there. Haven't seen a slob in a while. That was a nice grip on the front of the board on the toe side rail.
And especially a straight slob, too. You normally see it with the rotation, and it was nice to see just a straight one right there for Joel. So we talked about his air game and how talented he is going for a lot of those high-risk maneuvers, Kipes. Like the way he just made sure that he had enough speed. It's always better to have too much speed than not enough. And good projection right there by Vaughn.
I like the little bit of a tweak that he gets once he gets his hand on the rail and just gives a little extra torque there off the slob.
That little knee coming in towards the back end too. Good landing. I mean, especially with the variable conditions out there right now, it seems like that south wind had been picking up momentarily, and all of a sudden it glassed off right here.
And not an easy air. Those slobs, sometimes you can go over the handlebars just because you're putting so much of your body weight forward. So hopefully the judges recognize, you know, the difficulty in not just the air and the amplitude of the air, but also the grab that he put it together there, and a little bit of the tweak.
And as you said, a lot of times you're usually throwing that with rotation, and you tend to over-rotate because you're going forward too much. So not only the control right there in terms of his footing, his core strength too, Kipes. Number 11 for a true rookie. First 2 events. That's impressive stuff when you consider how many talented surfers we have on tour.
Yeah, he's just above number 12 right now, Jackson Bunch, another rookie on tour, another rookie that's made it through this opening round. We'll see Jackson and Italo coming out of that last heat into the round of 32. Kikas, the local wild card, will be in the elimination round.
What a good rookie class we have this year, too.
I like it.
Jackson Bunch, as you mentioned, Grosjean making it finally.
There's depth, right?
Yes.
When we look at it, we see, and there's contrast where you have very young surfers like Joel Vaughn and Jackson Bunch, and then guys who've been at it forever like Edgar Grosjean finally making the CT. This right here, Sammy Pupo Samuka. There's a little bit of frustration there, Mitch.
Yes, and Yago here with the answer.
Dora, smooth off the bottom. Chops it off the top there, looks for a little something more. It's not going to give it to him. And Yago Dora kicks out. He'll hold on to that 5.4 and that 4.83 currently in his score line.
Well, just talking about the variation maneuvers that we see in this heat already, Dora, one of the most talented and most creative surfers on the planet, Kaipo. Last year at Punta Roca, he had a couple of the biggest stairs we've ever seen in CT competition, and with different grabs. And now you're going up against Vaughn, who has the same kind of technique, just a younger version of yourself. And now Samuka might be the most standout surfer out of the 3 when it comes to the rail surfing. That's why I was so bummed that he fell on the second turn right there on the left.
Yeah, I love it. It's been an entertaining day so far. Lots of airs. And speaking of airs, some giant airs went down in that last heat. Yellow leader jersey, Italo Ferreira. We know why he's dressed in yellow. Well, let's hear from Italo. He's down with AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, we were just checking Italo's board here to make sure nothing happened during that massive air show that you put on in your first heat. Just how did you identify those sections and know what you wanted to do?
Yeah, I was like super excited to put the jersey on and start the game, you know. And yeah, I saw like the other guy like doing air and get 7 points. I was like, I know how to play this game, and I was like super excited to find like a good right and try to go like high, and then I landed one of the like nice ones, and yeah, I was like, and then I saw like a lot of waves down the bank, and I was like hard to find it, but yeah, I'm glad to have like a good opportunity and make the moves, and then yeah, I just want to say thank God for the moment and the opportunity for sure.
Congratulations para o Brasil. Você se está vestindo amarelo pela primeira vez desde 2021. Descreve seu mindset com este licra.
Então, realmente é muito legal voltar a estar no topo, né? Depois de muito trabalho, muita dedicação, realmente as coisas vêm acontecendo, graças a Deus, e é muito legal estar vestindo essa lycra porque ela te motiva e te impulsiona, e é o que eu estou sentindo. Então, é claro que tem muita coisa pela frente, mas eu estou tentando aproveitar os momentos e fazer o que eu mais amo.
Parabéns, congratulations, see you in the next one.
Obrigado, galera.
Oh, and a big gaff there by Yago Dora coming around that section. And Dora is going to heat things up there. AJ talked a little bit about Italo, about his boards. Tico, talking to his shaper, Tico.
Silver Surf.
Silver Surf. He's riding EPS boards, stringered EPS boards with the epoxy finish and a springy stringer in that, laminate stringer. And that's the kind of boards that Italo prefers riding, the all-in model. Here's a replay of a solid turn by Yago Dora.
This was nasty. I mean, he fully laid into it right there, Kaipo, and just 100% committed to that first section. Deep bottom turn for the second one too, combos it up with the carve, and unfortunately for him, this wave kind of shoulders off towards the end, but did major damage with the first two. And just going back to what you were mentioning about Italo's board, it's not typical that you see epoxies being ridden at this heavy of a wave.
Yeah.
But in that being said, he did get extra pop because of those epoxies. And I personally think that now we're seeing too much evolution to the point where you just got to ride whatever feels comfortable to you.
Yeah, and a lot of that pop will happen. Those are stringered epoxies, so they're traditional down the center stringer on his epoxy board. So the constructions, you know, they'll alternate, but the actual flex of the board is going to be more similar to a PU, being that it's that centered stringered board. You're still going to have that same torsional flex on that board and a little bit more spring longitudinally because of that laminated stringer. Stringers come in a bunch of different woods, but the ones in Italo's boards are actually laminated so that they have glue lines in them as well for extra spring.
Yeah, and extra strength too, because all those landies that he's had, especially in that last heat, I mean, he's landing in the most critical part of the wave, literally in the flats.
Yeah, maybe extra strength with those epoxy skins on those.
You would hope so. I mean, because you know that he's going to pop at least a few of those every single heat that he pals out for.
Quick one for Joel Vaughn, up and out. Joel will remain in second place. Sammy Pupo sitting on priority and looking for a 6.4 to take that second place and advancing position off of Joel Vaughn. And Yago Dora continues to impress us with his surfing. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 7 right now. Ramzi Bukiyo, he's warming up. He'll be at heat number 8. We're back with more from Peniche after this Bonsoy brew break.
Shall we?
What's more fun, playing dice in a dungeon or playing WSL Fantasy at WorldSurfLeague.com or on the WSL app? Mitchell, I say playing WSL Fantasy is way more fun.
I think not only are you right, but you just reminded me that I haven't even set my fantasy team. But
you got time.
I do have time. I do have time. Men's round of 32 before it starts, and women's round of 16.
That's right. Lock your teams before the women's round of 16 and men's round of 32. Play fantasy with us, and congratulations to Old Dirty Doug. ODD, shimmy, shimmy, all. You took the win over there at highest points in stop number 2 at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, and make sure to join our lineup pod league too.
I'm in it.
We get, you're not eligible for the prizes though.
Oh.
I know, I had a talk with Pro, and I'm kind of bummed because I did very well after Abu Dhabi, but a ton of prizes after the season. And then I think there's prizes for each individual winner throughout every event.
Yeah, gift cards for a WSL store, right?
Yeah, a lot of cool merch over there.
That's right. All right, well, thank you for joining us back here. Yago Dora, you can see him out on the water. He's in the lead in this heat, 6.1 to 5.4 for Dora. Joel Vaughn, the rookie on tour, currently occupying second place position. And Sammy Pupo still sitting on to that priority, needs a 6.4. There's Joel Vaughn, and you can see a little bit of the rip moving around. We got a big tide change, so we're gonna get flooded here. We got 9 feet of ocean, of Atlantic Ocean, gonna be coming up.
Yeah, and Joel's the only one that's actually surfing right in front of us. The other two surfers, Dora and Pupo, they're just a bit further south, not a whole bunch, but I feel like Joel's probably looking at the right where he's over by the mushroom cloud right now at the moment, which means where that current is edging out. But to be perfectly honest and fair, the scores at the moment do not reflect how well a lot of these guys have surfed so far in this heat. I mean, because that 6 by Yago was easily an 8 or a 9 for anybody else at any given moment in a free surf. And that just goes to show you how talented the CT is nowadays. And just talk about how good the waves have been all day long. But we're in heat 7, it's still just as fun as ever.
It's been a tremendous run of surf. Even for the warm-ups coming into this event, it's been all-time Super Tubos. We're so happy here. This is a stop that we look forward to every single year because of the crowds that we see here, the weather, the hospitality. This is a special surf town, and really, this small fishing town has been built on surfing.
Yes, it has, and I think we're talking to a couple of locals as we see Samuka's brother right there, Miggy, on screen. A lot of people were saying that, you know, late 80s, early 90s, this place really had nothing. And up until the first event that was ran here in the mid-90s, it started to grow a lot more because of the sport, as you were mentioning.
Here's our heat leader, Yago. Oh, just gaffing through on the mayhem. Hangs on, doesn't find anything after that. Looking to improve upon a 5.4. And Dad, Leandro, enjoying that.
I can attest to it yet, Kaipo. I'm not a parent myself, but you have 2 beautiful daughters, and I grew up with a single father who I appreciate and I love very much. But it's nice that they want to balance that relationship out a lot more, and I respect that because it gets to a point where it feels like you're doing much more of a job rather than actual parenting at that point.
Yeah.
And even though Yago, you know, he's going to be 29 later this year, that doesn't mean that your relationship won't change at that point, you know? It can change at any point in your life.
Well, one thing that's classic is this Yago Dora turn.
He's been so good with the bottom turn reads too, and seems like he maybe put on a bit more weight too. I feel like he's throwing a lot of spray around in the first few waves he's caught on this heat, even though that won't improve. He just needs to be on a better wave to try to improve on that 5.4 he has as a backup.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how Samuel Pupo is going to regather himself right now. He used priority. He was not able to improve upon, so that was a misfire right there for Samuel.
Yep.
And now he's got just under 10 minutes to make it up.
Well,
tough position.
It is. You have 9.5 on the clock right now. You basically have to surf an entire heat, but luckily for him, the score's attainable within one wave.
Yeah. So let's see if Joel Vaughn's going to use his priority.
He's moving over.
And but you know what? Speaking of Yago Dora, coming into this year, we sat down with Yago and talked to him about what his goals were for 2025. Let's hear from Yago.
I want to be better than last year. I want to have this. I think my biggest goal is to find the same space that I was on the second half of the season last year. Just like really present and like thinking about each event and each wave and not like thinking about the final result too much. Just like trying to surf as good as I can and enjoying it. Like I feel like on the start of the season I was like thinking on the consequences too much and like thinking like, oh, this is my year, I have to do good, I have to fight for the title, and then things didn't really happen. I want to make the cut in a better position than I did last year, and if I do that, I know I can improve.
Yeah, Yago last year barely made that mid-season cut. He went on.
The last surfer.
He was the last surfer. He went on to finishing number 6 in the rankings, so just one spot away from that final 5 for Yago Dora. Maybe he can make it into that final 5 this year. Yago, cloud break. Ooh.
I like it. And I still think he's world champion material, personally.
Oh, yeah.
He's too good of a surfer. He's too good of a competitor now. And I think the most obvious thing, too, is that he's matured a lot since he's made his debut in 2018. And overall, multiple finals, has the victory in Saquarema. But right after, he barely made the cut, made back-to-back finals in spectacular fashion, Kaipo.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Here we got some action in the water. It's going to be Joel Vaughn. Takes a look at this left. Joel snaps it off the top there. Gets a little bit weightless on the return. Just one turn for Joel Vaughn. Will that improve upon a 4.67? I ask you that.
There's potential for it. It was a larger section. The bottom turn was really well executed, too. It's right around there if he does improve or if he doesn't. But I still think it's a good defensive move just because Sam could potentially get the 6.4 on that. There's too much of a large size of a wave, and he had enough time to be able to get up there at least once. Deep bottom turn, really good structure to the top turn, too. If he improves, it'll be just enough, but it seems like it's going to come under Kaipo. But once again, the way he's competed in this heat, very smart and strategic, and it doesn't show in the scores how well he has surfed. The 5 with the slob and the 4.67 with the combo turns on the backhand.
Here we go, Yago Dora once again searching for a ramp, going down the line. Let's see what he finds. Pops it up, double grab, lands on the roof, incomplete. I like the intent though.
So do I. Double grab, you don't see that too much. Actually, a lot of people used to say, oh, are we going back to the 90s with the double grab? I'm a huge fan personally.
It's pretty 90s.
Yeah, but they're transitional and they're obviously very efficient too, but that thing had a lot of loft to it.
Yep.
I think he not only improves the scoreline right there, we'll probably see something at least in the upper good, close to excellent, Kaipo. Fortunately, that's a tale for another day as it was incomplete.
Still remains in the league, so Yago Dora up front. Joel Vaughn hanging on to that second and advancing position. It has to be busy time for Samuel Pupo, but we're going to turn our attention here to Joel Vaughn down the line. Pops it up, and the North Shelley surfer nearly rides out of that one.
Oh, man, he had the loft to it too, Kaipo, and unfortunately, it just seemed like on the ride out, his feet were maybe just a bit too close together, lost control of the board, and right there, just going to be a throw. Smart move, though, under priority, knowing that Sam still needs a 6.4. You improve on the 4.67, force him to get something excellent, which is really hard to do now, given that there aren't many barrels, and to be able to get an excellent score with just an air is nearly impossible with the scores that Italo was getting.
Yeah, the mood's changed out here at Super Tubos. Less barrels, the winds. You know, although it's a little bit onshore, it's laying down just a bit. Here's Sammy Pupo. Couple of slices for the Brazilian to finish that one off. Looking for a 6.4. Don't know if that's going to hit the mark there, but I like the intent.
Yeah, it was strong surfing though, and the second section especially was really tough to manage. 5 minutes to go, though. It'll get him back in the heat, and it should be his best wave, too. Cuts it a little short, as you were saying. The second turn, high impact, though, Kaipo, especially with the small amount of speed he had for that second one.
And that's really hard to do when you're getting there kind of late.
Yes.
And have to handle all of that impact on the bottom of the wave.
But the only way he was able to do that, though, was cutting it short on the first one. So managed to fit in the 2-for-1 right there, which is smart. Will improve on the 3.5, you would think. And now the requirement going to be a bit smaller right now with 4.5 on the clock. And good memories here in Portugal. He's won the event in Ericeira, a couple of times, Kaipo, and he just here at Super Tubos hasn't really able to translate to the beach break so far, considering that he's from Maresias too, which tends to have a lot of similarities to here to Super Tubos.
Yeah, and it's too early to talk about the cut, but the one thing with Samuel Pupo, even when he has been dropped off of the championship tour, he's always been able to come back through that Challenger Series and regain his place on tour.
Well, in 23, he won 2 events.
Yeah. Striders on the beach. What do you got for us, Waz?
I was just down here enjoying the sunshine. It's a little chilly still, but damn, it is packed down here. I mean, look at all these people. Everybody enjoying a beautiful day down here on the beach. And I think it's not too early to talk about the party tonight. It's coming up. Ahmed Spins is going to be in there DJing tonight. You guys, he's going to have him in the booth, I believe, next heat. I can't wait to hear what he's got to say. Surfer and DJ. It's going to be really fun, but everybody should come out. All the surfers are inviting all the guests, and that means everybody on the beach to come to the party.
Yeah, Strider, can I get on the guest list?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll put you on there. I'll get you on there. No worries. You got anybody else you want on there, just let me know. But definitely everybody down here on the beach enjoying it. Everybody's loving it. And you know what? Just come on down to the beach, enjoy it, and then stick around for the party tonight.
Hey, bro, I got a question for you real quick. Who's your stylist, by the way? You got the ICs on, the Rip Curl jacket. You look good today, my friend.
I tried to match the shades with the shirt, baby. Come on, you know, we got to go.
Yeah.
It's all good. But, you know, getting dressed in the dark, it's 5 o'clock in the morning when we're coming down here. But I did all right.
Yeah, you're looking good. Get us on the list, Strider. We'll see you tonight, and we'll be talking more. Actually, Ahmed Spin is going to be in the booth for the next heat, where we'll see Ramsey Buchiam, as well as Jordy Smith and Alan Cleland battle out there. And tonight, like we said, we have an opening party. A lot of times we have a closing party. This time we have an opening party, which is even better.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm ready to go.
I know you are. You've already had a couple of Red Bulls. I haven't even cracked one open.
I enjoy my Red Bulls. Thank you to Red Bull.
So 220 here. Sam drops a 407 Kipes and now needing close to a 6. It's not impossible, and luckily for him, Yago and Joel did go on wave, so priority with the surfer in white at the moment. And 2-minute drill right here. This is what you train for, but it seems like we got somebody else up and riding the heat leader.
Yeah, it's Yago Dora, and he's starting off on a good foot in this comp. Oh, had to throw that one away. See a little bit of a backwash on the inside.
Yeah. Tide's coming up. Definitely seems like it will be adding a lot more degree of difficulty to a lot of those air sections, especially going left. Seems like the backwash to me, I don't know if this is something you see too, Kaipo, but the middle of the beach is usually where we see more of the backwash. Yeah. Seems like the southern part is just too shallow for it to really affect it that much. Good setup turn right there, and the only way he was improving on the 5.4 that he has was with something big like that. And as you said, the landing just a bit too difficult. A lot of whitewater on this one too. It was kind of one of those later set waves, so trying to make up for something here at the end. Good amount of loft, projection too, but not really the place where he was looking to land right there at the end. Ooh.
Sammy speeding in the fast lane right here. A couple of hooks off the top, and that was really unfortunate because I liked the speed, the spray, and the positioning of that first turn for Samuka Samuel Pupo.
Got a little hung up coming out of the first one, and I think it set him off speed for the second one, Kaipo. Had to go big on the second one. There's no way he was getting the score if he didn't go as big as he did. And Joel right here, you got to play it smart. If you don't see it white on the outside, don't even go on a wave, let it go. Yep.
Smart heat surfing.
Oh, 100%. 9.9 heat total, and you're still making it through in second. That's all you need to do. Realize the round that you're in, what you need to do to be able to advance. Not necessarily win the heat, that's always what you want to do. But if you're comfortably in second and knowing that your opponent still needs something in the getter range, Kaipo, you're letting a lot of these waves go, and it seems like strategy definitely something he implemented for this one right here.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. We look at a CT competition. You got to make it through this round, and you see a little disappointed older brother, Miguel Pupo. And looks like Gabe Medina just made it to the site as well. So it will be Yago Dora and Joel Vaughn advancing out of this heat into the round of 32. All smiles from Yago as he hits the beach with a ton of Portuguese surf fans. Samuel Pupo will be in the elimination round.
Yeah, good heat right there by Yago. Seems like his bounce back after Abu Dhabi looking real good. And Joel Vaughn once again, at least securing himself a 17th here, Kaipo. 2-9 so far in the first 2 events.
There's all the results, all the numbers there. We got a big show for the opening day of the window here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're going to have Ahmed Spins in the booth next, and Gabe Medina, he's going to join us later in the broadcast, heat number 12. We'll see the 3-time world champ. Stick around. Back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona Cero. We promised you an exciting opening day, and we're going to provide that exciting opening day. Numerous guests. We got an opening party tonight featuring this man, Ahmed Spins. Thank you for joining us.
Of course, come party with me tonight.
Now you don't have to twist my arm to do that. This is going to be a good time. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You're a surfer and a DJ.
Yeah, of course. So I'm from Morocco, and Ramsey is one of my best friends. And yeah, and Spinola I've known as well. We've partied together, and such a good guy. And when they told me to come, and I always wanted to support Ramsey, and yeah, I'm so happy we got to make this happen. Yeah, to be honest, it's so good seeing Ramsey out here, and I want to support him. I think he's more anxious of me being here than actually on the hit. I might spill some dirt. He's like, please be. Yeah, professional.
Well, we're always looking for the dirt.
Yeah, of course, of course. It'll come, it'll come.
But, you know, Morocco, incredible wave region, and I just feel like in the last few years, maybe the last decade, has really taken the heart of the surf community. I mean, there's a lot of great waves there. You got a lot of surfers now there.
Oh, wow. It's insane. Honestly, it's one of the best places in the world to surf. And yeah, it's awesome. All my friends in the water, whenever I go back home, I'm so stoked. We have so many waves everywhere. And you can find, like, I don't know if you know Jerome Sayoun. He's one of my really close friends and big wave surfers, and he knows Morocco like the palm of his hand. And each time you can figure, like, he finds a new spot, no one's there, insane waves. So it's always like, you always find new spots, so good.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our heat right now, because we have your good friend Ramsey out here against the veteran on tour, Jordy Smith, and a rookie from Mexico, my man, Mitchell Allen Cleland Jr.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Al about an hour ago and just how similar these conditions are to where he's from. in Pascuales heavy beach break. And I don't know if you've ever been to Mexico, but we would love to have you. And I think
I love it there.
You'd have a real good time DJing a couple parties over there. Cancun, Los Cabos, where I'm from,
I've been. No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Mexico plenty of times. It's awesome. The people are so nice.
Hey, I just
wanted to ask you, Ahmed, how did you get into DJing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Where did it start for you?
Yeah, I was always very curious on how music was made. So before DJing, I started making music. And when I was 12, I taught myself the piano and then the guitar. And then I just was too curious. I wanted to control a bit the narrative. And I started making my own music. And then, by like 17, I moved to Boston for college.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I started DJing parties there. And I made music on the side. And then just after college, organically, it's sort of like I had an EP that went out and went viral.
But you've worked with some big people like Diplo.
Yeah, so I partied with Diplo. I played with him as well in a couple lineups. And he's a great surfer as well. Really cool guy. It's a small world and everyone's friends, like the surf world.
Music and surfing go together.
They do.
100%.
Like peanut butter and Nutella. And that was a big snap there for Alan Cleland Jr. Nice little start there.
Yeah.
A finish would have been a great way to start the heat. So that was unfortunate, that slip.
Definitely. And, just for Al right now, he's enjoying himself, as you've seen so far in the first two events, Kaipo. Great result over there at Pipe, 9th place finish, defeating really the guy out there in Jack Robinson, too, who had a perfect 10. Al had a 9.5. Abu Dhabi, kind of a disappointing result for him, but he's looking to make it back right here in Portugal. Overall, though, just what he's been able to do in the first three events, after getting the call literally hours before surfing at Pipe Kaipo, like what he's been able to do, just pressure and handling himself, I've been very impressed and stoked to see him do so well.
Alan Cleland Jr., a surfer's surfer.
Yeah, people's champ.
Back in Abu Dhabi, rolling around, a giant Bluetooth speaker, pumping the sounds the whole time.
During the night session,
bringing the party, and just one of those guys that energy you want to be around.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, Ahmed, on how music changes the vibe in the room.
For sure, 100%. And what's crazy is with Ramsey, I always send him some of my unreleased music. And the song that put me a bit on the map is called Anchor Point. And Ramsey was one of the first people I sent it to. I called it ID Whip, sent it to him. He used to listen to it before his heats.
Yeah.
And then it went out the summer after and for some reason took off.
Speaking of Ramsey.
Let's go.
Here he comes. Straight up there for Ramsey. Big power gaff, but that convergence of water is going to be really tough to ride out of.
Yeah, that triangle right there where two peaks just converge, as you mentioned. Nice attempt, though, and just see the amount of power that he has in his legs. And, this guy went through the Young Guns program with Quicksilver, and overall, been a lot of development in the first few years he's been on the Championship Tour.
Here's a replay.
What you think, Ahmed, here? First turn pretty good, but the second banger with the convergence?
It would have been a good score if he could have finished that, but it's okay. I believe in him.
Hey, I saw a social media post of yours on Instagram. You played in Coachella already.
No, not yet. I'm playing Coachella.
Okay, you're playing in Coachella.
Yeah.
But you manifested that, right? You had like a fake Coachella poster behind you when you were playing one time?
Yeah, so honestly, it was a friend of mine who hosted a bake sale at school, and she said, we need a theme, and I was like, you can just put like a Coachella poster or whatever. Never thinking I would actually make it to Coachella. And 5 years later, I'm on the lineup, and then she sends me the picture, and she's like, this is crazy.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm excited. Just after El Salvador, so maybe Ramsey can do it.
Yeah, he's going there for sure. I can guarantee it.
All right, so no big scores on the board yet, you guys. We saw Jordy Smith come unstuck there. Here's Ramsey on the backhand, which has been a weapon for the rockin' Moroccan. Just one turn out the back for Ramsey. And a couple of the big surfers on tour on the paddle back. Jordy Smith, 6'3", and Ramsey, I think he's listed at 6'1". I think he's about 6'2".
Yeah, I feel like he's taller than me.
Al Cleland Jr. gets a snap there. So hotly contested heat.
It is. And Ramsey's coming off of the final over there at Tagazu Bay 2. QS 3000, Jorgen Kuzene.
At Anchor Point,
Yeah,
right?
at Anchor Point.
Just like the track.
Exactly.
That final was crazy, too. Both Jorgen and Ramsey had more than 19 points in. Looking at the replay here of Al, good convergence right here, Kaipo at the end, and made sure just to be able to really keep his nose out of the water right there for the finish. That should be his best wave and probably the best wave of the heat so far. well competed on this wave and very intelligent to not make the same mistake you did on the previous one.
Yeah. So we'll be waiting for that score for Alan Cleland Jr. back to the track anchor point, and Ramsey's performance out there. One of the events, I mean, we have a tiered system at the World Surf League. We have qualifying series, challenger series, and of course CT series. When you talk about the qualifying series, that's got to be one of the best waves on the qualifying series.
Honestly, it's too good to be true. It has to become a CT.
Yes, I like that.
Yes.
Manifest
it, like the Coachella one. It's going to happen.
Like just the way that you manifested that Coachella,
Yeah.
we want to manifest. Universe, do you hear us right now?
Please, universe, come through.
Hear us? We want to have a CT at Anchor Point.
Yes, 100%.
Especially with him on tour,
yes,
you have the potential to bring everybody there too.
I don't know if you heard about the crowds when he was playing in the QS, when he was in the water. It was next level.
Well, he got second and he got cheered up.
Like so many people showed up and they were like, go in Arabic, like sir. It was crazy. The whole beach showed up. The whole town was super proud. Yeah, everyone loves Ramsey because he's just a genuine, funny dude. So.
And we love good waves.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to do. So again, universe, manifesting, one day, CT, Anchor Point.
We're going. Okay. Do an Africa leg already.
Here we go with Jordy Smith trying to battle back into this heat. So the big South African.
Ooh.
Nice finish. And that's what Jordy does. He's been doing it for so long. 18 seasons on the championship tour. There's his dad, Graham. G. They have a surfboard company together, Smith Shapes.
Yep.
Jordy. Oh, here comes Al. And kind of casual approach there for Al Cleland Jr. before he explodes for a finish.
Pull it.
It's looking a little difficult out there, to tell you the truth, guys. That's what I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see this incoming tide, increasing wind. Things are becoming a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, 10, 11 points. I feel like you're almost guaranteed to make it through a round right now. We saw Joe Vaughn with less than 10 points be able to advance Kaipo. So right now, maybe just be stoked with getting a couple of 5s, but realistically, you still want to be posting those 7s or 8s, considering the talent that we have in the water. This first one, as you said, not bad. Made sure to just ride out of it. Big layback hammer right there. And I was actually shocked that he went for this air, trying to make up for some lost time right there on this wave. And he nearly pulled it too, just unfortunately not enough speed to ride out at last section. But this wave, I was impressed. What you think, Ahmed?
Really nice wave from Jordy, honestly. And we love to support the South African brothers.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's looking so smooth out there. So good.
18 years, Kaipo still surfing that way at 37 years of age.
Yeah. 18 years on the championship tour for Jordy Smith. A couple times a runner-up to a world title. That world title has eluded him, but 6 big CT wins. Jordy Smith, by the numbers, CT numbers, heat wins in Portugal. He's on the top of the list.
Not surprised to see the names right there. John Florence, been a former champion out here, one of the most successful surfers of all time. Medina Fajeda right there. And of course, Julian Wilson, former winner at this event. He's got the wild card for the Challenger Series this year, Kaipo. Going to be competing at Newcastle, the first event in June.
Yeah, very consistent. About half the time he's in competition here, he's minimum quarterfinal finish, Jordy Smith. And the Smith family is going to grow as well. Big news. They're expecting a second child. Jordy and Lyndall, his wife, already has a son, Ziggy.
Congrats.
Yeah, sick.
Al Cleland Jr. chopping it up on the backhand. Ooh. Swinging that Timmy Patterson through its paces. And Al connects all of the dots all the way to shore.
So that's his personal board, the Al Cleland file that he's riding from Timmy Patterson. It's a bit longer too. He's riding a 5'11", normally rides around a 5'8", 5'9". So just wants to make sure to really accentuate his surfing just a bit more and present it in a different way here at Super Tubos, Kipes.
Yeah, I like it. I like the look of a longer rail line. It feels like the boards are less cut short and a lot more drivey as we see this replay.
It's a gnarly first turn right there. And combos it up well, given how small this wave is towards the end. So this is his backup that he's keeping at the moment, 3.33. And just looking at how broad and how worldwide surfing is nowadays, Ahmed. Of course, having Ramsey, having Allen on tour right now. But of course, the Brazilians have really been the guys that started that, right? So
yeah.
Who'd you kind of look up to 10, 15 years ago when you saw that coming up?
Honestly, Gabe, of course. Yeah, he's the guy, huh? And his style, and yeah, he's just. I got to meet him in Portugal with Ramsey, and then we hung out a bit, and just after that I got to see he's just such a humble dude, really relaxed, so nice. Makes it even more refreshing to see a guy performing like that.
Are you a goofy or regular, by the way?
Regular.
Yeah. Do you have a preference on going right or left?
Right.
Yeah.
Of course, Morocco.
Pretty
Under
obvious
the right.
question. Yeah.
Never go left.
I shouldn't even ask that question. Right?
But news, we will have Gabe Medina joining us in the final heat number 12 of this opening round. Gabe's just made it to site, so we'll talk with the 3-time world champ and check in on him and how he's progressing through rehabbing, coming back into action. Speaking of back into action, we'll be getting back into action after this short break here. Right now, Al Cleland Jr. is on top. We'll see if Ramzi Bukhayam can crawl back into this heat.
Welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona Cero. We are at Super Tubos, and just up the beach and onto the glass is Yago Dora. Congratulations on a great opening round heat. What was the strategy you wanted to enact in that heat?
Yeah, actually the waves looked really fun and clean right before our heat. That Italo heat was super sick, and as soon as we got out there, a lot of current started coming and the onshore wind came. It was pretty tricky actually, but I just try to stay busy. Like I built a couple of scores on the start of the heat and then just try to play the rest of the heat. Like try to stay close to them and like getting better scores, and that was it. Just a 6 and a 5 and was enough.
The strategy worked out. Para o Brasil, como se sentiu procurando seu ritmo?
Sim, foi legal ali, o mar estava difícil, entrou o maral bem na hora da minha bateria ali, mas deu para me adaptar, achei umas ondinhas boas e é isso, o que importa é passar, né?
Parabéns, Yago.
Obrigado.
All right, yeah, Yago Dora taking a win. Welcome back. We're in heat number 8 of this opening round. It's Kaipo Girl along with Mitchell Salazar and DJ Ahmed Spins, who's going to be headlining our opening party tonight. Going to be bumping some Afro house, some deep house music. Is that the plan, Ahmed?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. How late are we going to go?
No idea. Spinola. Where's Spinola? Spinola has the answer to any question.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. If you're anywhere in the Peniche region, you want to make it down over here, by the way. Where exactly are we going to be having the party?
I don't know the exact address,
Yeah.
but I'll be there.
Listen for the music.
I'm here for the music. I'm just in charge of the music.
It is great, and what an opening day we're enjoying here, and the great festivities and all the hospitalities that we have every single time we come to Portugal.
100%. This place is beautiful, and we get to meet people like yourself, Ahmed, and you know, just looking at inspirations. Of course, Ramsey's been able to look. Ooh, quick fall there from Tori, which is pretty odd.
The dance floor was slippery right there.
Speaking of dance floors, though, big fan of house music myself. I like electro, Mark Kinchin, among others. But what are some of the inspirations that you looked up to when you're coming through the scene as we see Al right here?
For me, it was Flume. Because he was the first one, like really early on, it was Flume because he really stuck out of the lot, and he just tried to experiment a lot and just do stuff that, like, he didn't really care about what was going on in the scene, and then everyone copied him and followed him. So I really like artists like that, or David August, that just stand out and try to do their own stuff.
David August is good.
Yeah, really good.
Cool little wave here, Kipes, for Al. The carve into the lip line hit. Doesn't seem like it'll change anything, but still being very active in this heat. 7 waves for Junior so far in this one.
Yeah, Ahmed, what's the scene like? What's the DJ scene in Morocco?
It's good. It's picking up. So Marrakesh, honestly, is the best spot to go out.
Sweet.
And yeah, it's slowly picking up because like really nice airport situation. There's a lot of flights coming in, and also the locals very open to listening to a lot of new music. And so there's a lot of cool festivals happening here and there. And yeah, it's so nice.
I love that. I love that. Music, an international language that we all enjoy, and much like surfing, it all connects us because everyone can enjoy music. And then I always say, hey, if you're touching the ocean anywhere, we're all connected by ocean as surfers.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what ocean, we're all, the oceans connect here on Earth, and that what connects all of us, Mitchell.
Well, it's an expression of yourself, right? It's an art form, and I feel like that's why there's so many different genres of music too. I mean,
100%.
Afrobeats wasn't really a thing until what, maybe 5-10 years ago?
Yeah, I know, it popped off.
Yeah, you look at the development of Burna Boy and what he's been able to do. Like,
wow,
one of my favorite artists right now.
Yeah, I love him as well. So good.
And how important is music to our daily lives, guys? I mean, every single day we have to listen to music to be able to kind of function the way we do.
Ramsey with a quick off the top and unfortunate. We heard in that interview from Yago Dora, Mitchell, on how difficult the conditions turned just with this switch of the tide, and that just happened in the last half hour, 45 minutes or so. And you can see right now, these are some of the best surfers in the world, and it's difficult for them to turn him. Al Cleland Jr. is going to tuck into a little bubble. Oh! And he fights his way out.
Yeah.
That's just strength right there, dude. I mean, to be able to ride the foam ball the way he did, to be able to find a barrel the way he did, that's a person that comes from a beach break that is almost exactly like this one here.
Here's the IC replay. I want to see it again, Mitch.
Just being on the foam ball like that behind the curtain the entire time, and I don't know what was necessarily going on due to not being able to see the angle inside the barrel, but usually with those fins being above the foam ball, you're typically having to ride maybe a little bit of an ollie right there, guys.
Yeah, let's see how he finds this exit right here.
Muscles his way through.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way you're making that barrel right there. That's man strength right there, bro.
Well,
Than eating the chilaquiles every day, that's why. Just being honest, it gives you strength.
Chilaquiles.
Yeah, chilaquiles. You love them.
I love them. I'm you know me, Mitch. I'm a big Mexican food fan.
I'm pretty sure you're part Mexican too. That's why.
Guerrero.
Guerrero.
Jeez, somewhere.
That should be improving on the 3.33. You would be thinking right here, extending his lead. Close one between Al and Jordy, and unfortunately for Ramsey, haven't been able to see him too much. Just a couple of throwaways for him, Kipes.
Yeah, it's been like a needle in the haystack right now to try to find the quality waves in these half-hour heats. We're down to 7 minutes remaining. Jordy Smith clinging on to priority and clinging on to into that second place and advancing position in this heat. Way too early for Jordy to play any kind of defense, so we'll see what his strategy is. Graham, his dad, looking on. And we'll try to scour the lineup. We can see also to the far right side of your screen, that looks like where Ramsey's position.
Yeah, it seems that way. He's looking for those rights where, actually, this was one of his better events last year.
Yeah.
And it really started his campaign for being in that middle of the pack the entire season, Kaipo. So wouldn't be surprised to see him go on the back end right here. It seems like he might be interested in this one. It's actually Junior going up again on another right-hander.
Al Cleland connecting it throughout this, the back half of the heat has been all Al Cleland Jr. And so he's going to continue with a strong lead. You were right with Ramsey, though, Mitchell. Quarterfinals here last year.
Had a couple of really good heats, pieced it together, and then, of course, we saw what he was able to do in the back end of the year. I'm personally really excited to see him compete in South Africa. If
You know, of course, if he makes the cut over there at Jeffreys Bay, but I think Tahiti was a special event for him too. He had one of the most technical barrel rides I've ever seen in my life, as we saw Junior right there. He's up to 9 waves already, Kipes. Activity, the name of the game in this heat right here.
It seems like when the waves are unpredictable, that may be a good strategy, just to keep it going, keep the ball rolling, keep surfing waves, especially when the paddle back out is this short.
Well, and it's not perfect either. So what are you waiting for, really?
Yeah.
There's not necessarily a wave that's going to give you a 10-point ride out there just through the quality of it. You still need to surf it that way. But yeah, I like the strategy from Cleland. I think so far it's really been what's gotten him not only the first place, he's improving on a lot of his smaller scores in the back end of the heat too, Kaipo, as you were mentioning, due to catching that many waves. Okay, we asking him the obvious question right here, back in of the heat. Favorite surfer outside of Ramsey? You got to pick one.
Wow.
A lot of pressure right here, Kibes.
Mitchell has a way of applying pressure.
Yeah.
So you can take a while to think about it too.
Yeah. No, it's I'd say Gabriel, to be honest.
Yeah, I like that.
Pretty obvious.
I like that too. And Ramsey and Gabe are really good friends. They shared a final in World Pro Juniors before.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gabe skyrocketed straight onto tour. Ramsey never gave up and now is able to join his good friend. And I'm sure Ramsey and Gabe will be at your gig tonight.
Yeah, I'll see what the boys, how they feel, depending on tomorrow if the contest runs or not. But I'm sure if we don't make it happen tonight, we'll make it happen in Ibiza.
Ah, I like that.
Yeah.
Straight to Ibiza.
Straight to Ibiza.
I like your style.
Yeah.
Ahmed spins. I might have to ride your coattails
Let's go, let's go.
I'm ready for an Ibiza, John.
Yeah, let's go this summer.
Let's meet Alan Cleland Jr., a first surfer to represent Mexico on the championship tour. Al Cleland Jr., just 22 years old, regular foot, riding Timmy Patterson surfboards.
Yeah, from Boca de Pascuales over there in Colima, beautiful country of Mexico. 22 years of age, as you mentioned. U.S. Open champion, the first Mexican to qualify for the World Championship Tour. And despite having several wildcard opportunities by Oscar Moncada, Johnny Corso, you had Diego Cadena over there in Mexico too. This is the guy who earned a spot on Tour, Kaipo, and just barely edging out. Number 11 on the CS. John Florence gives up his spot. Al Cleland Jr. on tour full-time, where I personally think he is a threat at many events. You look at WA, Margaret River, Bells Beach, right here at Super Tubos. These are his types of waves.
Yeah, just a straight-hander there for Al. But he is in the lead, just 3 minutes remaining. The real story is with Ramsey, and if Ramsey can hustle up a wave, he needs a 5. Catching the end part of that wave for Ramsey, and we'll see what the score comes through. It looks like it's going to be an over. It's going to be a fractional score, so Ramsey's going to have to get busy under 3 minutes, Mitch.
It's got 10 waves already, Cleland, whereas Ramsey has 6, and outside of just the 233 and the 197, 4 of those waves are overs, Kaipo.
Yeah.
So he's been on a lot of straight closeouts.
That can get frustrating.
It can, and especially when you don't have anything above a 3 at the championship tour level, you're expecting a lot of things of yourself, of course, but most importantly, you're going up against 2 of the most talented surfers on the planet. And now you have an 18-year veteran on the championship tour chasing you right now with priority.
Yeah, there you go. And so when we first talked about it at the 7-minute mark, it was Jordy Smith who, couldn't play defense. But now, Jordy, you can see the proximity of Smith to Ramsey. Now it's definitely a defense play.
No doubt. And of course, considering that Ramsey's going to be looking for a right for the most part due to his backhand attack, Jordy's more than capable of just taking that wave away and improving on the 3.17 right here. So 2 for 1 would be converting on that wave that you blocked the surfer on. Most importantly, though, you just want to keep him off an opportunity these last minute 40.
And we are at that minute 40, and it looks like a pretty quiet Atlantic right now.
So Ahmed, you go Ibiza?
No, after this, no. Yeah. I go to the US. I go to Miami. There's Music Week, yeah. And then I have Coachella just after that.
That's not bad either.
Yeah, not bad either.
Seriously, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I kind of like your tour too. I mean, the surfing tour is great. Yeah, I know. I'm good. No, we're going to catch up.
Yeah,
you could do half and half.
Half and half.
Half and half, Kipes.
Yeah.
Just become his agent or his manager or be part of the entourage.
I could just be a fan. I'm just going to be a fan and have a good time. Sounds like agent and manager is too much work.
Yeah.
It probably is with his schedule now. Playing everywhere worldwide. But no, seriously, I think you're a big inspiration for a lot of people. And of course, you know, having your friend here on the championship tour, it's really cool to see not only people from, you know, parts of the world that hadn't had that kind of exposure before now get to that point. So yeah,
100%. And also Ramsey is such a big inspiration for all of us and for me as well on a day-to-day. Like his story is beautiful, and the way he looks out for his brother, for his mom and his family. He has like a pure heart of gold, and that's why everyone loves him. Just a 10 out of 10 guy.
Love to hear the human factor of every one of our surfers. We know so much about them as surfers,
Yeah.
but the human factors are some great stories.
Yeah,
too.
it's their perk, I think. Yeah, all of these guys, top guys.
Hey, dude, no dirt on Ramsey in this heat. Not even a single thing.
You should see him on the dance floor. That's all I say.
All right, well, that's going to be it for this heat number 8 in the opening round. Ramsey will be going to that elimination round later in competition. Jordy Smith and Alan Cleland Jr. moving on into the round of 32. And we want to thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Ahmed.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
DJ.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have fun.
Let's get it. DJ Ahmed spins tonight. It's going to be the opening party for the MEO Rip Curl Pro. We're going to have Corona Cero there too, and some other stuff. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Join us tonight, by the way.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more surfing action. Stick around.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Welcome back to Super Tubos. A stoked Al Cleland Jr. flying the flag of Mexico, doing it well. He's been great value. What an addition to the championship tour he is. New energy. Got a different vibe about him. I love that kind of loose cannon energy. Speaking of which, Strider joining me in the booth. How you doing, mate?
Bango, feeling great, man. Really fun day down here at the beach. It's packed. Everybody having a good one. And watching my dark horse, Al Cleland Jr., cleaning up over there. It's making me happy, like I know what I'm talking about.
Opening round, Heat 9. Having a look at Jake Marshall, Condog, O'Leary, deVault. Those three looking to try and make sense of an ocean that's a little bit tangled up with a couple of challenges in the form of some crumbly lips, but some opportunities as well if you can tag it and bang it. There's the ever-polished style of deVault, who, when it all comes together, really, he looks so classy. Other times, can be searching for consistency. He's going to need to find some out here. It's a tough heat. This guy, Jake Marshall, has been really good value. A couple of laps of the championship tour, and he's surfed well at a variety of venues. Possibly exceeding the expectations of some people. I think in terms of his own mind, he'll definitely be favouring himself to go at any location, really, and go all the way. Great skill set from him, and he likes to compete as well. A lot of tenacity, I think, about Jake Marshall. He's got a lot of inner fire. Maybe it doesn't always come across.
You know, it's funny you say he's kind of, you know, maybe just over-expectated him. He's just done so well to put the expectation in the back seat and exceed that. And I think that that's just super fun to watch because, you know, he's got an amazing, you know, small wave game, but he's been pushing the level on the heavier surf, and he's just gotten better and better and better. I reposted a barrel of his that was just so unbelievable on the opening days of those opening sessions that they were doing. It was just insane to watch.
The long left?
Yeah, it was amazing. Just threading the needle, big, huge barrel, just insane. Probably on the foam ball, you know, rock and rolling, come flying out. California kid, Jake Marshall.
Jake Marshall out of San Diego, currently 13th after 2 events this season. Looking to get himself inside that conversation after this one, towards the top 10 or better, obviously. 5 places up for grabs, 4 finals. And a lot in play and in flux as well in terms of personnel on tour. Spots available. Opportunities at the moment, really. It's about 2 ways. It's about avoiding elimination round. Things could get tricky for that. We've been mentioning this forecast with some serious storm energy incoming. Let's see what all of that does. And then later on, towards the back end of the wing pit, we feel things hopefully lining up for us as well. It's what you'd expect here in Portugal as we transition winter into spring. We know we're going to get a little bit better than
almost impossible to look at the forecast 24 hours beyond. It's just everything changes so fast. It's crazy.
Marshall here with plenty of velocity. Exactly the aim he wanted to take. We put that one down.
You know, you got to imagine going into a heat right now. There we go, some live action.
Well, that was nice. He might really cool. Great style from him. Or just try and catch up. Just got a little caught. Would have loved to combo that turn, but how dynamic he is. Meanwhile, O'Leary, powerhouse, probably the most powerful guy on tour, certainly in that conversation. Big Goofy gets real low with those backhand bottom turns and just hits it so sweetly. Timing's great. Love to see him really connect with one of these meaty sections.
Yeah, he'd have to be completely perfect on his execution because we don't see the crazy aerials from him as much as we'd like, but he does have that big power hack. So we'll see how that matches up against these other guys and what they're going to do. I mean, you can see how quickly, though, he gets to transition and he hits the sections just beautifully. I mean, even rock and rolling through that last turn, he's just got so much flair. But this was pretty sick right here. I mean, just so quick in transition. If he could have come out of it a little cleaner, he might have cleaned up on that lip line next hit. So he's going to try and clean that up. He might will, but there's opportunity out there. But facing this heat, coming into it, you'd be like, okay, I got a dying swell, you got a rising tide, got to get busy as quick as possible. Find your waves, put some numbers up there, make yourself feel like you're winning the heat immediately.
Throughout the morning that we've had today, it's what, midday here now on Saturday. What do you thought performance is overall? It's one of those days, obviously, you can't win the event today, but you can set yourself up a tricky elimination round. You want to avoid doing that. Performances, how have they been for you throughout the morning, Strider?
Pretty impressive. I feel like, we saw a couple of barrels this morning, which was what we thought we would see with the swell and the conditions, light offshore winds and kind of some meaty sections. As it got lower tide, we saw Griffin and his brother Crosby kind of rise to it, and then we went to the air with the wind started kicking in, and we saw that, and we saw Italo going just crazy. I feel like, should I say it? I feel like he got underscored on his big backside through. He landed out there in the flats. That was just gnarly to land like that. But, for me, there's been some great rides, some great performance surfing. Jack Robinson, he's been flaring. I think Jackson Bunch looked like he was showing some promise as well. And if you find yourself into the elimination round, you'd be stressing because, it's going to be tough this afternoon. And they're going to surf again.
A little bit more democracy in terms of this wave, offering multiple opportunities for surfing after a couple of specialist events really over at Pipeline and then in the basin at Abu Dhabi. Right here in Portugal, you can mix things up. If you do it with flair, you get big numbers. Another nice sort of creative late hit towards the lip there from Imai, but doesn't pull that one down. It'll be incomplete for him, but it's a real quick paddle back out and a chance to get another wave. Marshall getting involved. He's got priority. He'll use it here. This one will peel before it shuts down. He'll load up with speed. Jake Marshall tearing down the line and goes with a big, beautiful punt.
That was a picture, but he didn't ride out of it. That was sick.
Meanwhile, here goes Conor O'Leary on the forehand. A massive hack from him and just disengages that rail. I mean, he wanted to do that, but he wanted to control it again and pull it down, which he doesn't quite do. But what we're seeing with the punt there from Jake, and with that hack, we've seen surfers really go for it here. No safety surfing, which is what we want.
That's what I want. I want to really see. You know, for me, it's you know, you get third, you get pushed into that elimination round. You know, for me, it's just a no-go. You don't want to even come close to that. I feel like there's a lot of consequence in it, so just stay away from it. Go out there, put down some really good surfing, and make sure that everybody sees what you're doing. But this right here, he's going so fast and perfectly lifts off. I don't know what goes wrong here. Oh, he missed the grab a bit, so the board got away from him, and he didn't lean out over the flats enough. So he ended up on the back side of that thing. Here, we got Conor. He comes up, he pushes too hard almost. The fins come out, and he can't re-engage over his board. It's kind of the same thing where with Jake, is the board gets a little bit away from him, and then you can't recover. You got to really put all that weight coming out into the turn and pushing so hard, but making sure that you come up over your surfboard as you're coming back down into the impact zone, and you ride out of it. It's hard. It's really hard to do, especially with the moving elements. But we see guys like, you know, Italo and we saw Griffin, everybody, Jack Robinson doing it this morning. So we know it's happening, but it's really hard to do.
Time to go chat with Mexico's finest. Al Cleland Jr. is with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Paul. Al, what a way to start your campaign here in Portugal, coming off of Abu Dhabi. I know you wanted to come in, fight for better results. How does this first opening heat win just affect the way that you're coming into this event?
Yeah, I mean, going into Abu Dhabi, I definitely wasn't like expecting much from me. That wave was like just a wave pool. I never really surfed a wave pool. So yeah, coming here, I knew I had some sort of advantage to where I live. And yeah, stoked to come here, get a couple waves. It actually got really grindy compared to this morning. And I mean, I just had to manufacture some scores. And I knew the two big dogs in my heat were going to throw some hammers, and I was pretty scared, but yeah, stoked to come up top at the end and yeah, get a couple waves.
Congratulations. Para Mexico, describe cómo te has sentido para ganar tu heat.
Para ganar tu heat. Me siento súper bien, súper feliz. Feliz de estar acá, súper agradecido. Mis tablas se sienten súper bien. Estoy con un buen crew de amigos, Jackson Bunch, Graham, Gabe y Tommy, Griffin, todos ellos, estoy con ellos. Entonces, sí, súper feliz de estar acá. Las olas han estado increíbles y me encanta este lugar. La comida es increíble, las personas y todo, ¿no?
And we know that as you bring it in the water and out of it here at these events, we have a massive lineup of fun activities here in Portugal. How excited are you for that?
Yeah, no, I'm super stoked. It's my first time here to Peniche, and I love it. I came early because I knew this place is super rad, and I always wanted to come here, so just wanted to get amongst it and ended up scoring some really fun waves, hanging out with some good crew, and yeah, just cruising around, going up and down the coast, and just getting really fun little waves.
Congratulations, I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, have a good one. Saludos, viva Mexico!
Animo, Alan. Love that guy. Great energy from him. What a character strider.
Oh, man. He's the people's champ, I'm telling you. He got up on stage at the WSL Awards. He was a late call-up. They almost forgot to bring him up, and then they go, wait a minute, Al, he's a rookie as well. They brought him up on stage, and then they threw him on the spot to speak. Right? It was like, uh-oh. And then he crushed his speech. It was just like, you know what? Put that guy, he loves adversity. Put him in the boiling pot. He's going to jump right in.
There goes Jake Marshall. Nice clean cupped out face. Great whipping hack from him. High in the pocket. Looks for another turn, which wasn't really there. Maybe just a little bit of chagrin as he wanted to combo that. The first turn was nice and smooth, though. The controlled aggression from him has been a hallmark, really, particularly in those right-handers. That quite unique forehand style that he's got. We get a lot of surfers with a similar sort of thing and that approach. Everyone's very professional and dialed in. It's nice to see someone a little bit different, come from left field a little bit in the form of Alan. Just do it a little differently. Yeah. Kind of back to the old school almost.
Yeah, well, that's what we want. I mean, Jake right here, he's ripping through waves. You know, he's looking really good. I mean, he'd be sitting on a freaking 9-point ride if he would have like come out of that one first huge air. But you know, he's still whipping around out there, looking clean and having fun. And I think we're going to see more of that out of him.
Meanwhile, deVault trying to finish off a left. Not been loads on the inside. This wave has offered a couple of meaty sections out the back, really, but not really been a lot of dividends for kind of milking it too much. Unable to get the finish there. Maybe he got some stuff done out the back. Never seems particularly hurried in heats, whether he's chasing the number down. He kind of cruises at his own pace a little bit. This was the work out the back.
Yeah. And I don't know what was going on with the paddle on the side there. Maybe he didn't have priority, but he never seems rushed like you're talking about, and his pace is always there, yet he does some crazy radical maneuvers. So it's pretty cool to see a smooth-handed player doing radical maneuvers. But I feel like it almost I want to see a little bit more intensity out of his body language to match his maneuvers. You know what I mean?
He's got the highest number in this so far, getting down towards that halfway point. This guy, well, these two guys. Rebel athlete zone at the moment, packing some talent.
That's just a great moment of two of the leaders in surfing that we've ever seen, and dominant powerhouses from dominant region, Brazil. It's just so fun to see those guys together and kind of come colliding a little bit. They're both so fun and so entertaining.
Reminder, we're going to be bringing Majin into the booth. That's coming up pretty soon, actually, before we close out the round. Looking forward to his insights, catch up from him. Great to have him around and about the place. Marshall here. This one will double up for him. He'll extend that float. Check the speed that he's able to land with, and then unleashing.
Oh, come on.
And just overcooking it a bit.
Come on. He's surfing. He looks great all the way up until he falls. Right? I mean, he had the best waves in the heat, for sure.
Unable to, looked like he'd done the sort of hard part there, just trying to get a little extra, maybe feeling a little scoreboard pressure. He doesn't need to. It's a really small number that he needs at the moment. That's likely to change, but let's have another look, Strider.
Yeah, this wave just gave him pure opportunity. Huge float, had this beautiful open face. He waited for the section and just pushed it just a little too far where the fins were like out of the wave and down at the bottom before he was trying to reconnect. So popping off a little too hard on that last part, like he said.
Meanwhile, O'Leary on the backhand for him. It'll be a quick in and out. His last effort. Put him in the lead, actually, in this. We're all caught up with numbers. I feel it's O'Leary leading this one at the moment. I wonder how his coach, Doc Marsh, is feeling on the beach, watching this go down. That one missed opportunity for the big hack. Doc's been a little bit grumpy lately.
Well, he was a wet dog this morning. I saw him running away from the rain.
He's not been able to go. This is his favourite time of year to go snowboarding. So after Hawaii, before heading to Portugal, he likes to hit the Pyrenees, and he's had a bit of a bung knee. Hasn't been able to.
Don't you worry, I'm having FOMO myself. It's dumping up in Mammoth, But it's all right, no whining on the yacht. We're in a beautiful place, having a good time.
Yeah, opening day here in Portugal, kicking things off with the men, and so far so good in terms of conditions. A little more texture, we'll say, coming through in terms of that onshore blow at the moment.
Well, we got to get into the reality of our forecast. It is looking, here we go, some live surfing.
Jake Marshall, backhand from him. Does well, really, just to line up those tight angles. Just squeezes that one out to finish. So after a couple of incompletes, does well to make sure he emerges atop the surfboard. As he comes out of that maneuver, there'll be another fall for Imaikalani. It's all action, really, low, quick waves. So everyone's tactics pretty much aligned in terms of just finding stuff. What did Jake do here?
Yeah, it was a quick, he hit it so late, but he did well to get up over underneath the lip here, and then he kind of rides his board up underneath it, then over the top of it, and then reconnects on the dropout. So it was, it was really technical, but they didn't give him anything else, so it wasn't enough. You know what I mean? And when you come up that late, you're not going to get a big score. So you're going to have to get back on the drawing board. You're going to have to get back to work.
Just over 11.5 minutes remaining in heat number 9 of the opening round for the men. Time, I feel, for a refreshing bonsai brew break. More live action when we come back right after this. Let's get caught up with the pulse. What's been going down this morning, Robbo, from strength to strength. And the form of this guy in all kinds of conditions continues. And he looked great out there and really didn't have to put too much of himself over to put in some solid totals. And a part of his surfing, maybe not celebrated as some of the tube shamanship, going to the air, joining it all up, making it look smooth. Speaking of which, one name particularly stands out, Tunnels. They were there for Ethan Ewing, and he made this look pretty dreamy. There weren't many really good quality waves in this. He found the tube, and then good enough to really surf up the potential. Got a 6 for the maneuvers, and then, of course, yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira. Pure fire hammers the big backhand helicopters from Italo. Excellent numbers for him. I think 12 now for the season from Italo. He's on fire. More of that, please. That's where we are in terms of the last couple of heats. The headline action right now in the water. Heat 9. This one, not a classic thus far. Numbers, they're modest. Pretty mediocre, actually. We're kind of stuck in 3s and 4s. We do have that 1-5 for Imai deVault. He's sitting in second right now, but not a lot of quality right now. Let's see if someone can turn things up a bit. Speaking of Italo Ferreira, he waited a while before he really clicked together in his heat. You do have half an hour. He got both of his scores towards the back end of that heat, but someone's got to fire up here, Strider.
Yeah, well, we saw Jake kind of was firing up, but he just came unstuck. I mean, he's had 2 opportunities. Here he is again.
Marshall. Oh. Similar sort of story.
Over the handlebars there, the commentator's curse. I really loved his first frontside lean. He did that big air. He would have pulled that down. He'd be sitting on an excellent score, but, you know, you're inches away from those on either side. You're going to get a 2 or you're going to get an 8. It's, you know, it's just like a tube ride. You can just be seeing the exit and then just get clipped right at the end and then you're over. So execution, completion of ride, you really got to get out of there.
Quick paddle back for Jake Marshall. Let's see if he can fire himself up. Filipe Toledo, who we were watching and really enjoying in Abu Dhabi. He's unbelievable in the basin, but didn't get the result he was looking for there. He's pretty good in Portugal too. Can't wait to see him go at it out here. We'll pick up a bit of a grimace from Imai as he's incomplete once again. It'll be another small number for him. That's wave number 8. Still has the highest score in terms of that 5. Still in second place. It's Marshall. Third at the moment. He's in the place where no one really wants to be, heading towards elimination, but still time to do something about that.
Doesn't need much. 3.31, like you said, scores are low. One big hammer is going to put you in a place right here. You just need to get that one where you can open up. Get a big, huge lip line slip slide or get a big air out the back and complete it.
what's going through Filipe Toledo's mind right now, looking at conditions, looking at performances, knowing sort of where he is? What's he thinking as he looks at this lineup?
It's got to click into memories of here, right? If you do that, you get that mind space of like, one year, I know I can do well, I'm going to go do it again. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you can't be thinking about, the hiccup in Abu Dhabi or the result at Pipeline. You really just got to look at where you've done well and success. So that's, where he needs to put his head.
What about seeing Italo in the yellow jersey? Do you think that might inspire Filipe to bring out his best?
I think
could be a cool little tussle between those two in terms of that performance surfing.
Be pretty fun. I think Felipe's kind of got a, it's nothing to prove kind of attitude, I feel like. He actually said that in an interview at Pipeline after he won his heat there and came away with a solid one, and he looked really good, and the question was posed about world title, and he's not putting himself in that mindset. So we'll see what happens.
He's not putting himself in the mindset, but that's why he's here. I mean, he's not here to come kind of
right. You're not here to lose. You're here for a world title, but but he's trying not to let the pressure of a world title dictate the way he serves.
Has been one of those performers throughout the years who, when all of the pressure is on him, he's been able to bring out his absolute best performances. Let's see how he goes here in Portugal again, a big fan favourite. So he'll make his way down the beach here, past winner.
He's got the swallowtail. Those boards are just incredible. See, a lot of people ride the squash tails or the pintails, and Felipe's got that swallowtail. Just allows you to be super quick in the lip, and you whip off that thing, and then it releases. It's just so fun to watch.
The speed from him was something a lot of people talked about. Fastest surfer in the world type thing. Toledo still the guy for that, you think? Down the line speed?
Well, yeah, he hasn't lost that. I think. Oh, that was just. Sorry, you don't see guys at this level do that. Oh man. Well, Toledo, yes, he's still unbelievably quick. So we'll see how he does out here.
Imai again throwing buckets. Nicely done as he controls the slide, and then he'll just carve the setup. If he gets a little pocket finish here, he can consolidate. Just really important to get a finish, which he does. So just adjusting the dial back a touch. I think that was well done.
That's going to put him in a good place, yeah. I think that was a smart choice. And having an open face like that with a little wedge on the inside, he's going to definitely better his 2.63 and put himself probably up into the lead.
All right, Marshall again. This is wave number 9 for the San Diego, and he's got a bit of amplitude on the face to deal with. Comes in late and just kind of crunches that one into the flats. That was one of those ones that kind of makes your ankles throb a little bit, even from up here.
Oh, I don't think he's made one wave completed, I think. That backside floater. Because this wave he got going well, just like the rest of them. Boom, and then he just smashed it super well, but then the nose pokes on the way down. He just got a little too far over the front foot, maybe. That was tough. And that had to just like compress him.
Marshall on his way back. 3 minutes on the clock here, and 3:31, the requirement for him. We do have a number coming for Imai, actually. That might almost certainly will change that, won't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to make it harder for him.
Let's see where he lands when we're caught up with numbers. But for the moment, Jake Marshall, for all his busyness in this one, and for the promise that he's shown, I mean, he's looked great on his incompletion, some of them, but unable to really string together anything of major solidity. Speaking of which, O'Leary on the backhand. First turn, spanks it, and gets the combo, crucially. And it gets a little tangled. The wave had already pretty much closed out by then, so a little bit of meat out the back for him, and just a chance to show the judges a little bit of what he can do. This one's going to be close. While they're low scoring, they're going to be super tight.
Yeah, that's actually the fun part about competition, and whether you're just groveling for a score or not. If everybody's in the same sandbox playing out there, so they're all trying to come away with a bigger score. But this wave at Imai, he's pretty solid. I mean, does a bunch of work, kept the flow, then had this little, rebate section on the inside where he finished with a 2-for-1 almost there. It was pretty good. I like that. Pretty solid score.
Another 5 for him, so 10 points out of 20 for Imai. He won't stop there. He's got But a clean face, and he investigates and explores
I
it.
like that.
Little technical control. Really nice. That camera angle looking in, you can see how much work the board's doing and putting a little extra fizz as well, which always looks cool. So far, so good for Imai's in the lead.
I feel like that wave is going to match up with the others too. At least a 5. I mean, the quick off the bottom. This first turn's super clean, just bang. It sets it up for this big throw tail right there where he just gets all the fins out and really pushes across the lip line. You can see this angle is going to show the way the board hits it and flies across the lip. Look at the slide out of that, right? So he's pushing across and getting a glide out of it. Great flow coming out of that thing, man. That was solid. I like it.
They're all playing in the same sandbox, but who's going to make a castle?
Oh.
And who's going to find something maybe the cat did?
Right now, the drip castle that Jake Marshall had going, he's got the tide washing away at it.
All right, final 35 seconds here. O'Leary incomplete. Will he be able to paddle back out? I'm not sure he's even going to bother, actually. Looks like
broke his board there. Did you see him looking at it?
Okay, so inside 30. He might on the inside as well. Looks like it'll be Marshall all on his own out there. And with numbers all caught up, actually, it's just 355 he's looking for. Okay, so it's not a big number. Here he goes, looking for a 355. He's been searching for one for a while. Jake Marshall off the top. And there's a bit of white water on the face to deal with. He does pretty well. And he's asked a question of the panel. Strider, your face isn't looking... You would have wanted a bit more.
Well, no. Look, if his first turn didn't dip the nose and get a little wobble, that might have been it. But it's going to be hard for the judges because part of it is flow, right? And that was a little bit of a hiccup.
That's a requirement for him. It was just one of those heats. It got pretty scrappy and almost got a little contagious. A lot of mistakes out there. It just goes to show how hard it can be. These are the best in the world. They're ultra elite, but struggling really to sort of attack and go at it. Imai deVault is looking good. He's a couple of 5s. His last wave wasn't an improvement for him, but
and this is the score they're both waiting for. Connor got frisky on that last little front side 3 he did. Leaving the water. Looks like the board's okay.
Leary back on the inside, as is Marshall. Wait for this number, 355. There's a combo of turns, thinking about his 3-2. Basically needs to come between Jake Marshall's 2 scores that he is hanging on to coming into this. The panel will have a good look at it. Oh, I can't tell you what. We'll have another look here, Strider.
Oh, yeah, so right there, see where his nose dug? That's going to take away from the score and the flow. And I feel like that's what's going to, you know, if he doesn't get it, that's why.
Fine margins at the elite level on the championship tour. And it'll come through, and it's not quite enough for him, just a little bit under. Comes in as a 3-3. And Imai deVault will stoke out the fans here, and he'll take the win as well in a pretty scrappy heat, really. Not a classic by any means. It's all about surviving it and getting through and avoiding elimination round. That's where we'll see Jake Marshall when that goes down. And Imai deVault will be feeling pretty stoked about getting through that one. It was a tough one. We'll keep rolling an all Brazilian heat coming at you live from Portugal right after this.
We just dropped the iPhone. It's just an excuse to dive in Berlengas. We're going to Berlengas Island, just 10 kilometers off the coast of Peniche, but you feel like you are in a different world. Tem alma de Berlenga aqui, ó.
Este senhor que era o meu avô, foi o primeiro barco que vi para as Berlengas em 1958.
E o que é que as pessoas dizem, tipo aquelas que vêm aqui a primeira vez, qual é que é a reação?
É pá, ficam encantadas para já, quando vêm aqui, vem esta janela virada para ali, parece um quadro.
When I come here and I make some shots of Berlengas, I realize even more how beautiful this is and how unique it is. You don't hear anything, you're just completely disconnected. That's why I love to come here with friends.
A beautiful coastline for all sorts of reasons, and particularly if you're a professional surfer from Brazil, because this place has paid dividends for the Brazilians down the years, notably Filipe Toledo, who comes into this heat looking to rekindle some of that winning form that he's had here before. He'll take on Ian Gouveia, who's been great value so far this year. Love the way he competed over on the North Shore. Also, Alejo Menez, a veteran with an absolute ton of power. Looking at these kind of conditions, Strider thinking about how Alejo's able to just generate his own wattage, really, physical strength that he's got. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be, it definitely, you know, matching up with these, you know, Muniz he's a veteran, really. I mean, look at this guy's power off the bottom and then into the you know, the power part of the wave right there. He's just unloads. He's got that trademark front side hack. It just is just like unmistakable when you see it. So it's really fun to watch. He's battled his way back on tour, and now he's, you know, wants to stay here, obviously. So he's got a sense of urgency under his feet. Toledo, you know, he's got a couple of titles under him. He's you know, he's feeling good. And I think Ian is just really impressed everybody this year at how well he surfed, and he steps up to the situation every time. I mean, he really does rise to the occasion when it comes to barrels, or if it's turns, or, you know, in the air. He's got the full game.
Yeah, got great energy as well. He's got that just sort of innate positivity, which I feel is really important, because, you know, you go into some of the best waves from around the world. Doesn't mean it's going to be necessarily great for your heat. Is what we're seeing right now. And Gouveia will just stay real positive here, inside the top 10 after a couple of events. Pretty solid, considering the talent on this tour. He's already had a taste of it on the CT a few years back, and then a bit of time away. One of those people you feel as well, a bit of goodwill around him. A lot of people want him to do well. Such a nice guy and a great character around. Obviously, got the pedigree as well of his father and what he was able to do, really blazing the trail for Brazilian professional surfing on tour. And we don't need too much of an introduction for Toledo, who has been really just incredible in the last 5 years or so. Well, a little longer than that, actually, but particularly in terms of winning world titles, and just the way he's been able to do it under pressure with that finals format over at Lowers. You've been there to watch it go down, and he's just looked unbelievable, really. A little bit of time away from tour last year. Let's see how he reacts to that and responds by being back among the Championship Tour elite. Muniz will get an extended float with just got a little wobble to it, and he threw it down. Meanwhile, Gouveia into it, squares off the bottom, and does real well to ride out of that. Just about punches through the back. Let's go and get some updates from the lineup. Imai deVault is with AJ McCord.
Paul, Imai coming in, and we were just talking about the conditions. Describe to us what it took for you to win that heat.
Yeah, really tricky. It's hard to get a wave with a scoring opportunity, but lots of waves coming. So at least, like, I don't know, I like heats where you can kind of just keep rolling the dice, and I feel like that's when I do my best, is when I can just keep getting reps in. So yeah, it's hard, but I'm just stoked to get a heat win.
I was going to say, stoked to get a heat win because it is your first opening round heat win of the year. Just how important is it for you to approach this third stop on tour with the right mindset?
For sure. It's been a really rocky start for me, especially like last year. I feel like I was feeling like I was clicking in so well. Then to start this last two events with 33rds was super tough. But I mean, just had to think there's still a whole tour ahead, like before the cut. There's still 5 events. So this is pretty much like my start now, so it feels good to start like this.
What did you have to do to reset your mind and approach this third stop with that intensity?
Just like trust the work, and like, I don't know, I feel like my surfing's been there. I just haven't, like at pipe, I didn't really get much opportunity, and then the wave pool was a new experience for me, just learning how to, figuring it out. So yeah, just keep surfing and have fun.
Off to a great start here in Portugal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to see Imai get the opening round win. The talent is absolutely there. The consistency hasn't been. Maybe this could be his year, Strider.
You know, you can turn it around like he was talking, and he's got some time to do that. And, you know, you just get on a roll, a couple of great results, put you in a great place mentally, and you know, maybe this is the start for him, like he said. Those other two pure throwaways, you only, I think you get 6 keepers, right? You only get 1 throwaway, so it's going to be, you know, he's got 2 throwaways, so he'd have to be getting great results from here on out.
Right now, 22 on the clock. We're having a look at some lines, fill in that tidal flood, and continue to fill in up the bank as well. Maybe just past that mid-tide at the moment, actually, which is generally what we want out here. Mid-tide on the incoming, optimal in terms of the depth of water on the sandbar, right up on the nose. Giving it a pump under the curtain. Gouveia trying to push through. It was ambitious, slightly audacious. That one will run away from him. Haven't seen anyone pull into a tube for a little while.
Yeah, well, if anybody could do it, it'd be him, right? He's got that small, strong stature, so he could push through it but he gets a little bit off kilter there. But you can see there was a good little double up, and it had a nice exit, but he just got a little off when he came into it, and the foot went up on the front left rail and pushed over a bit, and he just kind of slowed down. It got him, you know, lip line kind of took him down, but he would not think about a barrel at the moment. He'd be more or less trying to be up in the lip line, trying to get over above it, or something high performance. You know, let's face it, conditions are rough. It's not the super tubos that you would want to be seeing right now. It's not what we saw the last 2 days. But looking at the forecast, it just looks huge and onshore and raining and just kind of, you know, we're up against it for this waiting period. So we really do have to get in as much as we can while we have semi-clean conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the venue's called Super Tubos, but anyone that's won here or you know, gone all the way for finals day, they would have had to surf these kind of heats as well. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be perfection day after day all the way through to finals day. It's all part of putting a successful campaign together here. Maybe a little bit like one of those golf majors up in Scotland where everything's like tough and the wind's blowing, and you know, they're venues that everyone wants to do well at, but it's going to be tough at some stage. You're going to have to dig deep. Let's see who can do that here with 20 on the clock. Let's get an update from the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Mitchell.
Jeez, I got my Red Bull right here when the Athlete Zone. Guess what? It's feeling a bit tense right now. I think everybody thought that after the cut being pushed back to 7 events now rather than just 5, this was kind of feel like a little bit of a chiller event. It's definitely not. Everybody's definitely feeling that they need to perform right here. And given so, Strider, that this is, to me, one of the most particular and most difficult breaks to really perform well at, given that it changes so much. Since we got here this morning, we've probably seen 5 or 6 different faces of this lineup. And given the 3 surfers that we have out there representing Brazil, all 3 of them come from way different parts of the country. So I'm really interested to see who adapts in these last 20 minutes of the heat, but more importantly, who's able to get a good and keep a result out of this event, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Just sampling the vibes in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Game face on for the likes of Kanoa Igarashi. Just quieting things down. Got the headphones in, blocking out the noise, Strider.
Yeah, it's interesting. You walk into the locker room down there, and you've got all these athletes, and they're just literally in each other's faces. And, you know, you're sitting right next to your opponent. You can literally feel their energy. And it's pretty interesting that, you know, you'd be that close to your opponent right before you're going to go smash the heat with them.
Gouveia late to that attempt, and he'll put it down. Meanwhile, another splash of water, not of the good kind. It's Leo Meniz falling off. Filipe Toledo, backhand from him. Into it, off the bottom, jamming. And he'll get a first hit. And he's good enough to get that up for a second. And those were pretty tight corners he was turning in then. Much better from Toledo.
Yeah, that'll be the best wave of the heat so far, I think. You know, just as far as vertical surfing up into that corner, It's what you want to see. We saw him kind of drop the shoulders on that one right he had, where he's just flying across and just kicked out. So I like to see that he's back in, the heat, kind of, with a little posture. This is a replay. We saw Ian in the back, but, he's had the priority, so he got to try to do something on the end. But then in the end, the guy with last priority came away with the best wave. And, got a 2-banger and pretty quick, clean surfing. Little stuck there on the top of it, but then follows strong with a nice turn. Comes out of it with speed.
Moniz into it here. Nice and steep on the face from him. And using that leg strength, sort of forced the issue. First turn was the one with the real spark. Just kind of went through the motions a little to finish, but crucially, he got a completion just in terms of energy and momentum and heat. I'm going to try the opportunities that do come through, absolutely maximize them. It's what he did there. So much better from Moniz. Still really waiting for this thing to fire up at the moment. Inside 17 minutes, bit more energy on the outside. I mean, we've got waves out there. Conditions are a little ruffled, but there is opportunity. Been quite surprised to see the surfing in the last heat, and this one, it's not been great.
Well, it was just borderline to being great, right? We had a couple of moments there where Jake could have been putting it together if he would have come down with it, and Connor could have that big frontside hack he did if he would have stayed connected. So they're just, just playing into the conditions a little bit. Those are very high performance conditions, and you would think that the level would be raised in this heat back to where you would expect it.
Thinking about schedule for 2025, Mitchell mentioned it in the cross from the Red Bull Athlete Zone about the cut being pushed back. So our schedule in terms of what we're looking at this year with those 7 events to come before the mid-season cut. And of course, they will feature someone else that's going to be new, the treble in Australia. So stop 3 is where we're at right now in Portugal. We'll head over to El Salvador pretty soon, actually. That's coming up. Eventually, actually a week after this one finishes. And then over to Australia for those 3 events before that cut. So still plenty of surfing yet to come, including this one. It's 5 events, so really surfers even struggling for results. It's all ahead of them here.
It's all happening. I mean, you have 3 events over in Australia. That's a huge leg. I mean, that's where you're going to have to do some work, and you could literally put yourself into above the cut line in just those 3 events. You know what I mean? There's get on a roll over there, start feeling the flat whites, and there you go. Back into it.
So a schedule for 2025. Crucially, the Gold Coast back in as well. It's fantastic to see that event back, and then another headline as well. Finals over in Fiji in the South Pacific. It's going to be incredible to crown world champions over there in those waves. Right now, we're looking at Portugal. We're looking at Super Tubes, and we're looking at Filipe Toledo here with some speed, and he'll whip one. Tons of spray from him, and again engaging that rail as he'll belt it. Bit patient and just connecting up through to the inside, and he's not going to let the section go without giving it the treatment if possible. So just covering all sorts of water out there, goes through to the inside, and you feel like he's just starting to click into gear. The previous wave and then that one.
Yeah, he's in first, then he hits second gear right there, and you know, I like it. That's what I like to see. I like to see a little ramp up, and it looking solid, which is. Ooh, you get excited just think about like that. Where is he going to finish? Is he going to be here on finals day? Will he, going after another title here? Beautiful, quick surfing. Nice buckets out the back, huh? He looks stronger, that's for sure. Pets it, gets it back together. Just comes to the inside for another little tack. A little tic-tac.
So Toledo with the finish all the way through to the inside. Pushing tons of spray. You'd expect that with the sort of speed that he surfs with. Being pretty patient as well, not forcing things too much. Now let's see where this puts him in terms of the numbers. The 4.67 prior to this for him. And then he has a real small number of a throwaway. I think it'd be something of a sort of similar order, which will put him up in the first place. He only needs a 2 to do that, and it'll sort of set up our first really kind of reasonable total for this. There it is. So 9.1 for him for 2 waves. You can see that rip churning behind him there, Strider, and that is always a part of this event, is essentially trying to stay out of that thing.
Trying to find clear water, but you can, you jump in the rip to get out, right? It's like an escalator ride, and then you just get out there, and the next thing you know, you just paddle to the side of it to get away from it and try and stay in the clear water. Although you can get a chip shot in with that water pulling out, and then you can ride into clear water, so you can utilize it. This whole platform, this whole beach break, the playing field is just, it's huge. It's like, I think it's probably 500 yards wide.
Plenty of sand down here at the moment. It's pretty shapely and well formed as well. Our spies over here early were reporting really good banks here at Super Tubos throughout the winter. Right now, it's been essentially the wind really. It's just changed conditions a bit from this morning where we saw some tubes go down. And we'll get a bit more of that wind as the storm gets close, but we're looking at tomorrow as well. We heard from Renato this morning with AJ, just looking at a couple of days we might run. There's the alley-oop from Toledo. Not done with tons of speed, kind of almost sort of going through the motions with that one a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just testing it out, really. It's just seeing how the wind's blowing up the face and how the board's connecting. Looks like the wind's coming around more west, too. So, you know, things are changing out there, and then the sun drops behind you, and then the glare's in your face. Oof, that's when it just gets rough, the afternoon here. He gets a good wind-up, though, huh? I thought he was going to go for the front side 3, and then he did the alley-oop, so maybe in his mind, maybe switching up. It wasn't always there. It was always there. Nice and clean. So, had to push over a little lump in the wave there.
Yeah, just showing his class really in a heat that's been a little challenging in terms of opportunities, able to just pull out maneuvers like the alley-oop. And it will be just a smaller number for it. It's a throwaway 4, and it comes in as a low 4, so not going to challenge his top 2 at the moment. Just under the 11-minute mark in this. Filipe Toledo in the lead in this heat from 2 compatriots. Muniz in second. There's Ian Caveo with a little bit of work to do. He's still stuck with really small scores, but in terms of second place position, he's not a long way off that. Time to go to a quick break here. We'll have more live action from opening day at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. Opening round out in the water. Heat 10 features a former world champ a couple of times, Filipe Toledo, at the moment in the lead in this one. He's also tasted victory at this very venue. A little while ago now, though, back in 2015. How's some of those names right there, Strider? Some of the all-time greats ever to do it.
Oh, Brazil doing really well. I mean, look at all those wins they're taking down here. Oh, it's pretty solid surfing. Griffin colapinto a couple times. Italo obviously smashing away at the lineup. Mr. Florence coming off that title. Wow, beautiful work. But yeah, Brazil really done well here and showing that, you know, they got what it takes. I think the adversity coming through all the different conditions is what we're seeing from the Brazilians. They really do well to manage their way through. Oh, look at that guy. Gabriel Medina's here.
Yeah, unable to surf due to injury. It was a bummer to see him pull out, but it's great to have him here at the event. We're looking forward to getting him in the booth as well and having a chat with him. At the moment, he's just watching on, and he's watching with interest. 3 Brazilians out in the water right now. Filipe Toledo with the lead in this. And here goes Gouveia looking for something. Sun's out on the backhand. Whippy first turn. And it's a little on the face. He would have wanted a bit more lip. What's he got for a finish right now? Gouveia. And he'll tag that one. Does pretty well, actually. Covers the ground. It gets the board up. Kind of goes on the attack. Gets nice and vertical. Crowd enjoying that with a little polite sort of golf clap.
I liked it. You know, the fans here, they're really educated. They love surfing, and they are into it with all these, you know, athletes. They really do. And, you know, this surfing right here, he was looking for more of a lip here, and he just didn't find it on the first couple of turns. With this last turn, he comes through it with so much speed. I love the way he exited the turn. You know, he came out of it going fast. Look, he's still got plenty of momentum for the kick out. So looking good right there, Gouveia.
Yeah, it's all about trying to just find something, really. There's one kind of moment on that wave, which was on the end. It was only a real steep part, and he was good enough to get there, tag it, kind of made the turn look big by kind of fading back left after he finished it as well, which just added a little bit to it. Maybe just trying to sell something to the judges. It is tight margins. He only needs a 4, 6.5 on the clock. It will be tight in that tussle for second when this number comes in. Alejo Muniz with priority. He's out the back, the veteran. Let's see what he can do. Toledo still with the lead, but it's not massive totals at all. 9.1 for a surfer of his caliber. It's not a big number as well. Expect more involvement from Toledo. He's shown us a couple of glimpses so far, but never really dialing in to this one at the moment. Let's see where we go. Last 6 minutes, bright sunshine on a Saturday afternoon. The crowd absolutely love it. It's always a well-supported event. Big energy, of course. We've got the opening party going down tonight. We had Ahmed Spins, who's DJing. He's going to be headlining that. That'll be happening this evening. If you're in the area, we've got a bunch of fun events to be a part of if you are around here. Otherwise, if you're tuning in at home, you can just kick back and enjoy it on the screen. We're looking at a little bit of energy come through. Any takers here? Muniz with priority. Let's see how he goes. He goes Alejo, loading up, backhand, the wide arms, the trademark stance from him. Not what he was after.
Oh,
rough.
That's rough. It's a grovel.
Gouveia's number for his previous effort, 3.77, so not quite where he needed to go, but it'll bring his situation down. His requirement, he's in the 2s really. 2.9 is what he needs, and Alejo, I don't think he'll add significantly, well, at all to his total with this kind of surf, and a couple of mistakes from Alejo.
Yeah, well, he got a good first, like, speed float out of it, but then just came short on the inside there. Well, I guess Spins is on tonight at 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. actually tomorrow morning.
So what are you thinking? Finish work, go to bed, get some sleep in, set the alarm for like sort of 12:45 and then head straight down there?
Straight in, just make sure you get there right on it, yeah.
Having a look at a past winner here, Zhao Xianka loves this venue. That was part of really a blistering campaign. He kicked off the season, went real well in Hawaii, and then over here got that huge win. Incredible moment that was for him, and he's dealt with some injuries since then, and he'll be just looking to try and find some of that energy and that relationship that he's got with this venue, with the fans here, all of that stuff as he heads out. Zhao Xianka, great to have him back in full health as well. Tough heat though, take it on Kanoa Igarashi, Matt McGillivray. That'll be coming up in under 4 minutes time. At the moment, Toledo still with the lead here. And it's not a big number for the likes of Ian Gouveia, who is in 3rd prio. So he's just thrown away something small and insignificant. See how costly that proves to be. He's only looking for a 2.9 strider.
That's one big turn, really. You feel like you could get that done in just like one critical section. But with the wind like that, you'd have to like get a wave that's going to double up and hope that it's got a clean face and that you could come just rifling through a section and just put the tail above the lip.
Tides flooding in now. Not a lot of beach left actually underneath our structure here. Full moon, what, 2 days ago, so we're on our biggest tides at the moment, about 3 meters, 9 feet between high and low, something like that. It's pretty significant. And it's bringing the action pretty close to shore as well. These fans watching on, and they're watching a big extended float with a ton of speed and projection from Alejo Muniz. There's the Venom, nice spark and aggression. And will he get a finish here? Just about hang on, eventually he'll get out. So a crucial wave and important to get that finish.
That was really, really important right there. That was right there with Toledo's best wave. I think he, you know, big turn out the back. So really fun to watch. We're gonna see that from this angle coming in. Bang, big floater, going really fast, and then whips the corner. Whew, ditched the tail, backhand, and then brought it down. So there's a little bit of a hiccup here, but still rides out in front of the whitewater for a completion. That's going to be a pretty solid score right there. I feel like that could be the best score of the heat even.
Gave it a bit extra on the second turn, which is sort of risky where he is, and Gouveia only needing a 2. You think if you fall there, you're really leaving the door open. I like the way he went on the attack. Let's see what the judges make of that. Into a minute 45 to go. Gouveia, what did he do?
Ooh, Gouveia, well, he kind of hit the rebound there and then flew it away. So never looked connected on that wave. He looked like he was off kilter on the beginning, missed the first section, and then the last one he fell off.
We were chatting that tide. If you get a little wobble from the backwash at the start of your wave, we've seen that happen. It'll just throw you off a bit, and he had all of that speed, but speed not necessarily your friend when you're dealing with some of that wobble. And he'll go down there, get down towards a minute 15 now. Wait for a number for Alejo Muniz, and it could be a pretty crucial one in terms of just putting a little bit of daylight between him and Ian. Toledo has been relatively inactive, actually. It's those 5 waves ridden. It's not been real busy. Let's see what he does in the last minute here. Doesn't really need to get too involved in that tussle, but no, it's not a long way in front. Not a lot of time, though. Meanwhile, here we go. Gouveia, a really crucial wave on the backhand. He'll give it a crack, and he'll stay atop the surfboard, which is really the first task at hand. A quick look at the timepiece. Did he do enough there? He's looking for 4:11. Not sure we saw surfing of that significance, did we?
No, well, it's the 4:37 came in. Is that what that was for his last wave?
That was Alejo Muniz, yeah.
So quick turn there, bang. Oof, yeah, it's got a, in comparison to the 2, I don't know if it's going to be it.
Yeah, I think that 4:37 real crucial for Alejo Muniz, and just putting that scoreboard pressure and giving himself a little bit of a cushion. Let's see, 2 surfers in the lineup. No waves coming through, as we'll count this one down right now. And it will be Filipe Toledo and Alejo Muniz who will advance and get to skip elimination round. That's where we'll see Ian Gouveia. So great to see Toledo in action back in Portugal. Not a classic by his own extremely high standards, but nevertheless, he got the win. And he'll definitely look to build from here. And Toledo, without really having to do too much. And he'll stoke out the crowd as well, as we had a look at that honours board of previous winners. It's been a little while for him. That was 10 years ago. What a career he's had since then. We'll keep going with the action. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse in for the call. We'll be right back.
I've never considered myself the most talented surfer or athlete, but one thing that I will do is work harder than anyone and be persistent.
It seems like Kai never stops.
He's not scared to try innovative things.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
As
much as I could say he'll never beat me, he's definitely the person pushing me more than maybe anyone.
Oh my God.
Tie down.
Oh, gnarly.
Tie down, tie down.
Oh my gosh, look at the harbor. That's right, Life of Kai Season 4. Check it out on Red Bull TV. And we are checking out heat number 11, opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro. Presented by Cero, Kanoa Igarashi, Joao Chianca, Matthew McGillivray, all in the water. And here in our MEO Rip Curl Pro booth, Kai Pugaro, along with Jesse Mendez. Big opening day, Jesse. I like that we got to start straight away. You got to be adaptable out here, though. It feels like we've lived 4 seasons in a day, and we've seen the waves change dramatically.
I mean, it's the name of the game here for Super Tubos in Portugal, but mostly on a day like today that we had like offshore winds blowing into the south and then now straight west. So massive tides as well. We had a full moon last night, so we had like almost negative tides to very high tides, and we're kind of in the middle right now, which is going to help it a little bit. Mostly with this wind, gets crumbly when it's small, it gets very crunchy, so it's very hard for the surfers to deal with all the noise and the lump in the wave. But man, those guys are the best at it, and they're good at this, so that's why they're here. They have to deal with all of that.
Yeah, everyone's on the same playing field here. As you can see, still some size in the swell. And the tide change, when we top it out, it's going to be over a 9-foot tide change. So that changes the personality of this wave. Kanoa Igarashi, opening wave. Igarashi with a couple of nice snaps on the forehand. And that's going to be an opener for the surfer representing Japan. I like it. Board looks good.
Oh my gosh, that board looks insane. Just lively on the foot. You can see that like every time he steps on the gas, like the board is answering very fast, and it's giving him enough speed to apply great maneuvers off the lip right there, down the line, beautiful board slide, and finish it off even stronger. And let's just mention the timing right there on that last turn, using that backwash to his advantage. You're gonna see the wave has a rhythm, and he's just flowing through it right there. When the wave kind of lumps up, he hits that, press the button in the right spot, and just perfect execution. Probably the best wave I've seen in the last at least 30 minutes from the previous heat. Was a very slow heat, low scoring heat, so good way for Kanoa to start.
Kanoa on the paddle back out. Number 50 on his back, 50 Igarashi, meaning 50 storms in Japanese. Currently number 7 on the CT rankings. And Kanoa also has gone through an equipment change, switching from Sharp Eye surfboards over to the crew over there at JS Industries. Hey, let's hear from Filipe Toledo. He won the last heat. He's with AJ McCord.
The opening round win, just how did you want to attack that heat?
Yeah, it was really tricky. You know, I've been surfing the last few days and training and felt really, really good. And then you have, you know, like the best expectations to go out there and actually surf good and get waves and get scores. And it's hard to make that transition when the waves are, you know, bad and you got to go to another strategy and you feel good and you want to perform, but you can't. But yeah, it is what it is. A win is a win. Good to be back in Portugal, and yeah, just hopefully the waves show up with better winds and we can perform a little better.
You're somebody that has approached this strategy throughout his career really intentionally. 2015, you got a massive win here. How have you developed that ability to recognize, I have to switch the way that I'm going to surf this heat?
Yeah, I think the tour does it a little bit to you. You know, you get here and then you come with an approach
that, you know, most of the times are going to work, but some of the times are not, and you got to figure out another way to win, and that's, you know, that's what I've been doing the last few years, trying to switch it up and try, you know, like whatever the strategy is, try to focus on that and go big on that one.
The switch up worked out here to start your campaign in Portugal. Para o Brasil, como se sentiu voltando a Portugal?
Tô me sentindo bem. Bateria, né, difícil essa primeira. Queria ter surfado melhor, mas foi o que eu consegui fazer. A gente fica um pouco frustrado, mas é isso. Vamos para o próximo round. Né, foco na próxima agora, continuar surfando, treinando e torcer aí para os brasileiros também.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Yeah, finishing off Kanoa Igarashi right there, wave number 3 for Igarashi. And we talked about the equipment change onto JS Industries, and it looks like a new board, a new mindset's working out for Kanoa.
You know, when we talk about this surfers have to bring something new to the table every time, and sometimes it's just not the surfing, it's a different board. It's going to make you with a different approach, and this board's looking amazing under his foot. I feel like everyone's struggling once that wind got very hard, like we have it now, but he's flowing. Looks like Joanne way down the line.
Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, at a whole different sandbar right there. Former winner out here, 2023, he was the champ. Joao Chianca, so he's got some good feelings about this break. And also it looks like Matthew McGillivray got away. The South African out there opened up with just a fractional score, but got back on his feet, and we'll see what Matthew was able to bring to the table. Competing out here, Jesse, you've done it. High tide, I mean, what's it like out there? What adjustments do you have to make? What's the motivation? What's the approach?
I think sometimes the high tide is not that big of an issue, but just the onshore winds. This is a very powerful shallow bottom wave. So whenever the wind comes in, it gets crumbly. And it's not that typical Huntington Beach wave that it's like soft and nice to surf. It's just hard. Like there's a lot of backwashes. We see it here, João Chumbinho.
Just explosive on the approach right there. Some difficult sections, but was able to explode through those sections. Joao Chianca.
Yeah, but just back to it, I think just the timing, making your turn look big, it's hard when the wind is here. Fortunately for them, there's a little bit more water on the banks right now, so that helps smooth it out a little bit more, less of water exits throughout the lineup. And João just timing that wave perfectly, kind of like what Kanoa did, like using the rhythm of the wave and the backwashes to the advantage. And for him, talk about backwashes, he's from Saquarema.
Yeah.
Like that's the birth of it. But as you see it right here, how he's going to open up and actually get a good release, redirecting that nose all the way around, and beautiful turn for him. And this is the first one from Matthew. Critical section right there, a little steeper than the opponents. Was able to find that nice and finish it off here. Let's see, it gets up in vertical once again. All the surfers actually starting off pretty well. I feel like the nod goes to Kanoa no matter what, because those 2 turns were very impressive and critical, and he's up and riding once again.
One more time for Kanoa Igarashi. Well-paced turns, and the placement of the turns almost perfect. Look at sharp, short radius, big hooks for Kanoa, and you can just tell that he's feeling good about it by the way he kicks out of that wave.
No doubt, and you mentioned about the board, and I'm going to have to mention once again, he's going to do this turn, and look how much downtime he can wipe off the speed right there and wait for the wave to get steep. And then he can unleash it and open up that beautiful carve. So if you don't have a good craft under your foot, you're going to have to kind of accelerate through that flat moment, and you're going to get to the section a little bit too early. And right there, he was able to hold himself up, wipe off speed, move the board, and keep himself away to get a good angle for that turn. So beautifully done. Going to get another good score, Kanoa. And we have a good hand so far a good heat in our hand so far, because all the surfers are surfing very well, but Kanoa getting the nod with better wave selection and more speed.
Really, in contrast to the last heat, some good numbers getting put up. A 4.67 for Matthew McGillivray on his top wave. 4-point ride, 3.67 for Joao Chianca on his efforts. We're still waiting for the last score, wave number 4 for Kanoa Igarashi, but feeling in the airs is going to be good. And wow, he has twins, 6.17, 6.17. Duplicate numbers and a 12.34 two-wave total. That's huge by the standards that we're set at right now.
Yeah, fair enough. A different surf type of wave. We see it up and riding once again, Matthew.
Matty have to go float through that section. A little bobble there. just has to ease the turn. Looks like he's a little bit forced through that wave. You could tell that he was surfing upriver.
Yes, I agree with you, and nursing a little bit too much. I think because once he landed from that floater, lost a little bit of balance, and because that second section had a good opportunity for him to unleash and like put an exclamation point, and that's what the judges are looking, one big section today. Beautiful floater, generated speed, but right here, see he wobbles, his back arm kind of goes off the back, and it just puts him off of balance, and that angle that you hope for to get on the bottom turn to crack the top didn't happen on that second turn.
And as surfers, you could just tell visually by if you're surfing against the drift of the current or with the drift of the current. And it seems like, I don't know if the lefts are the call right now.
Yeah, mostly where he's sitting, right? He is right in front of us, right behind us, and there's the two shallow banks to our left and to our right. So right in front of us, there's a water exit. So all that water from everywhere, not everywhere from the beach, but a big portion of the water that is coming in from the swell, it's exiting right there. So what that does is just kind of running on treadmills. Like it gets hard, like it gets noisy. There's a lot of bumps, and you're just going against the grain. Like it's harder to surf.
Yeah, you can identify a corner that way, but to actually do any kind of turns when you're going up against the grain or upriver, a little bit more difficulty. Well, here we go. The numbers are all in, and it looks like Kanoa Igarashi with a strong lead. Joao Chianca holding priority with a couple of good numbers, and Maddie McGillivray is still looking for a backup for that 4.67. Nice view of the peninsula of Peniche there as we turn our attention to the use of priority by Joao Chianca. Has to get around this big section, and that's going to be a priority error.
Yeah, unfortunately, because that was a good wave. I'm looking behind here, but he was just a touch too deep, and with that onshore, the wave just breaks even faster down the line. But you kind of got to keep swinging. I think I can't remember who specifically said that, but I think it was Jack Robinson, which is usually a very selective surfer out on heats. And he was mentioning, hey, I like to surf my way into rhythm here because it's a beach break, has kind of potential everywhere down the beach to the left and up to the right. So better than just sitting and trying to identify that perfect one, get a few waves and put yourself into the right one. And I think it works well. So yeah, mostly in the condition like right now, it's very challenging, windy, and it looks like Kanoa up and riding.
Here he comes, heat leader, looking strong. Another big snap for Igarashi. Well-timed finish there, lip glide, and he's just doing everything right in this heat. So that's got to be a good feeling. You're halfway through the heat. Everything seems to be going Kanoa Igarashi's way.
Yeah, it is. And even though that's the third good wave he has on the heat, but he still got a few scrappy ones. So that shows how important it is for you to kind of putting yourself in opportunities out there and having a look at waves, paddling for waves and seeing what they're going to do down the line. But right here, nice projection. He's going to get into the stern, a lot of spray, finish it off strong. I personally think it's going to be something similar to the first, the 617 that he has, but a little bit lower, like not as dynamic, didn't redirect the board as much as he did on the other wave. So
yeah, well, you called it 5.17 that we're watching on the replay right here, Jesse. So not one of his top two waves, but Kanoa's still in the lead.
Yeah, and I think just to simplify things, I guess he was more lateral on this wave. The wave was running down the line a bit more. He did as much as he could, but not as critical.
His girlfriend Havana there, along with Jake Patterson and Aaron Brooks, who's working with Jake as a coach. That signals. We got the women coming up. One more heat of men's, and our women's opening round will get underway here.
I'm excited for that as well. The women's are going to first get in the water. Right now, they're going to have some big tide, which usually the problem here is the very low tide. But people have been mentioning because the banks are so good, it's been fine through the low tide, but the high tide's getting a little bit tricky. I haven't surfed on very high when it's smaller size like this yet. So it's a question mark for us how it's going to be. I'm sure there's going to be waves, but let's see if it's going to be nice and copy.
Jumbinho, nice snap there. Waves got some good form here. Well paced, well put together, nice rhythm, a nice tempo on the backhand right there. So found just a little diamond in the rough out there.
Yeah, he did. One of those waves that you dream of when in the situation that he's at. Just like you mentioned, perfect pace to out. Feel like on your backhand, when you find that rhythm on that first turn, it sets you up for success. As you see it right here, nice and calm, very critical. And then he kind of goes down the line, takes his time, then wraps with a nice carve and finish it off with a beautiful vertical turn. The wave a little bit smaller, but it's going to be another good score for Chumbinho, probably better than what he has already, and apply more pressure into Matthew. A great pace right there from him, and finish it off with a lot of energy, which we expect from him. Very energetic surfer. And Sammy loves it, and Luana loves it.
The support squad with the appropriate applause for Joao. We're waiting for that score to check in and see where it places him. He'll likely remain in second place here, but he will make the job harder for Matthew McGillivray, who's up and riding right now. Matty finds a couple of big sections there and connects them. So had to get around the big whitewater section, but was able to really like seamlessly put those two turns together.
Yeah, and what I love about that wave kaipo is just there's a point of difference. Like, this is the very first big turn we've seen in this heat. We've seen Kanoa put two turns together that were very well placed and very well timed, but this one, he had a lot of extension on that second turn, so I'm excited to see what the scores come.
And Kanoa finding a left, tosses the fins out the back. Little check turn there. Surfing way up the beach this time. Igarashi gets the finish, so judges have their work cut out for them, and we'll see how that affects the standings in this heat.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Like, for us, like, we can just talk about what we like the most on one or two waves, but they have to really break it down. Every single wave that was ridden in the last 5 minutes, which was probably about 6 of them, so they have a lot of work to get done. Even though this wave of Kanoa, like, you know, if it counts or not, it doesn't matter. They have to do the right score for it. So they really have to pay attention in every detail of every wave. But here's Matthew. Beautiful setup here, gaining speed down the line. And that's what I said, like, he's going to go get vertical, but he extends the board away from him and brings back under. Gets the most amplitude you could get on that turn, though. Critical section. So for me, that was a great turn for him.
We're waiting for the scores. We'll be back with those scores and more. We're taking a Bonzoy brew break. We're gonna froth in here. You froth where you're at. Meet us back here for the conclusion of this heat. Let's take a look back at 2023. Zhao Xianca threaded some tubes at Super Tubos for a big win.
I mean, what I love the most about this performance that he had that year, just how he's able to slow himself before the barrel and get as deep as you could. Obviously, that wave not as hollow as the other one, but you saw on that previous wave how deep he got and how the wave is pushing him away from the source of energy because it's so powerful, but he's just slowed himself down so well under the hood right there on that beautiful takeoff, coming out clean, as deep as you could get on that wave.
What a comeback here. Fell off tour, had to qualify from the Challenger Series, got back on tour 2023 and took out a win. That's stop number 3 right here at Super Tubos. Big day for Chumbinho. Wants to rekindle those feelings once again.
Out in the water with Matthew McGillivray and Kanoa Igarashi in the booth is myself, Kuiper Girl, along with Jesse Mendez. Here we go. Igarashi pops it up, puts it down, spins around. No problem for Kanoa Igarashi. Quick feet, happy feet to finish off there. What a performance so far by Kanoa.
I mean, barely any mistakes on this heat so far. Beautiful surfing. Feel like he's very connected to the ocean and to the board. Almost like an extension of his body. Everything he thinks about it, he's doing it and completing with grace and a lot of fluidity and just speed.
Another look here.
As we see it right here, that was the first turn that we missed. Kind of a setup turn, had to be a little bit flatter, and then beautiful air reverse right there. Actually very lofty for the section, and you see how much speed he came out of that air and was able to move his feet back to the place. And I'm gonna see it from the drone angle here, just this first setup. Eyeing it down the section in front where he knew was where he could maximize the potential of that wave, and he's moved his front foot and back foot back to the right place of the board and finished off strong. That was beautiful from Kanoa. It's going to be a good score for him.
Judges ate it up like a warm pastel de nata. A 7.17 for Kanoa Igarashi. He extends his lead. And when we came back from break, we were teasing you a score. Last time, Matthew McGillivray did move Matt into second place right now. So that guy right there on your screen, João Chianca, he's the man in the hot seat. He's got priority, needs a 6-point ride.
Fair enough. I think that turn, backside turn for Matthew was the best turn we've seen it so far in the heat. Like, I personally think it's even better than Kanoa's last air. Kanoa had a combination of major maneuvers, which was great, but that turn was very powerful, and it showed up on the score because the first turn was basically a down-the-line floater just to set up for that. And if you compare to João's 4.27, he had beautiful pace on the wave, good rhythm, a lot of flow, but he lacked energy, he lacked a little bit of power. Not on his surfing, but just on the wave itself to give him the opportunity to open up.
Okay, Jesse, you got 6 minutes on the clock. You got priority. You're sitting out there. You're João Chianca. What do you do?
I guess it's pretty set what he needs to do. I think he needs to be kind of patient now. Now it's not the time to roll the dice on anything. He needs to look for something of substance that has size and just identify that doesn't matter if he does 4 turns, he needs just a big section to make an exclamation point and have a point of difference, and this might be it.
Here he goes, left. Big explosive turn there, might need a little bit more, and looks disinterested, and I'm gonna count that as a priority error.
Yes, that might have been, but it's tough. It's very tough because that was a sizable wave with the corner, and that's what he kind of looking out here, but it turned out to be, I don't know, it got a little weird. It kind of went out to sea. As you see it, him coming out of that first turn, the wave kind of disappeared. So see how there's a lot of size, probably one of the biggest waves we've seen it reading in this heat so far, but just the wave going out to sea, and that happens a lot when we have very west steep swell on the left, because it kind of runs down the beach and it goes away from you, and you don't want that. You want those pockets, you want those more curve on the face of the wave.
Yeah, that wave looked like it got broken up too, and it's kind of the riddle, right? You can't predict that when you take off on these waves a lot of the times.
A lot of the times you can, but a lot of times you actually can. You know, like you can see how the wave shape and how much of a yes, correct. How much of a line it is, how it's shaping up as it hits the bar. Those guys have done it so many times that the memory kind of brings it back the experiences they previously had.
Well, shackles off now. We'll go for João, just looking for anything because he's in third priority. So now he's just free to roam, catch as many waves as he possibly can and give himself a chance.
Not so much, Kaipo, because if you look back on both of the surfers, they're almost in front of us, and they're already moving towards where João's sitting right now, because he was a little bit on the far bar left to the south of the scaffolding. And you can see the surfers, you see red stopped already, but he's very close, and white still paddling towards João. So they're going to keep a close eye into him and not give him an inch. And I'm actually surprised on Kanoa doing that, because he has a pretty solid lead right now, but he just doesn't want to give it a chance. And that's smart of him. He got the job done.
Yeah, Kanoa looking sweet right now. Matt McGillivray looking pretty sweet as well, because he's got first priority. We'll see if he's going to choose to play any kind of defensive role right now. It's not like he's rushing over to He's just slow rolling over to Joao Chianca.
Yeah, but there is just enough, you know. He already did he gained the ground like for the last 30 seconds, and now he's just very close to him. There's nothing João can do. He just needs to hope for a lot of, there's been a lot of waves in this heat with potential, so maybe he just make the boys roll the dice on sell them lemons, and then he comes on something decent.
Yeah, he would need some Atlantic energy to happen right now with a multiple wave set to come through. Miggy Pupo centering himself on the beach. Miguel Pupo coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti and David Silva in the last heat of this round. Miggy's having a great year already.
He's been having probably the best start of his life, right?
Yeah. Here we go with Joao, tosses the fins. No more opportunity for there, so now feeling a little bit of desperation, perhaps, just trying to put anything together for Joao Chianca.
Yeah, kind of got to roll the dice and the opportunities that's in front of you, because most likely the 5.93, if it's visible for the surfers, they're going to pull the trigger and block him. So you're with hands attached right now, hoping 3 of them come up, or they just somehow blank and commit a mistake and give you a gift, which it doesn't happen so often.
Nah. Like Jake Patterson would say, not at this level.
Not at this level. It barely happens. It barely ever.
All right, 1:40 on the clock, and priority still sitting with Matty McGillivray. He's in a secure second position. Chumbinho needing that 6-point ride, but is under everyone's priority. Here goes. Kanoa Igarashi seeking a section. He's just going to take this one in. Strong lead for Igarashi. Tosses that one away.
That's good for João, because he just gave up his priority, and João's 9-second. Actually, Matthew just gave up his priority as well on a closeout, so it's up to him now in the ocean.
Chumbinho needs a gift right now from the Atlantic, but still possibility with 59 seconds remaining.
Totally, he's 1 air away from it. If you think about it and try and simplify things, he's totally capable. He's done it actually at backdoor earlier this year with 3rd priority against Ryan Callum, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't remember the 3rd one. Looks like he's scratching down to the left of us. There might be something coming, but seems like he's too far. The wave's much deeper than that. Maybe the next one. We'll see.
Never say give up. 30 seconds on the clock. Maybe one last chance here. If it doesn't take this one, I don't know if another wave's going to hit the bar in time. Now we're going to have to wrap this one up with just 15 seconds. Clock is certainly going to run out on Joao. And that's going to be it. We'll make it official. Kanoa Igarashi and Matthew McGillivray advancing into the round of 32. We'll see Joao Chianca in the elimination round.
The previous winner going into elimination. Tricky conditions today.
There's the numbers. 13.34 for Kanoa Igarashi. Great effort. New board's looking good for Igarashi. We're going to move on to another heat. Heat number 12 of this opening round with Leonardo Fioravanti, Miguel Pupo, David Silva, and a very special guest. You're going to want to stick around for this. We'll be right back after this.
We are back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona Cero. Opening round coming to a close. Heat number 12 out in the water. And I promised you folks before we went to break, special guests. Welcome to the set, three-time world champ, Gabe Medina. Thank you for joining us, Gabe.
No worries, it's a pleasure. Jesse, Kaipo. We were talking about it. I don't know when was the last time I was here, so.
We like seeing you in the water,
yeah.
But we'll take you in the booth because we want to get some insight for you. So first question, Surfing World wants to know, how's the recovery right now from the pectoral injury?
It's going good. It's step by step. You know, every day I wake up and I do my physio. I don't have a date to go back to the water, but it's something that I'm working on, and but no pressure. You know, I wanna feel 100%, and you know, I wanna be in the water soon. So I'm doing everything I can.
Right. So there's a book I love called The Way of the Peaceful Warrior by Dan Millman, and it's a story of a gymnast who got into a bad motorcycle accident. But everything that athlete learned, and it's a true story, on his recovery actually made him a better person and a better athlete. Are you learning lessons right now with yourself as you're recovering?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing stuff that I used not to do, which is reading. You know, like I feel like reading is so good for yourself, and I'm really open to learn. And the books that I've been reading, it's been helping me and understanding more about situations, more about myself, and growing up in the end of the day, you know. And it's been fun, actually, you know. Of course, I want to surf, I want to be in the water.
Yeah.
But it's something that I've been liking to do, you know, like. So.
And it's good to know that God has a plan for you. You know what I mean? And when you have that plan set in front of you, that's where faith comes into play, is knowing that there's a plan for you.
For sure, yeah. Everything happens for a reason, you know. And I had injuries before. This is my first time that I do surgery, you know, so it's something new for me. But the last time a big injury I had was when I broke my leg before my first title, you know. So I feel like every time that you get hurt, it's a message for you to stop and think and do, you know, better things or learn or whatever. So I'm trying to take the best of it.
Well, let's check out this heat, guys. We got Leonardo Fioravanti on the replay. He's out on the water with Miguel Pupo and David Silva. So nice start there, Jesse, for Leo.
Yeah, great surfing, just critical. Nothing special, but identified a good wave that had two good sections in front of him and belted. 5.17, it's a good way to start, and we've been seeing it previously. The guys that have been starting early get more freedom to make the more right decisions. It leads them to a good rhythm, so important start there for Leo. But still a lot of heat in front of him.
Gabe, we know you like a quick start in the heat.
Yeah, I do like it. Oh, Miguel.
Miggy Pupo has been so consistent so far this year. Miguel Pupo, 33 years of age, 33 years young, I gotta say, for Miguel Pupo. Off tour, comes back on through the Challenger Series, and then back-to-back quarterfinal finishes this year. Looking good as always. Seems like he's always on the spot.
I mean, he's just, he's getting better and better every year. It seems like he's gonna stop and like just kept that, you know, not going up anymore, but he's working on his boards a lot, working Adriana more closely now this year, and it's the best start he had it so far. He's going to finish it off here with a nice, beautiful floater, kind of projecting down the line, moving that nose of the board. Just very stylish surfer, very polished.
You've known Miguel for a long time, Gabe. What have you seen in Miguel Pupo, especially recently?
Yeah, Miguel is a good friend. We grew up together pretty much, and I say he's a really annoying guy in a good way, you know, because he's so smart and he's always tried to be in the best wave of the heat and strategy. So that's why he keeps on tour, you know. He can fall, but I'm sure he's gonna come back. So that's how I see Miguel, and he works really hard. So it's a guy that when I grow up, back there when I was growing up, it's a guy that I used to watch a lot, you know, and he was older than me, and he was a good example, you know, like for me.
It's got good energy.
And let's talk about it. It also seems like you guys always do mock heats together growing up, you know, like when you guys are surfing together, because they always tell me about that. So who gets the nod on the mock heats in Maresias, you know, beach breaks, no one around, just them two in the water?
Yeah, we're always in a heat. It's funny. Yeah, we always try to surf together, and it's good to have someone like that surfs really good, that pushes you. And Miguel was one of those guys for me, you know, and I respect him a lot. I would say it's tight, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. But maybe I have one ahead.
I remember last time you guys had one, you guys filmed and went back to the house and reviewed everything to see if the scores were right and stuff. But it was 2-1 to you. I remember that one.
2-1.
They keep track. They keep track, those guys.
This is what friends do, and this is what pushes people to be better.
For sure, yeah. I love to surf when there's one really good in the water, you know. And to have Miguel, pretty much my neighborhood, it was really good to grow up with him.
Gabe, it seems like you're having probably the most fun I've seen you have. And just you have this lightheartedness about you right now, currently in your career. I mean, I think when you're coming on board, you know, 2014, laser focus, just headphones on, you know, very intense. And I see like joy from you now. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I mean, we getting old, you know, and I've been through a lot of things. I've been learning a lot about like situations in life. Maybe when you growing up and you're more competitive and more like trying to control things that you have no control. So that's where you get intense, you know. And I feel like nowadays I don't know, I do my thing. I work out. I don't know, I have my routine, and I try to control the things I think I have control, you know, and the things that I don't have control, I'm not gonna waste energy there, you know. So I feel like life is easier and lighter like this. So that's why I'm in this position right now.
Yeah, I love that. Got some good memories over here winning this event. Actually, you were on a run. You won France, and then you won here in 2017.
Yes. I mean, I had great times here. Yeah, I won here in the past. I had a final with Julian too. But that year, I did 2 finals.
Yeah.
Like back-to-back wins. So I think that gave me a chance to win a title.
Yeah.
It was me and John, right? And yeah, it was really cool. I think that was the first time I got a win back-to-back, you know.
Yeah.
So that final against Julian was crazy too. I got him right in the end, and he's coming back to the tour.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Great news, and great that you brought it up. Julian Wilson will have a wild card on the Challenger Series when we kick that off in June over there in Meriwether. Take a look here, Jesse, of Leo Fioravanti.
I mean, did that as much as he could. He was a bit late, like kind of trying to go around that first foamy section, and got up there, did well, but just a bit sticky. Like he was a bit late to the party on that one. Looks like there's kind of a left down the beach. Nothing really happened.
Yeah, we'll see. David Silva still pretty quiet in this heat. Miguel Pupo with that 4.67, 5.17 for the lead with Leo Fioravanti. And these are just a bunch of straight-handers coming in here. Not a lot of opportunity. Let's hit an interview right now and hear from Kanoa Igarashi. He won the last heat.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, down here, Igarashi, great heat on the glass, obviously, but talk to me about how much fun you were having out there. I mean, subpar conditions, but you really made it look good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, we have a big beach break to ourselves, and there's no real spot. You kind of just have to go out there and whatever like pops up in front of you, you just have to go and see what happens. And I think we sat a little bit like further south than the heat before. I think that helped give us more opportunity to, I don't know, we were just trying to find clean water. I mean, at the end of the day, like the priority like didn't matter at all. We were just trying to catch waves, and yeah, I found some corners and it worked out.
Talk to me about, you know, with the prior days, pretty solid, really big waves, riding probably a step up, and then you come in and change the equipment. What does that go in the mindset?
Yeah, you know, like riding like 6.2s and 6.3s the last couple of days, and then riding a shortboard today. I'm riding a 6.0. It's my first event with JS, so I'm really excited to be representing them, and I have a really good board under my feet right now. Thanks, Jason, and it's just it's nice to be riding a short board and being able to kind of like, I guess, control the board more, where the last couple of days it was like, okay, you're riding a big board just to get into the waves, and the wave kind of dictated like what you were going to do. So, no, it was cool. I mean, obviously the waves are really good yesterday, but you know, you still have fun conditions today, and we're able to kind of like show our surfing and get a lot of opportunities. So, you know, compared to the wave pool event, we're having way more waves. So it's cool. So it's a nice change.
And, you know, just on the transition from one board shaper to the other, did that take a lot of time?
You know, to be at the end of the day, like everyone makes such good boards at this level that you're going from one good board to another good board. So it's like having a good batch and a bad batch, you know. So for me, the transition was easy. I you know, got a batch of boards that really stuck to me, and they feel really good. And you know, I have boards that I know I can just jump on. Like I haven't ridden this board in a few days, and I was, you know, I'm riding a 6.3 yesterday, and just jumping on this board that I can trust is something that, you know, sometimes it takes years and years of having a relationship with a shaper to have that kind of confidence. But you know, it just like suits my surfing, and it makes sense to me. So I just yeah, I'm able to just jump on them, go back and forth on a big board to a small board, different models. So that's all I can ask for.
Nice, and shout out to Japan.
Yeah, shout out to Japan. みんないつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今回もまたすごい大切なイベントで、今回もグッドスタートですごい嬉しいので、これからもいろいろコンディションも多分すごい変わってくるので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。
ありがとう。
All right, well, there you go. Kanoa Igarashi with that switch to JS Industries boards. Looks like it's working out for him. He's into the round 32 with a nice opening showing here at Super Tubos. Look at a replay right here, Jesse.
Very frothy wave, felt like a snowboard type of wave. Got up there nice and critical, but almost got that nose stuck. Went around. Conditions are getting very tricky right now. Finish it off with a nice rebound, but the junction of those two turns and Miguel up and riding looks more exciting right now.
Miggy quick and has to survive that convergence of water, and does so. Strong surfing by Miguel Pupo. That's really, really difficult when those sections come together, Gabe.
Yeah, it is really hard. The last turn he did, it's really hard to stay, you know, because the compression of the wave that comes into you, it's hard to stay on the board, and yeah, he was there. So really good wave for Miggy.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, very sharp. He's always so laser sharp, cutting through the water so nicely. And right there, that's what Gabe mentioned. When you have the junction of both waves coming from the left and the right, and the energy goes all straight into you, you just try to do what he did, get very low and be patient, because if you try to move too much, it gets sticky. So you try to let the board do the talk, and hopefully if it's going to push you out, and Miggy did that so well, and he's going to get a decent score. You're going to get rewarded well for that one.
Well, 5-point ride will give him the lead, so wait for that score for Miguel Pupo. Not giving up. That's something I feel like, Gabe, it's been kind of a theme in your career, not giving up, like on a wave or in a situation.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta always believe, you know. And I feel like the most magic things in my life that has happened was when I was believing to the end, you know. I felt something that you like just did the impossible, you know. So that's the most fun in competition.
Love it.
I agree with you that happens, but it's so hard for you to keep yourself motivated in those situations. Is there anything that you keep telling in your head in order to keep believing through that last 2 minutes, and you're almost in combination and you still believe on it? Because most people really, they give up, or they feel like they could do it, but it's too far ahead. But you didn't have that mind. You felt like you could always be enriched for it. Is there anything you say to yourself when that moment comes?
Yeah, I mean, as long as the heat is running, you have a chance, you know. I've had a few hits. Maybe the gnarliest one I had was against Ryan Cullen at J-Bay. Was like 3 minutes remaining. I didn't have any score. And then I got him in the two last waves, and especially in J-Bay, you know.
It's a minute long wave.
It's I mean, pretty much impossible to do it. And then I did it there, but I was like believing to the end. And it's inside of you, you know. Like I when I'm out there, I'm just thinking like I worked really hard for this, you know, and I know I can make points in any wave. So I just need to put myself in a situation, you know, like a good one to make it worth. And yeah, so it's all in your mind, you know, and it's good.
I think it's great. We're going to continue our conversation with Gabe Medina. We're highlighting this heat. Miguel Pupo, by the way, just went off to the lead. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 12 of the opening round for the men. Coming up next, the women's opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro.
My grandfather belonged to one of the first communities to live here. My mom picked surfing from the foreigners. So our backyard is the ocean. We started going to the water since kids. Super Tubos is really special. Sometimes you get like really frustrated because you see perfect barrels and you get none. Then you just need like one single wave and it makes your day or your week or your month. It's a very unique setting. It's not just a single common beach break. The sandbar extends off the coast and then there's a deep drop off, but it's not linear along the coast. So when the swell comes, it refracts from south and north, and then it creates these A-frames and concentrates all the energy to one place. That's why Super Tubos is so consistent.
It's a special place, Peniche Super Tubos. First came on the scene 2009 with Rip Curl Search, and it's still a stop on the championship tour. We're in the final heat of the opening round for the men. Miguel Pupo out in the lead. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Jesse Mendez, three-time world champ and former winner out here. Gabe Medina talking you through all of the action. And Gabe, we're getting into, after this, we're getting into the women's division. And there's some new breed and there's some new energy in women's surfing right now. I'm highlighting Erin Brooks. She's a teammate of yours. What do you think about Erin and her surfing?
She's amazing. Yeah, I've been watching Erin for the last few years, and she's been getting better, you know, like in competition. And I was not surprised to see her coming to the tour. You know, she was a real deal. And I'm happy to see these new girls coming, you know. I think it's improving a lot, you know. It's exciting to watch them going head to head, you know, doing airs, going big, and having my sister too coming up, you know.
This is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Sophia finished the Challenger Series number 10 last year. This year, off the Challenger Series, we're taking 7 women. We're increasing the whole women's field. So your sister's going to be right up there in the conversation on talking about CT qualification.
Yeah, I mean, she's growing, you know. She's getting more experience, you know, traveling a lot, surfing different waves and competing. And yeah, hopefully to see her one day here on the tour. But I always talk to her, you know, give some tips and at all, like no pressure, just surf, have fun, you know, and yeah, but hopefully one day we are on tour together.
Yeah, that'd be great, right?
That could be really sick. And but yeah, I don't want to put pressure on her, you know. I want her to have fun and do what she loves, and she's always in the water, so that makes me really proud.
It's kind of cool what's going on in Brazil too, that I feel is I see the progression happening with a lot of these wave systems that you folks have in Brazil, and surfers really utilizing that and working on their technique. And Sophia's one of the examples that I've really seen a lot of her fundamentals in surfing really improve with being able to repeat performances over and over again in a wave pool.
Yeah, that's a positive thing about wave pool. You know, you can practice so many times. You know, you have the sections there, the ramps, and they can really go big and try things, you know. And sometimes it does actually take a little longer, you know, to find that one specific section or one specific wave. So I feel like the wave pool is there to make like more, like you have more opportunity and make the most of it, you know. Sometimes it's hard to find in the ocean.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
And I feel like Brazil is really kind of leading the way in that, because you guys have a lot of wave pools there. Heat on hand right now, Jesse. We got 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Miguel Pupo out in the lead. Leonardo Fioravanti looking strong, holding priority in second place. David Silva, though, really not getting out of the starting blocks yet.
I mean, this is a shocker for David. Mostly Gabe Noah as well. Like, he's such a wave magnet. Like, he's very good at getting good waves in any type of condition. It seems like waves always comes towards him. Just not finding anything right there. And I felt like his backhand today could be lethal, you know, like very powerful, fast, explosive, but just having one of those heats that nothing goes towards your way. But still 6 minutes, it's not done. Only 9.6 total Leo has in second place right now. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Gabe, you said it, never give up. And so a DVD still with 6 minutes ahead of him still has an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard right now to find the good ones, you know, and tricky. But David is capable of finding waves, so let's see.
I feel like every spot on tour has something specific towards, and some you have more connections, the other ones you have less connections. But there's always something that makes it a spot difficult. Is there anything specifically here that you feel like, oh, this is the tricky thing about this event? Like, I don't know, tides, or how the waves always changing, whatever it is. The banks change every time we come here, different than J-Bay, that it's always going to be the same deal, you know? So is there anything specific here, you think?
Yeah, I mean, here's a trick spot, you know, to surf, to be in the right spot and pick the right waves. You gotta go with the flow here, you know. You gotta catch waves, and yeah, the ocean's gonna choose the winner, you know. There's no much strategy, and surf, you know. Enjoy your time there, you know. Just go with the flow, I would say. There's no much.
Find your way into rhythm, kind of, yeah?
Yes.
Well, Miguel Pupo's got rhythm right now. Just found a beautiful right, just out of the blue, and you could see a bunch of closeouts, and Miggy just finds that thing and went to town.
That third turn was spicy, like putting that board up in vertical and just deceleration throughout the turn was very impressive. And what's so special about Miggy, and he keeps getting better, is just how he cuts the water. It's always very knifey and very sharp approach.
Well, that was a wax error right there.
Almost like a pad, because it was the back foot that first came out, right?
Yeah.
Something happened there, unfortunately, because that was a good section too, Kaipo. Like, that had some meat in it.
That's got to be tough. Down to 4 minutes right now. Looks like we got some sets on the way. David Silva with priority. And we're seeking Silva in this overhand cam. And looks like just like a closeout. What went wrong here? You can analyze that, Jess.
See that back foot, like he felt like, but yeah, I don't think it was the pad problem. It seemed like there was a bump and the board got in a weird angle and he was on his tippy toes, and then you don't have too much friction with the board, and obviously it's going to be easier to slide. So that back foot came undone and he fell on his knee. So unfortunate that for him, because that was kind of a meaty section. He doesn't need to better much, a 4.43.
Yeah, well, so Miguel Pupo at the moment. One fun question for you, Gabe. How does it feel to have probably now one of the most iconic photos in surfing that, and you're actually flying away, you're not really even surfing at the time over there in Tahiti?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Everywhere I go, people talk about it, and yeah, it was really iconic. I mean, I used to do it all the time, you know, when we go to Chopes, you get a barrel, and then you get really happy and you do that. But I don't know, that was crazy.
There's something about that photo that people who know nothing about surfing are drawn to, you know? It's more of a just a living image than even a surfing image.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of things that happens that you don't have an answer, you know? It's, you know, it's pretty cool, you know, like people got to see Chopes. Chopes is a great wave, and I was really happy to have the Olympics there because it's a real wave, you know, it's beautiful, and we love surfing there, and people got to see real surfing, you know, and to have that photo, I think it's pretty cool, even for surfing in general, you know. People is gonna see this image for a long time, you know, so it's good.
I mean, I guess that's the point I was getting at, is that it's kind of bigger than surfing, just that one image, you know, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
And let's just say it was the easiest part of the wave. It was the one that got most rewarded because everything you've done it before.
You had like
was
a 9.98 in that heat or something, right, too?
Yeah, so after my heat, I was going to do the interview, and then everyone was talking about the wave, and then I thought it was about the barrel.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, yeah.
It was sick.
The barrel was gnarly, you know. I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
And then, no, the jump. I was like,
What jump?
What jump? And then I was trying to figure out, and then when I went on Instagram and, you know, online, and then I saw everyone posting and stuff, I was like, oh, they talk about this stuff, okay. And then I wasn't even gonna post the photo. I was like, oh, everyone's posting, I'm gonna post the barrel because I love the barrel, you know.
Yeah.
But it went viral. So.
No, because it was an insane barrel. But it's funny how the world works. Is that the kick out got more attention than I want to say it was a 993 or something. It was like right there, yeah.
993.
993.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna die on the wave.
Yeah, see, so that's why I mentioned everything that was done previously was so much nicer than just the jump. But it's just like you said, there's no explanation for some things, and that was one of them.
Yeah. Well, here we go, you guys. We're closing out at 25 seconds in this heat, and David Silva in a precarious position. Needs an 8.93 if he wants to avoid that elimination round. Looks like David's going to be on the way to the elimination round. Leonardo Fioravanti in a pretty safe second place right now. And then Miguel Pupo is just solid in his surfing and wave selection throughout this heat.
Yeah, sharp surfing, and it's very hard to do in the conditions like this with so much bump and the waves kind of closing out. Just beautiful surfing from Miggy.
And just a ride in here for Leo. We'll see him in the round of 32, along with Miguel Pupo. David Silva, we'll see him when we get to that elimination round. Let's take a look at the numbers here. 10.17 was enough for the win for Pupo, and a 5 and a 4 enough for Fioravanti to advance on. David Silva going to have to reset himself, and I want to thank Gabe Medina. Thank you so much for making your time coming over here. I got to ask another question. Any idea when we're going to see you again in competition?
Hopefully soon. As I said, I don't have a date. But,
okay.
Hopefully soon.
You're getting there.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
All right.
Yeah. Every day is one day less, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. And thank you, guys. We're going on to a break right now. When we come back, women's opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Corona Cero.
And a very warm welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. Great to have Medina in the booth to chat things through. We'll flip over now to the women. Opening round, having a look. Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson, Sally Fitzgibbons. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar. What a heat, mate.
Boa tarde, Paul. And yeah, as you said, a great heat coming up in opening round of the women. Of course, Caroline Marks, former champion out here. She's been dominant in the past at these types of waves, coming from Florida originally. And Sally Fitzgibbons up and riding, Paul, one of the most accomplished female surfers of all time.
Sally into it, giving it a swing to kick things off here up towards this high tide point. And some deeper water on the bank, some faces available for carving maneuvers for the likes of Sally, looking to draw on that experience.
Looks fun, though. You definitely want to find the steeper waves out there if you can, but definitely lay it on rail when it's possible.
You mentioned Lakey as one of your dark horse picks.
Yeah, I mean, and I just like that she's working with Leandro Dora now. I feel like they have a real good relationship. He typically tends to bring out the best in people, but looking at Sally right here, this is a veteran that hasn't really got things going in the first two events of the season so far, Paul. We all know how good she is in heavy water waves. This afternoon right here, not necessarily what she's probably used to seeing at Super Tubos, but you got to do what you got to do and adapt to any kind of conditions out there. And given the fact right now that you're making the heat with mostly 10, 11 points, good heat for her out here right now. But this was her opener, just the one carve right there, and we caught up with her after this. Wasn't bad. I mean, start things off, get something on the board. Should be a keeper, and then seems like Peterson also up and riding. Little float down the line for the two-time finalists here in Peniche. Decent little finish. So comes in as a 3, Paul, BOH.
Lakey opening her account with that 3-point ride, as you mentioned, a couple of finals. It was a little while ago now, though, wasn't it? Since then. And in this stage of her career, all of that experience that she has as a veteran, obviously, we talk about the point brace and what she's been able to do. But also in the beach break here and the power that she's got. Not many can match her for that. The aggression as well. She'll try and use some of that here. Won't do on that wave on the backhand. A little wobble going through. Gets the better of her. Be interesting to see how Caroline Marks goes out here. See the world champ in 2023. Unable to defend that title last year. Caitlyn Simmers got that done. And this season for Caroline Marks in terms of the form that she's in and her overall way she's carrying herself at a comfort level. She's very much established. She's already got that world title, but I feel she's got plenty of unfinished business yet with tour.
And runner-up to the World Championship last year, too. I mean, forced the third match against Caitlyn Simmers over there at Lowers. Great finals, by the way, between Caroline and Katie. But as you said, still has a target on her back. I think most importantly, she still hasn't proven herself this year, hasn't won an event.
I think Caitlyn's a sort of surfer to push Caroline, bring the best out of her?
Oh, no doubt. They come from different generations, similar in age, but I feel like Katie probably doesn't exist without Caroline, and I feel like Caroline probably wouldn't exist without the likes of Lakey Peterson, Carissa Moore, and everybody that came from the U.S. before her either. You know, just some real good programs over there. I know you've spent some good amount of time in California and whatnot, but the amateur programs, NSSA, USA Surfing, all of them really develop a long list of great surfers, and I think at least half of them representing the U.S. and Hawaii here have come through those programs, Paul.
Yeah, California surfing has been one of those pushes. Obviously, Caroline based over there now as well. In San Clemente. It's been one of the stories of the last couple of years, hasn't it, on tour? We've seen the rise of that new generation. We're looking at Sally there, throwing one down. And going on the attack, which is what we expect from her. Puts one up late.
Well, even Filipe lives there now. You know, he's been there for a good amount of years, and it just goes to show you that the industry's one thing. You have easier access to your surfboards, too. I also think travel has a lot to do with it, Paul, and you see Sally right there, just a quick in and out. That's going to be a throwaway for her, but having all his family there now, it's obviously impacted his performances worldwide, but the availability of lowers from, what, late March all the way through October, one of the premier performance waves worldwide.
Here goes Caroline Marks, backhand attack. That was really nice. Super vert with a little drift as she extends out the tail, and that trademark backhand style that she delivers is always super impressive. Caroline Marks, just an absolute weapon on the backhand. It's just unmistakable, really. You know, you don't need to really look at the color of the rash. You know who it is from the silhouette.
It's recognizable easily, and as you said, just a great schwack right here off of the backhand. Deep bottom turn into the lip. And that should score well. I mean, if we're looking at a lot of these waves that we've seen so far in the threes in this heat, to me personally, that's the best one we've seen. And just considering how difficult it is right now, the tide kind of peaking pretty soon, Paul, I think that's going to be a keeper score for her.
What is it about the Goofies? And it doesn't matter, you think about her coach, Luke Egan. I mean, there's plenty. What is it about Goofies on the backhand? There's just sort of something about it.
I saw you throw a couple yesterday. That's why you brought it up, huh? I don't know. I think we tend to have more of a whip, I feel,
It's
personally.
more of an archetypal backhand style for Goofies. You can get, I guess there's just more of the regular foots. Meanwhile, one of those, and she's a great one, and she absolutely spanks that first turn, is Lakey Peterson, and doing good work, really active and busy on the board.
Nice little style points at the end, too, just making sure that you're exiting, and everybody noticed that. But you're actually bringing up a good point. I hadn't thought about that much, but if you look at some of the premier Goofy footers ever, Aki, Bobby Martinez, and of course the great Rob Machado, they always stand out because of that extra pivot on the backhand. As we look at Lakey here, the first combo was really nice. Third one, maybe just to get a little bit extra point if you can, but that right there, beautiful tail slide down the line. Make sure to combo it up into the lip for the second one, and with so much white water, just to be able to finish that wave like she did, really difficult to me. Should be one of the top 2 waves of the heat so far, Paul.
Very well studied in this wave as well. You see it getting down early. One of those surfers spends a lot of time monitoring conditions. She's always got eyes on the lineup, figuring things out as well. Europe's a little bit different, significantly different from a lot of places, in that you can actually get sort of almost false intelligence. You watch a couple hours before you hear it's actually a different lineup you're watching. Is Molly getting ready? Great looking heat. Aaron Brooks, Luana Silva coming up next. Molly, not great at the back end of last year by her own really high standards, but since then I feel like we've been a real change in her confidence is back in her performances too.
Well, she's number 2 in the world for a reason, of course. Lulu's had success here in Portugal before. She's won over Ineta Seda, as we see Caroline up and down real quick. I do want to point out, though, that when it comes to the progressive factor right now with these afternoon conditions, Aaron Brooks is a major threat, and especially with the speed differential that we're probably going to see, I feel like she's going to be real fun to watch in the next heat.
Definitely one of those more, possibly the most vertical surfer on the women's tour. Let's see how she can go about finding some sections to attack out. Here's someone that did that, was Miguel Pupo. He's with Strider.
Very much, yeah, Miguel. Conditions like this, heats like that, do you feel like that's work or play?
That's a lot of work, you know. I was out of my breath during the heat, and yeah, tough conditions, but the job is the job, and we got to go out there and do our best.
You're having a really great start to the year, sitting at number 3. Does that play into the confidence coming into this event?
Definitely, you know, I had a tough few years last year, and then this year I want to do everything different, but sometimes things has to go your way, and I feel this is the year. Things are going my way, and I just want to keep the ball rolling.
You know, your style of surfing, it's super smooth, but you can still get super radical. You know, in beach break conditions like that, it seems to pair up really well.
Yeah, definitely. Portugal, I think Portugal is my second best event of my career. So I'm taking that as a confidence booster, you know, trying to make a lot of heats. And, you know, beach breaks, I love this toughness over here, you know, trying to find a barrel, trying to find a good wave. And especially when it's on shore like this, this is the conditions I love the most. So I was trying to do my best out there for sure.
Well, congratulations. Great to have you on the glass. I can't wait to see you back up here.
Thank you. Good to see you back.
Great stuff. Thanks, Strider. Miguel Pupo, a brilliant late career, almost sort of second chapter from him. And another good performance. Sally, speaking of which.
There we go.
Getting the commitment, getting involved, and just carving things up. Love to see it. Sal with the momentum on that wave. The opening section provided plenty for her.
She's really fucked south, by the way, too. Almost out of the competition area. I love this first turn, though, Paul. Really lays into it. And, of course, commitment is a big thing at this event. That was radical right there. And, I mean,
didn't necessarily hit the lip the way she wanted to on the second one, but you got to really reward the first kind of attack we saw right there from Sally. And just looking at her results last year, did not break the round of 16 on the Championship Tour, and then automatically goes to the CS, a couple of thirds, wins over at the US Open, wins here in Edeseda in Portugal, and still went to Saquarema just to make sure that she was there. She wanted to be able to win the Challenger Series, got a 9th, but in 2 events so far, 17th at Pipe, 9th at Abu Dhabi. By her standards, way off. And she wants to get going right here at this event.
Heading in the right direction, though. Let's see where we go here. It has been the story throughout this event down the years. We see some of the young crew coming through, getting rookie wins here. We also see the experienced surfers as well. It really is one of the more level playing fields in terms of opportunities for anybody. And that experience of reading the lineup and of just putting an event together in conditions that are ever-changing will be crucial. Good number 4 of 5.33, and it is the best of the heat so far. And to your point, I think one good real quality opening turn. You take that, sacrifice that over 2 kind of slightly nursed maneuvers. I just thought it was extra dynamic the way she just put a little extra carving in that maneuver.
Yeah,
really cool.
Little extra English right there at the end of that one, and just, you know, the last season or two, we've really been chasing a lot more statistics of each surfer out there in the water, and just really impressed with what we've seen from both Lakey Peterson and Caroline Marks. But there's a young crop of up-and-coming surfers, and of course, a testament to the people that have already been here for a long time, Joanne Defay, Tati Weston-Webb, among others. When it comes to the newer generation, though, they're really dominating a lot of these things, and you look at them going backhand, you got to be thinking, okay, this is the weapon that I need to have, especially at a beach break. I get up to the lip quicker, my back's closer to the lip line. Overall, Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson, they're up in top percentile when it comes to backhand surfing, and especially catching waves over there. Percentage of backside rides here in Portugal, Paul. Lakey Peterson, half of her rides tend to be going left. Caroline Marks, 68%. And considering we went to Mole Leste, which is the right over there at the jetty, right here by Super Tubos, I'm not surprised to see her up in the upper percentile too.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting statistic there. I guess Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, the sample size is relatively small.
Just one
for
event,
her.
yeah.
Just one event, not loads of heats, if I recall, as well from her last year. But yeah, we talk about that a lot, and the ability to get more vert on the backhand as well. Traditionally in the tube, that was always something that was seen a bit harder to do. I think the script's been flipped on that as well in the last couple of years. A lot of surfers preferring to get deeper backhand, places like Pipe, surfers like Barron Mamiya, obviously John. We see plenty of that come through as well. You know, you look at the likes of Caroline Marks, and you just think the weapons that she has as a goofy, back to the wall, doing stuff like this. She just whips the first one, identifies the waves, gone pretty soft.
Yeah, I think barrel riding, of course, technique-wise, you typically want to be dropping in under the lip as you're going on the backhand. When it comes to actually performance surfing, I tend to prefer coming from around the section, personally. But as you see here on the forehand, kind of similar thing, actually. She was coming from behind the whitewater, Sally. Beautiful first carve. Oh, waited a little while to get that tail slide going right there. Good timing by Fitzgibbons, and knowing that she's only made the quarters 3 times here in Peniche, is really a big event for her. She wants to get the ball rolling, Paul, as I mentioned before, and it could all start right here at stop number 3.
Because Caroline, again, delays that bottom turn. The reason she does that, she wants the wave to get steep. It does that. She'll crack it. Again, a little soft on the inside, so it doesn't really get to combo that turn up, but just serving a bit of notice. She wants to crack some lips out here. She's definitely identified what she's looking for as this technique, tucking that back knee in, absolute textbook.
Yeah, and as you said, delayed the bottom turn a little bit, but did get there just a tad late. Kind of set her up wrongly for the second half of the wave. And just to point out, they are really far south. I mean, Fitzgibbons is almost out of the comp area, and both Peterson and Marks are surfing in the most southern peak too. I feel like there's still a few peaks closer to the judges' tower though, but they're opting to seem like they're looking at these rights more than anything, Paul, so opting for the southern region. And there it is. I mean, look at where Fitzgibbons is in the white in comparison, both Blue, Peterson, and Marks in the red. Really far south. Even have to use the drone angle just to be able to look at them.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's something we see quite a bit actually in terms of these tidal beach breaks here in Europe. If you're on the sheltered side of the rip, it will actually be cleaner on the face of the wave, and that clean face for Sally Fitz. She is surfing with plenty of extra pizzazz at the moment. Love the way she took on that section. Didn't quite get there, but the intent is great.
It seems like the backwash might have just won that battle right there at the end too, but I agree with you. Not only does she have that little extra flair, it seems like she has energy too. Especially this time of the day where everybody could be a bit tired. Maybe you free surf really early on. Really nice combo. Gets a little hung up. Yeah, the backwash definitely getting the better of her off of the bottom turn. Once she made it to the lip line, Lip won that battle, Paul, but still carrying a couple of solid scores. As I told you, 10, 11 points. You're probably going to get through this heat if you have that number.
Yeah, she's going at it here. I really like this approach. Maybe just kind of looking at some of her numbers and thinking, need to try and really not surf safe or try and just make it through with kind of average numbers and push it. And you think if she was able to get that last turn done, that would have really opened up the scale. As it is, she's leading this one. Just over 12 minutes on the clock. Looks like the speed's coming effortlessly as well. So as soon as she gets to her feet, she's not having to pump to get the speed. It's immediately from the takeoff. It just looks great when that happens.
And Glenn Pang obviously making a lot of great boards for waves in Hawaii. That translates well here to Peniche, though. You have similar power. It's obviously a beach break that carries that power due to it coming from super deep into super shallow sections real quick. Overall, though, it just seems like she's motivated to do something well right here. And having won here before, especially at the Challenger Series level, it's only an hour away to Ediseda. So having that kind of knowledge, that experience, and of course, those joyous moments before, you want to be able to replicate that right here at the CT level.
Yeah, looking to try and do that. Build a campaign from the opening round here in Portugal. It is Sally Fitzgibbons leading a heat with absolutely tons of experience. Lakey Peterson at the moment with the priority, and we're waiting for her to up the ante in terms of her scores. Sal out the back, so far so good from her. That last one, a throwaway, but that last turn, I think she would have gone right up the scale. Would have been the high score of the heat. That was an audacious maneuver from Sally. Good to see it back in form. Just over 11 on the clock here. Time to take a bonsai brew break. When we come back, we'll wrap up heat one of the opening round for the women. Plenty more great surfing yet to come from Portugal. Stay tuned.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surfing destination. By EDP, official energy company of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. By IC Polarized, anchored in style, under $50. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Saturday afternoon in Portugal. We're underway. Opening day of the window here for Stop 3 on the Championship Tour 2025. Delighted to be back on the shores of the old continent, having a look at Super Tubos from above as we see some lumps coming through. Energy for our surfers, trying to dial into it, find clean water crucially, and impress the panel of judges. 3 surfers right now, and one of them will head where they don't want to go to elimination. You're looking at 2023 World Champ, last year's runner-up, Caroline Marks on the forehand this time. And there's that back foot power approach from her. She just drags that tail block into the lip line, always looks good.
Last year's Olympic gold medalist, too. Caroline Marks in Paris 24. And first kind of approach we've seen going left from Marksy so far in this heat. I like it, Paul. Larger wave right here. Committed to just the one section, but a lot of power in this one. And if you have a good backhand snap, you know you got to have a good forehand carve. And definitely has it right there. Needs a 3.53 at the moment. To me, it's enough to move her back into second place over Lakey Peterson. But once again, her debut on the CT, youngest ever to qualify, 15 years old. And so far in the few years that she's out on the championship tour, she has been considered one of the all-time great female surfers, and for good reason, Paul. In that short sample size, world champion, runner-up, and of course, an Olympic gold medalist too.
Yeah, absolutely. And that style as well, you know, you talk about results and, you know, all the silverware, and that's why our surfers are there, but also in terms of being a style icon, having your own technique that you can make your own, that trademark style, something she absolutely brings. And inspirational, really, in terms of what she's been able to do. I think of some of the classic waves where her surfing around the world on tour just really matches. Obviously, a lot of those running right points that we have on tour, but all sorts of ways. It's been amazing as well. In Tahiti down the years where she won the gold medal, you know, forehand barrels as well. Incredible and that kind of stuff. So you think of a venue like this one here at Super Tubes, it should suit her surfing.
No doubt. I mean, she's won here before, and if you look at heat winning percentage here in Portugal on the female side, she actually holds the highest number out of everybody, tied with Carissa Moore, 80%. So say you're surfing 5 heats, she's winning 4 out of them. Chelsea Hedges, of course, former world champ, 75%. Courtney Conlog, CC, one of the all-time greats at 70, and of course Macy Callahan, former championship tour surfer, high up there as well, 67%. That's minimum of 2 events too, Paul. So considering how good Marksy's done here in the past, that is a high number to beat right there.
Yeah, definitely. And just showing her quality, really backing up the stuff that we've been describing about surfing with the numbers, and that ultimately is what it's all about at the end of the day. That numbers game at the moment, looking good for Sally Fitz, just under 6 on the clock. She's got a pair of 5s. Lakey uses priority now, backhand. That was vicious. She just got hung a little high, Mitch.
Yeah, maybe pushed a little bit too hard right there, and gonna be a throwaway for her. You see Husband Town right there on screen. Still has time though, 5.5, and with the high tide, paddle back out ain't that difficult right now, Paul. So 5 minutes, you could at least catch 2 more waves given the conditions. But just want to talk about how good of a generation we're seeing right now. I mean, Caroline made her debut 2018. You look at Katie right now, Sakura, Lindblad, Gabby Bryan, who was just outside of the top 5 last year. Like, there's just so much talent, and coming up, I think there's an even gnarlier generation behind them. We see a lot of great surfers from the U.S., from Australia, and of course, right here from Europe, Yanire and Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. To me, eventually they're going to make it to the championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely been the story the last couple of seasons, really. We're watching it unfold. Really dynamic to see the world's best going at it here and just basically rewriting the history books.
On the men's side too, Lucas Skinner's here right now, Skin Pup from Fistral Beach in Newquay. I also think
St. Agnes, just down the coast.
Okay.
Get you up on that.
All
mate.
right.
I don't normally do that. I'm going to this.
He's still Cornish, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. He's over
I should
here
just say
with his dad, Ben. They're cruising.
I think Sister's coming on later today too with Surfing England. They're doing some things over here in Peniche.
Look at you.
Hey.
Are you following the Team England Instagram?
I'm becoming a fan.
Wow.
They got to give me a jersey. We're going to do a jersey exchange right there. And yeah, I'm going to get them a Mexican one. I think it's going to work out.
Love it. Good stuff. Yeah, Portugal, absolutely a hub for European surfing. Great training place. I mean, you mentioned like Team England, they're down here doing a training camp at the moment. But I mean, why wouldn't you? You know, the weather conditions generally pretty good. Right
and it's
now.
Close.
It's close. We got a little pitter-patter of precipitation falling out the sky. We've had sunshine. We've had a bit of everything today.
You know, if it were up to me, it would be like this all week long. I don't know if it's actually going to be like this, though. But as you said, no lack of swell any given day here in Portugal. You can surf up and down the coast and always have a good time, especially if you're bringing the right board.
Your first time in Portugal, Mitch?
Yeah.
Thoughts? They've been, what, 3-4 days? Your thoughts so far?
The food's awesome.
Yep.
Beaches are great. People are really nice. And I think the best thing about it, Lisbon, the capital, ain't too far from here from Peniche. A+ for me.
Yeah, it's about an hour away, depending on how
At the
fast
most.
you drive. Yeah, maybe even a little bit less than that.
Okay, 45 minutes. I was kind of going fast.
Yeah, there's a lot to enjoy here on the coast of Portugal at the moment. We're having a look at Sally Fitzgibbons, and we're enjoying what she's been able to do. She had priority. Like paddle for a wave there.
If I'm honest, though, the food's really been the standout so far.
Okay.
We had some grilled chicken the other
Yeah, I'll
day.
say, what sort of stuff are you into? Keeping it traditional?
Yeah, seafood, of course. I had a steak last night at the hotel. I thought it was excellent. And
hang on, medium?
I go medium rare, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it a little bloody every now and then. Not super, but yeah. Should be having seafood tonight. I heard there's a real good seafood place around here, so.
Look forward to hearing about it.
Yeah, and I heard there's a Mexican food place around the area too. Gotta give a scope on that.
A lot of great places to enjoy yourself here in Portugal. The main attraction at the moment is the surf, and of course we're watching Sally Fitz, Caroline Marks in the two spots where you want to be really when the horn goes at the end of this heat. Lakey Peterson with a little bit of work to do, but not loads. 3.95 is that requirement for Lakey. Third priority is the one fly in her ointment, though. She needs to try and get away and find something.
Well, and Caroline's right on top of her too with second priority. Close heat between second and third, 8.04, 7.9. Their heat totals. Peterson basically needs a 4, and she can get that with just one turn. And even Fitzgibbons ain't making it that easy. She has control of heat with priority. Here goes Marks, though.
Caroline on the backhand, just squeezes out first. Quick turn on a whitewater section, and then sets up work, really.
Oh, no!
Little windscreen wiper to finish, which is incomplete and not really the sort of stuff she was hoping there, but crucially, just trying to block an opportunity for Lakey, who now moves up to second prio. We've still got just under 90 seconds here.
And that probably won't change things for Marksy either, and that was kind of a missed opportunity right there.
It's just a 3.95 that Lakey's after.
She needs a 4. I mean, she can do that with one turn. She has a 4.1 already, so many comparisons. Good pressure by Peterson to force Marks to use priority on this one. Decent little tap, second turn a bit better right here. Paul actually drives and uses the rail a bit more, and then unfortunately for her, maybe tried to force the third one in a bit too much, and it's just a 2-3-3. Doors open right here, but if Fitzgibbons gets really defensive here at the end, she can actually help out Marks, making sure that Lakey doesn't jump her. And if Marksy gets away, Fitzgibbons could potentially lose the heat right here too. This is a smart move from Sally.
Sally with the priority. She'll just try and surf. A good opportunity comes through. She doesn't really need to overthink the situation, particularly, I don't think, at this stage.
But she's
just
Peterson's breaking away, though.
Okay, so Sally heads towards her, which will mean for Caro, if she can punch into the lineup and just pop up somewhere, could be an opportunity. Here goes Lakey looking for a 3.95 on the backhand. Late drop. Peterson draws out the bottom turn, puts a face turn in. It's a little bit safe. Let's see what she can do on the inside. She'll go past Caroline, and this is slopey in here.
No, that's not it.
Didn't see the 4 there.
It seemed like when she stood up, the wave was really gonna.
Why didn't she crack the lip?
I think she was just a bit tardy to that one section right there. Didn't have enough speed, but all good. She made an attempt though, Paul. And you can see right here, I was thinking to myself too, okay, just get in there as soon as you can, and thing just went soft on her.
The wave just sort of folded out to sea. That's why you see from that angle, just the rib went through it.
And you can try to force it. It won't look good though, and then you're kind of really debating whether or not it's the score. So no harm, no foul right there for Peterson. We're gonna see her in the elimination round. Good heat by Fitzgibbons though, and she needed that too, momentum-wise.
Really entertaining first heat win of the year for Sally Fitzgibbons. She'll be absolutely delighted. A big fan favorite, Sally Fitz. And she gets the win in a tough, tough heat. She'll love that winning feeling. Getting on a roll here early on in Portugal. Great looking next heat. Picklum, Brooks and Silva. Sally Fitz getting it done in the first one. More live action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal real soon.
So we're here in the westernmost point of Peniche. We have Cabo Cravoeiro there, the lighthouse. The beautiful rock there is Nau dos Corvos. Berlengas in the west, we just came from there, and Supertubos on the back. It's a perfect place to watch the sunset, especially during winter because it sets over there, and also a nice place to enjoy a golden moment with friends, some beers, reflect on the day, on the barrels. So, cheers.
Sweet action way out west in Portugal as we'll flip in to Heat 2 of our opening round for the women. Molly Picklum going great so far, rated second in the world, coming in to Europe. Erin Brooks, rookie out of Canada. We know all about what she can do, an incredible surfer in all sorts of conditions. Also, Luana Silva, who has performed incredibly in the past in Portugal. Get the call up to be back here again this year. Let's see how she can use that opportunity. Looking forward to seeing how Erin can react from not a great showing for her in terms of the result over in Abu Dhabi. And Molly, of course, someone that we know about the tube riding, the aggression, how big her turns are. Meanwhile, into it, live action. It's Erin traversing sections right now, just kind of slicing things, set up energy really, not quite squaring off against it and going on the full attack. That's just because the wave was a little trundly from her point of view. But this one, a great looking matchup as well. It's amazing. You come on tour, you're someone like Molly Picklum, and you're young and like you're the new energy, and all of a sudden, you're almost like a veteran.
Yeah.
Like, what, 2 years later?
It's funny how that works out just because the median age in this heat, Paul, is around 18 and a half years old. Looking at Erin and what she's been able to do, you see her ranking right there at number 9. Won back-to-back CS events over there in Saquarema in 23, went over to Snapper in 2024 to start off the season. Won, made the final in Sydney. At that point, she had one shoe in on the championship tour, and the one big difference to me, everybody talks about the power, how she is as a competitor, excuse me. I really feel like the speed stands out more than anything. You just saw it on that wave right there, 3.67 for Brooks. But every single transition turn, just so much more speed than a lot of people.
Pulling into closeouts at pipe, and I guess closeouts are relative as well. It depends how fast you're going.
Yep.
To your point,
yeah.
When you got the confidence as well from covering so much ground, it just opens up all different sorts of opportunities.
Well, not many people would have done that either, even on the men's side. So just being able to do that at such a young age, of course, qualifying right now, but you mentioned how talented this heat is right now. Molly Picklum at the moment, number 2 in the rankings, coming off of the runner-up finish over there in Abu Dhabi. Had a semifinal in pipe. Real good performance, of course. Back-to-back years for her at Pipeline. And here in Peniche, well, she's looking for her first victory outside of Sunset Beach. I wouldn't be surprised to see her. Jesse picked her as his underdog, and I truly feel that she's not only deserving of a victory, but more than anything, I know she's going to compete for the World Championship in Fiji. That's just too good of a venue for her to not do good at.
Molly just navigating the lineup at the moment, figuring out exactly where she wants to be in terms of positioning. Looks like everyone's just shifted a touch back towards a more traditional peak here. But just to that point that we were making in the previous heat about everyone heading a little bit south, we do have that big rip that goes through things pretty much right out in front. But when you're in the lee of that, so when you're actually downwind from it, get a little bit of shelter from this wind whipping across. It'll just clean things up a bit, and that's crucial because there's some waves out there, but you really want to maximize it as well. The cleaner water will offer you the full range of maneuvers, and that's what surfers are trying to do.
The only thing I will say in contrast to that, closer to the actual judges' scaffolding, yeah, it might be a bit messier, but it's a steeper wave. So it's one or the other, and you got to choose that before you paddle out. And it seems like all 3 of these women opting to surf a bit south. So 367 here, but just look at the amount of speed. That one pump that she got really allowed her to use that speed well throughout every single section that she had on this wave on offer. Of course, not going to be a major score, but that could easily be a backup in the context of this heat right now, Paul.
Erin Brooks into it with the 367 to kick things off. The equipment looking very dialed in indeed. Very sprightly on her feet.
And of course, airbrush looking sick as always, those flames.
She's into it again here. That one just rumbling away from her touch. She tried to put it up kind of late. Maybe that will just allow her to kind of hone her choices in terms of exactly what she's looking to try and do here. Anything with too much of a stretched out wall right now, if you're paddling into it and you can see a little bit going down the line, that's probably going to be a closeout. No matter how fast you serve, you will want to find something with a little more taper. Sometimes the rip will help with that as well. You get that rip bowl energy to things. See, this one will be a lot straighter. Luana Silva identifying immediately that one was going to close out. So let a few of those go and then try and pick the eyes out the best of what comes through. Sounds easy when you say it like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if there are 2 or 3 waves in a set, you can do that. Sometimes you just got to go on a closeout and get one turn in. But, you know, speaking of Lulu, we were both at World Juniors this year, winning in the Philippines. First major event outside of the challengers that she's won, and beating Kana Nakashio in a real close final. Of course, not only winning over there and not having to surf the challenger, with Stephanie's absence, she's getting the wild card full time in the first 7 events and still hasn't really gotten things going. A couple of 9th place finishes. Overall, though, talking about somebody who has a lot of talent, especially certain waves, she's really difficult to beat, Paul.
Luana Silva, good finish from her on the end. Of course, we were over in the Philippines watching her claim that, well, junior title at the start of the year. That feels like a long time ago. Was that this year?
Only a couple months ago, yeah.
She looked incredible over there.
So just the one turn, but real good timing with the sharp eye surfboard underneath her feet. I like the way she was able to get the projection and make sure that she was timing it well with the backwash too, talking about how high the tide is right now. Seems to be a major factor out there, especially when it comes to those big sections on offer, Paul. Yeah, it does feel a while though. It does feel like a while ago. And
what's happened, I feel?
Time flies, especially when you're having fun.
A recurring theme in professional surfing the last couple of years is rookies on the women's tour coming on really as generational talents. It's something we've seen again and again. And we're watching one in the water right now in the form of Erin Brooks, but in live action, we're watching Molly Picklum getting involved with an authoritative slice, just prodding that board up nice and vert, not loads of angle really for her there, not much open face, but getting the one aggressive turn done. But Erin Brooks still very much a teenager on that learning curve as well. Yep. She's taken information in. She's been inspired by surfers like Molly, but at some point you've also got to kind of put yourself in contention really to kind of take a little bit away of what surfers like that have got, because she's not going to make up numbers either. This is a great dynamic turn.
Yeah, authoritative, as you said, really cementing her place in the lineup with just that one as Picklum. That should be, if not the best score of the heat, very close to it. Silva gets a 3.77. You know, you bring up a point that I feel a lot of people forget about. Once you're here, you need to remind yourself, okay, not only did I earn my spot on tour, how am I going to keep it? And the only way you're doing that is by beating your peers, and sometimes a lot of those peers tend to be your idols. And in the end, it's either their career or yours. And it's as simple as that, Paul.
Speaking of idols, a couple generations look up to Sally Fitzgibbons. She won her first heat. She's on the glass with Strider.
Thank you very much. Yeah, down here. Sally, how you going?
So good. That feels that good. I don't know. I think just seeing the strides, the OGs, and running down the beach and just having like a really warm welcome, and just been coming to this place for 20 years now. So it's just those like stacking those memories, and it's such a pleasure to be here, and it feels homely, and just paddled out for heat, and yeah, I guess nice and relaxed, and kind of just all unfolded, and it's pretty neat to be back on the glass. It's been a while.
I was just gonna say, you know, right back on the glass, right here, you know, third event in, and it must feel good to, you know, win that heat.
Oh, I love surfing, so it's pushing me. There's like so much good surfing going around on tour, and it's pushing me to evolve, and yeah, I guess like if you're not willing to, you're definitely just gonna get booted off this thing, and I don't want to do that. So I'm here to fight, and I really love my jersey 89 and everything that's involved to get into the start line, all the people that surround me and my team, and yeah, I just love living my days and my life, so definitely not going anywhere unless you kick me off.
All right, well, you found a secret spot this morning that got you warmed up for the surf today?
Yeah, always secret spots in Portugal. It's just like something around some corner, and it's cool just to kind of go find your own space, and yeah, beautiful coastline, so I'm stoked to be here.
And it worked out you know, this is a pretty special event here. You do have, it seems like everybody loves to see Sally. I mean, it's a great feeling. Huh? That smile has not gone away for all the years.
Oh, I guess, like, yeah, if you keep coming back, it's cool that, like, as I said, those memories stack up and they really get to learn to embrace you and what you're about and your values, where I come from and what my surfing's about. So that just feels really warm and kind of goes beyond just whether you win or lose the heat. And, yeah, that's the biggest part of surfing. It's the community. And I'm just stoked to be a part of it and share those little moments with them along the way.
Well, I feel like there's still a good bite in the dog for you, and I can't wait to see you in the next round.
Oh, I can't wait, Straz. I'll stick around as long as you're here.
Let's go.
Hi, Mum. Hey, everyone back home.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Strider. Sally Fitz continuing to write new chapters to her story over here in Portugal. As we'll zoom back in on the paddling figure of Molly Picklum, who will jump up. She'll get a number. It's not a huge one, 2.7, but in the context of this, good enough to go to first position, priority with Erin Brooks. Plenty of time left to go, 17 minutes or so. Let's see what Erin can do after taking a couple of waves. First one was all right, then she got to close out. Since then, she's sort of trying to stay out the rip. This is what Molly got done.
Yeah, and she got this under priority, too. That was a mean hack right there. Just unfortunately for her, that wave died out afterwards. Got a little hung up coming out of it just because of how high the tide is. But, I mean, you talk about fully committing and laying it on rail right there. That's what we're talking about with Molly Picklum. To me, she still has, if not the greatest maneuver ever we've seen in women's professional surfing, the one at Sunset Beach, yeah. It could be seeing a replica of that here later on this week.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a bit of power out there in the ocean. She doesn't mind taking it on.
Not at all.
Someone that will know plenty about power. Hailing from the North Shore, representing Brazil, Luana Silva. There's that vertical approach from her. Surfs really off the tail, which allows her to pivot in tight spots. Wasn't loads on that section, but she juiced it pretty well.
Yeah, but if there's one takeaway, you get that opportunity again, you better be pushing just a bit harder. It's rather to at least fall trying, because you're probably not going to get a section like that again in this heat right now, Paul. And unfortunate for her, I don't think that's going to go too high considering how tall that wave was either. Look at this. I mean, easy rolling for her. And this is where you just want to be a bit more explosive. I don't know if she caught a rail coming out of the bottom turn right there, but it just seemed like there was a bigger opportunity to maybe go just slightly harder on that one.
We got used to seeing really fast, strong starts on the North Shore from Molly Picklum the last couple of seasons. What happened to her last year? How did she fall away a bit? Because she struggled for quite a while towards the mid-back part of the season.
Yeah, I mean, really the second half, a lot of quarters, not bad results, but on the women's side, you really want semis or better, you know? It's a good question, and I think she's probably asking herself that. The surfing was there to me. I just feel like maybe there wasn't that extra flair that she was needing, especially when we go to events like Tahiti and stuff like that. You'd be thinking, oh, she's the person to beat over here, and she still wasn't able to dominate the way she did over at Sunset Beach after that event.
Back in great form coming to this one. Number 2 in the world, Molly Picklum, still very early. Of course, this just stop 3 on a 2025 season. In a revamp season, which sees us head over after El Sal, which is coming up next, into Australia for those 3 events. Snapper Rocks back on the CT. I think a lot of surf fans across the world will be pretty delighted about that.
I know I am. And I'm a goofy footer, and that's saying a lot. So having another wave like this is sick.
Thinking of Erin Brooks in the water right now, what she was able to do. You talk about kind of historic performances, really, that'll go down with that Molly turn. I think the backhand tube line from Erin Brooks, that snapper. You ever seen anything quite like that?
Probably not, just given how deep it was and where she took off right behind the rock. But I think overall, if we have those kind of conditions, everybody's going to be throwing themselves under the ledge. And I think we're going to see some real good waves at Snapper when we get to the Goldie. Good events. I mean, I like having Bellows back. Of course, one of the most historic events on the World Championship Tour. But Keddon WA, I like that one.
So our defending champ, Joanne Defay, getting to hit the water here. Should be absolutely stoked to be back, representing Europe in these waters. Lowers back on the regular part of the schedule as well.
First event post-season, or post-cut, I should say, though. So the goal is make the cut, surf Lowers, surf J-Bay, surf Tahiti. You got multiple events where the waves are going to be cooking over there. Yeah, Lowers, though, sick to see it as a regular season event. I feel like, you know, having the finals was great.
but I just feel like we should be able to see everybody surf that wave. It's too high performance.
Just under 13 to go in our second heat of the opening round for the women. At the moment, scores remain modest. It's just under 7 points as a total for this woman. Luana Silva dealing with the bumps. She deals with them pretty well, but then all of a sudden the speed is kind of robbed away from her and the wave will just crumble and go. What's Brooks got behind her? This one stands up. She'll square off the bottom. That's great. Really aggressive off the back foot, releasing. Once again tagging it.
Ow.
And just slightly snatching at a turn that was, the wave was fading out anyway. It would have been kind of a carve to kick out type maneuver, but the damage done out the back with the combo.
No doubt. I mean, this has got to be close to excellent surfing given the conditions we're seeing right now. Beautiful first snap, right in the pocket, and as always, just lays it on rail. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the section was a bit flatter, so not really losing too much right there, but the first combination, Paul, as crisp as it gets. Talk about the use of speed. Also having to shed that speed off every time she turns that board around, and just excellent stuff from Erin Brooks. To me, not only the best wave we've seen this heat, I feel the best one we've seen so far in the women's opening round.
Yeah, really attacking and incisive on edge. Meanwhile, Molly, good section for her to hit as well. She'll do that. She'll hit it pretty hard, and then it'll hit back. And she'll dismount, so incomplete from her. And you think these kind of conditions or sections like that, you back Molly. This is the sort of stuff she absolutely relishes, just to hammer it, and just can't quite get this one done.
Yeah, it just seems like the backwash is making things a bit difficult when they're bottom turning, about to get to the lip. And once they're nearly out of it, it's just hard to ride out with all the white water coming from every single angle you can think of. But I think Brooks's wave is really going to score. And as of right now, in third, only needing a mid-2, she's going to move straight into the lead after this one, Paul. Should be a strong score with 11 minutes to go on the clock in this one. And once again, Canada, they must be very proud of Erin Brooks. And they have a lot of talent coming out of Vancouver, Tofino, all different parts of Canada too. The young brothers who live on Maui. I feel like we're going to see a lot more surfers at least make it to the challengers from that area.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? You see one surfer from a region break through and just inspire so many people, show that pathway that can be done. But it's all about having the talent, really, and Erin showing it on that wave and just putting a bit of real quality in the heat, which has lacked it a bit, to be honest. And there it is, number for her, 6.5. So a lot of that coming, I think from the first turn in particular, she just tore into it. And those are decent returns from the panel. The 6.5 for Erin Brooks takes her to first place right now. Just over 10 on the clock here. Luana Silva with priority in second now. Molly, where is she? What's going on?
Well, so far, just the 3.5 as her best, and with a third of the heat to go. Well, speaking of her, Paul.
Here she goes, Picklum into it, arrives late board, gets a little away from her, gets a lot away from her. She's down.
Yeah, you get into a rhythm of having these falls and these little misfires, and the consequences of it, especially with priority being used right now in the back end of the heat, is that now you're chasing a score and everybody else can just sit on top of you and wait things out. So if you're Picklum, might want to break away, catch something, at least move into the top 2, and then eventually you can try to be on a set wave. Important thing right here, though, is at least get a score. Yeah, it just seems like she's a bit off on their last few waves, and still her best one, a 3.5. Not a major number, but considering what Silva has in her scoreline right now, it's very achievable, Paul. As I said before, you get 10, 11 points out there right now, you're having a great heat by this afternoon standards. It ain't easy to be the best. You got to beat the best. I'm bringing out my French accent because you're challenging me with the buff. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Buff.
Under the 9-minute mark right now, Erin Brooks. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do next. I think just having a taste for it with the connection on that last wave to get the 6.5. You think it's going to be ominous next time she identifies and goes on the attack here. Definitely has, as you highlighted at the top of this one, the speed really, and that just gives you more opportunity, right? You can get to places on a wave. Anytime you got that extra speed, just gives so much visual impression to your turns as well, makes them look sparky.
I've always thought it's easier to shed speed off than it is to regain it, especially at a beach break like this. Takeoffs are everything. You know, I see a lot of people try to ride 2 small boards and not be able to generate enough speed.
fins, of course, matter, but maybe you get into your head a bit too much by selecting too many fins or bringing too many options. When it comes to the boards, though, you know how it works. And just having the entry point of a wave is really what's allowing you to get a certain angle into it. Once you get that right angle, you're able to get enough speed off of the bat as much as you want. I saw you have a couple gnarly drops yesterday, and all of a sudden you were just flying down the line with my MR twin fin that I so proudly lent to you.
We don't talk loads about takeoff technique with these surfers. Obviously, they're the actual elites, you know, they're the very best there are around, but who's got a good takeoff, Mitch? Who did?
Jack Robinson is one that really comes to mind. I remember his final in Tahiti against Gabe in 2023. A lot of great takeoffs over there, especially under the lip, but...
I'm just thinking in kind of mellower waves, though. Good entries in. Who springs out?
John, Gabe, Phil.
Here goes Molly on the backhand here. She's trucking down the line. That's a great whip and turn.
Let's
covering
go.
Ground. And you can see as she just sort of emerges from that whitewater section and just sort of stands up and lets everybody know. And she's back at the races here. She's been waiting for that turn, that section really for an eternity in this heat. And she challenged herself and she answers pretty well. This was decent.
Well, to my point, the entry point and the angle she took on the takeoff allowed her to get that speed that she needed to be able to get to the lip in time. And how about the angle coming out of it too? Not pushing too hard, making sure that she snaps under the lip. And of course, one of her great friends, Caitlyn Simmers, she loves it. She should. That should not only be a great score, should be enough to move her up into the top 2, Paul.
Aaron Brooks, backhand from her. Look how much extra she's got. Releases that tail, but a little too much. And it'll be incomplete for Erin. But just serving a bit of notice there and how much she's got in terms of she sees things on a wave that other people aren't necessarily identifying, or at least they're not attempting. And just trying to put loads of extra into that. As we check out representing Portugal, Yolanda Hopkins. And they love her on this beach. A big cheer for her, of course, an Olympian representing Portugal. She's done that a couple of times now. She'll have a tough heat, though, the yellow jersey. Caitlyn Simmers, who's been unbelievable this year, this season on tour, but really you'd link that back to the form that she showed to get the win at Lowers and throughout last season, really. Something unique. We've never quite seen anything quite like Katie before, the way she serves, but everything about her vibe, just her approach is a little bit different, a total unique character, and it's an absolute treat to have her on tour.
I've never seen anybody do a roundhouse cutback on the first section at a basin like the way she did, and there's a reason why she is not only leading the rankings, but to me, once again, I've said it before and I'll say it again with a lot of ease, she is the most important surfer on the planet right now. She's changing the dynamic of things, not only the way she competes, the way she just carries herself, Paul. She's a cool surfer, obviously real nice to hang around, and I think she's authentic. And that's what makes her the people's champ, just like Al Cleland. I mean, people love him because he's himself. And Caitlyn Simmers has no issue just being herself.
Can't wait to see her go out and attack. Of course, this was the venue where she got her first ever win on the championship tour.
It's a good heat. 2 former champions.
It's defending champ in the form of Joanne Defay and Hopkins representing Portugal. Cannot wait for that. 4.5 minutes. Meanwhile, live action Picklum. Now she's involved in second place in the heat by virtue of the backhand turn she hammered on a previous wave. She got a high 4 for that. And it got her back into, crucially, a position where she gets to avoid elimination round. That's where Luana Silva sits at the moment. 4.57 is what she's looking for. What did Molly see on this ride?
Yeah, it seemed like not only there was open face, but she looked at opportunity down the line for maybe one big one. I don't think the wave really stood up the way she was looking for at the end right there, but could potentially improve on the 3.5. Maybe yes, maybe no, but at the moment she's done her job. And once again, that 3.17 that Lulu had, where maybe she punches it a bit more, that 3 turns into a 5 or a 6 ball. And right now, with just under 4 minutes, she probably wouldn't be trailing in this heat, now needing a mid-4 out there. Luckily for her, has priority. Good going left, good going right, but you need to catch a wave soon.
It's a little bit stormsy out there right now. Another frontal system heads in here on the west coast of Portugal.
You're already in the ocean, though. I mean, what, are you going to get wet?
But if you're looking for a number, you don't want it to get squally and suddenly whip up. You know, you think you're Luana Silva. It's not a huge number that you need, but what you need is a bit of open face, bit of opportunity.
Everybody's like, you know what? I need to take shelter, get some cover right now. It's definitely been a chilly day, even though the sun's been out quite a bit.
One thing you can guarantee, along with the sun to rise and set and the tide to come in and out here in Portugal, is the fans to show up. They'll be down here early, they'll be down all day, and a bit of weather isn't going to keep them away for that long. Finding a bit of cover, trying to stay dry. They'll be back, they'll be here to the very end of things and beyond. Today, Molly with a paddle against the rip now, which is getting a little bit quicker as that wind will just whip across the lineup. Red Bull Athlete Zone, good energy in there. Flores having a bit of a giggle as he watches on. The French squad checking things out.
Yeah, Jeff Brooks was over there too, Aaron's father. His daughter currently leading the heat. Last year during Saquarema, Aaron made a challenge and a bet that if she qualified for the championship tour, he would have to shave his head and shave the beard. He did it, and now it's growing back out pretty quick. Got a question for you, Paul. 2 minutes to go right here, real quick. Tajborough, I think it was 2010-11, he averaged around 80 boards per year. How many boards do you think a lot of these people are averaging now?
Not as many as that.
You don't think so?
I'm going to say fewer.
Gabby Bryan said she brought 12 or 13 boards just for this event alone.
Okay, I'd say slightly more than 80.
You changed your answer real quick right there.
That's quite a lot of surfboards.
I don't know if I've ever owned 80 boards in my entire life. Maybe not even like 30. No, actually, 30. Broken, probably 30.
Just over a minute to go here. Aaron Brooks leads this one. That's 6.5 still. The moment of quality from her in this heat. Otherwise, 4.83 for Picklum. Second best number. It's good enough to see it in second right now. It's all about really staying alive, getting through, surviving it. Get to body swerve, the elimination round, ride out the storm here, batten down the hatches when that comes through as well, and come back for the later rounds, see what next week brings. We continually peer into that forecast and see what the Atlantic serves us up. We know we're going to get energy and swell. That's happening.
We know we're going to get a storm, that's for sure, too. And Lulu just holding her ground right now, Paul. 40 seconds, she has priority. She waited for a few minutes in the same spot and hasn't really chased anything. 30 seconds to go, needs to be on a wave soon, and this could potentially be it here, Evans.
Luana Silva, here she goes, uses that priority, needs a 4.57, went left on almost kind of a right, really. Not a great choice. She didn't have really many options. She had to go something, possibly the way behind. Well, it will be Aaron Brooks covering some ground and getting a couple of pumps, which carried around the first section. And that one really did run away. We'll count down here. I think Luana will still be on the inside and unable to find herself anything. So it was really the 4.83 which turned it for Molly, but ultimately, well, hang on. So we're seeing Luana at the end of a wave picked up. We'll also watch Molly. This will be after.
Yep. I'm interested to see what Silva was able to do before the horn. Doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a difference maker there, though, Paul. So it's going to be Brooks and Picklum moving through.
Yeah, challenging conditions for the surfers. You're trying to avoid the elimination round. It's Aaron Brooks and Molly Picklum that'll do that. Luana Silva, she'll be in that elimination round whenever it does run. All right, we'll keep the action going here. The yellow jersey of Caitlyn Simmers, defending champ. Joanne Defay, Yolanda Hopkins of Portugal will bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call. We'll be right back.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Yeah, we're back at the Male Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona Cero. It's heat number 3 of the opening round for the women. Got world number 1, Katie Simmers, out against the defending champ, Joanne Defay, and the exciting local wild card, Yolanda Hopkins. A little bit of a front coming through here right now. Conditions a little bit challenging, but we're ready to play. Kaipu Girl along with Jesse Mendez. It's just a passing phase, I feel, Jesse.
I mean, they got to deal with what's in front of them, and that's what they get paid for, my friend. It's tough out there. We're not going to lie. There's some onshore winds. The rain came in, got all cold. It was so nice, like about an hour ago, you know. At least it was sunny and warm, but now it's tough for them, and let's see how they're going to react to the situation.
Yeah, is it cliche to say that you experience 4 seasons in a day here in Portugal? No, it's not, because that's exactly what we're seeing today, and we see it all the time. So clock's down. It started with 30 minutes on that clock, and we're down to 26 minutes. 2.5 checked in for Joanne Defay. There she is. And Defay, our defending champ. We touched at it on the Dawn Patrol that Joanne also made an announcement on social media that she is expecting her first child, so mother-to-be Joanne Defay out in the water. Replay of Joanne's wave.
Looks like she's way down the point. Nice wrap right there for her to set things up. With that tide coming in, you see the waves are going to be a little bit flatter, and if you don't find that wave that has a stretched out wall, it's just kind of going to deep water. You have massive tides here, and she's up and right on the left right now.
I think she got the memo just to get things going quickly out here in these conditions, not knowing, you know, just giving yourself a lot of chances to score some points.
I think one guy that competes very well just mentioned that to us a few heats ago, Gabriel Medina, right? He said that the tricky thing about here, it's kind of predicting everything, so you just kind of got to find your flow and get waves, gives yourself opportunity. And put yourself in a rhythm that eventually is going to turn into a good opportunity, because it's hard to just sit there and choose. There's waves everywhere, mostly on a day like today with onshore winds.
Now we'll see if someone like Katie Simmers, Jesse, kind of adjusts to this. She's been known to be pretty patient, but here she goes. Simmers takes a little of a high line entrance, banks off the top there. It's just a windy day in Oceanside for Katie Simmers. A couple of snaps, and that's a nice opener for our defending world champion.
And I like to see that. I just don't want to see her sit down on the board like she's previously done a few times. I know patience really pays off in some situations of the heat, but on a day like today, you just got to put yourself out there and give yourself chances, because one of them is actually going to click most likely. And for her to have the advantage of the speed, the flow, it really helps her. She doesn't need much. She just needs to give herself opportunities.
Yeah, here she goes on the replay. It's a nice start.
Yeah, not bad. First crack right there down the line and finish it off strong. Not a massive score, but a score on the board to build on.
And another view here, a little bit more straight on, so you can appreciate the line that Katie Zimmer is able to knife with that Chris Borst design board. She's got Tommy Whitaker, former CT surfer, in her corner, and I'm sure that Tommy Witz gave her that same kind of, not pep talk, but probably advice, like get out there, get busy, don't plant yourself, don't sit for too long, give yourself multiple opportunities.
Yeah, mostly when you have someone that is so dominant on the year, you know the person is in good rhythm, so most likely things are going to go towards your way. It's just how it rolls. Like, you have a positive mind, things are going your way, you attract good things, and it's just smart of her to do that. And looks like Joanne on a good wave right now.
Double pump bomb turn for Defay. Beautiful snap off the top, and that's going to be it for Joanne Defay. But I like that she's just looking loose on that sharp eye surfboard.
Yeah, she does right there. Beautiful bottom turn, setting her up in the most critical part of the wave, redirecting that board, but just didn't generate enough speed to get another crack down the line. Would have made a bit difference on that wave, but she's looking solid, mostly for someone that hasn't been, you know, 100% in on tour, which it makes a difference, you know, the rhythm and everything else.
I'm a fan of Aaron Brooks' surfing, and so are the judges in the last heat. Aaron taking a win and moving on into the round of 16. Let's hear from Aaron. She's with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, we're down here with Erin. We're on the glass, and well, she's got a custom wetsuit. She's got all the Rip Curl riders got their numbers on their on their wetsuits, which is pretty cool. I asked her if she was cold. She said, "No way, I'm in a Rip Curl." I love it.
Yeah, this wetsuit's keeping me so warm throughout the rain and all of the cold weather here in Portugal, and I'm just lucky to be a Rip Curl team rider.
Talk to me about being out there, you know, in the rain and the storm. Can you hear the you know, calls being made by the on-site announcers?
It was definitely really hard to hear the beach announcer, and the waves were definitely really tricky, and it was raining, and I was kind of a little bit like lost out there because there's so much water moving, and it's the high tide, so you don't really know what is good or not. But I'm just thankful that the Lord sent me that 6.5. Even though I fell, it was still the best wave of the heat, and I made it, and that's all that matters.
Do you feel like every heat you're learning more and more here?
Yeah, definitely. This is my first time here in Super Tubos, and I've been coming down at least 3 times a day with Snake, and I've just been surfing pretty much all day trying to get used to it, and it's been so much fun. The waves have been pumping the last week, and yeah, I love it here.
All right, well, you're on the glass. Hopefully we'll see you on the glass again later on in the contest. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sponsor's dream. Just pitch the wetsuit first thing from the interview.
Not bad, huh? She's a star, and that's what stars do.
That's good stuff. Yeah, from Aaron Brooks. We'll see her along with Molly Picklum advance into the round of 16. Luana Silva in that heat. We'll see her in the women's elimination round. Four-point ride for Katie Simmers on her opener, and we were talking about that before we went to that interview, in that Katie just can do her thing because she's clearly got a superior skill set when it comes to just surf riding.
Yeah, she has a fine connection with the wave and just how she reads it. It's very special, and it translates to scores as we see it right here. It's just floating down the line, identifying that closeout section. I thought she was a little bit lateral on that last turn. Could have maybe applied a little bit more pressure and finished it off that with more exclamation point. But still some good surfing down from Simmers right there.
Quick turn on the backhand from our local wild card, Yolanda Hopkins, Yo-Yo, with her start here in a championship tour event. The 26-year-old Portuguese surfer has been making a name for herself on the Challenger Series the last couple of years. She finished it off this last year, number 8, so nearly getting on the championship tour. Yolanda was right in the conversation, and we'll see how she fares this year on the Challenger Series.
And also here, she has done some damage previously. If I'm not mistaken, she beat Carissa one year.
Yeah, she beat Carissa as a wild card over here, and making a name for herself. One of the few surfers, you can see she has a full deck grip, front foot pad too.
That was a nice bottom turn from that first turn, getting very deep. And just the problem on this lefts right now, that high tide is going to that deep water. We're talking about there's a gap right in front of us of deeper ocean, because we have the banks on the left and the right. And what that's going to do, it's just going to kind of dissipate the energy off the wave going towards the left into the channel. So that's what happened right there for Yolanda. But if you find the right one, it actually gives you a little bit more time. The rights are closing out a bit more. It's a fine line in order to find the right one, and that one not providing her so much, and she's kind of getting work to pedal back out.
Yeah, it's 3:22 local time right now. We have 10 minutes from now, we have the official high tide at a 10-foot high tide. So how things have changed out here, and the beach is way smaller. Where people were standing, now people are surfing, and it's just a tale of Portugal.
And that's what makes this place so challenging, and how the surfers always mention about how it changes throughout the heat so much, because the water, the banks are so drastic that every 30 minutes you're surfing a different part of the bank. And that's all because of those big tides that we have here. Fortunate for us, next week it seems like it's going to mellow out and gets a little bit more even, so it's going to make things more smoother for the surfers.
Yeah, we'll be watching the forecast. We know there's going to be a ton of swell. We're just going to be really monitoring the wind as this event window develops. Backhand snap with Joanne Defay, count on one turn, and looking to improve upon a 2.5, which is her low in her score line. And Joanne on the paddle back out, still waiting for that score. But very consistent, Joanne Defay. Hey, look at, there was the news we're talking about, February 19th. And Joanne Defay announcing that she is an expected mother, Jesse.
I mean, her and Simon, I just actually talked to Simon, congratulate him, and he's just such a big part of her career as well.
Yeah, for more on that, let's go to A.J. McCord.
Kaipa, what a difference a year can make for Joanne Defay here in Portugal. Last year getting chaired up the beach, and then this year coming into this event in her second trimester, getting ready to start building her family with her partner, Simone. I got a chance to catch up with her earlier this week, and she said her mindset this year is a little bit different than it was last year. Being in her second trimester, it's affecting the way she paddles, the way she moves in the water, but she wanted to come to this stop here in Portugal, not just because she wants a chance to defend her title, but because this stop on tour is so special for her. Being the only European stop on tour, she really feels like this crowd gets behind her and supports her. And so she wanted a chance to perform in front of them one last time before she goes and hopefully welcomes in that new child to the family. I asked her, okay, so what are the plans? And she said, absolutely, I want to come back and try to win a world title once I welcome my baby into the world. She's out here to prove that you can do it all. You can be a mother, you can be a professional athlete, so cannot wait to root for Joanne in this next stage of her career.
Yeah, Joanne Defay on her 11th year on the championship tour. You would call one of the tour veterans at this point with Joanne Defay. Currently in second place, Katie Simmers making quick work of it, kind of a wrecking of the new guard, the new generation coming out. And then Yolanda Hopkins needs to tap into some of that local knowledge right now, but Yolanda's right in the mix. A 2.8 will give Hopkins that second place and advancing position.
All of the surfers kind of going towards that main peak that we've been seeing most of the surfers ride. They started off, Joanne obviously way far down to the left side of the bank, and Yolanda a little bit more in front of us, and Caitlyn Simmers kind of meeting them in the middle, and now they're all kind of stacked up right there at that main peak.
Yeah, Katie Simmers, 76 on her jersey, representing the 760, bro. Oceanside. Hey, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break right now. I think we're going to foam it up. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Can Katie Simmers hang on to the lead? We'll find out after this break. Hey, last year, Joanne Defay made a splash at Super Tubos, utilizing that finely honed backhand surfing from Reunion Island, took it to the sandbar here, Jesse, and took out a win.
I mean, it's all because of that setup bottom turn that she has on the backhand. She's able to drive down and generate so much speed to get up in vertical. So the most critical part of the wave, just beautiful surfing from Joanne on that first wave we saw. And a stacked final with Tyler Wright.
And a stacked beach. Thousands of people cheering on Joanne Defay. Oh, what a feeling, and she wants that feeling again. She's currently in the water, along with Katie Simmers and Yolanda Hopkins. Kai Peguero and Jesse Mendez on the call here. Conditions starting to clean up just a little bit as that rain squall passed through, sun peeking out.
We've gone into another season right now.
That's
It's
right.
just about to start.
Four seasons in a day. Sardines are jumping all over the place, right out there in the horizon. It's about feeding time.
It is about time.
And Joanne Defay patiently waiting with priority for the next series of waves to come through. .11:30 on the clock. And really, the pressure situation right now, I feel, is with a Yolanda Hopkins, who's such a strong surfer, a very solid surfer, really consistent, but just has not gotten into any type of gear as of yet. A little lost out there. Oh, looks like Katie Simmers got a wave, though, and she smashed it on the backhand.
Oof, that was some major combination of maneuvers right there. Unfortunately, getting stuck. She's trying to cut that bottom turn short, but look at the extension on that turn. See how she kept herself a little bit light-footed in order to get that spark off the lip, because there's not much happening right there. It's just not much coping. It's a bit flat, so she was able to maximize that situation, but finish it off and got stuck. And Yolanda, on the other hand, just one big crack, which I wanted to see that a little bit more. Her coach pretty stoked. You know, like sometimes you don't want to look for a combination of maneuvers if you have just one big section that provides you a lot of energy and you can match that. On a low-scoring heat mostly that they have right now, that could be a point of difference. I don't think that's going to come into a big score, but it's going to help her situation. But there are big sections, chunkier sections right there, and it could be a point of difference for the surfers.
So last of white, a 3.5 for Yolanda Hopkins.
And that's what I was talking, Kaipo, like 3.5, that was an average turn for her, but just one big critical section. If you find a nice critical wave there with more substance, a little bit more water pushing, you can match that power instead of trying to get a wave that's going to die out and be a little bit flatter. You can get more aggressive and more critical, and the judges are going to reward. I think the women's are not taking too much attention to that. I saw Molly giving a few cracks, and she actually got a decent score for that. So, but not the other surfers. Let's see if someone can actually make the most of that.
Talking about Katie Simmers and how impressive her numbers are as we look at CT by the numbers. Highest average heat score in 2025. No surprise, especially after what she did in Abu Dhabi, 13.11.
I mean, that's so impressive. Like, heat average to have that big of a number, and she's up and riding right now. Looks like more of a meaty section.
Oh my, what a turn on the backhand, but just got exploded. But I love the aggressiveness of that turn from Katie Simmers.
And that's exactly what I was talking, Kaipo. I'm glad she just did that, because that was going to be a 7-point ride wave.
Yeah.
That was massive. Look how chunky that section is. She bottom turns beautifully, barely touches the rail right there, and gets so much flare out of that lip because the wave is giving her the opportunity. You're probably not going to get that much power on a wave that opens up right now with the high tide. So impressive from her to identify there, and very close from a massive score.
And a beautiful forehand hook from Joanne Defay too. So back and forth between Simmers and Defay. Meanwhile, Yolanda Hopkins kind of sneaks into second place, but I feel it's going to be temporary right now because Joanne Defay does not need a big number.
Yeah, I don't see herself making a heat with a 3.5 and a 2.9. We never know how he turns out, but yeah, we don't expect that, definitely. See, that's what I'm saying. See that wave kind of tapering off a little bit more, like running down the line, giving you more time, but not enough energy. Like that was a beautiful turn from Joanne, but you lack the power, and then the surfers can't really apply that much after. You're going to see that happen as well.
Oh,
with
no.
Yolanda in this wave.
Yeah, here comes Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins. We talked about like just the solid surfing, powerful surfing. So it's going to be back and forth between Joanne Defay and Yolanda Hopkins to take that second spot for advancement into the round of 16. It feels in the air that Katie Simmers has control of this heat just purely on her surfing. But stranger things have happened.
No doubt about it. They're shy of one big turn away from getting a 5.57. And we saw Caitlyn Simmers almost actually getting something much better and more solid than that on that last wave she caught. So it's just about maybe changing the strategy. Maybe they pedaled out thinking about getting something that tapers off and gives them multiple sections. But right now, I think that, I mean, unless something special comes towards their way, which is not happening so much, one big section is going to be a big difference for them. But we do have a little bit of glimpse of a mellower wind right now. It seems like it's cleaning up a bit after that storm. Smooth sailing right now. Or not smooth, but a little bit better.
You can see clearly now the rain has gone. You can see
yes,
6 minutes and 30 seconds. On the clock, Joanne Defay with priority. Doesn't need a big number. Just a 2.94. Still waiting for last score of Yolanda Hopkins to see how that affects the situation. Afternoon glare starts to come into play a little bit here. Sun still pretty high, but we're planning on running a few more heats today, so glare could become a factor.
No doubt about it, and it really doesn't help the judges and also the surfers. You know, Kipes, when you're sitting on the board and trying to identify that wave that's kind of moving out the back and you have all that glare, it's hard to figure it out where it's going, mostly with that much water bounce with the obviously the storm that just passed by.
AJ's got more for us. What do you got, AJ?
Well, Kaipo, I was catching up with Yolanda Hopkins, the wild card here in Portugal. She bases just a few hours south down the coast from here in Peniche before this event, and she came so close to qualifying for the championship tour that past season. She finished with 2 5ths and a 3rd to round out her 2024 Challenger Series year. And she said she spent the last 2 months at home, which is maybe the longest that she's been home consecutively in nearly 10 years. And so now she's approaching this 2025 season with a really refreshed mentality. And she's coming into this event in particular with the full belief that she belongs on the championship tour. So when I asked her, hey, do you think you can win this one as a wild card? She said, absolutely. I wouldn't have accepted this invitation if I didn't.
Yeah, she beat Carissa Moore last time she was a wild card here, and we just saw her on a nice wave, showing some powerful surfing. Yolanda Hopkins, as AJ was talking about, finished the Challenger Series at number 8 last year. We take the top 5 women onto the championship tour, but good news for the ladies next year. I mean, this year, actually, 2025. 7 women will qualify off of those Challenger Series with the expanded field for the 2026 Championship Tour. But this was some great surfing right here from Yo-Yo.
Yeah, see how the face of the wave is a bit cleaner now. When the sun came out, the wind really mellowed out, and then finish it off nicely right there. But that's what I mentioned, like those waves that are tapering off, it lacks a little bit of energy. It's very high tide right now, so it gets in that deep part of the bank, and it's hard to finish it off with an exclamation point. But she did some good damage right there on the first and second turn, and she doesn't need much. So, I mean, she doesn't need to better much because she's already in second spot.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that, Jesse, in that these high tide conditions, you want a wave that closes out at the end, because that way you have an opportunity to have an explosion at the end to show the judges, to get those extra points. Anything that's clear and goes into a shoulder, it's going to be really limited on your scoring potential. So it's kind of the opposite thought of low tide, where you're kind of looking for shoulders. At high tide, you're looking for waves that close out at the end.
I'm completely with you. I agree with you. And that's the difference, is because on the low tide, you're looking for shoulders because the wave has too much coping.
Yeah.
The bottom of the wave, it's pretty flat. So you kind of want to find that corner that gives you room and time. But now with all that water, kind of gets pretty flat. And if you don't find that closeout section, you're not going to have an exclamation point, something of that differentiate from all the turns. So right now, like the difference that we have in this heat, it's the 5.57 with that big gash that Caitlyn Simmers had on her backhand. Ooh. The other turn she had basically was nothing, and she fought in the closeout. So as if they can kind of take note of that, and just one big closeout turn could make a big difference.
Well, we got 2 minutes and 45 for Joanne Defay with priority to try to turn this heat. She needs a 4.17 at the moment. So she's going to have to position herself at the optimum spot on this sandbank. Meanwhile, Katie Simmers is still searching. And a pulled away view as we try to catch up to Joanne Defay with up and down there. So Defay threw away that priority. She is further enough down the beach. The priority may not matter for her at this moment.
Yes, I agree with you. She's way down. She's probably about, from Caitlyn Simmers, is probably about a good 50 to 80 yards down the beach. So Caitlyn's definitely not paying attention to her. Yo-Yo's kind of meeting them in the middle right there. So she could maybe see a set coming by and swing closer to her, but I doubt if she's going to get in time, but looks like, see?
There she goes. She found it under priority. On her way with that first turn. Second explosion there. Needed that closeout section. 4.17 is the number. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, I think she's getting that combination of two nice maneuvers. The finishing off, he had a little bit more curve and more pocket and lip line for her to really actually put the bottom of the board and drive through it with the fins. That was beautiful surfing from Joanne. Just very calm and collected. You see it right here. Takes her time on the bottom turn. Sets up this first one. And wave gets a little bit holler and finish it off. Extension. And more critical than Yolanda's previous wave that was a 3.87. So in my opinion, I see her turning this heat over.
I like that she just found that thing, didn't give up, paddled straight back out, made a quick decision, and then had even quicker feet. And a 4.5 checks in. She needed a 4.17. She got the job done. Joanne Defay moves to second. Yolanda Hopkins sees a 4.11. The Portuguese surfer has 45 seconds to track down a wave as the clock ticks down. Hopkins hearing the number right now from the beachside announcers. And does not look rushed.
No, that looks like Bella, yeah?
Oh, that's Bella Kenworthy. That's exactly why she doesn't look rushed. Because Isabella Nichols, I'm sorry, is in the next heat. Yolanda's paddling furiously somewhere. There she is.
She gave her a chance, and Joanne took that.
Yeah.
You know, she wasn't by her in the end.
Furious paddle, 10 seconds. Here we go, 4.11's the number. Never giving up. Yo-yo, close out. Big single re-entry. That was high risk.
That's exactly what we're talking about. She lost a little bit on that bottom turn, which sets her up to not have the best angle on the turn, but she still was able to extend it and get a nice lip line. Wow. And it was critical. She doesn't need a big number. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm not sure where that's going. 4.11.
Oh, tricky number.
Tricky number.
It was committed, though.
It was. Look at this bottom turn. She catches a little bit there. So that gave her, she had to cut it tight in order to get there in time, but that was critical. And there's a lot of risk in that maneuver. It's very hard to do. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but I just feel you have to reward high-risk surfing. But the judges say no.
It might have been that bottom turn.
Yeah.
It kind of caught her and made her kind of not extend as much as the probably judges was hoping for. That's just my take on that. But it was critical. I thought it was critical as well.
Well, she kept fighting to the end. Yolanda Hopkins, we'll see her again in the elimination round. Joanne Defay and Katie Simmers on to the round of 16 for the women. Katie Simmers putting up some impressive numbers, 5.57 and a 4.67. We're taking a break, and when we come back, we got Brisa Hennessy, Vahine Fierro, and Isabella Nichols out in the water for the women's opening round, heat number 4, here at the Rip Curl MEO Pro, presented by Cero.
potency on the women's tour right now, and I can't remember the exact stat, but it's like the amount of women who make up the top 17 right now who have actually won CT events is like 77%. It's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, go please, because you'll know it better than I will.
No, I mean, I don't know the stat off the top of my head, but I get in these really deep conversations with my dad and brother about this. But in terms of mid-season cut and all of that, and the defending of the mid-season cut is like if the tour is there to crown a world champion, if you're not above the halfway point on the second half of it, you're not in contention for running a world title. And so on the women's tour, though, as compared to the men's tour, we were going back and forth on like what percentage of the tour is made up of people who are winning events. And last year, I think there were 14 out of the top 18 that had won a CT at least some point in their career. And that's a wider base than we're seeing on the men's tour side. And that's what's making it like, it doesn't just become the same 4 people, the same 8 people in the quarterfinals. Right. It's making for really interesting discussions and change-ups in rankings. And that's what's exciting.
Yeah. So Lineup Podcasts. Check it out wherever you consume your long format podcast listening in regard to surfing. New heat out in the water. Brisa Hennessy, Vahine Fierro, Isabella Nichols. This is a matchup. I'm Kai Puguro along with Jesse Mendez, and this is opening round for the women heat number 4.
This is another stacked heat. The women's heat have been very stacked since the beginning. I feel like this new ad of the new generation, it's really helping it out, making very exciting heats. Mostly, I feel like in those conditions of beach breaks, we have some very good aerialists. So some big names here.
And all 3 of these women in this heat have won a CT event. Isabella Nichols taking out a win Margaret River, Western Australia. Brisa Hennessy take a win at Sunset Beach, Paumalu on the North Shore of Hawaii, and Vahine Fierro taking a win at the end of the road. One of the most treacherous waves and miracle of the surf world at Taupo. Here's an opener for Vahine, slashing to a 4.17 here.
Yeah, nice timing right there in the first turn. Finish it off strong. Got a good release right there from that finish. A good finner. You could see it out the back.
Hi-ya.
This is the first one. Timed it well with the backwash. Almost lost it a little bit, but kept her board through that flat section pretty nice and calm. Kept the speed throughout and finished it off pretty strong. But one thing that he mentioned, like all of the surfers won one event in very heavy waters.
Yeah.
And this is the opposite conditions that we have right now. Like obviously it's not, it's a powerful beach break, but with the high tide right now, it's kind of mushy. So it's completely the opposite of what their strength is. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, we saw that solid surfing of Brisa over at Sunset. We saw that big turn for Isabel Nichols that she was able to pull off at main break Margaret River, and then of course the majestic barrel riding of Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch her positioning and just how she treads such a heavy water wave.
Here goes Brisa. Like Vahine, Brisa on Channel Island surfboards, but unfortunately the nose picked on that one, and Brisa goes down. Let's hear from Katie Simmers. It's always an interesting interview. Let's see what she says this time. She's with AJ.
Feet in the wax here in Portugal for the last 5 days, and it really showed in your opening round heat. How'd you get the win?
Yeah. I don't know. I think Tommy was like, oh, go do one, like look for a one turner because it's kind of walled out there. And then I somehow got a bunch of 3-turn waves, and I was like, what the heck is going on? I was searching for a section to do a foam climb, honestly. I wanted to do one good turn and then just do a nice foam climb, but yeah, I don't know. And then I just wanted to find a big section, and then it kind of didn't get much one turners. I guess I passed up a really good wave, and I'm kind of bummed. I could have done a roundhouse on. That's what I heard. But anyways, yeah.
Well, the good thing is when you win the heat, you get another chance here in Peniche, and it's a place that you had a really incredible moment in your CT career, getting your first win on the championship tour here at Super Tubosh a few years ago. What do you think is the biggest difference between who you are as a surfer then and now?
As a surfer?
Or a human?
I think I'm just a lot more comfortable with just everything. I feel like that's just how it is when you get older. You just get a little more comfortable. But I guess I'm more comfortable like doing interviews too. Like I would have been I don't know, I guess I'm still not great at them, but I have gotten a lot better at just like trying to, like things actually come in my mind when there's a camera in my face, and it used to not happen, so that's great.
You crush the interviews every single time, Katie, almost as much as you crush in the water. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Told you.
I'm glad.
I think she does great interviews. I like, and I like the honesty because she's just like, it's walled out there. Yeah, it's walled.
Yes.
Let's tell the truth. Yeah.
It's always a surprise in the water and outside of the water. You don't know what you're going to get from her interviews as well. But I'm glad that Tommy actually noticed the fact that one big turn is going to get rewarded.
Yeah.
And she, even though she had the 5.57 was multiple turns, but basically the first turn gave her 5 points. Second turn maybe gave her half point, and then she fought on the third one. So it's important to identify those big sections. And Tommy's known better than that. You know, he's been doing this for so long.
He's
like,
one of the great minds in surfing, Tommy Whitaker. And that's, I mean, and that opens up a whole nother realm of how important and coaches have become on the championship tour for all these surfers, including someone like Isabella Nichols.
I asked myself if there's someone without a coach right now on tour. It used to be very normal, but nowadays, like, you don't really see anyone. And I can't think of anyone that doesn't have a coach right now.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols has her coach, Kurt.
Yeah.
Who's just a great, like, nice and settling kind of personality.
She's also working with Botto now as well.
And Jay Bottle Thompson. And
oh, maybe Tyler. She might be one.
Her wife Lily's kind of her coach. Look at, she's helping right now with the resistant bands. Just to get your neck in place right there. Or maybe mobility. That was a big turn by Brisa Hennessy.
That's going to be interesting to see. That might be the first big turn we see completed on the women's side so far, as far as we've been sitting on the booth. A little bit smaller wave, but critical section and beautiful turn there from Brisa. It's going to be nice to make the comparison with Vahine's 4.17, like just nice smooth surfing, great timing, but lacked a little bit of power on the wave itself.
Isabella Nichols with a nice turn to start. Tic-tacking up there and just can't get to that lip on time, but I like the first turn, and I like the look of her overall kind of rail awareness on with that board.
Yes, and she
looked loose.
Yeah, she did, and she's a big girl. Like she can really extend and make her turns look very massive and impressive. As we see her right here, beautiful setup right there. Nice style, and then going around, she almost got there in time. That would have been a great score for her to start her campaign here in Portugal.
Yeah, just look at loose right there. That was just so nice. The angles of that turn.
Fresh sticker on the board too. That helps it out, obviously. You know, get some excitement, and as we see it right here, that one closeout turn from Brisa, very critical. You see, as she hits the lip has so much more power than the other turns that we've seen it from the other ladies, that it kind of redirects her board under her. Almost feels like she was going to lose it, but she comes out pretty clean. That was very critical from her.
You made a note of Isabella Nichols with that new sticker on her nose, just gaining sponsorship from the best plant-based milk in the entire world, Bonsoy. So she's on the Bonsoy surf team now.
We've had plenty of those with coffee before, yeah?
Yes. Comes in, you can have oat Bonsoy, you can have almond Bonsoy, or the original soy Bonsoy. Do you have a preference, Jesse?
I like oat.
A little sweeter, huh, the oat?
Yeah, a little bit fattier, I feel like, too, as well. It gives a good texture.
I feel like we're kind of coffee connoisseurs, aren't we?
It's time.
Man, it's
time. Yeah, I think it's time. It's about, what, 4 o'clock now, 3 o'clock? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you got it. It's 4 o'clock. It's time for a cup, man.
Can we have some here? Can someone bring us some?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we got a Red Bull refrigerator here as well, so we can crack into a Red
There
Bull
you go.
because I
That
give
will
us
do.
some wings at the end of the day. Vahine Fierro. Couple of nice snaps on the backhand for the Tahitian. Make it 3. Can she complete this one? I love that. That flow is just so nice to watch. Coach loves it too.
Hey, one very important thing on that wave, the timing.
Yeah.
That's what kept her flow that you mentioned, and that's what really gave an exclamation mark to that last turn. She was basically on the shore, but she timed it perfectly. And instead of having that backwash, which sometimes is trouble, it actually helped her out. As you're gonna see right here, just nice and collective, waiting for the right moment to hit it. And then right now, she's gonna hit it as soon as the backwash kind of bounces off the wave and gives her a little bit of amplitude and a little bit more spark to the turn, and the judges are really gonna love it.
Yeah, that's great surfing by the Tahitian surfer. Former World Junior champ. She made a splash in Kayama for that World Junior title that she took, and I think she's got a potential world title in her future. She's a rookie this year on the championship tour, 25 years old, the queen of Taupo, riding channel line surfboards.
I mean, that's what she does best, and that's where she is the best at. It's by far the most connected surfer in those heavy waters.
Yeah. Her sisters surf good as well.
Yeah.
Surf well.
Surf very well. The whole family knows how to get barrel pretty properly.
Yep. And, of course, taking that win as a wild card, Vahine Fierro in Tahiti. Pereure, off of the village of Taupo, one of the miracles of the surf world, and Vahine Fierro puts on a show there on the reef.
How below sea level that wave is, it's crazy. Like, you couldn't even see her throughout the whole wave. This angle a little better because it's much higher, obviously, but look how tall that wave is. So throaty. It's crazy.
Well-deserved victory there. She did that as a wild card. Now she's a full-time member of the championship tour.
Check it out, Brist's 4.83. We have 3 judges that went into the 5-point range from that one crack. So that's how important it is for you to find that critical section. And you don't need multiple turns. Vahine got 4.17 for the first wave 2-turn combo. And the judges are taking note of all of that. And the surfers that are watching actually are paying close attention to that scale and probably adapting to the situation, how it's unfolding for every heat that gets in the water.
Hennessy on the paddle here. Second priority with the surfer representing Costa Rica. Here she goes. She finds a right-hander. Winds up. Nice snap there, projecting down the line. One more time. Looking solid. Is going to have a bonus section on the inside here. Has to ease through a little cutback, get through that gutter section, then kicks out near shore.
Yeah, got ahead of herself a little bit too much after that second turn, but that happens sometimes. Something keeps appearing in front of you, but with a lot of water in the banks right now, kind of slowing the wave down. As you're going to see, she's going to project down the line, thinking that wave's going to get steep right there in that section, but just kind of disappears, hits that deep water after the bank, after the shallow bank that is kind of in the middle of where she is actually right now, and the surfers out the back. So misread it a little bit, but I don't think there was much more in potential on that wave. Just a decent backup for her.
Yeah, should keep her in second place. Priority now, and the focus to Isabella Nichols. Sitting out to sea with 13 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Couple of lines coming through here. We can see Isabella on the move, eyeing up perhaps that right, but decides not to go, so hangs on to that priority. And Isabella careful with her wave selection. Meanwhile, down the beach, Vahine, quick whip off the top on the backhand. One more time. I think the judges owe us 2 scores now for Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, and completely different surfing, just beautiful timing in all the waves, but just one big critical section, and the other one kind of a more well-put wave together, just timing it perfectly. Let's see. This is going to be like, you know, you're comparing the same surfer with the same abilities, with the same foot forward, just doing different approaches. So it's going to be a really good one for us to break it down and have a difference on the scale and what they're kind of looking for and aiming towards.
Yeah, still waiting for those scores for Vahine to set the situation. Oh, okay, so 5.5 has come in, and we're going to need to update our, I think our score screen right now is stalled out, so that's what's been throwing us off. So we're going to go with the graphic right now. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. And Vahine Fierro up ahead of Brisa Hennessy and Isabella Nichols with a 5.5 and a 4.17. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 4 on the opening round for the women here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona Cero. Bye. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're at Super Tubos. We're in heat number 4 of the women's opening round. Squall came through, sun came out. Conditions have smoothed up. Brisa Hennessy's in the lead over, well, maybe not, because that's the actual score. Vahine Fierro is in the lead over Brisa Hennessy and Isabella Nichols. Top 2 move on into the round of 16 for the women. 3rd place into the elimination round, which we will not see today for the women.
A little bit of the men's, elimination round we're gonna have like halfway through it. I guess this is gonna be nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
If conditions cooperate.
If conditions cooperate. They seem like they're being pretty friendly right now.
I mean, I think it improved a lot from the last 30 minutes. Obviously, with the winds getting much mellower, and once the tides start to get a little bit lower, it'll start to get a little bit hollower as well, and that's going to help the surfers. So, fingers crossed. Let's be positive about it.
Yeah, we've passed the high tide mark, so
we have already, right?
That works on our side. Yeah, here's a beautiful coastline here at Peniche. Just a little piece of this beautiful wave-rich country of Portugal. Stop number 3 on the championship tour, and we look forward every year to come to the old country, come to Europe, do some surfing in the Atlantic.
And it suits everyone, kind of like Hawaii, you know, you have like all sorts of type of waves. Like you have for, you know, amateurs, beginners, and professional surfers, obviously, and big wave surfers. So it's a very rich stretch of ocean right here.
And abundant with fish as well as seafood and some local delicacy. I love the grilled octopus.
Oh my gosh, that's my favorite kind here, obviously.
Good stuff, huh?
Some sardines, but I'm not the biggest fan of.
Yeah.
I'll pass on that one. I'll get the lobster. Oh, sorry, I'll get the octopus.
Yeah, something about a grilled octopus.
All right, 8 minutes remaining. Isabella Nichols, 3.67, 2.77. She needs a 4.67 to get into the top 2. Brisa Hennessy holding on to that spot currently. Vahine Fierro with complete heat control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. Things looking good for the Tahitian.
And once again, Kipes, like the surfer that started off the better early, kind of got himself into the rhythm, or herself, in this situation. Obviously, a little bit tighter heat for all of those surfers. All of them don't really have that much of a difference of a gap, but right now, Vahine with that 5.5 making a good difference.
And Vahine Fierro, right there's number 5 on her jersey. A Tahitian in her rookie year on the championship tour. Shows her versatility too. We know how good she is, you know, in the barrel, but she had tremendous backhand surfing on the rights at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. She's had tremendous backhand surfing here, as we see in this heat recap.
Yeah, I just love her approach. The timing is perfect right now. Just keeping herself pretty calm and identifying whatever that time that the wave's breathing, and kind of like having that lump in the backwash and using it to her advantage right here. Different styles, obviously, more powerful from Brisa. This is her, I think, their 3-point ride that she kind of overran a little bit, but her 4.83 was really what made the difference for her. Just one big crack. And here, once again, that beautiful wave from her. Second turn, just money. And finish it off on the shore, pretty much. Strong surfing, she's looking solid. And I've actually just noticed the fact that Bella just started paddling towards the south of us, to that left far bank, and the girls were right in front of us. But as we were going through that recap, look how close the surfers, the opponents, mostly Brisa, is actually getting very close to her.
Yeah, Isabella got put in a tough situation because she's trailing, and she's also, you know, last in line when we look at the priority rotation. So a situation that Isabella Nichols is going to need to overcome with 5.5 minutes remaining, and a lull actually hitting the water. So sometimes when you have a high tide and then you have some of this receding tide, you have the tide going out, that can also slow things down and increase the period of lulls between waves.
No problem. Actually, that's a big problem for the surfers, because those smaller waves don't have enough shallowness for them to actually break and get nice. So they kind of move in, and the surfers don't even see them. They break very close to the shore, and that's about it. So the opportunity kind of goes away. You know, what do you be looking for? Anything that kind of comes your way, a right or a left.
Yeah.
Be interesting to what she's thinking and what she's...
Let's take a look at our CT by the numbers. We got another stat for you, the highest percentage of rights surfed in Portugal, as we talk about those CT by the numbers, and we extrapolate all that information and present it to you. Well, I can tell you Isabella Nichols 90% of the time it has the highest percentage of rights here. There it is right there. CT by the numbers, Jesse.
That shows what it's in her head right now. Right?
Go right.
Like, I mean, most likely she's thinking about trying to identify a right, and that's what she did in this heat so far. That right that she had, she was a little bit beautiful open turn, but she was a little bit behind for the second closeout. But at this moment right now, Kaipo, you can't really be stuck. As much as I feel like there's more rights right now with this high tide, we've seen a lot of lefts with the lower and mid tide, but now it seems like the high tide, the rights are going into the bank instead of away from the bank. But she kind of needs to grab whatever comes in front of her, because an opportunity is, there are not many out there.
Yeah, and she's going to have to get away from Brisa Hennessy, who's chasing her down with priority. Vahine happy just sit there with the lead. And the race up the beach continues. Were you ever a pursuer in the heats when you had this type of situation?
Yeah,
would
you
chase?
have to.
Would you chase people down?
Yes, you have to.
Would you run away as well?
Could you sneak away?
Yeah, sometimes you try to. It's hard though. Like you have
There's
the
no
best
bushes to
followers.
hide in or anything out there. You're just like, you're pretty exposed, huh?
Very exposed. I think sometimes the only chances you have is actually riding a wave and going down the point.
There you go.
You see people, or down the beach, so you see people do that a lot. But
You can see people pull that on points a lot
Yeah.
of times, right?
Points
a little harder on a beach break.
because it's such a short wave,
Yeah.
so the surfer can catch up to you
I like
pretty
that.
quickly.
I like that. All right, so Vahine uses her priority, just cruises with a smile on her face, knowing that she's in a good position.
Hey, that was a gift for Isabella Nichols.
Oh my
because
goodness!
both of the surfers
Because
got in that
Brisa
same wave.
went. Yes. Good pickup there. So Isabella now has a chance, 4.67. She's got priority. Yeah, Brisa took the wave, and then Vahine, who had priority over Brisa, decided to take the wave. And now Isabella Nichols is sprint paddling back out, trying to get a wave of her own. This is what happened.
Well, the three of the
Isabella
surfers
goes,
went on that.
You go, and then Brisa goes, I'm going to go, and then Vahine goes, no, it's mine.
Hey, to tell you the truth,
It's almost like a free surf.
Vahine was very smart to do that because that was kind of a decent wave. If Brisa taking off a little bit deeper than her and kind of having that drive down the line and momentum could have had a big turn right there. And a 4.87, she could have caught it with that one turn. And smart of Vahine to just block both of surfers. And let's see what's going to happen. Looks like a set approaching.
90 seconds on the clock. 4.67 is what Isabella Nichols needs. Looks like we got some waves on the way hitting the bank here at Super Tubos. We know when we look at those CT by the numbers that Isabella really favors the rights. She's putting herself in position for right now. Wedge coming through, and here goes Isabella. Wall in front of her, winds up, slashes that first turn. One more time, big snap for Isabella Nichols. Bonus inside, little bit hung up, but that's okay. Those first two turns were quality. Pumps her fist, 4.67 is what she needs.
That's called clutch.
That is.
Right when she needed. Like, I mean, sold that wave for Brisa and Vahine, got first priority.
Look at this.
Beautiful setup. Nice arc, and that's what I was saying. She's able to extend. She's a pretty tall girl. She makes the turn look big and finish it off strong. First turn was where all the money came from, and the judges are going to pay close attention into that. Beautiful carve down the line. Gets up in vertical. Pushes that tail and then finish it off a little bit on more down the line, but she didn't have much on that in offer in that last one. The boys are frothing.
Yeah, there's Jay Bottle Thompson. And Isabella awaits. Well, don't give up on it yet, because here goes Brisa with the fight back, but that is not going to do it. Catches the outside rail, goes down. Isabella Nichols was still waiting for her score. Vahine Fierro gets this one before the horn. And again, the Tahitian looking smooth on the backhand. A couple extended backhand turns. And Vahine is into the round of 16. It's just a question of will Brisa or Isabella meet her there? Things looking good for Isabella, I feel, though.
And they have to. That first turn was probably one of the most rail turns we've seen it on the women's side so far. So that was a big way for her to open up.
Her crew tells her right now, she doesn't know. Give her the number. Still discussing on the beach. I feel like the beach announcer hasn't told them the number yet. Well, we'll tell you at the broadcast. Isabella Nichols got the number. Vahine Fierro, there we go. She got the word now. And the hug from Bottle.
You do not want to be in that second round. Most in the women's side, there's only two heats, only two
yeah.
people lose, you know, like it's not fun to be there.
No. Oh, a feeling of relief as you said, Jesse, a clutch final exchange by Isabella Nichols. Nichols, Fierro onto the round of 16. We'll see Brisa Hennessy in the elimination round, and we'll see you after this short break. More of the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Cero on the way after this.
So we're here in the westernmost point of Peniche. We have Cabo Cravoeiro there, the lighthouse. The beautiful rock there is Nau dos Corvos. Alengas in the west, we just came from there, and Supertubos on the back. It's a perfect place to watch the sunset, especially during winter because it sets over there, and also a nice place to enjoy a golden moment with friends, some beers, reflect on the day, on the barrels. So, cheers.
It's a Saturday afternoon on the coast of Portugal, bit of sunshine poking through as well. Checking out Tyler Wright, Gabriella Bryan, Bella Kenworthy. Time to pull up a comfortable spot, maybe grab yourself a Corona Cero, all natural ingredients. It's refreshing. Some say it's like 1,000 angels crying on your tongue. Mitchell Salazar, Strider Wazalewski joining myself, Paul Evans. Couple of great heats here to finish off the day.
You are
we excited?
On fire right now.
Here we go, let's get into it. Bella, backhand attack from her slicing.
Yeah, the surfer from San Clemente. Longtime competitor on the regional scene in the United States. And of course, her father, Jason, one of the very best photographers in the surfing world. 3.83 right there, Strides. Good opener for her.
In terms of approach from these three, what are they looking to do? It's been quite a long day for them, checking conditions. All sorts has happened. It's changed a lot. It's been dynamic, which is what we expect from here. But in terms of looking at your heat and taking on intelligence from the last couple that we saw, what are these surfers looking for out here, particularly, Mitch, to get scores?
Yeah, well, Kenworthy's really good at going left, as you saw right there. Already dropped something close to a 4. She's won a CS event before over there in Bolito, made the final at the US Open. Can do basically everything, and especially working with Reynolds Hayes. Quick start is really the name of the game for her. She's already got it. For Tyler, tends to be on the best waves, especially at the right times. And for Gabby Bryan, it's all power. She wants to be on the set waves, and especially considering the great result that she's coming off of over at Abu Dhabi, I feel like this is a good event for her, Strides.
I feel like Gabriella Bryan could do a better frontside hack than half the men on tour.
Let's talk about power. It's something that we hold in really high regard. Why do we hold power in such high esteem? What is it particularly about power that everyone seems to love?
Well, it's the power, but it's also utilizing the power, being able to throw the board on rail and utilize every bit of that whip all the way through and turn it through and just really turn all that energy, you know, into a useful thing. And she just does it so well on the forehand. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, she's made finals. She's won already at Marks last year, too, to be able to do that. Number 6 right now, Paul, just outside of the top 5 last year, and actually lost to Erin Brooks over there in Fiji, which cost her really finals availability. But overall, yeah, the Strider's got a point. Of course, the way you present it is a major thing for it, too. But timing is everything when it comes to power, too, especially when you're hitting the lip line rather than carving on the face.
Interesting to see how she looks to apply those tools in this heat. Having a look at a multiple world champ, the former Tyler Wright right there. She's very much dialed into things as well. Her heat preparation, going through it all.
Already has a W this year, too, over there at Pipe.
Yeah, and she just looks this year, there's something about her and her approach, just sort of focus, and in terms of goals as well, that I really feel like she's probably honing in on what she feels is left to achieve. I mean, she's pretty much done it all as well, but there it is, number 3 in the rankings so far this year. So a strong start of the year as well. And I think really after seeing other surfers around her from the younger generations get some of that glory in silverware, she'd love to get back in that world title conversation.
No, it still holds the record for the youngest surfer ever to win a championship tour event too, at 14 over there in Sydney as a wild card. So yeah, that's going to be a really tough record to be broken, Paul.
Oh, some bombs coming through still.
You know, they're really far south, guys.
Plenty of water rolling through right there. They're
actually no.
Yeah, they're right up. They're right out front here, but just
they did paddle out south though.
Look at how big these waves are. Look, it's well overhead.
Here we go, live action. Gabby Bryan out of Kauai, and there's that swoop on the rail, just incisive as she tears and cuts the water, and then she'll bang a lip to finish as well. Meanwhile, here's Tyler with a spring in her step.
That was cool. Floaters are underrated. I'll always say it.
Rascally rabbit right there, just hopped right up on the lip.
Double R.
I liked it. Let's see the whole wave. I can't wait to see a little replay of both those waves. That carve that Gabby did, just perfect timing after we were talking about it. Big gouge in the face, rolling the rail down into the bowl.
Major member of the Mayhem team too, by the way. I mean, she gave them valuable points when it came to the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Super underrated when it comes to her consistency, Paul. So just the one turn right there. Not a bad floater. I mean, for how the section was, gotta give her credit just for finding that one. This, though, quality strides, we were talking about it.
I'm into that turn right there. Like, that's just a thing of beauty in my book.
But once again, it was the use of the speed that allowed her to project that way, especially on the open face. Scores him, Paul. It's a good one.
Yeah, good number for Gabby, 5-5 to open things up here. We talk about opportunities on waves. There's not loads of places you can do those kind of carves on this wave in these type of conditions. And as soon as she got that opportunity, bit of open face, made it look really good. Just whipped that around.
Look at all that lump in the water as she's paddling out. There's just the surface out. You see them ride the waves and they smooth them out for us watching it because that's their ability as a surfer. They're really, you know, can get on a wave, make it look good, do the turns in the right parts of the waves to make everything seem pretty easy. But look at all that. You can see it as they're paddling around out there, all that lump and bump in the water out there. It must, you know, to iron that out just by surfing, that's talent.
I mean, if there's one thing that a lot of casuals probably don't understand, 90% of competing out there in surfing is being on the right wave, you know, and if you're paddling most of the time too, it's just hard to be in the spot.
Casuals?
Non-surfing fanatics, I would say, yeah.
All right.
Because then you have the guys that are fully dedicated, like old Double G, right? I mean, or what's the guy's name?
Double D.
Yeah, Double D. Like, that guy's probably fully dedicated. He probably sets his fantasy team first thing in the morning, and then as soon as round of 32, round of 16 is about to start, he changes things up so that way he doesn't have friendly fire going on. Just speaking the truth.
You're giving away little tips there, huh?
Well,
you get that from Uncle Tio?
I am trying to promote our lineup pod league, so the more people we have to join, the more prizes we can give away eventually.
Let's get down as we just check out live action right now. Tyler Wright's ripping across a wave, a nice little tweak into the whitewater from her. She'll tag the finish as well. Tyler getting involved with some comboed up turns. Let's go down here from Vahine Fierro. She's standing by with AJ.
Vahine coming in from the water and actually saying something, Paul, that I think I was not ready for. You were hot in the water. You decided after Abu Dhabi to stay here in Europe and go to France, stay in the cold water, don't fight the jet lag. How did that pay off in the opening round?
Yeah, it was fun. We had a glassy moment after the storm, so that was cool. And I decided after Abu Dhabi, getting used to the jet lag over there, not to go back and like do another big jet lag at home, and just get used to the cold in France and be with my sponsors and my coach. And yeah, it was just nice. It was a whole month to get used to it and take my time with the cold because it's not necessarily, you know, my home. So yeah, and I you know, in my heat, I don't know if it's Roxy that makes the best suits or I chose the wrong suit. I was in the 4-3 and I was like hot. I was like suffocating paddling back out, and so next heat I know I will wear 3-2.
Well, and how important is it for you to get in this opening round heat so you can look forward to the next one, avoid the elimination round?
Yeah, it feels nice. It's my first round one heat win of the year, so it's cool to, you know, just jump into the third round. And actually I was really happy with the way I was just, you know, in a rhythm out there. I could kind of see where the waves were. It wasn't the best scores, but I was just really comfortable in the water, and that was a cool feeling.
It showed up, Vahine. Congratulations. Do you want to say anything to friends and family watching back home?
Yeah, thank you to my family. I don't know where they are, but it's probably dark and 3 a.m. So thank you for watching, and we keep going.
Congratulations, Vahine.
Yes.
Thanks, AJ. Vahine Fierro. Another great performance from her. And a well-earned smile after a long day of competition. Meanwhile, back live, Brian, a smaller wave and a little disjointed on the carving maneuver. The wave gets real flat right now. There's not a lot of interest there for her. She'll just have a little look around speculatively. It will be a pretty modest number for her. But the damage was done early on with the 5-5, which sort of set the tone for this one. Lay down a little bit of a marker for the others in terms of what's available, in terms of maneuvers, that mid-range sort of stuff. But this one just lacking a bit of juice.
Yeah, and I mean, as we talk about finding the open face, a lot of times with this high tide, you find the open face strider, but it goes flat real quick because of how much water there is out there right now. And we already hit that mark, so luckily it's on the way back down. But as of right now, it seems like a wind starting to pick up once again.
A little bit of wind, and you just got to find the right wave. So you need some volume, right, to have that wave kind of stack up and roll through onto that sandbar. Betty Lou looks like she's getting ready. She's been on fire. She's such a great surfer. She's just unbelievable on the lip, and just, I think we have not seen the best of her yet, and we will.
Seems like she got overwhelmed with the cam right there a little bit, Paul.
Here we go. Bella Kenworthy, the rookie, off the bottom, backhands. Pretty cruisy, open and snap again. Just setting up, really. No major venom thus far. And then a tag to finish as well. The wave just kind of pings her down. The board doesn't do loads. They just go and do the motion snipping a little bit there.
Yeah, but it's a good backup to the 3.83, and I'll still always go back. It doesn't matter how you beat your opponent as long as you beat them. And Jake Marshall always says, guys, you don't have to be the best surfer in the world. You just have to be the best surfer in those 30 minutes. And it seems like Bella so far in the 2 waves that she's caught, she's been able to perform the way she's wanted to so far.
Just asterisk that mantra, though, that the other 2 surfers in your heat are 2 of the best surfers in the world.
They are.
You know.
But if you're beating them, it just means that you're better than them. Right?
I like it.
Yeah.
Is she beating them?
Well, she needs a 2.7, so
Okay.
yes, she's going to get that score.
She might get that right there. But she did hold back on that wave, though, a bit, right? So it's going to suppress the score. Didn't seem like she really let go, you know?
Feels like one of those.
You kind of have to against these 2 young ladies.
One of those days where you don't get a load of opportunity. If you left a little bit on a wave, maybe a point or 2, that might prove costly. There's not going to be loads of reps for you. Maybe someone will be left to rue. A couple of missed opportunities, some mistakes.
Right, but then this is only her 2nd wave, though. And look at how much time is remaining at the moment. You don't want to try to overdo things that early on.
All right. I'll agree to disagree. I'll agree to disagree.
I thought this was going to be Strider way early on in the day, and it's Strider late in the afternoon.
Having a look at the next heat, Sawyer Lindblad. Looking forward to see how she goes out here, sticking on backhand last year from her, enjoying the rights. Been, I think, pretty even split in terms of the rights and left throughout the day, particularly throughout the afternoon. Also in the water in that one, Tatiana Webb, another goofy who loves to tag it hard. Will be concluding heat. This opening round for the women is Tachi,
former champ.
Man, she is such a little firecracker. She just loves belting it, just straight ups, backside, front side, whips in the corner, 2 brides. She's got a full pie, like, you know, she understands the whole game. It's great.
Well, score's in, and it seems like somebody was right.
Oh, she definitely got the score that she needed to take the lead, but I think that could have been more in the 5 and 6 range if she would have unloaded on that
Strider,
wave.
it's the 2nd best score of the heat so far. There wasn't more than a 4 on that wave right there.
We'll see what happens at the end of the heat.
Did you just say, looks like somebody was right about yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, mate.
I got to give myself a nod every now and then.
Here goes Tyler Wright, carving hard. Pushing out the tail, straight into the lip, just swinging, using the amplitude of the wave. It's nice and smooth. And again, she'll just unload a turn to finish. So multiple maneuvers from Tyler.
Really clean. I mean, given how difficult it is right now and how fast the wind's picking up, she found a clean face right there, which is just hard to do, especially on the rights.
She tears into it too. I mean, you know, she's got some intensity happening here, and she's kind of digging in and really finishes off strong on this wave, which is what you want to see. The rights seem to be a little softer and a little bit easier to surf, though.
depends on the bank you're at, right? Because then Gabby had the 5-5, and then this one right behind her, Paul.
Oh. Bang! Whew. That's some great surfing right there.
Well, that's what we were talking about. When she gets the right section, she really capitalizes on it. And that, to me, if it's not better than the 5-5, it's got to be very close to it.
Yeah, Brian showing a point of difference there, wasn't she? Just a little extra aggression, bit of vim and vigor to that surfing. It just really stands out, framing those turns with big spray.
You think the situation's going to change, Salazar?
It is.
Do you think that Bella could have surfed a little stronger on that one?
Look, this is what we're here for, guys, okay? This is what we're here for. I'm just saying in that moment.
I can see a little bit of sweat coming off.
No. You guys are.
I love Bella, and I think she's an amazing surfer. I think that she could have went harder on that wave. And with the way that these other ladies are surfing, they're surfing with more intent, and you can see it.
Tyler Wright's number will drop.
First year on tour.
Yeah, it'll be decent for her. Let's see where the number goes for Tyler. Doesn't need, well, she needs just under a 4. She'll get that. And looks like we're going to see things shuffle, really. Tyler go up to first. Currently still waiting for a number for Gabby. Only needs a 2 as well to threaten Bella. Still plenty of time left to go in this. Just under 12 minutes. And it's quite evenly poised with every surfer's ridden. Well, we've got 2 surfers with 3 waves, 1 with 2, but they're not sort of rushing things. I mean, they're really waiting for their opportunities as well. They're trying to be a little bit selective, right?
It's really smart. You got, because you got to find that wave with enough energy and enough open face, and that's what you're looking for out there. And they've been doing pretty well to get those.
Yeah, but
I'm interested to see Gabby's score, because that first turn was a real hammer.
I mixed it a bit as well, and then went more up into the lip with the next one, which always looks nice, that combo. Judges tend to pay that out. Let's see where it goes with them.
She's found those waves, though. It's not like they just randomly popped up. She's found them, and, paddling out, Tyler and Bella actually got caught inside for about 8 minutes and just barely made it out in time before the buzzer sounded. And I was looking at Reynolds, I was like, dang, coach, like, you got to work your way around this. And she's like, hey, she's only got to beat one other person outside.
There's Bella, late drop there, elevator drop straight down to the bottom, and won't be able to pull that one around. A really big number, significant one in the context of the heat. Gabby Bryan drops a 6.83, and the judges really rewarding that power and aggression. Instantly, when we saw that wave, it just looked different. There was just more magnitude on it. She's in the lead right now. She's got priority as well. Time for a Bonsai brew break. When we come back, a highly entertaining heat will resume. More live action from Portugal real soon. Welcome back to Portugal, and a fun day of competition resumes here, getting caught up with the pulse, and one for the vets in great form. Sally Fitz ripped this heat. She was all smiles after, and it was well deserved. And enjoying herself out here in Portugal. Her long and storied relationship with the coast of Europe continues. A lot of fans on this part of the coast. And it's great to see Sally get that first heat win of the year. Then it was the other end, really, of the spectrum in terms of experience. The teenager Erin Brooks just sparkled and shone and got it done, used that speed, that vertical approach as well, and found the best waves, went on the attack, showed loads of spark. That's why so many people are so excited about this young woman surfing. And she's been a fantastic addition to tour already. Meanwhile, Simmers in the yellow jersey, looking real relaxed, heading to the water. And this is why, really, this kind of form, and just absolutely shining out there. A couple of rain squalls came down, didn't slow it down at all, hammering away. The rail work, the aggression, the creativity, we get that too from Katie. Comes the standard. Look at this stuff. Absolutely love it. Didn't pull that one, but just showing us she's got plenty in the tank. So Simmers in the yellow jersey, showing us why exactly she's in the #1 position at the moment as we get towards the end of a Saturday afternoon here. We'll look to finish off this round for the women, the opening round. One more heat to go in this of those 6 heats. And then 2 for the elimination round for the men as well. Meanwhile, just under 7 to go in this scoreboard-wise. It's Gabby Bryan who's just pulling away with that big number that came in, the 6.83. This is live action. It's Tyler Wright. Really nice float with a ton of speed, really well balanced. Pulls that one down, and then the wave just ran away. So a nice line across that wave. Are there loads of points in it? Probably not. She's got a couple of 4s. Second position at the moment. It's Bella Kenworthy with a little to do. Her scores are open in 2 rides. She doesn't need a massive number. Mitchell, 4.67, what she's after.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big number. Still plenty of time, but just looking at Tyler's stats, 2011 all the way to 2017, her lowest result in those years was 5th place. That included 2 runner-up finishes to the World Championship and 2 world titles. And then after that, of course, you know, a couple stumbles with health and whatnot. She's become an Olympian, always been in contention for another World Championship too, but most importantly, she's remained consistent for about 15 years now, Paul. And look at where she's at in the rankings right now this year, heading into event #3. Ranked #3 in the world.
Yeah, and as you might expect, a lot's happened in that time from when she first came on tour. I mean, surfing's a really different place, aside from just venues and formats and that kind of stuff, but just in terms of personnel and the surfer she's going up against, and to be able to stay relevant against these youngsters and everything that they're bringing with really a completely different approach that, you know, when she was in their position, sort of unheard of, some of the stuff that we're seeing the young women do. And it's amazing to see her not only sort of stay relevant, but actually be leading the charge and being right up there in the ratings already this season.
She won the first event already, a pipe, against our reigning and defending world champion, you know, in real good conditions. I think it shows maturity and it shows progress still on her side up until this point in her career. 2011 when she made her debut on the CT.
Yeah, it feels strided with so many storylines going on with the women. Tyler's maybe it's not something we sort of slept on, but just we haven't maybe been hyping. And she's just also said, you know what, I've still got plenty left to say, as does Gabby Bryan on the backhand. She'll just click this a couple of times. It's a bit of a foamier wave. It's a nice steep finish for her as well. 5.5 her back. I'm not sure she'll threaten that, but great to see Tyler shining with that win at the pipe as well. I mean, she's been great there down the years. Kind of an underrated surfer at that venue.
I'm impressed with when you can bring in all this new blood, right? All this new talent and have all this crazy surfing. But then this kind of like, even with Gabby and Tyler in the same conversation, power surfing, just a great power surfing is so fun to watch and so almost unbeatable. Really, you can just put it up against any trick, and you're just gonna, you know, come back to great power surfing. It's a skill. It's hard. It's not easy to compose yourself with speed and power. And Tyler, along with Gabby, they do it really well.
Inside the 4-minute mark in this one now, so situation crystallizing for surfers like Kenworthy on the attack here and going at that hard. She needs a number. That's why she's pushing, arriving a little late there. So speed and then a carve to snap for Tyler. Nice attitude to that turn. Then loads of spray. She'll wrap one in the pocket real clean. So getting a much busier now, Tyler. That was wave 7 for her. Bella's wave will be a throwaway number as well for the incompletion. And since she dropped that 4, she's had a bunch of just small throwaway numbers, and she's still chasing right now 4.67 is that requirement. Remind us, she got that 4. At the time we speculated maybe there was a little bit more on that wave. You know, it wasn't an 8, but could have been a 5. It wasn't. And at the moment, she's on the wrong side of that number. Mitchell Salazar.
she is at the moment, and then this wave happens right here, and you'd be thinking she combos it up with something more on the inside. She's easily improving on one of her 4s. There's still a chance waiting on that one right there. And then another thing to always mention, and I think it really adds to how dominant 3 women were for a good period of time. From 2007 all the way to 2022, we only had 3 world champions.
Had it locked down.
Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright, and Carissa Moore. And then you have Caroline Marks, who in 2023 just comes out of nowhere, wins at home at lowers. And now you have Caitlyn Simmers, who battled with her in 3 matches over there at the finals, too, in spectacular fashion. And I wouldn't necessarily say we're seeing a complete change of the guard, but we're now seeing new talent win events and eventually be as consistent enough to win a world championship, too.
Yeah, I do feel like there's, you know, the veterans can still come and win a world title, though.
For sure.
You know, and I feel like somebody like Carissa Moore comes back and just will take another step in progression because she's got the skills to do that.
Tyler's still here.
You know, Tyler's still here. Lakey's on fire. She's ripping with power, and you know, there's still so much left with the women's field, along with this new crew coming in. And well, I mean, just watching Erin Brooks, you can just in a free surf, you can pick her out of a lineup so easily watching her surf. Her arc is so quick and tight and powerful in the pocket. It's unlike anybody else on tour.
Speed of kills, Paul. And so far, out of the rookies, that's really been the tail of the tape the last 3 years. Sawyer, Caitlyn, and of course Caroline when she made her debut on the CT in 2018.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see those storylines unfold. We like to talk up the generational clash, but ultimately it's really just about posting 2 waves. And surfers in the water don't need to get into narratives or anything like that. Just need to find a wave and surf it. Who's done that so far? It's been Brian and Wright. Meanwhile, Kenworthy, she'll tag one. Not loads of room to swing there. She does pretty well to emerge from that. The requirement for her is the 4.8. It just nudged up a touch. Tyler got a really marginal improvement with her last wave. So that 4.8 is what Bella's chasing down. And at the moment, on the inside, she'll do a couple of duck dives and try and get back to the lineup. There'll be maybe 20-odd seconds at best by the time she gets back there. What does she do on this left?
Yeah, it just was, I think, a poor wave choice because it didn't give her enough opportunity because she could have maybe got that score on 1 big turn, but that wave, you know, she needed 2 solid turns, I think, to really find the score she was looking for.
Heat leader Brian gives it a crack out the back. It is a softer wave, but just shows how much she's got in terms of the back foot pressure by displacing plenty of water and then just cruising to the inside, really. And it's been solid from her. The 5.5, first time she stood up. That was her very first wave, bit of a marker. That one carve in particular, and then more dynamic with the 6.83, the combo of turns as well, and just showing us that bit of quality. Gabby Bryan, that's why she was so close to going to lowers for the finals last year, and that's why she's very much in contention right now this year.
She gave up a wave to Erin in that heat.
I mean, it's been something in terms of her surfing is there. Maybe
still see it.
Some of those mistakes that she's been making is what she's been working on with Dog, and right now everything seems to be clicking. So far, so good in the opening round here. She'll get that win. Tyler Wright as well will advance alongside her. Well done to Gabby Bryan. We'll see the rookie, Bella Kenworthy, in the elimination round. Not where she wanted to go.
Thank you. Welcome.
Nevertheless, she's still alive in competition here. We've got another heat to bring you. Western Webb, Lindblad, Johnson to wrap up the opening round for the women. More action from Portugal real soon. Welcome back to Portugal. Sunshine on a Saturday afternoon. As we'll pick things up here. Heat 6 in the opening round for the women. It will wrap up this round. We'll send surfers to the elimination. We'll know who that's going to be. Checking out Tatiana Weston-Webb, former champ out here. Another goofy in the form of Sawyer Lindblad. Solid rookie season for her last time out. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson showing us real quality at a diversity of venues around the world. Let's see how she can go about putting a solid Portugal campaign together. All of the elements of her surfing seem to suit this kind of wave. Bit of power. She can deal with the juice, be dynamic as well, make good decisions. She's going to have to try and get past the two goofies though as well. We'll be looking to try and maybe go backhand hammers on the rights, go the power approach. You talked about the speed that surfers like Sawyer have been able to surf with as well. Here she is on the forehand, just attacking.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it earlier this morning, but there's resemblances with T Street, with Rivies, a couple of different beach breaks that you'll see in Southern California. So a lot of these surfers from San Clemente are used to these kind of afternoon conditions. As Lindblad here strides, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from young Sawyer.
Yeah, I don't think it's the relevance to the beach breaks. I think it's just the boards. What a mayhem. Just like that last winter, Gabby Bryant.
How many new boards are you getting based off of all these comments right here?
Oh, you know, being the #1 team rider, you get what you need.
Dang! Yesterday he brings out a brand new whip, Paul, and we're about to go free surf. He's like, yeah, didn't even need to bring a traction pad. This thing works great already. I can feel it.
Oh, the big rig, the new model.
Yeah.
It's a, phew, that board's mental. Did you get one?
I do. I have one, yeah.
You know.
But mine's normal PU. I want to get an epoxy too after seeing yours.
Yeah, it's beautiful construction.
For this kind of conditions in late afternoon, I think I'd be really stoked on that right now. How'd the Mayhem feel yesterday, Paul, the MR?
Delightful.
Yeah.
Really nice.
A lot of volume on it too. Good for paddling.
I just like surfing somebody else's board. You know? It's almost like wearing someone else's clothes. It's just different.
Not worried about staining them?
Not really. Nah, not at all.
Couple of new dents in the deck for
Oh
Mitchell.
my. We actually almost killed each other yesterday. I went over the falls and Paul was right underneath me. And it could have ended badly.
Out in the water, they're trying to smash the lip in each other's face to take each other out of this thing. So we'll see what goes down. But Lindblad looking solid.
Yeah, good number in for her. She got the 5-4, that left, and showing that spark and aggression.
That first turn was crispy.
It was. A little bit broken up, and that's why they kept the score down. But overall, like, you take the section and you try to go as big as you can out there right now. You know, we haven't seen the glare be too much of a factor this afternoon just because we've seen so much weather changes and the patterns really change in terms of the cloud coverage too. But as of right now, this might be the strongest glare we've seen so far today, Paul.
Well, once you get a real shot from the tower looking out, if you just looked over your shoulder right now, you'd realize how bad the glare is.
Yeah.
It's just almost impossible to even like see a set coming.
All right. 24.5 minutes remaining in this. Let's go down and get some insights. Gabby Bryant is with AJ.
Gabby Bryant coming in off of the highest heat total of the day for the women. Gabby, how were you able to capitalize on these conditions?
I just saw like a little ride out there, and I just knew if I got an open face and I could open up, then I would be pretty good. So I got kind of lucky, I would say. It's so hard out there. It's way harder than it even looks. But yeah, I'm so stoked that got a few.
You're coming off a really good result in Abu Dhabi. How are you trying to carry that momentum here to Portugal?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi was such a confidence booster for me. I feel like pool events are so tricky. It's really an event where you have to focus on yourself and kind of just use your strengths to your advantages. And it was a really good reminder that my power surfing, it's one of the best. And as long as I keep doing that and sticking to what I know and doing my thing, then I'll be pretty good. I mean, Portugal is so hard and unpredictable. So also like adapting and just giving it my best every time I go out.
And you're no longer a rookie, but you also have not been on tour for as long as some of the women. How important is it for you to recognize that you needed that extra confidence booster?
Oh, it's so much. 4 years has gone by so fast. I can't even believe I'm saying that. I honestly still feel like a rookie sometimes, but I mean, yeah, I still have a lot more to give, and I feel like you're always learning, so just everything I've learned in these past 4 years, just putting it to use and not forgetting about it helps me. So yeah, I'm excited for the future.
As you should be. Excited for the future, excited for today. Congratulations on the start in Portugal.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Well, the learning curve is getting steeper and steeper for the likes of Gabby Bryan. She is going from strength to strength, literally, with every heat really looking great so far this year. And it's always good to have a point of difference, something unique as well. You don't make yourself such a hostage to fortune in terms of conditions, but able to do a kind of turn that we're not really seeing from someone else on tour, or maybe not to the same magnitude. That's always pretty cool.
Well, repetitiveness is obviously something that gets stale real quick. I think the most important thing, though, as you mentioned, creativity, you want to be really on the best waves at the right time. I mean, don't peak when you don't need to, right? It's as simple as that. We've seen people just cruise throughout events, then they get to the final and they're the best surfer in the event. So seems like a good strategy, and as you said in the previous heat, simplify it. All you need is 2 waves per heat, Paul, to be able to win. Easier said than done. Obviously.
Yeah, Betty Lou Strider, you know, in terms of we've seen flashes of absolute brilliance from her, but we maybe haven't seen across the season is that consistency. How does she go about finding that consistency? How do you even work on that?
I really feel like it's just time spent, right? Just kind of settling into these years. And, you know, she's now had a year on tour and had that feeling and understands what she needs to do. And I think that she just needs to settle into having a good game plan and trusting herself and having confidence, because she's got great boards under her feet now. She knows exactly. She kind of waffled on that a bit, and then now she went back and forth from like 3 different shapers, from Paisel to Almeric to Mayhem, and now she's settled on the Mayhems. So I think she's just, you know, got a confident place to be, and she's got the formula. She just has to trust it.
And also experience, right? I mean, every event, every season, the more laps you get, that all goes into that knowledge as well that you bring to every heat when you paddle out.
Yeah, but I mean, even Tati, she's number 14 in the rankings right now. As Strider was pointing out, if you don't have confidence, you don't have anything when you're a competitive professional surfer. The biggest thing I feel like right now is just the big generation that we're seeing coming out of the women's side. Of course, the rookie class right now, but the dominance of both Caroline and Caitlyn the last few years has really been the one thing that set everybody else back. And as of right now, it seems like Sawyer is leading that pack too.
Wow, that was great. Real spicy. She hammers
she
the lip.
Came out of that.
Yeah, well, the speed into that turn, really dynamic. Won't get a finish, but it was exciting. There's jeopardy in it and no holding back at all. And that's how you surf heat on the CT, right? You just go at it. But you got to try and make it, of course.
But I feel like Sawyer has just shown us from that wave that she had in Tahiti that was just mind-blowing to turns like this, putting it all up into the heaviest section that she can and pushing as hard as she can. You know, this is a nice, heavy section coming at her, and she just attacks it. So I feel like she has shown us that she's going to go for it and put herself in a position, you know, to sink or swim.
I'd personally even go before that too. Pipe. You know, how many times had she actually surfed proper pipe up until the barrel that she got in her rookie year? I mean, she goes out there with a helmet, basically looking down the line, thinking, okay, I need to get barreled on this wave, comes out, does a major turn, wins her heat, then eventually, next thing you know, she's in a couple of finals in her rookie season. Paul wins Rookie of the Year. Now she's back here, and people consider her a real threat because she is.
You were talking about confidence as well before, and she's maybe not someone that puts loads of that across in terms of being vocal about it, but I think within herself,
internally,
quietly,
yes.
I think she backs herself.
Well, it's when she hits the water. I don't know if you watched, but Snake was right next to her walking down the beach. Like, I think there's a lot of elements that she's using as tools to get her into the place where she has her confidence. And out there, she's 100% confident, and that's what she needs. Once, you know, all the surrounding areas around it, I feel like that's where, you know, she's not going to be left alone, and you can see her kind of like having support all the way around it, which is really really, really great. It's using your tools, using your coaches and people around you, friends, and to keep
your family.
comfort. Yeah, you got to make sure that everything's there.
2 of her family members, Paul, are 2 of the best surfers in San Clemente. Her father, Mark Rips, and her older brother, Taj, is one of the best surfers we have in North America right now. So it's all about the people you surround yourself with. Best friend Caitlyn Simmers also on tour. So, I mean, you could really just pick anybody out of all those that I just mentioned in order to push you to the next level that you want to find.
A lot of key ingredients come together to put a successful CT campaign together. 2 most crucial elements of riding waves. We haven't seen Tachi do any of that yet. She's been very patient, almost towards the halfway point, and this hasn't looked interested in a wave. Let's see if that changes right now. There she is. Tatiana Weston Webb on the backhand. There's that whipping turn that she's used to great effect. And then a little bit more on the face and lateral. So not loads of points in that kind of stuff. It's linkage, really. A finish, there isn't loads on the inside as well. So most of the energy, that first section, you really have to try and capitalize. She's got involved in the heat at least, but yeah, after waiting that long, probably been hoping for quite a bit more. This is a big outside section, though.
Yeah, but she had to get going. At this point of the heat, 13 minutes had gone by and needed a wave. And I don't think this wave selection is personally bad. Made up for it on the inside, too. Here's strides and going to get something on the board, especially when you compare it to the 2 that's in the heat by Sakura.
I think that the wave was actually good. She just had a slow entry. She could have gotten into it a little bit sooner, a little bit further over. There was the first 2 sections were great on that wave. She just didn't have the timing to hit them.
Another person that's probably due for a World Championship, Paul, been close to it. Silver medalist last year in Paris, and you know, just looking at her experience and how good she is everywhere on the Championship Tour schedule, definitely think that the back end of this year is potentially one where we could see a World Championship out of her. Going into Fiji, knowing how good she is over there, and of course, Jeffreys Bay, where she's won before. Lowers being back on the schedule regular season, I also feel like is a major event for her.
Are you talking about Tachi?
Yeah.
She's got to make the cut first.
She does, but I feel like given her talent level and how good she is, that's definitely
This is definitely the worst start that she's had in a long time.
No doubt, no doubt. But still got more events, really good in Oz. Of course, she's competed before when Snapper was a Championship Tour event. I feel like she's going to be there.
Look at the crew in the dunes. So sending Sawyer down the beach, making sure she knows where she's at. What a crew. They have a great crew. Look at this, wow.
Lindblad on the backhand again. Nice steep section. She's pretty patient, just waiting for that one to make sure it stands up. And then by the time it gets onto that white water, you can see the rip runs through on the inside. A bit of a trench in there. As it goes over the sandbar, it gets a little deep again. And it just grabs the board as she goes down. So with that 5 in, that's the high score. The backup really is what we're still waiting to see from her. Get an improvement. It'll be a marginal one here, but she would have wanted a lot more.
Yeah, she needs, you know, it's kind of the way that Tachi had her wave. It was a little late to the lip line. They need to be directly up into that lip as much as possible, or else your score is going to come flat. You need to find the critical section on these waves, and you can only do that right away as the tide, you know, it's pretty full still. There's plenty of water over the sandbar, so it's really, once the lip presents itself, you have to be there.
I think at a break like this, it's easier to paddle in from outside of the wave rather than have to go up and then turn around, Paul. Losing too much speed when it comes to that. And as Strider was mentioning, both Sawyer and Tachi maybe a bit off on the takeoffs right there on their last 2 waves.
A little over 14 to go in this. Time ticking away. It really is just the 5.
Yep.
In terms of stuff to get excited about, in terms of quality surfing, there's not been loads of it. Western Webb, the 3.5 for her, looked a lot better than that when she paddled into that wave. Maybe missed it a touch, went a little lateral, left a little bit on that. 3.5, she'll want a lot more. She's been really patient, waiting for that wave. It's second prio now. Sakura wants to get involved here. She's holding on to priority at the moment. It is Sawyer Lindblad at the moment in the lead in this one. We'll come back, more live action from a Saturday afternoon in Portugal right after the break. Let's get you caught up on all of today's action here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro. Portugal yellow jerseys. Time to shine in the sunshine. That's Super 2 boss Ferreira going great guns, and the confidence from him goes up and up. So did he. He went skyward, he launched. This is why he's #1 in the world right now, because the execution, the creativity, the spark, it's all there. Likewise, Katie Simmers, also in the yellow jersey, very much with a kind of a carefree approach to things, paying off for her, just enjoying it here, tagging it hard, attacking, finding different places to go, staying creative and loose and sprightly and attacking. Great to see Crosby colapinto back at it as well. Coming back from an injury, saw him miss the first couple of events. Finding some tube times, exactly what he wants to do. Did well to get out of a tough heat with the win. And Crosby laying down a marker with some power moves as well, just to show, you know what, I'm feeling absolutely fine, and it's great to be back here. Place where he got semis, and it was a family affair. Former 2-time winner, Griff, did really well, posted massive numbers, and his relationship with this wave has been really fruitful. It continued for him, and throughout the morning he had everything. Beautiful rotations with an absolute ton of pop, good vision behind the curtain as well, and just went from strength to strength really. And it was a bit of an air show, as we see ramps really providing. We see it every year. The tour comes to town here, the likes of Jack Robinson. He can go alley-oop, and he can stick it as well. So finding those opportunities. And this beach break will offer ramps throughout, a little bit of wind. That's helpful too. So the air show continued here. Of course, Ferreira doesn't really need asking twice, does he? Doesn't need much of an invitation. He'll see ramps where a lot of other people don't. And that was a story very much from him, Joel Vaughan. He's got so much pop, it's ridiculous, and he showed loads of it. Back to live action here, Heat 6, which will conclude the Women's Opening round at the moment. It's as we were in terms of the lead. Sawyer Lindblad with that 5. Early doors in the heat. Still sitting on that as the best score by some margin, actually. And surfers like Tatjana Weston-Webb, Sakura Johnson, they've struggled a bit to connect. Well, they struggled a lot, really.
They've struggled a lot.
Yeah, the numbers are very modest indeed. They're not great.
Outside of the 5, I mean, you know, the 3-5 Tati was well surfed based off of how the wave was, but not a lot happening in this heat, and time's ticking down. And I always talk about how you just need to beat the one other opponent out there. First and second move through into the round of 16. You want to avoid the elimination round at all costs, but dude, this is a low scoring affair right now with time ticking away.
8.5 to go in this. Tatjana on her way back out without much of a return in terms of points from the last wave that she rode. It will be a decimal for her. Still time. We have seen quite quick turnarounds and surfers needing scores, be able to get a couple of waves and bang them out. That's what she'll be hoping to do alongside Betty Lou's. Not really got involved in this at all. She just kind of sat there waiting for opportunities. None have really come her way. She just got that 2 with a second wave.
She did get a no for, so she lost priority in second priority right now with 8 minutes to go. Strides. This is where I'm feeling Tati. You back up that 3-5, and if you force Sakura to get a 4 right now, you just go and sit on her and maybe just wait things out, because that kind of seems to be the process anyways.
Look at the playing field, and Tachi down the beach kind of by herself right now. So, I mean, all 3 surfers kind of have their own little zone that they've picked to surf. Obviously, Betty Lou's peak hasn't been coming because she's sitting on not much there, like basically a couple of goose eggs.
This is the smart move, though, Paul. If you're Tachi by yourself, you try to back up that 3-5, make sure you're adding some pressure to the surfer in third. But realistically, though, even Lindblad isn't safe right now. The 2-5 is the backup score. You're still leaving the door open, and with priority right here, you want to convert on something real quick.
Yeah, this is anyone's really. Obviously, Sawyer in the best position of the 3, but as you mentioned, Mitchell, you think Tachi, she gets up a high 4, She's already threatening her.
Well, you
Betty
get a
Lou.
401, you move into first, you know? So Sakura's going to be forced to get something at least in the 4s or the 5s by then.
Let's see how this one plays out here. With a little bit of spread in the lineup as well, and a chance for surfers to essentially reflect on how they've performed so far and essentially figure out where it's gone wrong and how they're going to go about changing that. Or do you double down? Do you stick to your guns? You say, I got my tactic. I know the kind of wave I'm looking for. I'm going to see if it happens in the next 6.5.
What do you think, Brett? Strides?
I think Sawyer is smart to stick to her guns and try to better that 2-5 and put herself into an untouchable place. That would be what she is probably thinking at the moment. And I think Betty Lou needs to shift gears really quick because she's kind of stuck in a zone that hasn't produced. And I think Tati is the danger in this heat down there by herself in a place where we've seen waves coming in.
We've had word from tours and competitions. This will be the last heat of the day. So inside that 6-minute mark right now, and this will wrap up opening day here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Of course, we've got the Corona Cero post show coming up. Loads of big talking points. That's coming up next. Just over 5.5 minutes time, and that is the time available at the moment for the likes of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson to find some scores. At the moment, it's just a 2-1-4. I don't think she'll surf to that at the moment. She just want to try and find the best wave possible. How do you grab up a bit of form when really the ocean's giving you nothing?
You just got to go on anything. At this point, you got to go on anything.
You got to start rolling the dice.
Yeah. I mean, make sure you're just on a wave at the end of the sea.
Sawyer just getting busy early. This was a 5-point ride. You know, that outside critical turn, then she comes to the inside to finish off, and feeling confident out here in these conditions, which is what you need with those sections coming at you.
And the border looks really good too. And then Tachi right here, the answer back, the second best of the heat so far. 3.5, well-surfed wave with how much froth there was on the face right here. And in the context of the heat, this is a very important wave at the moment, gentlemen, because if it weren't for this fall here from Sawyer on the second turn, she'd be leading by a strong margin at the moment. So just the one carve and then fell on the second one, Paul, and leaving the door open right now with 4.5 on the clock. As Strider was mentioning, if it were point break, I'd be saying stick to your guns. Wait it out. No harm in losing that way, especially knowing that this is a 3-person heat. You can go to elimination round regardless. It's a beach break. You have options. Move around. Try to find a different peak and try to make things happen. If you need a 2 right now, all you need to do is basically get up into the lip and claim it. You know, if you got to sell it a little bit, don't be afraid to sell it. I mean, it's a career.
Under 4 minutes to go in this one. Lindblad still with that lead and priority as well. That 5 that she got early on, we just saw it in the recap, really standing out. It's that one moment of quality. Saw the 3-5 from Tati. She waited a long time for. Well, that way looked pretty good when she paddled into as well. And it was, at the moment, it's just good enough for second place. She's in 3rd priority, though. Let's see how telling that will prove to be. Betty Lou has to get involved here, and at some point she will start to actually surf towards that 2. Really, when it gets down to the final throws of this, showing a little bit of interest, paddling for a wave.
That's a little wedge. That was it.
Seems like this might be the option to go, though.
Yeah, she's got to. Get busy.
Sakura, here she goes. Here we go. This one nice and clean on the face. Opening hook, the snap from her, and then she's real patient.
Yep.
And then again opening up with that rail in the pocket. And then just gives it a little, quite muted tag, really. Not putting loads on the end. There's a really good reason for that. She only needed a 2 to advance. She wanted to go complete, didn't want to fall. So 2 turns out the back, down on the face using that rail, a little tag on the end. That's a 2, right?
Yeah, 3-5. She's gonna put up a score, get herself. She's gonna take the second place here.
Here goes Lindblad. She's got another bomb, actually. She's absolutely trucking down this, dealing with some chop on the face. She'll clean that up and then wrap this to an inside as well and just keep probing away. She'll find a bit of lip. So she's keeping that board alive as much as possible.
Wow.
Just not easy to do. And then dealing with a bit of a rumble of white water. Changes the line.
That was really smart, though, just to be able to improve on the 2.5, make sure that you're giving yourself a better chance of making it out of this heat right here. 2 minutes to go. You know, as we said, Sakura only needing a low 2. It seems like it's going to be more than enough, but I mean, the door's still wide open for Tachi right here, though. She's not going to need a huge number, and especially with the given time, she needs to be on a wave right here in these next 2 minutes.
Sawyer on a bumpy one finds a little bit of a lip there, kind of a transition turn. So this wave not going to be a big score because there wasn't any real turns of consequence. So it's, you know, I'll be interested to see where this wave actually comes in at.
But at this point, she didn't need to do that. So you just make sure you're improving on your low score right now. You do your job, especially with the great use of priority right there, Paul.
And then Betty, you know, she definitely got done what she needed. Wasn't super clean surfing, but she threw down a couple of turns here. There was 2 in there that were worthy. I don't know if Sawyer's going to better her score, though, is she?
Final minute here to 3-1 for Betty Lou. Goes to second. Tatiana Weston-Webb will have 1 roll of the dice at best. 45 on the clock. She's in third right now. Needs a 1.77. So not a big requirement, but a closeout won't do it for her. And now 30 seconds. Tati up against it here. It's a really low scoring heat, which has made it really close. But just look at that lineup. We can't see a lot coming through.
Time. I was just looking at the clock. I woke up 12 hours ago. We've been at this all day.
Yeah.
Woo!
Perks of the job, baby. Here's a wave. Oh, well, breaking time, though. 10 seconds. Hands need to leave the rail before the buzzer.
Counting down right now. Weston Webb needs a 1.77. She's going to try and scratch onto this wave. She won't be able to do that. And really, not the way she was hoping this heat would play out. She's waited all day here. And that'll wrap things up. And it's Sawyer Lindblad who was able just to find some quality in conditions that were challenging and tricky and testing. And she did well with the 5. She consolidated with the 2.5. It was enough for the win. Betty Lou managed to get that 3-1 after waiting an absolute eternity to do that. Weston Webb will head to the elimination round, and it'll wrap up a pretty huge day of competition here. A lot's gone down. We've seen a significant shift throughout the day in terms of conditions. Seen a bit of everything in terms of surfing as well overall. How do we feel about the day, boys?
Oh, it was a huge day. I feel like the air show that we got to see was super fun to watch. I think it's a great call to get rid of. We'll cut it down here in the end after that last heat. I mean, nobody even got into the double digits on that one. So, you know, it's obviously deteriorating conditions.
Lots of juicy talking points in the Corona Cero post show. That'll be coming up right after the break. We'll be right back.
first white, 6:45 for a possible 7:05 start, or potential second left competition.
It is the Corona Cero post show here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero. This is the beach scene here at Super Tubos. The wind came up, ocean got torn up, but we got a lot done today. Men's opening round completed, women's opening round completed, tons of surfing going down, and we're here to give you all of the highlights from day one in the window. It's a goofy foot takeover of the set. Jesse Mendez, Strider Wazalewski, I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and I feel like we got a lot done today, Jesse.
We did have a lot done. I mean, the conditions were actually pretty tricky throughout half through the day, but the boys are ripping and the girls are ripping.
Yeah, and I love that rainstorm that came in, and then after the rainstorm, it got glassy, and we had a moment out there for the ladies to get some work done. Vahine getting after it, so, you know, some great waves pretty much 3/4 of the day, I'd say.
Yeah, I used the ultimate cliche, Strider, in that I said 4 seasons in a day in Portugal. That's what you get. And seems like we had a bunch of different seasons today.
Weather was a little bit cold for summertime.
It got balmy. It got balmy in
here. It got sunny. That's basically
it. The sun did come out, but it was cold.
I'm from the islands. It got balmy. It was all right. But we got a lot to talk about today in the Corona Cero post show. Last heat of the day for the women sets up the elimination round for both the men and the women. But let's start talking about the men. And a great heat that we saw in the men's opening round, heat number 6. Jesse Mendez, where it was a couple of goofy foots that took to the air in that heat.
I mean, I was actually glad that Jackson Bunch took to the air before Italo. Kind of put like some spark on that fire right there, because Italo probably saw. He actually saw that because I spoke to him after the heat, and he saw like from the back him doing a massive punt, and Italo's kind of forced into trying to find that ramp and couldn't find it, but all of a sudden he clicked into the gear and just started going into some massive punts as we see it right here.
This thing was just gigantic in my book. I mean, where he landed at the bottom, it was bolts, as they would say, it's skateboarding, but it was a knee breaker too. Like, that was a high risk, heavy maneuver on a crazy section. I would have went up into the 9s on that score, and then this thing was so boned out, Jesse.
I know, I love this one. This was more lofty, not so much rotation as we see it from him, like just that quick rotation, but actually projecting the board down the line. That was beautiful surfing.
The momentum from stop number 2 continued on to stop number 3 for Italo Ferreira. Highest heat total of the day, up in the excellent range, 16.43. Jackson Bunch, the rookie, doing pretty good. And then our wild card, our local wild card, Kikas Frederico Moraes, we'll see him in the men's elimination round. Good stuff there.
Yeah, that was by far like what we had the best. Obviously, mostly Jackson Bunch and Italo going bowl for bowl, and those big backside rotations was pretty fun to watch.
And I think Frederico Moraes is kind of nursing an injury as well. So I think that he's, you know, his capabilities at the moment probably running at about 50%, really, like to be honest. So I don't know how well he's going to be able to perform unless it's just perfect barrels.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the future brings to us as we get into later on the surf line forecast for us. But right now, let's hear from the last heat winner of the day. Sawyer Lindblad is with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Kaipo. Sawyer, you had to wait around all day before you were the final heat of this day one. How did you prepare physically and mentally to get it done?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just waited around all day. I surfed here early, and then I was like, wow, I won't surf till like 4:30 today, so I just like hung out, came down early and watched the waves. It changed like 5 times while I was here, so yeah, it was pretty hard, but glad I made it.
We were talking about last year how emotional of a result this was for you, because you'd already gotten a pair of 9s, had another one here. This year, you've leveled up. Pair of 5th place finishes coming into this 3rd stop. How have you done that?
Yeah, this year I just wanted to be a lot more consistent. I feel like last year I would do good in a contest, then I'd get last in a contest. So yeah, that was just my goal coming into the year. I wanted to be consistent.
So far, so good. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad looking great this year, sophomore year on the championship tour already with a couple of good results, showing some momentum, continuing here on some difficult conditions. I want to highlight, though, Jesse, a heat for the women's. It was women's heat number 4 of the opening round. Talk about rookies. Vahine Fierro was looking sharp in that heat.
I think just smart decisions overall. Like, she was timing it well, choosing the nice waves that were kind of giving her a lot of opportunity, and just flawless surfing.
And she also talked about this in her post-heat interview, where she went from Abu Dhabi straight to France, stayed here the entire month to get ready and get acclimated with her coaches to understand, and feel good and comfortable here in the colder water.
Yeah, let's take a look at this heat. Vahine Fierro.
It actually started pretty well, where it was painted off for the heat, and right here we see it just breeze that kind of going a little bit too lateral down the line. Thought that wave was going to line up in front of her, but with that high tide, was actually pushing deeper and getting a little bit flatter. So good surfing for Vahine to apply pressure on the opponents.
Vahine,
sharp backhand.
Just dropping that back knee a little bit, the style, the technique. I mean, she's here to stay, and she's looking strong coming across, and look at how glassy it was. Wow, beautiful surfing right there.
This was the moment right here. This was a 5.83. This happened with just 20 seconds left on the clock. You called it clutch, Jesse.
Yeah, that was clutch. I mean, what else can you say? Like, barely any time left. She needed a decent score, actually, at 4.8 something, and she got it done. Beautiful rail work for Isabella Nichols.
Hug from the coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, and Isabella Nichols onto the women's round of 16, along with Vahine Fierro. We'll take a look at the numbers in this heat, where that clutch 5.83 couldn't have timed it any better for Isabella Nichols.
Tight heat. Look at those numbers all the way across. Whew. Just over a point. That's it.
Very competitive heat in this women's opening round, and both men and women having to adjust to the conditions today. Like we talked about before, it was just ever-changing, and that adaptability, and it's something, Jesse, I felt like you couldn't pre-plan your heat. You had to like have a game plan maybe 30 seconds before you got into the water.
Yes, and actually adapt throughout the heat as well, because how many times we've seen it offshore today, cross-shore and onshore. There's plenty of times that happens. So
I was sitting on the bike next to Tyler Wright, and she said that she needs an update right before she paddles out. Yeah. Literally, because things change so much. It's, I think, just under a foot an hour, the tide moves. That's how much water's moving around.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of weather. There's a lot of water moving around. And what do we got in the future? Well, for that, we always bring up our friends over at Surfline, because it is a complicated forecast, Strider. It's going to be a jigsaw puzzle to figure out this event window. Good news is we got tons of swell coming. Iffy part is we have a lot of wind.
Tons of weather coming with it. That's a big purple blob moving straight at us from the west. So with that, the waves are going to come straight into us, but also the weather with it, which is going to make it pretty solid. Surf comes Monday. Unruly most of the week, though, with all that wind coming with it. We can go mobile, but we'll see what happens as we show up every day. These things change so fast. The forecast, I think, you can't really get right. Only 24 hours out, and then the rest of it is kind of a roll of the dice.
But yeah, I agree with you. And also, like, the swell is getting pretty big to kind of move everything over. those beach breaks like a little bit smaller. Like we're seeing at 10 to 15 foot faces. That's a lot of water.
Yeah, and then maybe over in the corner, but even in the corner, that wind coming from the south is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's going to be a day-by-day thing, but the good news is there's a ton of swell. We've got options. We're only day number 1 of the event window, and we already got the opening round done for both the men and women, so that sets us up pretty good.
And there's a party tonight.
That's the best.
So there's options.
Yeah. Well, let's just get into the top 5s because we got lots of stuff to discuss in the top 5 moments of today. First day of the window. We're going to start off with number 5. It's the veteran. It's the smiling Sally Fitzgibbons with her first heat win of the year.
I mean, it's great to see her back winning heats because it's been a long time that we've seen her actually unleash and get comfortable on top of the board on the tour level. On the Challenger Series, she's been ripping so hard, but yeah, it's great to see her back. You can see the stoke, and she's ripping.
Yeah. Fans on the beach for Sally Fitz. Number 4, it's an air show strider.
Yeah, you know what? Griffin just felt so comfortable out there after he got his scores. You know, he was just looking like he was ready to party. And then you got Jack. I mean, come on, you guys. Jack was on fire.
Yeah, he is. And I just love how he's able to adapt. And he doesn't seem like the guy he needs to be on the spotlight. He just comes here and gets the job done. Either if it's 10 foot or 1 foot, he's doing his job. And it's amazing to watch. And all the surfers taking advantage of all that air wind that we had today.
Shines in gold. We're talking about the rankings leader, Katie Simmers. Jesse, looking sharp, looking on point, looking at another level.
Looking like she's at the pier at Oceanside, you know? Look at that beautiful backhand turn, combos it up, and then even falls here on that last one, but still damage was done and got a nice score of 5 point something. That would have been, for me, that would have been an excellent wave if she would have landed that turn.
Number 2, the Colo Bros. Both Griffin and Crosby colapinto strider win their heats. Griffin with the quote of the morning where he was meditating in the dunes and the dandelions before his heat paid off for him.
Yeah, it was really fun to listen to both him and Crosby's post-heat. He was talking about the cut, and he said, you know, it's a thought, but it's not a feeling. He's not going to let that set on him, which I loved. And Crosby right back into the groove, and you know, Griffin just pulling up, getting a nice little tube ride, comes out, split the peak, and then this little vicious backhand whip right there.
That was an 8 point ride.
Solid surfing, yeah. And then he went to town after that. So, you know, the confidence just built, and he just let go and really enjoyed his time out there with the air time.
Number 1, Jesse, it's Bravo's town. Italo Ferreira put on a clinic.
Yeah, Bravo really showed why he's in number 1 right now. And I actually thought he should have got higher scores, like the type of commitment he had compared to all those air shows that we just saw it on the screen. Higher, more rotation, more dynamic.
Yeah, more
look where he lands right there.
I agree with you, Jesse. But you know what? The score or the result was right.
Was completely right.
But like, you know, I think scores are given, and he was owed.
He was owed, but he has more, you know, we know he has much more to show to us, so he knows that. I spoke to him after, he's like, I have more, no worries.
He's fired up,
He's fired up.
We love that.
Poke the bear,
I'm fired up, let's go.
I'm fired up as well. Well, let's check in tomorrow, 6:45 local time for a possible 7 o'clock start. We're going to try to get into those elimination rounds for both the men and the women. Tune in, worldsurfleague.com, and enjoy the end-of-day highlights. Aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.